From a certain point in his life, he was going to live only for himself, school, studies, classmates, and so on. All this became not for him. At least he decided so then. All these thoughts were interrupted at one moment by his interlocutor, who turned to young Mr. Li Han and asked him to look straight, because it seemed to him that they had finally arrived at the place. According to the man, they arrived at the best school of magic in the entire empire, which was called Einrogard, and the man's name was Arlog, and it seemed to him that he, as an old knight, was not quite suitable to help the guy. But still, he was very glad that he had the opportunity to see how he grew up, became a wonderful young man, and entered the ranks of Einrogard students. At that moment, the guy had only disappointment in his head that he ultimately could not break his connection with the school, even in this life. His very good friend congratulated him on his graduation. It seemed to him that this day would never come, but finally they were able to get out of slavery. He couldn't even believe for a moment that they could survive with such professors. Li Kun completely agreed with him because one could only remember the incident when he and the professor walked several kilometers and he told him to join the walking club, or when he was assigned to write an essay of several hundred pages and do it all in one night. But he simply could not refuse and again had to stay awake. But now they can finally forget about this place forever. Although according to his friend, some of the guys decided to stay to work at the university as graduate students. After which his friend jokingly told him that it seemed to him that he fit perfectly into this life, so he invited him to go study further. Li Kun believed that all this was already going too far. He believed that he had already done too much for this place, so he was not going to study anywhere else. Li Kun decided that he would do everything in this life to simply live for himself and not think about anything else. So he no longer needed to be in a place like graduate school. A man driving a huge truck tried to do everything to slow down, but apparently his brakes simply failed. And this was bad news not only for him, but also for Li Kun, who at that moment decided to cross the road. At that moment, his studies and diploma ultimately turned out to be a useless piece of paper, but his intention remained unshakable even after rebirth. After this terrible accident, Li Kun woke up in a new body, but the most important thing was that he remembered every moment of his past life. But in the next life, he became not just a man, but the third son of the strongest magical house in the empire. And he simply could not believe that all this was really true. He was reborn in another world, and also an aristocrat. It really was something out of fantasy. It was impossible to say that he actually liked all this very much, because he became the third son of a rich and powerful family, and it really couldn't have been better. Li Han believed that he was rewarded for attending the university in a previous life, and for studying so hard, and it seemed to him that this was his chance to relax. But a little later, it turned out that he was incredibly mistaken. After all, it's worth taking into account only the first rule of the Vardana's house, that the first son inherits everything, but the rest of the sons are obliged to determine their own path. Fortunately, the family supports all educational endeavors, so young Li Kun asked the old knight to teach him fencing, because he believed it would be useful to him in the future, and besides, there was no better lesson. Arlog even suggested that he take advantage of this and take the path of the sword, but Linnet considered this not the best idea, because he believed that he was destined to become a magician, and besides, it seemed to him that this path was more stable than the path of the sword. But then he realized that it would be better if he did not say this, because Arlog is still a knight and it could sound too offensive and ambitious. Although the man's reaction was incredibly unexpected, because he suddenly bowed his head in front of him and began to say that he was surprised by his intelligence at such a young age. And this was not surprising because according to him, most noble children have illusions. That is, he wanted to say that they are too ambitious at a young age, but he immediately realized that Li Kun is not like that because he takes a reasonable approach to planning the future. Li Kun realized that at least in this case his university helped him, after completing which he began to soberly assess reality. And with such a sense of understanding, he knew that everyone from the knightly order to the adventurers guild and even to the imperial family always welcomes capable magicians. And he and his family have a great opportunity to get into an institution where talented magicians are trained, and we are talking about the greatest academy of magic in the Einrogard Empire, in which the guy needed to hold out for a couple more years, and it was so simple for him, because he would have to study again, but he promised himself that he would try to do it. Arlog was confident that he would do a good job because even the patriarch praised the talent of young Li Kun. But Li Han was not going to believe all this, because he said this after he was not allowed to practice magic, since it was dangerous for children, But in any case, he was grateful to the knight for his kind words. The man still believed that this was the pure truth, but on this he wished him only good luck, because the horses and accompanying people could not go any further, and Likan went to this school of magicians without much regret. But as soon as he entered the territory of this academy, the first thing he was surprised by was that there were so many people there. And after a few minutes, it became clear to him that Einregard is a place that you can actually enter more than one. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a guy who was standing next to him and was literally shaking. So Leon couldn't help but ask if he was okay. The fact was that the guy could not stay even for several hours without his servants. According to him, he could not even sleep. This strange guy literally proved to Likan that they were like air to him and he couldn't live without them. Likan didn't know what to answer him, because it was so strange to him, and in general all these nobles were strange people. But what angered him even more was that, for the sake of equality, they accepted slaves for training, and he was going to take advantage of his family's position to complain about this, and Lihan was very interested to know how he would do this. The magician the guy approached used only one spell, which stopped the guy in his tracks, after which he generally began to say that he repented and completely agreed that he was wrong. For Lihan, it was surprising that they did not hesitate to use such a spell on the nobles, and apparently the rumors about this academy were true. Rumors said that it was full of monsters and that if you died in this academy, your body would be buried in the mountains behind the academy. How all the attention was drawn to the huge gates, which at one moment opened, and someone welcomed all the new students to Einregard. Likan immediately felt an incredibly strong magical pressure, and apparently it came from the rumored director. Looking at the other students, he understood why they suddenly froze with tension. After which, suddenly the director once again reminded each of them that they had to enter this place alone, but apparently no one listened to him. After which he decided that since they did not want to obey the rules, he would force them to do so. And so, with the help of magic, he literally began to drag into the academy all the horses and all the things that other students had brought with them. Some of them shouted that if he sent his servants away, then there would be no one to serve them. Others shouted that they were so sorry for the clothes they took to this academy. After this act, he asked them a question in which he wanted to know why they were crowded together like a herd of sheep and asked them to enter as soon as possible. This is how Likan's first day at Einregard, the greatest academy of magic in the empire, began. And he didn't have a very good feeling about this, but he couldn't do anything about it. Likan followed everyone and was completely in his thoughts until he was distracted by someone's voice calling his name, so he had to turn around to see who spoke to him. And it was a small girl who introduced herself as Ina Macon, and she was from the Macon house, which, like the Likanov house, was the house of magicians. Lihan politely answered her that he was glad to meet you and would like to know what she wanted, to which she replied that His Imperial Highness would like to see him. The guy didn't quite understand what the prince needed from him, but apparently he'd have to come over. Although one thing Likan still understood was that they were already resolutely trying to establish connections on the very first day. He thought it was too much to call this guy Imperial Highness, because the emperor himself actually has more than 100 children. And even in the imperial family, everyone is only interested in the firstborn, and the emperor himself does not support his children in any way. So they have it even worse. But what was most interesting for Leon was that in crowded places, full of children of great houses like here, the imperial family stands even lower than other houses. Even below Yena Macon's house, Likan didn't understand why she behaved like this. Lihan meant that he doesn't understand why she is helping some unknown prince. But in any case, it was worth considering that this was much better than making enemies. So he shook hands and said that there was nothing wrong with making new acquaintances. The girl was incredibly glad that he thought so, because as it turned out, he was the first to react this way. And apparently it was because this prince's name is Gainando, and he insists that he is the 97th prince of the empire, although they say that he may be the 101st. But the guy himself insists that he is the 97th, and it was obvious that he simply does not want to leave the first 100 children. Likan thought about it so much that he completely listened to what Gainando was telling him. And he said something about how several guys had already rejected him, and one of them was standing there, and he himself simply didn't understand how they dared, because he was the prince of the imperial family. Likan told him that they must simply not know that he was of porphyry blood, but Gainando once again proved that he was immature, because he did not even know what this complex word meant. Therefore, Lihan had to explain that this word meant an important person from the upper or prestigious class, and now Gainando had a smile on his face again, because he believed that it suited him well. Then he pointed his finger at the guys who refused his offer, And now they are talking with Adenarta, and for him it was humiliating. And all this was because Adenarta was the 44th princess of the empire. She was his sister, but the relationship between them was not the best. Lihan, looking at her, thought that she has the elegance characteristic of the imperial family, so of course people are drawn to her, unlike some others. Gainando interrupted his thoughts and asked the guy to deal with her, but Li Kan immediately tried to explain to him that noble people do not bully other people, so he will not do this. But he assured Li Kan that he was not asking him to mock her, but simply to teach her a lesson once. But the guy believed that this is not what noble people do. Then Gainando didn't understand what to do and what to do next, although Li Kan didn't understand what was so difficult about it, because it was enough to just pass by. And if he so badly wants to get even with them, then Li Kan invited him to challenge them to a duel. The guy thought that he shouldn't go that far, and since he is a noble prince, this time he will show mercy towards them, and therefore decided to forgive them. Yenna called Li Han amazing, because for her it was incredibly surprising that he was able to curb the stubbornness of this prince, because even she, as his relative, could not do this. In response, Li Kan decided to find out why she's trying to take care of him, even considering the fact that they are relatives. But before she could answer, the skull and that overwhelming aura appeared in the room again. The director again turned to the iron-headed students, who at that moment were enjoying the conversation. Other students immediately noticed that they had already seen this lich today at the gates of the academy. Li Kan knew very well that this was not just a lich. This creature was the result of the efforts of a great magician who wanted to become undead and bypass death. But even he really couldn't think that the director of the academy would be a lich. The director suddenly wanted to ask them a question, in which he wanted to know why, in their opinion, he calls them ironheads. Adenarta was the first to raise her hand and said that the answer to this question is quite simple, all because the symbol of this year's newcomers is iron. In response, the director praised her and added 10 points to her department, which was quite surprising for her. But after a few seconds, the director upset her, saying that it was actually just a joke, and if she wants to become a magician, then first she needs to learn to distinguish truth from lies. Although she is still right that iron is really the symbol of this year's newcomers, because it is a material that changes depending on what is made of it, and in fact it is very valuable and can be used for different purposes. That's why it's so suitable for beginners. And it was also convincing that Gainando looked at the lich with his mouth open, who after a few seconds started laughing again and telling them that they were fooled again, because the reason their symbol is iron is because there is nothing in their heads. Li Kan liked only one thing in this situation. Although he mocked them, no one dared to answer him. Because in fact, it is extremely difficult to even move in this thick magical energy. Fortunately, the guy was already used to this because in his past life he often encountered, although not with magical energy, but professors who behaved even worse, so it was much easier for him than for other guys. At some point, the director noticed that apparently he was putting too much pressure on them, and they were only after a long journey. And while he was talking about this, he noticed how Li Kan was able to move in this thick energy, which was incredibly surprising for him, because none of the newcomers had been able to do this before. In any case, now he asked each of them to pay attention to the door on the left, behind which was hidden a huge dining room, on the tables of which there was a lot of food. The director asked them not to be shy and enjoy the feast and thus get rid of fatigue. This obviously caused joy in most because many were already hungry. They sat down at the table and only hoped that now this was not another joke from the director, and this was all real food. After all, in fact, there was a lot of things there. White bread with a thick piece of cheese and butter, a plump chicken coated in oils, butter, spices, and flour, then simmered in wine to create a delicious flavor, and a lot of other things that the students could enjoy with pleasure. And Ganando was the first to sit down at the table and decide to taste it all. But as soon as they brought the cutlery to the food, all these delicious-looking dishes literally melted into the air, and there was nothing left of them. This, as it turned out, was just another joke from the director, and they were just fools who were fooled once again. Li Kan at that moment was thinking about what he had heard, that when you become a lich, you lose some things. And for some reason, he was sure that the director had lost a lot of things. The director continued to say that this academy is the cradle of magicians, and the strongest impulse in the development of magicians is hunger, after which clothes and various kinds of scraps literally fell on them. And according to the director, this is their food and uniform. Gainan thought that this was too much. With these words, he literally called the director to him, who, as it turned out, was just waiting for these words. After which he made it clear to them that if the food seemed disgusting to them, then they should do everything to study magic and create delicious food themselves, with the same form. He immediately told them that if they want something or don't like something, then it can only be corrected through magic. These are the rules of this academy. One of the students suddenly noticed the fact that they could actually ask for all this from the outside, but as it turned out, the director was ready to hear these words. And he began to talk about how newcomers were forbidden to go outside. They are also prohibited from contacting senior students whom they may see at the academy. At this point, his teachings ended, and before disappearing, he wished them good luck and said that he would hope that they would become great magicians. Lycan could not understand whether it was really a rule of life written down somewhere that all educational institutions must have an insane professor, and the guy unfortunately knew this type of people. Before the rebirth, the professor in the neighboring laboratory had the same sparkle in his eyes, and they were full of madness. Gainanda simply did not understand how they dare treat them like this, although Liharn believed that this lich was much better than the professor he had in his previous life. The prince didn't care about this lich. He was now more interested in the question of how they could live with such disgusting food and clothes. Likan at this time was thinking that in fact, this place was much better than what he had before his rebirth, because here they gave out not only food, but also clothes, and he considered this place to be definitely better. Noble society knows little about the House of Vardanas, all because they are completely absorbed in the study of magic and never participate in public activities. Because of this, misunderstandings are accumulating about them. Even now, Gainandu did not understand at all what was happening to him and why Likan stood so strangely and pretended to be lost in thought. In any case, he tapped him on the shoulder and said that when he had the opportunity, he could come and visit him. Einregard accepts students regardless of their title, provided they have talent, however, in order to prevent conflicts between sensitive teenagers. The dormitory is divided into 4 towers, according to the status of the residents. The first tower was called the overdimensional Blue Dragon Tower, and only people of high origin could enter here. Famous nobles, such as the Emperor's children and Lihan, will live here. Next was the Tower of a Phoenix burning from the inside. Only those who dedicated everything to the holy flame could enter here. This is a holy and righteous tower, where only priests from various religious orders can be located. The next tower was the Lightning White Tiger Tower, which only those with the rage to slay anything could enter. And in this tower live those who come from knightly houses. These people are prepared to follow 2 roads, chivalry and magic. Next door there was a tower of a black turtle, which saw the past and the future. Only those with limitless patience could enter this tower. Here there are various people, townspeople, servants, slaves, clowns, beggars, merchants, and new nobles of the lower class. Unlike other dorms, they are simply ignored due to their low status. Therefore, almost all the newcomers who got into this tower were intimidated, and no one wanted to talk or communicate with them. However, there is always an exception, and it was Likan, in whose eyes they are ideal business partners. It seemed to him that he needed to make friends with them, because he believed that the easiest way to earn money was to run a business. And to succeed, you need experience. This is the basis of running a business. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a voice unknown to him, which said that he simply did not understand why there was a need to accept such low-grade people. And this was a guy from a fairly high-status family who clearly considered himself better than them. Lihan didn't understand how he even dared to mock his future business comrades, so he immediately decided to answer him that if anyone here is low-grade, it's him. The guy once again decided to remind them that they left behind everything they owned before coming here, but apparently they forgot about it and continued to be insolent. Some guys from other houses knew that he was from the Vardanaz house and such behavior was worthy for him, so they supported him. Lihan believed that this was a good atmosphere, and now all he had to do was finish what he started. But the guys from the Dark Turtle Tower suddenly started screaming because they realized the fact that this guy was from the House of Vardanaz, who in their opinion was incredibly dangerous. And all this was because they heard that their patriarch was a dragon, and also that their family originated from ancient spirits, who were always a great danger. Likan did not expect quite such a reaction, but Yenna thought that this was normal because he is a man of noble blood. He didn't quite understand why she was saying this. Did he really look that scary? She didn't really mean it. She told him that he showed the nobility that is characteristic of a nobleman. But even after that, Leon didn't quite understand what he was talking about, because he didn't know how famous his family was yet. Before Likan had time to ask Yenna another question, they were suddenly interrupted by Gainando, who did not understand how they could leave him alone and asked to urgently return to him. They were not against doing this, and on the way, Likan would like to find out from the girl a little more about what she had just tried to tell him about this strange night. Yenna immediately told him that the matter here was only about his mother, which was unexpected for Likan. One day, Yenna ran unannounced into the imperial banquet, where she accidentally poured her drink on a woman. As it turned out later, this woman was an empress, and the little girl began to understand that it seemed like the end of the Macon house, and other people at this ball believed that the fact that she was a girl did not justify her action. But the empress herself did not think so, who took the little girl in her hand and told her that there was nothing wrong with it. And besides, all people make mistakes in life. But then it turned out that Yena made up this whole story especially for Likan, and in fact the prince pays her a lot of money for being friendly with him. Likan decided that if this was the case, then he also urgently needed to make friends with this prince. While the guys were walking around the territory of the academy, they could not believe that it could be so huge because there was a lake, a forest, and even small mountains. Likan now understood what the director was talking about when he tried to convey to them that they should get everything themselves. Suddenly they stopped and Likan decided to ask Yenny what was the matter, because it seemed to him that they needed to go further, and then they would find themselves in the tower of the Blue Dragon. But as it turned out, they were just following other guys who stopped to look at something special, which also amazed Likan. It was a small and incredibly poor tower, which apparently is one of the dormitories, but it was not clear who it was for. Apparently for slaves and servants, at least that's what people from famous families said. But as it turned out, it was the tower of the Blue Dragon, where they would live. Gainando could not believe his eyes, because the chambers of his servants were much larger than this tower. Lihan was more interested in the fact that it was very small for so many people, so they were unlikely to fit in. But as soon as he stepped into this tower, at some point everything around disappeared, and his body seemed to be transported to some additional space. He didn't fully understand what was going on here until he heard someone's rather strange voice telling him welcome. And then the most interesting thing happened. This strange voice decided to ask Likan where he was going, and where did he go. After this question, Likan began to understand what was going on and what was happening. As expected in the Magic Academy, the dormitory is a magic tower, so Lihan decided to first clarify where he could send him. This magical guide immediately noticed that the guy adapts quite quickly, and it's quite pleasant to watch. In any case, Likan was informed that right now the only places he could go were firstly his room. And the second option is the iron-breaking room, exclusive for first years. Likan decided to notice that in the future there will be other places where you can go, and this strange voice confirmed this information, and also added that for some places you only need to know their name, and for others you will need to know something that they won't know other. But this voice immediately made him understand that this would not happen for now, if only because the director forbade him to do this, so the guy had to ask to be taken to the room. This magical assistant accepted his wish and carried him into the room, simultaneously saying, "Welcome to the academy, young magician." After some time getting acquainted with the rules of the academy, Lihar realized that with the exception of key subjects, the rest of the classes can be taken by choice, and they will be given a month of time to decide. He also learned that the director's name was Osu Ganadalts, and this prompted the guy to think that, in fact, everything here was not so strict. In this academy, it was easier than in the graduate school that was offered to him. Besides, he liked everything here because at least here the rooms are very spacious, and they have absolutely everything you need. But only Likan thought so. His friends whom he met believed that this was a damn place, and there was absolutely nothing in the rooms that they needed. At this point, the rules were clear to the guy, so he thought about why he shouldn't find out what classes others had signed up for. In the restroom, he met with Yena, from whom he wanted to find out what she would like to study, to which she confidently answered him that most of all she would like to study alchemy, since the girl had always been interested in her, and her dream was to establish her own workshop and supply products to the imperial family. For Lihan, it sounded quite profitable. As soon as she heard that the guy liked this idea, she immediately invited him to work with her, but according to him, alchemy is a rather difficult business, and he needs to think about it. The alchemy industry in the empire was highly competitive, from spreading bad rumors about competitors to monopolizing elixir ingredients, with countless guilds fighting for market share. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl who would like to ask him what subject interests him. This question put the guy a little at a dead end, but mentally he always understood that he would choose a subject that would be less in demand and easier to learn. Therefore, his main goal was to become an imperial officer, in other words, a civil servant. The field was not really important to him. Grades and qualifications mattered. He believed that such a passionate girl would be upset if she heard such things. So for now, he did not tell her this. And he decided to say that for now he was planning to try everything first, within a month, because he was sure that it was better not to rush with important decisions. And while he was talking about this, Gainando ran out to them. who was literally shouting about that they had big problems. And the thing was that it seemed to him that a thief had been in his room, because everything was gone from there. It was completely empty, but somehow no one paid attention to his screams, because they all understood that in fact this was normal. The next day they had their first lesson in basic magic, and Leecher understood perfectly well that this was the main subject in the first year of study. But at that moment, he was thinking that everyone in the dorm has their own preference for how to spend their free time. But he still didn't understand what was wrong with all of them. Ina didn't understand why he was so cheerful, because they were all just hungry, and besides, their beds were incredibly uncomfortable, so they didn't get enough sleep. Liquor really didn't understand why it was so difficult for them, because compared to their past life, these were flowers. He always remembered the time when he was told that he would have to spend the allotted time for lunch at work, and so that he would not be so sad, he was given an energy bar. Likar didn't really know how to react to this, because it seemed to him that this was already some kind of slavery. Therefore, he actually had something to compare with, and in this place it was several times better. Finally, the guys approached their audience, and they were so grateful to the gods that it was on the first floor. But as soon as they opened the doors, their happy faces immediately changed. They literally began to fall over in shock because of what they saw there. They were sure that this was their audience, but there the troll woman scared them so much. Trolls are fierce and dangerous monsters, notorious even to aristocrats who are very concerned about their safety. And yet, knowing this, Lihar also could not believe that in their audience there was a troll dressed in ordinary clothes, who was also glad to see them and invited each of them to sit down in their seats. Although they were not sure of their safety, they still occupied all the free seats in this lecture hall. After which this woman introduced herself as Garcia, and she is a half-breed. She also immediately assured them that she understood their fear, but they had nothing to fear, because according to her, she does not eat people. But then she changed her mind and said that this would happen until she got very hungry. Now Lihar had to tense up a little, because he didn't understand whether she would eat them in the end or not. Of course it was a joke, but she immediately regretted saying it, because the faces of these guys became even paler. In any case, it's time for them to start the lecture, and she started it with the fact that most of them have never used magic before. This is due to the fact that it is extremely dangerous, and therefore only adults are allowed to use it. But she was in a hurry to please them that they were magic seeds that received the title of iron. So the purpose of her lecture was to explain the essence of magic, and also to help them determine what type of magic they were predisposed to. She immediately warned them that the path to magic is very difficult and harsh, but she wants to become a compass for them that will show them the way. Likan was very surprised that not all the professors here looked like the director. Garcia, meanwhile, decided to start from the very beginning, and therefore wanted to find out from them what magic is. One girl decided to answer that this is what magicians use to change the world with their will. Garcia noted that this is a good answer, but still she wanted to add a little that this uses magical energy, also known as mana, the fundamental force for changing the world, and those who entered the academy are talented enough to sense this energy and recognize it. Garcia also did not forget to say that to use mana, you will need to summon magical energy with your will and carefully weave it together to cast a spell. Garcia believed that it was widely believed that this required singing or speaking, but in reality their own will was much more important, so she asked them not to forget about it, after which she said that she had actually already told them a lot, so she invited them to try it on themselves. And for this, they need to get up from their seats and take out their wands, which should help them collect magical energy. Likan was most of all, I'm glad about this, because finally they will be able to use magic. Garcia told them that while they were holding the energy, she wanted them all to imagine light in their heads. For some guys it was too difficult, no matter how hard they tried, but it was very difficult to imagine. Yenny actually had the idea in her head that it felt like you were pulling on the reins of a wild rushing horse, and if you lost concentration, even for a second, it would dissipate. Garcia at that moment continued to say that while they were concentrating on not letting the energy dissipate, she suggested that they cast a spell. The text of the spell contained only one word, light, but after Garcia said it, the entire lecture hall was literally seated. According to the teacher, the spell can be anything that comes to their mind. But she asked them to keep in mind that it is easier to pay attention to a short word. Likan decided to structure this whole process a little in his head, and the first point was that he needed to collect magical energy. The second point was to turn it with his will, and the third point was to cast a spell. Having completed all these points, he succeeded and his wand literally shone. But Likan still believed that this was not enough. But the other guy's success was far from better. Some had sticks falling out of their hands, others had only some sparks instead of light. In general, Gainando's magical energy acts on its own and he could not control it. Therefore, Garcia decided to help him a little and extinguished his magic, which he no longer controlled. Then she added to him that if he loses control, then the magic can rebel and harm someone. But to prevent this from happening, she is there. So she allowed them to practice and not worry about anything. The second attempt for the guys was no more successful because they never managed to do anything even close to what Garcia asked of them. Although the woman herself knew very well that the light spell is the simplest, mastering it usually takes more than a month of practice. So she was not surprised that they had no way to do it. But still, she believed that students should cope on their own, so she would not tell them about it. It came to the seventh attempt, where there was only one student left who was still at least somehow trying to do what was asked. And this student was Lee Khan, who raised his hand to ask if he needed to continue, because as you could see, the majority had already given up and he was left alone. Garcia was actually amazed that he was still standing and making his seventh attempt, because she knew very well that even if a first year has a lot of magical energy, they usually only last 5 attempts. In the East, some tribes call magical energy quite unusually. They call it ki. Scientists who like to show off call it ether, and some stubborn priests call it divine energy. This phenomenon, which goes by many names, is essentially the source of the magician's power, since each time they cast a spell, it must be used. It goes without saying that young novice magicians are often faced with a lack of magical energy. However, Garcia could not tell that he looked tired, despite the fact that he was trying for the 7th time. So she asked him to tell him his name, and the guy introduced himself as Li Han, and the fact that he said the first name and not the family name gained the favor of the professor, who I saw a student not trying to stand out. Therefore, with a smile, she asked him to come forward so that she could examine Li Khan in more detail. As soon as he was next to her, she immediately asked him to give him her hand, which he did without any problems. After which Garcia's face changed, because she could not believe that she was seeing something like that. After touching his hand, her body seemed to plunge into a huge ocean. Li Han thought that something was wrong, so he called the professor to find out what happened. She told him that everything was fine and offered to return to class, although she couldn't even mentally imagine what it was all about. At this time, Gainando offered Yenny to save Li Khan, because it seemed to him that she could really eat him. She told him that everything was fine, but still asked him to come to her after class, to which he rather reluctantly agreed. After which she addressed everyone with the words that she was sure that they all felt how easily energy could run out. But still, she asked them not to worry, because with practice the amount of energy would increase, and they would spend it all each time less and less. She decided that it was necessary to say once again that she does not eat people, so that everyone would understand this. After which she notified everyone that the lecture was over for today, and they had all worked hard. After class, Li Khan, as the professor asked, went into her office and he was immediately interested to know why she called only him. She told him that, to be honest, she heard about him even before the lecture from the director. This surprised the guy very much, because he didn't even think that that lich remembered him. She noticed that he was clearly starting to worry, and Garcia immediately decided to calm him down, saying that he really had nothing to worry about. She also told him that it may seem, of course, that the director has a little problems in his head, but in fact he is very kind. She told him that the students don't know this, but the director has a keen eye for people and every year he tells the professors about new students. For example, last year he talked about beast people, who, in his opinion, are more capable than just burning down a dorm at one time, and also about a half-demon, next to whom you need to carefully use holy magic. But this year he talked about Li Khan, about whom he said that the guy has the qualities of a huge fool. Garcia didn't understand what he was talking about and why he called the guy a huge fool, because she didn't know how to understand it. But as it turned out later, in the East, there is an expression that what seems ignorance can be associated with wisdom, and in fact he wanted to say that he saw in him the qualities thanks to which Li Khan would greatly succeed. Therefore, Garcia became interested in finding out what kind of student this was, and she had high expectations about Lian. That's why she called him to her office. But on the other hand, she understood that she couldn't tell him all this. Therefore, she decided to say that she asked him to come in because she saw that he had too much magical energy for a first year. Li Khan, of course, was happy about this, but he still didn't understand why she called him for a personal conversation, because this could have been discussed in a lecture class. But then she still told him that he didn't just have a little more of her. He had so much of her that even she couldn't imagine where her limit ended. Now Li Khan understood why she called him straight into the office and didn't say it in front of everyone. The amount of magical energy is a decisive factor for a magician. If there is not enough of it, then one has to use intricate methods to draw out more. and the presence of a large amount of energy in turn frees one from such restrictions. In other words, this indicates great talent. Lee Khan at that moment understood that if the professor was telling the truth, then a bright road to the future was prepared for him. But she suddenly stopped his joy and suddenly said that it was such a pity. Lee Khan didn't quite understand what she meant and why she suddenly felt sorry. Was it really a bad thing to have a lot of energy? Garcia, not particularly happy, replied that having a lot of energy is actually not bad, but the guy has too much of it, which worries her a little. Therefore, she decided to explain to him using the example of a glass of water. While the water is contained in the vessel, it is easier to control it. However, if he needs to control an entire sea, then it will be much more difficult. Lee Han seems to have begun to understand that the complexity of controlling magical energy, which is the basis in his case, is at an unreasonably high level. While he was panicking, Garcia decided to put a bracelet on him, which she said would help with this. According to her, he absorbs magical energy and should help him a little. Lee Kan realized that as long as the bracelet was on him, there should be no problems. But she immediately upset him again, because it would not be entirely logical to call him here if the problem was solved so simply. Garcia told him that the bracelet would help him if he used a lot of spells to drain his energy. And there was good news for him. She allowed him to practice on his own, since nothing would happen if his energy was depleted. But Lee Han was not entirely happy with such an offer, but still thanked her. After he left her office, the only thought in his head was that now his future looks a little bleak, and from now on he needs to keep all his grades up. Therefore, he decided to ask his friends again if they had decided on any activities. Ina decided that she would attend a course in alchemy and invited them to go with her. Gaynando immediately decided to say that alchemy is actually a servant's job, and he doesn't understand what is being taught at all. So it seemed to him that Ina was stupid. Lee Kan immediately realized that the prince had said this in vain, because Yena had already asked him to move away so that she could get closer to this smart guy. A few seconds later, she dealt him a precise blow right in the face, simultaneously telling him that he would never dare ask her for medicine again if he suddenly ended up in the hospital. Leon knew a little about fighting thanks to Arlog's fencing lessons, and in his humble opinion, it was a 10 out of 10 blow that Gaynando will remember for a long time. But still, he was not entirely sure that the prince could be beaten like that, but the girl assured him that in fact, everything was fine. She would only need to ask him for forgiveness the next day. Lee Kan realized that it looked like this. This is not the first time this has happened. Suddenly they stopped, because they saw that in front of them, there were a lot of students from other towers, and especially from the Black Turtle, and it was not entirely clear what they were doing here. Lee Kan, of course, actually didn't care at all, but their views worried him incredibly much. He knew that peasants usually have two ways to react to the appearance of a nobleman. They are either afraid because they do not want to get involved with him, or they demonstrate hostility, as for example they do towards Lee Kan, whom they feared because of his last name. The guy himself was well aware of the fact that if he behaved too friendly, it could backfire on him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a rather familiar voice, and it seemed it was the professor. For all the kids at the academy, after the Lich director and the half-troll professor, it wasn't strange to see another quirky professor. But this professor wasn't that special. He was just an ordinary old gnome. His name was Yurgom Gomdar, but he allows his students to address him as Professor Yurgom. He was sure that they all had the same thought. They have such a majestic academy, but for some reason they gathered in a clearing where there is not a single desk. Why is that? The princess raised her hand again and decided to say that they did this in order to feel the mana of nature and understand what forces existing in nature are important for the alchemist. Yurgom looked at her with incomprehension because this was the wrong answer. Yena and Lee Kan were talking at that time, and the guy said that he seemed to have an answer, but he wasn't completely sure of it. But still, he decided to say that perhaps this was an excellent place to collect materials, and this was the correct answer, which greatly pleased the professor. Yurgom praised Lee Kan for his sharp mind and added that this would greatly help him in the future. Lee Kan at that moment was thinking that it would probably be better to miss the fact that he simply pointed his finger at the sky and guessed right, and mentally he asked not to see me as a rival. Yurgom interrupted his thoughts and asked each student to pay attention to him, because the real reason that they gathered here is that here he can teach you the most important things about alchemy. He was also sure that they believed that alchemy required exceptional intelligence and the ability to control magic well. But in reality, this is far from reality because in fact, the most important skill for an alchemist is gathering resources. After this, the girl decided to point out the fact that resources can actually be created by yourself or ordered from others. So she believed that there was no point in saying that collecting resources was the most important thing. Hearing this, the other students noticed that in fact, Her Highness was right. Why should they extract resources at all? But this only angered Yurgul more, who began to shout at her because he believed that she knew nothing at all about the real world. He believed that she couldn't even grow 10% of the resources she needed on her own, and the ones she orders will be unusable. So the reason they travel with adventurers is because they are stupid asses when it comes to digging up herbs. They will ruin valuable specimens. Therefore, he was now trying to explain to them that an alchemist must know how to independently obtain resources, and if they cannot do this, then they will never become great alchemists. After which he summed it up, saying that this explanation should be enough, and invited them to finally move on to practice, and each of them had a picture of the plant in front of their face that they would need to bring to him. It was strange for Lihan to read that it was a corrupted herb that was used in the creation of antidotes, so he decided to ask Yenna if she had ever worked with it. Around Einrogard, despite his prestige, there are a lot of unpleasant rumors, and one of the gossips says that while learning magic, people die. Of course, it was clear to Likan that magic was dangerous, and incidents were inevitable. But it was a matter of insufficient preparation. He didn't understand why send students to such places, so they decided that he and Yenna needed a third person to go to that forest, and Likan offered to take Her Majesty with them, who apparently also became interested in alchemy. It seemed to Yen that strict princess had a rather complex character, so she was not entirely sure that taking her with her was a good idea. But Lihan decided to remind her once again that they were just looking for herbs, that's all. But when they looked in her direction, they realized that apparently they were too late, because she had already gathered a team with which to go into the forest. But what confused Lihan the most was that there were people from the Black Tower who had successfully bypassed him. Yenna noticed that the princess was quite popular before entering the academy. Other members of the imperial family know her because of her intelligence and talent. She is everyone's favorite star, so everyone follows her, regardless of her title. But still, Likan noticed the fact that those who had already found a place in the teams left. Only the students from the Black Turtle Tower remained. And yet he understood that even if they hated him, it was still too dangerous to go together. So he believed that they needed someone capable to cover their weaknesses. Therefore, he turned his gaze to a rather unusual girl who seemed to be an elf. This girl's name was Nilya. She was from the Black Turtle Tower, because she herself was a dark elf and a member of the Shadow Watch of the patrol police of the northern part of the empire. And the Shadow Watch is a group of experienced hunters and scouts who are located on the northern mountain range and know its territory as your 5 fingers. Therefore, it was quite obvious that it would not be difficult for her to find such a plant, although she honestly admitted that this was the first time she had heard about the desecrated grass. But it would not be difficult to find it. She was sure of it. In her mind, Nilya thought that the forest was like a playground for her, and she was actually surprised when she saw so many capable newcomers. But in any case, she believed that now it was her turn to prove herself. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Yenna, who introduced herself, and Lihan, who were so glad to meet her. She immediately noticed the fact that Leon did not say which house he was from, but she immediately wanted to know who they were and what they wanted from her. In response to this, Yenna immediately invited her to go to the mountains with them. Ninya ignored this proposal and wanted to find out what they really needed from her, because she knew very well that all nobles were the same. They insult everyone, calling them savages, and even if you show them kindness, they will complain about mistreatment, and therefore she saw no reason why these two should be different. Likan entered into this dialogue and tried to reassure her that they really came to invite her to go into the forest together, because he believed that walking there alone was quite dangerous, in case a monster appeared there. But she immediately told them that she didn't need their help, and therefore Likan would like to know why. Although, without waiting for her answer, he asked her if she really thought that they wanted to use her as bait or abandon her. The girl couldn't believe it. How did he even know about it? But still, she didn't show it and simply told him that she wanted to go alone. But this alarmed Likan even more, because who normal would go into that forest alone? Therefore, he was sure that this was not the main reason, because she could not know what would happen in the forest, and besides, she needed to collect resources and bring them. And in the end, he added that he was sure that she was not stupid, and understood perfectly well that she was unlikely to cope alone. All these words angered her even more, so at one point she finally shouted and asked him to stop, because she was ready to go with them, if only he would shut up. Likan was very happy that she agreed, but Yenna simply didn't understand what he was taught at home. Where did he get such manipulation skills? While Likan and Yenna were on the ground, Ninya did not miss the opportunity and jumped through the trees. And now Yenna was sure that she was an experienced hunter, and she would like to know how Lihan found out about this. The guy explained that he noticed the fact that her calf muscles are quite well developed, and she also has calluses on her palms. Because she often uses a bow, such signs can only indicate that she is a hunter. Ninya perfectly heard everything the guy said, and she was also surprised that he understood who she was, only after noticing these signs. She also noticed the fact that he had a strange aura floating around him, as if he was able to read minds. But then he suddenly said that he was just joking and added that he saw a shadow watch badge on her belt. Yenna suddenly interrupted him and asked Ninya to go with them and not drive them away. But she didn't understand why she should do this. Likan answered her that in fact only Yenna can distinguish between herbs, so if she falls from fatigue, the two of them will have to cope, but Ninya could not answer anything. But still she asked Likan why they needed him because she can find grass and she is a guide and he is of no use. Likan understood that she was actually right. He was useless in this case, but this could not be said under any circumstances, so he decided to say that he was protecting them. She told him that she immediately noticed that he was well built, and probably from the House of Knights, but then she did not understand why he lives in the Blue Tower. Likan answered her that he was not from the House of Knights, but from the House of Vardanaz. The guy believed that this was his best chance to get closer. But apparently he was wrong, because from the girl's reaction it was clear that she was too scared. The girl literally began to panic, because she didn't expect to hear that he was really from the Vardanaz house, which she was so afraid of, and now she didn't even know what to tell him. Lihan decided to clarify with Yen what was wrong with his house, and she noticed the fact that there were false rumors about all the houses of aristocrats, but his house seemed to her to be a special case. As far as the girl knew, they say about the guy's house that the patriarch of the house, Vardanaz, is a dragon, who, during an incident with the maddened undead, burned them to the ground with his fiery breath. It was also known that the House of Vardanaz is connected by blood with ancient spirits, because of which the members of the house have incredible abilities, in return losing their emotions. So everyone believed that this house knows no pity, and the magicians of this house, who appeared to quell the unrest, wiped out the city faces of the earth. Likan had no idea that there were such legends about his house. That is, they have the image of those who, if something happens, will turn into monsters and sweep away everything in their path. But he still didn't understand why only his house was so special because, on the other hand, magicians should help people and not destroy them. And so Yenna asked him not to dwell on this and move on with his life. Looking at all this, Ninya realized that she certainly doesn't know what about the rest, but the gossip that they have no emotions is definitely false. Therefore, she still continued on her way with them, but only with one condition. She asked him to stop whining, otherwise he would go on alone, and Likan had no choice but to agree with this. After some time of walking through the forest, she suddenly stopped and jumped down to them, simultaneously asking them to stop as well. After which she asked them to pay attention to what was behind the bush. And there one could see quite large traces of some kind of animal, and even worse, a monster. Ninya also did not forget to add that since they are shallow, it seems to her that they were left by an animal that is able to control its strength in order to hide its tracks. But looking at her fellow travelers, she realized that they were actually not interested in this at all, although they were trying to pretend otherwise. And so she realized that she was getting carried away again, and should unlearn it for now, because such things are only of interest to the villagers, so she told them that it was really not that important. But before she had time to say this, Likan approached her and asked if she could find out anything else by looking at these traces. It was so unexpected that the girl couldn't even say a word in response to it. She just couldn't believe the fact that he was really curious. So she asked him again. Lihan didn't quite understand why she was asking this, if he had just asked her to do it. Ninya explained to him that he was from a big house, which is why she thought it was so strange. Then she added that when you come across such traces, it is best to be careful. After all, one could notice that this animal not only has large claws, but one can also predict what kind of creature lives here. But it is still very difficult, because as far as Ninya heard, quite a diverse fauna lives around the school. And she was right, because the territory of Einregard is really rich in magical energy, which affects the land, so different types of monsters converge here. Of course, Ninya did not forget to add that there are also monsters created during experiments and monsters that appeared from discarded elixirs, such as strangely shaped slugs. Lihan, listening to all this, could not help but notice that there were clearly big security problems here. But suddenly Ninya suggested changing their plan, and instead she wanted to follow these tracks, so she believed that they would have less chance of being ambushed. Li Kun was not against such an idea, but he also wanted to ask her for something, namely, that she would teach him to read the tracks. She immediately answered him that it was actually not as easy as it seemed to him, and most likely he would quickly give up, but he assured her that if she taught him, he would do his best to learn it. Although Ninya was against this idea, she still told him that he could try. After some time, as they walked through this forest, they still managed to find the very grass that the professor asked them to bring. Ina just thought that they were out of luck, because so far they had only been able to find 2 pieces, but she still believed that they could quickly find another one. She was also sure that there was definitely no one else nearby, so they should move on. But no one answered her, so she decided to turn around and ask them what happened and why they were ignoring her. And there she saw a not very pleasant picture. In front of them stood a huge boar, who clearly did not intend to show them where the secret grass was. Li Kun noticed that, judging by the fact that he felt magical energy in it, this was not an ordinary boar. Ninya could have said without him that it was a monster, and they needed to come up with something urgently. The guy understood that this was too dangerous a situation for them, and so he began to take out his wand, because in fact, he didn't have any other weapon. He decided that this was the perfect moment to use his wand. But since Lian was not yet very good at magic, he decided that in this situation it would be best if he changed the size of the wand, which was quite easy to do. Ninya immediately calmed down a little, because she remembered that Li Kun was from the House of Magicians. And this is not to mention the fact that his house is the best in the empire, so she was sure that he must have learned a couple of spells before entering the academy. But still, she decided to ask him again if he was confident in his actions, but the guy was not quite ready to give her an answer to this question. Ninya turned to him and said that if he was not sure of his actions, then he should take his red-haired girlfriend and run, and she in turn would take him away from them. Yenna and Lihan couldn't believe their ears that she was so worried about them, but she believed that only she could do something like that. Li Kun was very grateful to her and asked her to take care of him if the situation suddenly got out of control. In the meantime, he decided to try to fight this monster, and Ninya was incredibly interested in finding out what spell Li Kun uses to defeat this boar. When Lihan was about 10 years old, he was told that the sword may be the king of all weapons, but he should not rely on it alone. He was taught that he must master different weapons in order to be ready for any situation. Only those who have achieved an understanding of the process can learn to pour mana into their weapons. This is called the aura mode. But his teacher then thought that when the boy grows up and learns the truth, he will be disappointed, because only a small number of gifted people can achieve this regime. And Li Kun himself didn't understand why he was trying so hard, because he wants to become a magician who will work in the office. But he told his teacher that he was sure that there was meaning in training, as it seemed to him that they would help protect himself in the future. Arglo could not believe that their young master was not at all like other nobles who chase unrealistic dreams, so he was ready to guide him to the very end so that he would learn aura. And the incredibly hard training now should have helped Li Kun cope with this monster, but he decided that a fight with this big guy was definitely not beneficial for him, so he decided to strike him with just one blow. But this blow was aimed directly at his mouth. After this blow, the girls even felt a little sorry for this boar, not to mention the fact that they were incredibly surprised by what Li Kun decided to do. But be that as it may, this blow was accurate, and after it the boar fell, and apparently this was the end of its attack. Einrogard's wand is very strong and can be used as a club, but you can't defeat the monster like that. But Li Kun still managed to do it, and all thanks to the fact that he used mana subconsciously, so he managed to overwhelm him. Ina couldn't understand why this lesson was so difficult. She was very tired during their hike, and a boar also attacked them. She just couldn't believe that the professor sent them to such a place, and they were still first years. But before she had time to finish speaking, they suddenly heard another roar, and it seemed like it was another boar rushing straight at them. They got closer and tried to follow this sound, and when they did this, they actually saw a boar there, which was trying to attack another group of students. There were many more people in this group than them, so they decided that they didn't need help. They definitely had to cope with so many people. Suddenly, one of them shouted that she would deal with this boar, and just like Li Kun, she enlarged her magic wand, and this girl's name was Asin. Yenna recognized this girl almost immediately. It was her friend Asan from the Dalkid house. This house is renowned for its excellent and precise workmanship. If, for example, the House of Vardanaz played the role of advisor to the emperor for many generations, then the House of Dalkad played the role of chancellor and treasurer. Lihan had also heard a lot about this house. He knew that they were loyal people, and judging by her stance, she had studied fencing for a long time. Asan herself was confident that she would cope without any problems, because it seemed to her that she could predict all the movements of this boar. after which she went into battle and tried to land a precise blow on his body. But apparently her calculations turned out to be wrong because this boar only received a bruise after her blow, after which he struck her with both legs, from which he successfully flew off. The monster was not going to stop there and continued to confidently attack other students. And if Her Highness had not come out in front of them, it was not entirely clear what the consequences would have been next. Yenna and Ninya were surprised that she stood up to protect the guys and did not save herself. At that moment, the young princess only thought that her plan would work perfectly if she did everything as she planned. She believed that if she could calculate his movements and attack him at the time, then perhaps she would be able to strike him with an accurate blow. But apparently she was mistaken, because the boar was several times faster than she could have imagined. But before he had time to attack her, he suddenly fell unconscious, as if someone had dealt him a precise blow. Lee Khan could only exhale because now they were incredibly lucky that the boar never noticed him. Ninya believed that this incident should teach him the importance of approaching from the leeward side, and he, in turn, hoped that she would continue to give him such useful advice. The princess, to put it bluntly, did not expect to see Likan Vardhanaz here, but still she did not forget that she should thank him for his help. The guy immediately answered her that she didn't have to thank him, because in his place anyone would do the same. Ninya didn't understand only one thing. Why did they address each other so formally? Isn't familiarity supposed to be the norm between classmates? His Majesty promised Lee Khan that she would definitely repay him. Then Lee Khan decided to immediately ask her for a favor since she wanted to thank him so much. She did not expect such a turn of events and did not even guess what he would need from her, but still allowed him to speak. Lee Khan's request was that he asked her to recommend him a subject where it would be easy to get good grades. And he asked her for this not in vain, because he knew very well that she had many connections in the academy. The girl did not expect such a request, and at first did not know how to answer this question. She literally did not understand what he wanted to say by this. She was also confused by the fact that a member of the Vardhanaz house was interested in the activity for the sake of grades. Was he really testing her? Suddenly they heard some outside voice that turned to Lee Khan and told him that he knew what item could be ideal for the guy. As soon as he heard this voice, he immediately had a bad feeling. It was a trembling in his body that was so familiar to him, and the atmosphere itself was heating him up. An alchemy teacher suddenly appeared behind him, who frightened him incredibly, and at the same time reminded him that this was an alchemy class. And in the guy's head there were only thoughts that it was as if he had met his professor from a past life. But then he immediately asked himself to calm down and come to his senses, because there was no reason to be so nervous. In addition, he himself has quite a lot of life experience, and he is no longer the immature student he was then. Therefore, he gathered his strength and answered the professor that his occupation seemed good to him if he had enough enthusiasm and dedication. But in response, he received only a malicious answer from the professor, who promised him that the guy would have both enthusiasm and passion. But with this, the professor ended his speech, and with it, the lesson itself, so Lee Khan could finally exhale calmly. Although he still did not forget to add that he was sorry that other groups did not meet these guys, Asan could not believe that he sent them to them on purpose. The professor did not understand this question. Did they really think that he only sent them to pluck the grass? According to him, the purpose of the activity was to allow them to encounter different situations while they search for herbs. And it really didn't matter whether they caught the boar, avoided it, ran away, or hid. The alchemist must be able to cope with such unexpected circumstances. Ina was a little upset that they didn't need that desecrated grass, because they actually went through a lot to find her, and the three of them did it together, all together. The professor's face immediately changed. He could not believe his eyes that they had actually managed to find this flower. After which he ran up to them and assured them that they had actually pulled out the golden ticket. And it also seemed to him that they had a talent for alchemy. And as soon as the opportunity presented itself, he whispered in Lee Khan's ear that, as he had said, the guy should attend his classes. The guy didn't want to upset the professor, so he told him that he would try to attend all classes, because as it turned out, he had always dreamed of doing alchemy. Although mentally, he simply resigned himself to reality. The man himself, looking at this guy, still saw something mature in him, because children at his age are usually rebellious, but this guy is completely different. So he told him that since he had defeated the boar and found the corrupted grass, he decided to give him a special privilege. The man began to tell him that he had a hut near the forest, and he allowed him to come there this semester whenever the guy wanted. Lee Khan didn't quite understand why he came to this hut and what kind of work this old man wanted to load him with. Looking at the expression on Lee Khan's face, the professor realized that he probably should explain himself, because some guys might misunderstand him. And for this, he decided to first ask them what they think the first-year students want most, to which they immediately answered that everyone only wanted food, and the man agreed with them. And he also added that because of this, the students looked a little gloomy, and within a week, he assured them that riots would begin. Lee Khan completely agreed with him, because no one could survive on such food for a long time. Besides, only nobles live in his tower, and in this regard it is even worse, because none of them are used to starving. And the man was telling all this for a reason, because as it turned out a little later, this hut is full of fresh ingredients for cooking, as well as spices and vegetables that he personally chose. For Lee Khan at that moment, this meant the same thing as a free pass to an unlimited buffet. Therefore, the guy even wanted to shake his hand and say that the man was the best professor in this academy, and the man could not help but praise the guy in response. But most of the guys didn't think so, because at least he sent a boar at them, and therefore they will never return to this activity again, because next time they might die. Although Lee Khan didn't think so, because in fact it was not as surprising for him as for the others. So for him now, in fact, the main thing was to get food, which is what he and his new team were doing. The guy, of course, knew how to prepare meat for consumption, because his master taught him in childhood, but it would obviously be difficult for him to cope with this boar alone, and he understood this perfectly well. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Yenna, who offered him her help, if he didn't mind, of course. Lee Khan thought that she didn't look well, so he decided to ask her again if she could cope, to which the girl confidently answered him that of course she would do it, if, of course, he then shared food with her. Ninya could not believe that they, as nobles, were going to cut up this boar, because it seemed to her that they would not be able to do it. In response to this, Lee Khan invited her to do the division together. Then she would receive her share of the meat from this boar. Without thinking for a long time, she agreed to this and immediately invited them to show what the huntress was capable of. As it turned out later, Nilya is a professional in this matter, and Yenna came from a home where they know how to handle various materials, with which Lee Khan was incredibly lucky. In addition, the professor was not against providing them with his tools, with which they could cut up the body of the boar, for which Lee Khan was incredibly grateful to him. After a few seconds, they laid a blanket and closed the eyes of this animal, and also took the tools in their hands and were ready to start cutting up. Nilya, looking at Lee Khan, thought that he was actually better, she thought. Apparently in Vardhanaz's house they taught him similar things. Lee Khan decided to tell them that after skinning, they would cut the meat into pieces, then hang them on branches, and with the help of the intestines, they would make sausages. The guy was mentally thinking that he didn't know how long this damn life would last, so he decided that he needed to take care of long-term supplies. Therefore, they were able to make quite a lot of different preparations, and the professor was even impressed by the fact that the guy decided to process it all with smoke, which most first-year students do not do. In addition, he believed that this was very important because no matter what the weather, the meat can easily spoil, so smoke treatment is just a great solution. Mentally, the man could not believe that the guy could go so far, although he had only been at school for 3 days and worked with meat like a real professional, so the professor never ceased to be surprised by him. His thoughts were interrupted by Lee Khan, who was interested to know if the man was hungry, to which he received a small answer. The guy decided to make a small exchange, and therefore asked the man for butter and bread, and they gave him meat in return, which the professor simply could not disagree with. A few minutes later, the table was set, and there was a sea of delicious food on it, which each of them missed. There was even jam, which Professor Yurgulma brought as a bonus. Aina decided to be the first to try this jam, and after a few seconds, she simply could not leave it. It was too tasty, which was quite pleasant for the man to hear. Well-cooked meat, sweet jam, rich buttered bread, a peaceful, calm river, new friends. This is how Lekin's 3rd day at the Magic Academy passed. After they ate, even after processing with smoke, they were left with a lot of unprocessed meat, and they did not fully know what to do with it. A solution to this problem was suggested to them by Nilya, who said that perhaps they should share this meat with other guys at the academy. Lee Khan immediately thought that he could sell them this meat, and it was just a great idea, although this was not what Nilya proposed. The guy immediately began to say that most students from the Blue Tower have a lot of money, and this will not be a problem for them. Lee Khan's motto was, "Plow like a horse to live in abundance," and Yenna's motto was, "Save every coin for the workshop." So they are different from the others, but both are incredibly similar to each other. Nilya couldn't fully understand this and simply didn't fully believe that they really wanted to sell everything. They didn't understand why she was so surprised by this and suggested that she do the same, but she's not like them, and so she immediately made it clear that she would give it away to her friends just like that. Lee Khan believed that this was only her business, but it still seemed to him that she would later regret it, And Yenna completely agreed with him. Friendship is actually temporary, but coins are eternal. At this time, she began to think that they had both talent and passion, but they looked like those who should expect trouble. The overdimensional Blue Dragon Tower is located away from the main building and always welcomes students with the scent of fresh leaves. But today was different. After all, Likan and Yenna decided to have a picnic, although it was not entirely free. The guys had not eaten anything meat for too long, so it was clear from them that they were very hungry and would not mind having a snack. Likan asked them to come in and sit down because they had prepared it especially for them, so they shouldn't be shy and stand still. The guys couldn't believe their luck. They were literally drooling when they saw the fried meat. But before they were about to sit down, Likan warned them that first they must each give a silver coin. It was too meager for them. They didn't even think before giving the money, because in fact they couldn't even remember how much time had passed since they ate meat. It literally immediately dissolved in their mouth, and some of them, they couldn't even believe that they shared something so precious with them. Lihan did not even expect that their business would go so well, because according to his calculations, they earned 3 times more than it would have cost outside the academy. But on the other hand, they didn't even feel sorry, because they understood that it was almost impossible to get meat in these parts. So this was a pretty fair price, as it seemed to them. Gainando just woke up. He probably slept for more than a day, but all this screaming woke him up, so he still went out to see what was happening. His thoughts were filled with food. It even seemed to him that he would soon die from hunger strike. And then he saw beautiful pieces of meat that seemed to be waiting for him. Likan interrupted his stupor and suggested that he go get something to eat, because he was probably hungry. The guy couldn't believe his luck that he could eat it too. There was no need to ask him for a long time, so he immediately sat down at the table and was about to bring the first piece of fried meat to his mouth. But he was stopped quite in time by Likan, who had previously demanded from him 1 silver coin for a piece of meat. Gainando did not expect that they would take money for it, although Lihan thought that he knew that the pride of the nobles is not to take something for free. But unfortunately, Gainando did not have any money at all, and this is due to the director, who unfortunately threw it away all his wealth. Likan didn't want to leave the guy without a piece of meat, so he invited him to sign a loan agreement, which obliges him to pay back the money later, but with a small additional payment. Gainando, without even thinking, wrote his name into this agreement, and then burst into tears with happiness that he had such a wonderful friend as Likan, who would finally feed him. The guy was eating a piece of meat and thinking about how lucky he was to make friends with such a wonderful person. Now it seemed to him that he had a great understanding of people. It seemed to him until the end that he had finally found real friends who cared about him. It was a happy day for everyone in the area. The next day, they were scheduled to study basic magical symbols, but this activity seemed so useless to most because they believed that the nobles did not need such classes. They were already very smart and educated in this regard. Lihan, listening to all this, didn't even think that people could lie to themselves so sincerely. When suddenly their conversations and thoughts were interrupted by the fact that the study room was closed and then filled with green light, which was accompanied by a very familiar voice that wished all the students good morning. Likan couldn't believe his ears. He really didn't want this voice to be what he was thinking about. But unfortunately, his worst fears came true. The director was the professor of magical symbols. The first thing the director began to say was that he saw how well they ate, although it seemed to him that they would need much more time to get food. One of the students suddenly asked him a question. Did he really think that they had to look for her themselves? The director made it clear to this guy with just one look that he said something wrong and was glad that they were learning quite quickly and no longer asking him stupid questions. The Lich knew one thing, that newcomers come every year, but what remains constant is that the newcomers from the Blue Dragon Tower always remain the weakest and slowest. The fastest is usually the Black Turtle Tower, followed by the White Tiger Tower. Compared to them, the Blue Dragon Tower, which is full of high-ranking nobles who have never done anything difficult in their lives, has adapted the longest. But be that as it may, the guys adapted perfectly. But the director was not so stupid, and he understood perfectly well that at the head of this phenomenal device was no one other than Likan. The guy already very much regretted that he met the eyes of the directors, and the Lich himself at that moment thought that he was right when he thought that the guy was different from the others. Who could have known that someone so free would end up in this harsh faculty? The director was convinced that freedom is the most important thing a magician should have, and therefore puts his students in extreme situations. And besides, it was quite entertaining for him to watch. When suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by another student, who decided to ask the director why this lesson was needed. Leach noticed that this was a pretty good question and decided to ask the guy what he thought it was for, but the student was not sure of his answer. Therefore, the director had to tell him that the fact is that when graduates cause trouble outside the academy, the damn emperor blames the director of this academy. According to him, they don't even imagine how many problems their senior comrades are causing, and this lecture on studying the symbol will be his excuse when the envoy comes to talk about the assholes of the high school students. He won't be able to punish him for their deeds. The director really hoped that the student understood him and would now know why he needed this lecture. After which he added that magicians are unpredictable and asked them to talk about how they are different, because this would only infuriate him even more. He ordered them to immediately open their textbooks to the first page and forced them to start reading everything that was written there. They, like a flock of sheep, began to repeat everything that was written there, that they, as magicians, would never in their lives harm civilians using their magic. But this was too little for the director, so he ordered them to read it much louder so that other audiences could hear it. Li Han, doing all this, was not particularly happy, because he was not entirely sure that it could even work. The director could only hope that today's lecture had stuck in their kind hearts. But in any case, it was time to start, and for this, he would need 2 assistants. Li Kun, looking at his colleagues, noticed that each of them was looking away, and he knew perfectly well that the task would be difficult. The director immediately told them that if suddenly there were no volunteers, it would be even worse for them. After these words, Lehan stood up from his seat and decided that he agreed to be an assistant, because mentally, he was sure that he would get credit for it somewhere. The director immediately came right up to him and asked the guy if he really liked standing out among people so much. Lehan decided to say that he was honored to help the professor whom he respected so much. The way the guy threw around empty compliments infuriated the director, but still, he added that opportunity comes only to those who are ready to take advantage of it. Now Li Kun was sure that the director guessed that the guy volunteered only for profit, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ganando, who decided to check with Li Kun whether he had gone crazy, because the prince believed that no one knew what this madman could do to him. But his words were suddenly interrupted by another guy, who literally forbade Ganando to stop Li Kun, because he had not gone crazy. In his opinion, he sacrificed himself for them. This provoked Gainando to start thinking that he should also get up and help his friend at this difficult moment. But just as he was about to say that he also wanted to be a volunteer, suddenly one of the students had already asked to be the second assistant. It was Asen, who raised his hand right in front of the prince and decided to become the second assistant. The director immediately recognized this guy because he is the Ironhead from the Dalcad house, whose family is good at working with documents. In response, the guy could only thank him for the compliment. Li Kun didn't understand why Asen also did this. Is he really also pursuing a similar goal? But apparently the guy was wrong, because Asen turned to Li Kun, and in this way, he wanted to repay him for his help in the forest. Li Kun immediately said that it was not worth going so far for this. But in response, he only heard that his family always makes sure that everything is paid. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the director, who of course was pleased to see that they were getting along with each other, but he would like to get to work. Using magic, he created 2 copies of the safety rules and asked the guys to copy them for the next lecture. But not just 1 copy, but 1 for each student. Asen simply could not believe that he was doing such things. He was really angry with every word of the security protocol. But what irritated him most was the fact that the professor forced them to do this nonsense when they could have been doing magic. Li Kun, looking at this guy, only hoped that he would not die while writing all this, because the guy actually began to guess what the director was up to, and Li Kun was almost sure that he thought something like use magic, if writing all this by hand bothers you so much. But the problem was that they couldn't even use basic spells to create light, let alone writing magic. Therefore, Li Kun was sure that if the director had even an ounce of conscience, then he had left a clue for them somewhere. Asen noticed that Li Kun was not writing anything, and therefore decided to ask him what he was doing. Li Kun explained to him that he was looking for a clue to resolve the situation. Maybe he would find something useful for himself. It seemed to Asen that this could not be done, and it looked more like some kind of theft. Although the guy reminded him that there are no rules that prohibit doing this. Besides, this is the director's lecture hall. Asen liked Li Kun's way of thinking, so he still agreed with him and added that sometimes you can actually steal for your own benefit, so he suggested splitting up and searching together. The 2 of them began to search the director's desk, but so far none of them had seen anything remarkable. But Li Kun was sure that there must definitely be something. Suddenly, Li Kun noticed a rather strange bedside table that glowed with a bright light. He immediately asked Asen to come here. because he had found a bedside table from which strange magical energy was emanating. Without thinking for long, they decided to open it and see what was inside. And as soon as they did this, the director climbed out of this box and looked at them. But Lee Khan immediately realized that this was not the real director. It was just an illusion spell that the director left as a hint for them. After which, the director's illusion began to say that the fact that they opened the box meant that they had already finished with the meaningless work and began to use the heads for their intended purpose. He himself hoped that this would happen sooner rather than so late, because the later they discovered it, the worse they would look, having wasted so much time. After which he finally talked about the spell itself, which, according to him, belonged to the first circle, low-level manipulation, and he could advise them to learn it as soon as possible. At this point, his speech ended, and he simply disappeared, leaving the guys alone with their guesses. Asen became even angrier because he didn't fully understand why the director decided to teach them a lesson in this way. Therefore, he suggested filing a complaint against him together, because it seemed to him that if they acted together, then even the director would not be able to do anything to them. But Lee Kun didn't seem to listen to him. He read too carefully what the director left for them in that nightstand, after which he suddenly became distracted and immediately told his friend that he could not help him with anything because it seemed to him that complaints would not work against the insane director. And Asan actually understood this himself because these were Einregard's rules. Lee Kun suggested that he better practice magic because they had everything they needed, and the ingredients of a good spell included will, gestures, and also a good spell for using low-level manipulation, which they began to do. But so far nothing has worked out for them, and the result they expected did not come to them. After some time and several dozen attempts, Asen ran out of mana and Lacan suggested giving him a break. The guy himself understood perfectly well that magic is not a simple thing. It looked like light movements to him, but everyone collects energy differently. At moments it even seemed to him that he was like a clown performing in front of a bunch of people. But now is not the time for this, and he decided to convince himself that now he needed to concentrate and imagine that this was his last chance, as if there was a minute left before completing the task. He repeated in his head, straight as a serene bamboo tree, but soft as a feather. Gathering all the strength and energy he controlled, he once again ordered the feather to move. And what a surprise it was when Lee Kun managed to do it, and the feather was in the air at one moment. But this was still not enough, and Lee Kun understood this very well, so he decided that he needed to immediately force the pen to move towards the paper. Although as soon as he moved his hand, the feather shot out of the window like a bullet and broke it. Most likely he expected to see not such a result. Therefore, he decided to reread the paper on which this spell was described, and after a few minutes he could notice that there were two difficult points in it. The first of them occurs when after casting a spell, you need to continue to concentrate and control the object without stopping. But at this stage, he was able to finish the most difficult part of the spell, and now control should be easier. So he decided to try again, but this time with more control. Lee Kun tried to do everything as slowly and unhurriedly as possible, when suddenly the office doors began to open. And it was the director who came in and immediately began to say that if they wrote the norm, then they could be free, because then he would do everything himself with the help of his magic. With this cry, he knocked down all the guys' concentration, and it turned out that this feather flew away again at the speed of a bullet. But this time it didn't hit the window, but straight into the director's head. The guys understood that this was most likely the end of him, which came so quickly after entering the academy. But instead of being angry, the director said that he thought that it would take them more time to master this technique. But now he can safely admit that Li Han is much better than the Ironheads. Li Kun, of course, was pleased to hear this, but he was almost sure that it would definitely not end just like that. But it looked like the director was in a good mood. And so the guy finally decided to ask him how to become better at control. The director told him that in fact this is a problem for many newbies, so there's really no need to worry. And Lee Kun was already thinking that it was all about magical energy, but fortunately he was wrong. But then the director began to laugh because this was another joke from him. Because in fact, everyone has problems with the spell, and it is possible to control it after a couple of attempts. Although nevertheless, the Lich told him that he was the only one who launched the arrow, so he should try to figure out what was going on himself, and then he was sure that the guy would increase his magic. Lee Kun bowed his head in front of him and thanked him for all this, and somehow the director was no longer having any fun mocking him, because he was behaving too much like an adult. Therefore, he decided to switch to the guy who was with them because his reaction was much more interesting. But still, he decided to tell them that magic is such that the more you use it, the better you master it, so there is essentially nothing to be afraid of. And now he asked them to go to dinner. And just as Lee Khan wanted to say goodbye to the director and go to the dining room, he suddenly realized that his body was already there. He couldn't just believe his eyes. Could this really be teleportation? Lee Khan landed on the ground and immediately thought about the fact that the director didn't even lift a finger to transfer them here, but still used the magic of movement. Although he later noticed that Asan was not next to him, as it turned out later, he was sent to the infirmary to restore energy. But what was most offensive was that there was absolutely no one in the dining room because dinner time had already passed. The food was the same as always, but the guy was glad that he still had smoked meat from last time. But as soon as he sat down at the table to start eating, the princess approached him quite unexpectedly, who apparently had been looking for him for quite some time. He immediately stood up from his seat to ask her what she needed from him, after which she pulled out from behind her robe the list that the guy asked her to make. Lee Han was surprised that she didn't forget about it, but in any case, he was incredibly grateful to her for it. But when he looked at this scroll, he realized that this is not a list of subjects that are easy to get good grades in, but a list of popular subjects. Although this was not what he needed, he still read it to the end, and what surprised him most was the fact that alchemy remains one of the most popular activities. But still, he gathered his thoughts and told Her Majesty that apparently some mistake had occurred here, because he asked for a list of subjects in which it is easy to get good grades, and a list of popular subjects is fundamentally not what he needs. It was immediately clear from the girl's face that she didn't quite understand what the guy was telling her. Lee Han had to explain that a popular subject has the peculiarity that it is attended by many skilled students, so it is difficult to get good grades. But with unpopular subjects, everything is exactly the opposite. The competition is lower, and getting good grades is therefore much easier. She couldn't believe that he was really just looking for things where it would be much easier. After all, he is the son of the Vardanaz house, and this is so unlike them, because they have always been hardworking, and looking at the desires of this guy, I just want to say something else. In that forest, it seemed to her that he was more consistent with the title of nobleman, but it seems she was simply mistaken. But in any case, she pulled out a list of items from her pocket that were best avoided. And this is exactly what the guy needed, and now he began to feel the smell of unpopularity that he so needed. The first subject on this list was the basics of fencing. In this subject, it is rare to see a person who made all the way to the School of Magic to study fencing. In fact, the same thing could be said with studying the basics of magical combat using the method of interval repetition, because students who came to school in search of the truth are not interested in fighting. But since these items are not so popular, the guy decided that he needed to study them as best as possible. So he was very grateful to Her Highness. She in turn was slightly disappointed in him and decided that it was time for her to leave. The next morning, Lee Khan went to his new subject with the thought that everyone refused to go with him. Ganando didn't immediately understand why he should choose an unpopular subject, because at least people from high society don't do that. Yena also did not support his idea, because as it turned out, she had already chosen the subjects she would take, and what Lee Khan offered her was in no way included in her plans. Asan didn't understand at all why waste time on such nonsense, because there were so many more useful activities that they could do. Lee Khan reacted to all this with a smile, because he understood perfectly well that they had no idea what awaited them next. The guy knew that usually, regardless of the school, the teachers simply do not have the concept, because they know that the students have other subjects, but they sincerely do not care about it. Thus, in order to be able to concentrate on the subjects that students enjoy, he needs subjects where he can do nothing, so Lee Han believed that this would be ideal for him. But he was still confused by one thing. He did not understand why classes on the basics of magical combat were held in the basement, although the stairs looked quite normal. But Lee Khan was not completely left with a bad feeling. All residents of the Empire know that they should never thoughtlessly enter the Tower of Magicians, even if from the outside they look like ordinary people. But there were still stories when people got stuck in the tower forever after entering it once. Lee Khan had been reading such tales since childhood and understood perfectly well that they were actually exaggerated, and his master completely agreed with him. The man actually did not expect anything else from fairy tales, because people who enter the tower never leave it. But in reality, everything is much worse. They simply die there. Lee Han was always not amused when he heard such words from his master. And since Einregard is the embodiment of a magical tower, even the most curious first years rarely explore the tower. But Lee Khan was sure that these were just fairy tales, because school remains school in the evening, so everything should be fine. In addition, he remembered that nothing happened to him on the first floor of the main building, or in the dormitory, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the director, who wanted to ask the guy if he had accidentally gone to the first floor. Obviously, the guy was a little scared when he saw the director because he didn't expect to meet him here. But then he seemed to be overwhelmed and he thought that this was a great opportunity, and so he told the director that he was so glad to see him. After which he added that he was going to the first underground floor and would like to ask the director to share instructions with him. His instructions were quite expected, in fact. He told the guy that he would bring flowers to his coffin when they found his corpse. Lehan actually didn't expect anything different, but it was still worth trying to talk to him. A few minutes later, Lehan was already on this first floor, and in fact, although he was scared, everything was quite normal here. But on the other hand, he still had the feeling that something sinister was hiding behind the door. Suddenly, he noticed two students who, apparently just like him, had signed up for this subject. It even seemed to him that there were many students here and he was not alone. This calmed him down a little. Suddenly, the guys read the sign for the basics of magical combat and realized that they had come to the wrong place and they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. They decided that they needed to leave as soon as possible. And along the way, they began to discuss that it was unlikely that anyone had signed up for this subject at all, because people from all the towers were simply afraid to meddle here. And yet, when Lekan entered the class, he saw three people who apparently weren't afraid and signed up for this subject, which couldn't help but make him happy. Some guys immediately looked at Lekan and thought that he had wandered here completely by accident, although the guy heard all this and understood that he had come here on purpose. But then his attention focused on some strange ball. What is it for? Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted after he heard a strange voice coming from the corner of the room, and most likely, it was the teacher. Lekan didn't even notice him, as did the other guys who were also in the class. As soon as the guy began to examine him more closely, he almost immediately noticed pale skin, a melancholic look, long fangs, and all this made him think that this man was a vampire. But guesses were quickly interrupted when this man introduced himself as Vagrek. He is a teacher of the basics of magical combat using the method of interval repetition, and with a rather downcast face, he hoped for fruitful cooperation. After which he decided to move on directly to the topic of the lesson, and began with the fact that on their desks there are balls made of heavenly spirit stone, which is very sensitive to magical energy. He also added that when the stars are in a certain position, they release holy energy, and the star spirit stone is able to absorb it. After such a short theoretical course, he immediately invited them to move on to practice, and first of all told them to stand up and pour magical energy into the balls in front of them, although it seemed to Lekan that this would not work. And he actually had such thoughts for a reason, because he couldn't even cope with simple spells, but still he overcame himself and tried. Before they had time to touch, suddenly all these balls flew into the air in an instant. Lekan understood that he had done nothing for this. Most likely the teacher was to blame for this, but still he could not believe that he could do it so simply. Although later, the thought came to him that most likely it was not just a star spirit stone, but an entire artifact. And judging by the initials on these stones, the professor made them himself, which is why he is so capable of manipulating them. The idea immediately arose in his head that well-made artifacts could be sold at a decent price, and this already interested him more than this item as a whole. One of the students went a little overboard with the energy she put into this ball, and it literally flew out of her control, and it seemed like it was going to break through the ceiling. But the professor assured them that the shan is connected to their will, so they can control it. But he also placed a ban on destroying anything in the lecture hall. The girl noticed that this was an incredibly great idea, because any more and there would have been trouble. She thought too much and forgot about controlling this ball, so she deservedly hit her in the head with it. Vagrek informed them too late that this ban did not apply to them, so they must be extremely careful. Then he decided to continue the lesson and asked them to raise the ball into the air again. And every second Lekan became more and more interesting in this lesson. And he liked the professor himself because he was unlike anyone else. Vagrek at one point asked them to make this ball start spinning around itself, and Lekan had problems with this, because even when controlling such an artifact, he has some problems and does not move as the guy wants. One of the students managed to do this at one point and the ball began to spin, but the professor remained just as cool-headed and therefore asked him to do it again so that he could see it clearly. Lehan didn't really want to do this all day, so he decided to ask the professor how long they would do this. Vagrek did not understand why this question was asked at all, if the answer is obvious that they will do this until they manage to do it perfectly. After that, some of the guys suddenly wanted to go to the restroom, so they asked the professor about it, but he immediately made it clear to them that there was no need to ask him about it, because here they are free people and do whatever they want. In fact, the guys obviously just wanted to leave as soon as possible, because they simply did not understand what kind of object this was, and why they should spin this ball all day long. Before the guys had time to leave, suddenly the only girl who was with them suddenly lost consciousness and fell from loss of strength. Li-han could notice the fact that she was incredibly persistent in her work, and he was pleased to watch people like her. But still, he understood perfectly well that he should help her come to her senses, because she most likely lost consciousness for a reason, but because she simply ran out of internal energy. The girl could barely speak and then tried to say that she had simply run out of her mana and therefore she needed help. Li-kan actually understood this even without her, although it was surprising to him that she did not pretend to escape from this lesson. So he took her arm and told the professor that she had lost consciousness due to the fact that she had exhausted her supply mana. Vagrek did not change his face at all and could only say that it would be nice for her to continue drawing the circle when she recovered. After Li-kan helped the girl get to the first aid station, he returned to class and continued to practice. And he did this until he became interested in finding out how grades would be given in this lesson. So he decided to ask this question directly to the professor. For Vagrek, this was again a fairly obvious question, because grades will be given as required by the rules. The evaluation is carried out starting from the first place, regardless of how many students were present. Li-kan actually counted on this because apparently no one else would take this class except him, and therefore this subject was just a jackpot for him. After all, it seemed to him that if he just held out until the end of the quarter, he could easily get the highest score for discipline. This is exactly the item that he was looking for. Now he just needs to repeat it, and he will do it with joy. It was quite interesting for Vagrek to observe that Li-kan still had not gone anywhere. The fact was that every year students come to this subject like the tide, but they also disappear like the ebb. Last year there was no one at all, but Vagrek didn't care about this at all, because according to the contract, he must teach the subject every year, and not collect those who want to attend it. In fact, every day he sat alone in the lecture hall and left when the class time was over. However, now it seemed to him that an unusual freshman had appeared and disrupted the usual routine. An adult and handsome man who, judging by his habits and speech, came from a great house. Vagrek did not know about the amount of magical energy Li-kan had, but he easily noticed that he was special. Vagrek also hoped that Li-kan would continue to attend classes, because then he would finally be able to move on to the second lesson of this subject. After this lesson, in the restroom, Li-kan asked to listen to his friends, and he said in all seriousness that this subject simply could not be missed, because they could be guaranteed to get good grades in it, simply for being present. But it was clear from their faces that he did not convince them at all, because they were not entirely interested in this. Although Gainando asked Li-kan what exactly they teach. The guy happily talked about how he needed to use his mana to lift the star spirit stone that the professor had prepared, and practice drawing a circle with it. Gainando wanted to hear what would happen next, but Li-kan replied with a smile that that was all, because they didn't do anything else, which surprised the guys a little. They didn't quite understand what was so important here, but Li-kan immediately interrupted them and said that the main thing here was that he could get his grades, which he so badly needed. That's all he was interested in at the moment. Yena would never have thought that Li-han was such an unusual guy who would only think about himself. She actually understood very well that it was not for her to say such a thing, but in her opinion he was too much obsessed with profit. Li-kan wasn't too upset that they wouldn't go with him. Besides, it was time for him to run to the next subject. They were very curious to know what next subject he chose, and what was their surprise when he said that he would study the basics of fencing at the Academy of Magic. It seemed to them that this was an incredibly useless activity that could only be done at this academy. But Li-kan did not listen to them and went to the courtyard at the southern entrance to the main building, where there was a training ground where fencing was taught. And his guesses turned out to be correct when he entered the main gate and saw several guys there who apparently also came for this subject. Moreover, most of these guys were from the White Tiger Tower, which are mostly from the houses of knights, which means that they are good at swordsmanship and take it seriously. Therefore, Li-han thought that the basics of magical combat were handed to him on a silver platter. So he was not so upset that there were so many people in fencing, and besides, he had been steadily practicing fencing. But he stood out too much for the other guys, who almost immediately saw that he was from the Blue Dragon Tower. Moreover, they recognized this guy because they knew that he was from the House of Vardanas, and apparently he came here because his mentor taught him fencing for the sake of general development, but they all thought that he underestimated fencing too much. Li-han immediately realized that they weren't treating him very friendly here, and he also heard that they were all too proud of their skills here, but he still didn't expect that he would encounter such hostility. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that this is actually not so important after all, They are still just teenagers. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a huge troll who rather unexpectedly came out of the gate. And he deliberately went to Likan in order to ask him if he was from Vardanaz's house by chance. Likan did not quite understand why he was saying this, but still did not hide the fact that he was from this house, and moreover, lived in the Blue Dragon Tower. After which the orc began to say that it seemed to him that the guy was in the wrong place because they were seriously engaged in fencing here and not teaching beginners. Likan calmly thanked him for the information, but this angered the orc even more, who thought that the guy simply did not understand him and therefore once again repeated to him that they were not just waving swords here, as aristocrats do. Then he added that he could be seriously injured in sparring and no one here would give in to him just because he was a nobleman. Likan waved his hand in response to this and said that he would try to restrain himself in the battle with the orc so as not to injure him. These words quite obviously hooked the orc, and so he began to boil like a kettle. And if the professor had not come out at that moment, then most likely he would have gotten into a fight. But the teacher called them to come to him in time. One could see surprise on Likan's face because he did not expect to see such a picture. The fact was that the fencing teacher was Professor Ingerdell, and what surprised the guy was that he was an elf. After which the elf added that he was sure that they had all already learned fencing here and most likely came here to improve their skills or not to lose the ones they had already developed. Therefore, he suggested that they immediately move on to practicing existing skills instead of learning from the very basics. And this was good news for Lihan, because he was really only interested in his grades from the very beginning. Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by some small elf from the White Tiger Tower who came up, it seemed, just to say hello. Looking at this elf, Likan immediately thought that he looked like an elf who was popular with girls, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the same guy who asked Likan, or is he from the house of Vardanaz? After Likan's answer, this elf added that he was actually just curious to know why someone from the famous House of Magicians came to learn how to wield a sword. But for Likan, this was again very obvious because he believed that few people would choose this activity, so it would be easier for him to earn good grades. Although in his mind, Lihan thought that if he told the truth, then this guy would hardly understand him correctly. So he decided that it would be easier for both of them if he pretended that he only cared about grades. This elf, as it turned out, is called Giselle, and he's from the house of Murad, but he asked Likan to call him Murad. Likan immediately turned his attention to his hands, which were calloused, although it was worth noting that, outwardly, he looked like a sissy. But of course he didn't tell him that, but simply replied that he was pleased to meet you. Although on the other hand, Likan understood that there was nothing more to expect from his house, so he simply shook his hand. The Murads strictly adhere to the rules and protect the north. Being in harsh conditions, they are literally ready to resort to any means, methods, and tricks to achieve their goals. At least that's what Lihan thought until he met Murad, who is completely different from them. But he remembered how people reacted to him and realized that rumors are actually not always true, so you shouldn't listen to them blindly. The art of the sword is a blue stone. It was taught to Likan by Arlog, and based on the name, one can guess that it is effective and easy to use. But the training was so difficult that the nobles did not really take up them. But Likan still managed to master them, because he believed that if you convince yourself that you can handle it, then it will be so, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the master, because he became interested in knowing whether Likan uses the art of the blue stone. The professor immediately noticed that he had a well-developed background and therefore began to think that most likely the guy was from some house where fencing was valued. But his face immediately changed to surprise after he heard that the guy was from Vardanaz's house. The master simply could not believe it, because the guy was able to master the basics, even being in a house where magic is more valued. Therefore, he first decided to clarify with the guy himself why he decided to study fencing, to which he received an answer from Likan that he was convinced that this was a vital skill for an aristocrat, but it was impossible to say from the master's face that he believed him. But in any case, Likan understood that the most important thing now is grades, and if he says something wrong now, then most likely he can say goodbye to good grades. Likan decided to say something that would raise him in the eyes of the teacher, so he said that he thought so before. But as he progressed in his study, he realized that he could not help but come here. From the expression on the master's face, it immediately became clear that he liked this answer quite a lot, because he changed his face and showed a characteristic hand gesture. But then the professor still asked the guy for forgiveness and added that he actually accidentally voiced what he was thinking. Looking at Lihan, he now understood that with his background in magic, he would make a serious swordsman, because he takes fencing more seriously than the students from the Tiger Tower. Therefore, the man could not help but say that thanks to Lee Kun, he understood something, and that was that he would also be as serious as possible with him. After which he asked the guy to immediately take out his wooden sword, and they would begin the lesson immediately. But Lee Kun did not expect this, and it seemed to him that this should not be the case. After some time, Lee Kun was completely beaten and lying on the ground. Apparently, they took him too seriously. The master, who was probably his opponent, stood over him and told the guy that the art of bluestone is like a boulder. And he thought so because his strong point is that he will not waver, no matter what happens. The master only asked him not to forget about it, but for today he suggested finishing the lesson. And from Lee Kun's state, it was clear that he didn't mind. For Lee Kun, today the lesson was completed, and he could go to rest. Although in his mind he was thinking about how much his body hurt, it seemed to him that he had been hit more than 1,000 times in every point of his body. It was only worth noting how the master took advantage of his weak points and gaps in defense, which is probably why Lee Kun was there until the end of the battle. Although Lee Kun realized that the professor was taking him too seriously, because in the future, it would be the white tiger guys who would become real knights, but he treated them much easier than he treated Lee Kun. If Arlog is like an unshakable stone, then Ingridel is like a stream of water, despite his prosthetic arms and legs. And while Lena was thinking about this, Ingridel was telling his subordinates that if they use the cloud art, then they need to alternate hands more, because the difficulty of two swords is that they are difficult to master, so he asked them to be more thoughtful when they use them. What about the art of the top of the moon? He could say that it is a fast and sharp art in which one must use the body to strike. Lehun really enjoyed watching how this professor treated each student, because not only does he know absolutely every martial art, but he also gives each student personal advice. But even in this case, Lee Kun could not understand why he could not leave the feeling that he had been beaten more than anyone, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ingridel, who rather unexpectedly asked Lee Kun to come to him. The guy was worried that the teacher called him to him, but he was not the only one who was called by the elf, because the second person was Durju from Choi's house. And this second person was precisely the ogre with whom Lee Kun did not get along from the very beginning. But the most interesting thing was ahead, because as soon as they approached the teacher, he told them that they would now have a duel. The other guys didn't understand why they were the ones, and in general it seemed to them that this fight would not be entirely fair. But Durgu liked this idea incredibly much, so he did not argue with the professor. The master liked that none of them resisted, so he gave each of them a wooden sword with which they would fight. Lee Kun at that moment understood perfectly well that his enemy was most likely waiting for this moment most of all, but now the guy has no intention of retreating. Moreover, as a child, he could have spent his time playing, but instead he learned to fence and got bruises, but never gave up. And he did all this just for moments like these, to stand on equal terms in a fencing duel. Ingridel actually chose them because they seemed to him the most capable. Every experienced knight knew that it was impossible to master the art of the sword through theory alone. Only by practicing hundreds of times and conducting real battles can one see the path of the sword. For example, if a knight has learned to reach his opponent's neck, but he doesn't know how to do anything else, then it will not be so easy to reach his opponent. Knights use theory only as a basis, and understanding and applied skills as a supporting factor to extract the absolute power of sword art. And according to the professor, these two are not only able to reach this stage, but also put faint traces of magic into the swords, which means that they are especially gifted as knights. Therefore, today they will be able to prove it, and the master asked them to take their places and begin the duel. Looking at Lehun, the teacher thought that he had a good level of swordsmanship, no matter what house he came from. In addition, he was almost sure that the guy had experienced enormous pressure from his home since childhood, but he was very serious about this. Therefore, it seemed to him that Lee Kun was a very capable student, whom he would lead along the path of the sword, no matter what the cost, and then gave the order to start the battle. In fact, he is expecting a lot from this fight, because he thinks that they are both pretty good with a sword, so the fight should be quite interesting. Choi House's moontop art is fast and furious, as opposed to Lehun's, who uses bluestone art, which is strong and thorough. Ingridel thought that since they were absolute opposites, they would have something to learn from each other. He believed that this was what opponents were for. The orc decided that since Lee Kun was standing and not attacking, he would do it first. The guy barely managed to dodge this blow, which flew incredibly close to his face. In response to this, Lee Kun decided to act a little dishonestly and threw sand at the orc, which blinded him for a while. Other students tried to tell the professor that this was dishonest, but the man was shocked by such an act. In his opinion, Lehun was using everything she could, and that was right. Because in his head, first of all, it was a fight for life and it didn't matter how to defeat the enemy. And in his opinion, Lee Khan understands the meaning of these words with precision, so he has nothing to say to him. But Ingerdale also understood other students who saw this as foul play, and therefore believed that they simply needed more time to understand this. And all because they were born in houses where honor is respected, so perhaps they will never be able to learn such things. Moreover, he is able to ignore the words of other people in order to win. This is why the teacher likes Lee Khan, because only a true swordsman does this. At that moment, the orc only thought that Lee Khan had acted incredibly low, but on the other hand, it helped him weaken his defense. Lee Khan at this time was not going to stop there and continued to attack, because he was sure that the orc still could not think clearly and would most likely miss the blow again. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he continued to advance, and it could not be said that his actions were unsuccessful. Lee Khan actually didn't waste time while he sat and rested from the battle. He carefully watched his opponent, and when he saw his movements, he immediately realized that the orc was a pretty capable guy who should not be underestimated. But this still won't help him. At least that's what Lee Khan himself thought, who did everything to create a scenario thanks to which he could win this battle. At some point, this began to bother Durgu, and since his opponent had gone so far, he decided to answer him in kind. Therefore, he decided to pretend that Lee Khan hit him incredibly hard with his sword, and because of this, he was injured. The guy didn't understand how it happened at all. It seemed to him that he didn't hit the orc at all, so why did he suddenly end up on the ground? Durgu lay and thought only that there was no need to think about how he looked now. The main thing was to win this battle. The teacher liked all this incredibly much, so he clapped his hands until his students behind him did not understand at all what was happening. This turned out to be too humiliating for Durgu, so he decided that he would do everything to take revenge on Lee Khan. So he went on the attack again. He dealt blow after blow, but the guy skillfully dodged all the blows he saw. The fight was really interesting, even better than Ingerdale expected, because the guys are really very capable. Although he still did not expect that Durgu would demonstrate mastery of the art of the top of the moon at such a high level. But on the other hand, the teacher perfectly understood that the stronger and faster the blows, the more he spends stamina. But does Durgu understand this? Looking at Lee Khan, one could only say that on the contrary, he remained calm and only responded to the enemy's attacks. And the guy was focused on the fight for a reason, because he understood that his opponent's blows were quite strong and missing, even one would be critical for him. But even this was not the biggest problem for him, because he simply did not understand what kind of pressure that was coming from Durgu. Chaos was happening in him until he forced himself to collect his thoughts and not concentrate, because he understood perfectly well that he should not show his emotions, because he could still take advantage of the opportunity and win. In addition, it was noticeable how the orc was bad at making decisions, since he did not expect such a turn of events, and this led to the fact that he made too many unnecessary movements, which in his opinion should have helped him. Moreover, judging by the mana in his sword, it is obvious that he is approaching the limit of his physical abilities. Lee Khan in turn does not get tired at all using a small amount of mana. Therefore, in his opinion, the guy's victory is only a matter of time, but by this point, you still need to hold out, because blocking every attack of this guy is not so easy. Durgu at that moment simply could not understand what was happening and why he could not defeat this guy. Was he really not putting in enough strength? And looking at Lee Khan, he didn't understand at all why the guy didn't get tired, and it felt like he just didn't show his emotions. It seemed to the orc that all his actions were as if he was trying to split a mountain with a needle, and all his actions only led to the fact that it all benefits only Lee Khan. Although at one point Lee Khan still managed to make several good counterattacks, the result of which was that he literally knocked the sword out of the orc's hands. After which it didn't take him much time to put the sword in front of the orc's face and end this fight. At the same moment, Ingerdale appeared, who was happy to announce that the duel was officially over. Ingerdale at that moment thought that Durgu needed to be a little calmer, and everything could have been completely different, but he collapsed under the weight of the pressure of his opponent. Given his young age, this must have been difficult to bear because mentally he wanted to win incredibly badly. Lee Khan at this moment radiates the energy characteristic of a high-ranking aristocrat. But the master could not help but tell them that they both had a truly excellent fight, and he also believed that the victory was not 100%. And he says all this only so that the winner remains humble, and the loser does not stop persisting for the sake of his further growth. And now, in his opinion, the most important moment has come, when they should shake hands and disperse peacefully. Lee Khan, looking into the eyes of his opponent, understood perfectly well that judging by his character, he would not remain silent, and if he did something wrong, the guy was immediately ready to answer him. But Durgu decided not to do that. On the contrary, he extended his hand and said that it was a good fight, and he also did not forget to ask for forgiveness for being rude to him then. After which he added that Lee Khan is actually more than competent to attend these classes, which the guy simply did not expect. Although there was a thought in his head that the ogre could thus dull his attention in order to attack, but apparently this is not the case. Therefore, in response, he also decided to shake his hand and say that Durgu was probably just worried at that moment, so he said too much. In the evening after this lesson, Durgi was returning to his room when suddenly he was surrounded by students who most likely wanted to talk to him about something. But these were only pawns of the one who actually wanted to talk to him. The same elf who approached Lee Khan wanted to ask the ogre if he planned to leave everything as it was after such humiliation. Durgu didn't understand what this conversation was all about, because he lost because he simply didn't have enough abilities. But everyone around him began to prove to him that Lee Khan simply threw sand at him and generally fought dishonestly, which is why he lost. But in fact, he was not at all to blame. The elf who stood behind everyone suddenly began to say that in fact, in this situation, something completely different is important, namely that the honor and pride of their tower was trampled on because of him, and therefore he believed that Durgu should suffer his well-deserved punishment for this. The ogre understood perfectly well that the Morad house ruled everything among the knightly houses, so this situation bothered him a little. Morad added that the punishment would actually be simple. The little elf believed that if Durgu could not defeat him personally, then he would need to do it with numbers. It seemed to the ogre that the knights should be ashamed to even think about this, let alone act like this. Morad believed that he was wrong and only losers said such stupidity. Some guys who were also there did not understand why they were doing this, because it seemed to them that it was too much. Morad was annoyed by the fact that they were all talking behind his back, so he invited everyone who was not happy with something to tell him about it personally. But in response to these words, all they did was fall silent. Only Dugri found the courage to say that he is against such things, so he's not going to take revenge on anyone, especially in this way. For some reason, this amused Morad, after which he called the guy a coward and told him that he would apparently have to find a replacement for him. And looking at the crowd of people who stood next to them, it became clear that many were not against doing this instead of the ogre. At that moment, Dugru thought that Lacan is certainly a capable guy, but it is very dangerous to fight alone against three, not to mention the fact that they are members of the houses of knights who train every day. Therefore, he decided that he could not simply close his eyes to this, because this is not how a knight should behave, and it does not matter what consequences his actions would entail. And he decided that the best decision in this situation would be to take Likan's side. And for this, he immediately went to help him, but as soon as he reached his destination, he realized that Likan was apparently capable of handling everything on his own, because at least he was able to put one of them to bed. And he did it for a reason, but with the help of magic, which he already mastered much better than all of them combined. Some time ago in the forest, several guys from the White Tiger Tower finally waited for Likan, to whom they wanted to explain that he could not even think about the fact that they would just let that situation go, as he ruined a fair duel, and they were going to make sure that he no longer will be able to take this subject. Likan at that moment was not sure that the reason really was what happened in the duel, but in any case, something needs to be done, and therefore to begin with, he decided to scare them a little. So he turned around and asked them just one question. Are they really so stupid that they do this, knowing what kind of family he comes from? This angered them even more, because it seemed to them that it was quite mean to try to intimidate them with this. But they immediately told him that they were not going to retreat for this reason alone. Likan just wanted to look at their reaction, and judging by it, these guys have something that they incredibly strongly believe in, or someone who is imposing this belief on them. It immediately seemed to him that someone was behind them, and they believed that if they did something, they would still be taken care of. But with all this, he just wanted to say that if they had at least half of their brain, they would not have gotten involved in something like this to begin with. Therefore, he decided to ask them directly who sent them. Is this some kind of great house? Why is it difficult to ignore the order? One of them immediately started shouting at Likan and asked him to shut his mouth for now, after which they decided to surround him and thus prevent him from escaping. Likan himself understood perfectly well that no matter how stupid they were, 3 against 1 is still too dishonest. At that moment, he remembered the words of his teacher, who told him to run away if something like this happened. But the problem was that the path to retreat was closed, and now he didn't even know what to do. Although then he looked below him and discovered a small number of small stones that he thought he could use. He thought so because their size was almost that of a feather, with which he did a great job. Full of confidence, he lifted these stones into the air and ordered them to move, after which he directed them at the guys who wanted to teach him a lesson. And they, in turn, now began to understand why the Vardana's house is different from other people. Lekan was so glad that it worked, it seemed to him that this would be enough to scare them, but he also knew very well that he did not need to slow down to get out of here. After which he struck one of them on the head with a small stone and said that if they did not get out of the way, then the same thing would happen to the other two. Although he didn't actually plan to hit this guy that hard, it was an accident, and now he understands more than ever how important practice is. The two guys who remained began to talk about how their opponent was able to throw a stone so quickly that it was impossible to react. Even though Vardanas, they still could not believe that he already possessed such strong magic. Lacan was still thinking that he didn't plan to get to this point, but still he had to tell them that if they wanted to die, they could come closer and not be shy, while he maintained a calm appearance, as if he was really ready to destroy them. The ogre simply couldn't believe his eyes. What did he just see? Lekan didn't even notice how Dioju approached, but still decided to check with him, or did he also not come to fight with him? The ogre immediately told him that he had come to help him, and Lekan simply could not believe his ears. Did Jazel really treat him like that? The thing was that the White Tiger Tower is different from his Blue Dragon Tower because all the houses in their tower are quite powerful, so living there is more like a social event. But what confused Lihan most of all was that a certain hierarchy had already been established in the White Tiger Tower so early on. While Lacan was thinking about this, Gyudgu drew him the same Giselle they were talking about, so that the guy would roughly understand who they were talking about. Lekan couldn't quite believe that this was the same guy he saw at the fencing lesson. From the first meeting, it seemed to him that this was a good-natured guy, but now he understands perfectly well that appearance can be deceiving, and the ogre could not help but add that in the case of Giselle, appearance and character are not connected at all. Although the ogre still didn't understand why Lekan even calls Giselle a guy, Lekan at that moment continued to think about his own things, and it seemed to him that he had found the reason why he was treated this way. It was strange for him that they reacted to the duel like that, but the ogre only confirmed that the duel was actually just an excuse, but there were many reasons why they did so. And the very first and probably the most important is that Lekan from the house of Vardanaz and the ogre believed that this was why they started hunting him. After all, if Lekan, a native of the great house, could be defeated, then the authority among the first years would greatly increase. Now the guy understands that Giselle essentially just considered him a trophy with which to raise his authority. Duju suddenly decided to say that what really bothered him the most was that Lihan would most likely continue to show his good side, and then the students from his tower would feel hostility towards him. And people like Giselle know how to kindle such emotions in such people. At least that's what the ogre thought, who told Lihan all this with the idea that he would just know this and be careful if he still decided to continue attending fencing. While Lecoq was walking home after this hard day, he couldn't get out of his head the thought of how Dyudgu told him that he needed to try to avoid the subjects that White Tiger students attended. Then Giselle would not be able to do anything to him. Lihan, of course, was not going to argue that this was a good proposal, but he already knew that he would not even think about following it. And the first reason was that it is quite difficult to find a good subject in Lekan's understanding. And the second reason was his pride, because he did not understand at all how they dare to play political games with him. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he decided to answer them in kind. So he entered the restroom and told the guys that he was attacked by students from the White Tiger Tower. And according to him, they did this only because he was from the Blue Dragon. Mentally, Lekan was proud of himself, and he wanted to see how they would react to this. His friends couldn't even believe it. It seemed to them that these guys were completely out of their minds because there was simply no other reason why they did this. One of them even suggested that everyone should not sit here just like that, but call everyone upstairs because it seemed to him that this was no longer a joke. It would be nice if they raised their hand against Gainando, but they must avenge Lekan. Gainando didn't understand at all what he had to do with it, and why wouldn't anyone marry him like that? Lekan couldn't even imagine that they would be so angry. It's even more than he thought. This even crossed some normal boundaries because they were going to contact the others, and even some offered to find weapons. Apparently now Lekan will have to calm them down, if of course he manages to do this. But they didn't seem to listen to him at all, because they believed that they all owed him here and should do everything to help Lekan. They were still grateful to the guy for bringing meat for them, and it was Lekan who saved them from hunger. The guy, of course, could not tell them that it was simply his plan on which he made good money, and at that time, they continued to gather. Now that there were enough of them, They were ready to go and kill these arrogant students from the Tiger Tower. Li Han at this time could not believe that he had made such a mistake in his calculations and underestimated how much the Blue Dragon Tower hated the White Tiger Tower. Although on the other hand, there was nothing unusual in this, and it is quite natural to hate someone in whom you increasingly notice your equal. Suddenly, at one moment, their hike was stopped by Asen, who asked them to stop and listen to him before going anywhere. After which, he tried to explain to his friends that one should not act rashly, because people from families of knights live in that tower, and if they rush there emotionally, they will definitely lose. Li Kan completely agreed with him, so he supported him with both hands, saying that he was indeed right. But apparently the guy was a little hasty with conclusions, because before he had time to say that they could just leave it alone, Asen simply shouted that they needed to set up an ambush and then attack. Now he understood that it was incredibly stupid to hope for anything. They succumbed too much to emotions. So he had to intervene and tell them straight out that he wasn't asking them to actually avenge him. Li Kan asked them to understand that this matter concerns exclusively his honor, and therefore only he himself will deal with it. But his friends still believed that they were cunning, mean, and petty, so it would be difficult to deal with such scum alone. Li Kan, in response to this, reminded each of them that they all came from respected families, and it would be incredibly shameful if they stooped to their level. These words made the guys think, and even for a second it seemed to Li Kan that it worked, but he was not going to dwell on these words. And so he decided to get to the main point, after which he began to say that if they themselves entered into battle with them, then together they would be able to answer them. Li Kan believed that they were all just cowards, so they would probably attack as a group. They fully supported him and believed that he was right, so they decided that they would stick together and be vigilant. Li Kan felt better because he managed to avoid the problem of being bullied for belonging to some family, but some guys still continued to say that their next lesson would be with these bastards, and therefore they thought that it would be a great idea to make it so that they didn't just live there. Besides, they had already mastered the light spell, but they definitely hadn't learned it yet. Li Kan understood what he had done, but he simply could not do anything about it. The next day, Yenna got up early in the morning and wanted to have a little snack before class. But before she had time to wake up, she was frightened by Li Kan, who apparently had not slept all night, because he could hardly say good morning to Yenna. And so it turned out, according to Li Kan, he did not sleep all night because he was practicing magic. And it was all because he found out yesterday that everyone had already mastered the light spell, but he hadn't. And for Yenna, this really wasn't a good reason to stay up all night. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Gainando, who was also awake at such an early hour. But before they had time to call him to them, the guy suddenly pulled out various kinds of food from under his cloak, which was strung on a stick, which he wanted to fry a little over the fire and then successfully eat. Li Kan decided to approach him carefully and scare him a little, and he managed to do it quite well. Gainando immediately wanted to know when they even arrived, to which Li Kan told him that they were already here when he took out his sausages. But the guy continued to prove that this did not happen, and it just seemed to them that instead of answering, Li Kan asked Gainando to remove his sausages from the fire, otherwise they would burn. Although what bothered him most now was the fact that everyone had gathered around rather unexpectedly, and they were all so strange. Yenna believed that they were simply all hungry, and if they had not sold them meat then, it would have been even worse now. Li Kan thought about trying to make provisions, but the problem was that they had very little food left. And they also understood perfectly well that Professor Yurgulm is quite stingy, and even if they try to take some ingredients from his house, he will be, to put it mildly, evil. They both understood that it would not be possible to endure it on the sly, and it was also impossible to come up with a way to do it. Professor Garcia takes an interest in her students, so she immediately noticed the unusual changes that occurred in them. Firstly, it was noticeable to the naked eye that a week after admission, they were too hungry. Secondly, there was tension in the relationship between the towers. She, of course, understood that everyone had different backgrounds, so the competition was fierce, but the tension between the Blue Dragon and the White Tiger was even stronger than usual. But on the other hand, she did not forget that the director always said that the more they compete, the stronger they will become. Although she could not completely agree with him on this matter, it was also difficult to say something to the director. She would really like them all to get along with each other, because then it will be much easier for her to talk to them. Garcia began by saying that last time they studied the light, and therefore she would like to clarify whether someone had mastered it, and Li Kan raised his hand without hesitation, although he did not even look at who was raising it with him. At that moment, he thought that after spending the whole night studying it, he somehow succeeded because he did not want to lag behind the others, but it took all his strength. But at some point, his thoughts were interrupted by the realization that except for him in the entire lecture hall, no one else was holding his hand. He didn't understand what was happening, because it seemed to him that they had all already mastered the light as they said, but they only admired his talent. Lee Khan immediately leaned towards the same guy who had boasted to him that he had already learned the light. This guy answered him with a smile that so far he had only understood the basic principle, but had not yet mastered the spell itself, but he believed that he too would soon succeed. Lee Khan now understood what was happening, and he did not understand how he could fall for this, because aristocrats always do this. They would like to show off once again. Apparently he tried in vain, although Garcia didn't think so, because she was pleasantly surprised that at least someone managed to master this spell. But as it turned out, not one person from the Blue Dragon Tower was able to cope with this, but two, and the second was the princess. And it seemed to Lee Khan that he again had a chance to get closer to the princess. Although from his gaze it seemed to the guy that he had done something wrong again. Suddenly Asan called Lee Khan to tell him that it seemed the princess believed a strange gossip about him. If you believe Asan's words, then the essence of the gossip is that they claim that he is only interested in grades, not knowledge. Lee Khan pretended to be surprised, although he perfectly understood that this was not gossip, because he was really only interested in grades, not knowledge. He understood that this was true, and he actually had nothing to say. Although looking at Asan, who was clearly furious, he understood that he clearly needed to justify himself. Asan, in turn, was disappointed in the princess, because the problem is not who spread this rumor, but that the princess managed to buy into such an implausible lie. Although Lee Khan didn't understand him, because here it's really up to everyone to believe it or not. These words once again proved to him that Lee Khan is incredibly friendly. Now he believed that their tower was full of children of great families, but Lee Khan for him was the most noble. Asan mentally asked for forgiveness from his family for not wanting to go to the academy. But now he understands perfectly well why he is here, to find friends like Lee Khan. In any case, the time has come to show them how they mastered the light, and the first was Lee Khan, who did quite well. Next was the princess, who did not lag behind, and she also managed to do it perfectly. Garcia could not even expect such an excellent result, because she, like no one, knew that students rarely master this spell in the first week, so she is incredibly glad that she was able to meet such talented students. However, now she would like to appeal to others who, according to her, should not be discouraged, and this should only serve as motivation for them to work further. Light magic is the basis of everything. It is like the first step that will allow them to get an idea of what magic is, which is what Garcia was trying to convey to them. At that moment, Lee Khan was not entirely sure that anyone was listening to the woman at all. And he didn't just say this because it was enough to just look at how they behaved. Garcia also noticed this and for now, rather calmly asked them all to calm down and return to their seats. One of the students of the White Tiger Tower said that this is actually just a spell and should not boast about it so much. But he was immediately answered from the Blue Dragon Tower, saying that in the White Tiger Tower, there live 0 students who cannot even master such a spell. Garcia heard all this and asked them not to be upset, because this semester they will only study elementary magic, so each of them still has a lot to learn. This pleased the guys not only from the Blue Dragon, but also the students from the White Tiger. Garcia also made sure to add that once they mastered the light, they would unknowingly figure out how to master it along the way. According to her, elemental magic consists of simple elements: water, fire, earth, air, and darkness. And it also includes complex attributes, such as gravitational magic, such as summoning spirits and even assigning their attributes to artifacts. This is similar to learning the 4 basic math operations and using them in your high school classes. Moreover, even after learning basic elementary magic, they will be treated everywhere as a very important person. But it was too early to go that far, so she suggested that for now, they take a test that would help them determine their basic element, since only one is suitable for each person. Without hesitation, Garcia hit her stick on the floor and ordered each of them to now use the knowledge they had acquired from the last lesson. After these words, the fire in front of each of them burned even stronger, and it seemed that they would need to defend themselves from it. And only after that, Garcia told them that this time they would need to create not light, but fire. So she asked them to be extremely careful, because unlike light, fire can burn them very badly. To begin with, she asked them to cast a spell, but they had to do it mentally and very slowly, while saying only one word: burn. After which she showed what result they should get, and it was truly magical. Each student was truly impressed by such beautiful fire magic. Garcia was able to create a huge pillar of fire in just 1 second. Even Lee Khan, who until recently did not want to react like a child, But even he thought that this was simply wonderful, and magic was truly an amazing thing. After such a master class, Garcia invited each of them to try it themselves. But no matter how hard the guys tried, they weren't very good at it. The fire just didn't burn the way they wanted. What could not be said about Likon, who almost immediately realized that the professor gave them these candles for a reason, because it seemed to him that if what a person is trying to do is close to him, then it would be easier to just visualize it in his head and then everything would definitely work out. Therefore, he firmly decided that he would try to do this, and at that moment, Garcia turned her attention to him, which did not allow Likon to do this and, with the help of her magic, destroyed his candle and asked him not to do this. After which she came closer to him, and for now asked him to hold off on using fire magic, which he did not quite understand. The guy was immediately upset because he had already planned his path to creating cool magic. Garcia thought that he himself understood this, but apparently she would have to explain to him that this was too dangerous in his case. After all, if you just think that the light was so bright that it blinded everyone who looked at it. And Li Kun realized that if he cannot control the light, but it's another matter when he cannot control the flame, it is much more dangerous, and not only for him. Garcia suggested that he try it when his senses become more subtle, but for now she suggested that he practice with water magic, because at the moment, it is much safer. The professor believed that water, like fire, is a basic element, but Li Kun didn't even let her finish before shouting that water is not as cool as fire, and he first of all wanted to practice with fire. Although then he quickly decided to take back his words, because he remembered who he was talking to, and moreover, a law professor. Now the fire is really very dangerous for him. He wanted to work with fire so much because it, like lightning, is good for attack. Earth and metal seemed ideal for him to defend himself with. But the water was completely unremarkable for him, and he did not even know where it could be used. The only advantage that Li Kun saw in water was that it can be drunk at any time, but that's all. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it, because it was all for safety reasons. Although Asen, for example, did not think so, he was even a little envious that Li Kun would receive special knowledge from the professor. Li Kun mentally asked him to be silent, although outwardly he tried not to show how angry he was. Concentrating a little on the water, Li Kun tried to cause a splash of water, which in its nature should be similar to the burning of fire. But mentally his concentration was with fire because he so wanted to study it, so some anger reigned inside him. And this caused a rather unexpected result for both Li Kun and the other students. He literally managed to create a huge water ball. It was quite incredible because Li Kun managed to do it in just 3 attempts, and for a first-year student, this is an excellent result. Garcia was so happy to observe such things, and now she was sure that the guy had a certain connection with water. Moreover, she could say with confidence that Li Kun had succeeded in elementary magic, so they could calmly applaud him, although for them it was quite expected, given the kind of family he came from. Everyone had fun except the guys from the White Tiger Tower who didn't understand how Li Kun managed to do it so quickly. Garcia, in turn, asked them not to be upset and to be patient a little, because she was sure that each of them had a connection with a certain element. It was known that students who grew up in a forge have a connection with fire. Those who grew up near a river or sea will be associated with water. The guys who lived in open spaces where there are strong winds will actually be associated with the wind. Also, the professor immediately noticed to him that the better they are connected with an element, the easier it is to visualize it. And all this was quite strange for Li Kun, because he had never been so closely acquainted with water, so he did not understand why it was so close to him. Although he still thought that if the opportunity had turned up, it would most likely have been waterboarding from the professor in a past life. At some point, his thoughts were again interrupted by the princess, who for some reason looked at him with an incredibly strange look, which was strange for the guy. But as soon as he turned to her, she pretended not to even look at him, although Li Kun was sure that she was looking at him. But the most unpleasant moment was that he was distracted, and because of this, all the water poured onto his head. It was funny to everyone except Li Kun himself, but still the professor noticed that it was better not to get distracted because the form might get lost. But so that Li Kun would not be so upset, she used magic on him in order to dry him out a little, and it seems that she had excellent command of wind magic. Now the guy liked this professor even more. She became like a light to him. Therefore, he tried to listen to her every word and would try to do everything so that next time he would do even better, and he would like to clarify with her how long he needs to hold the form. Garcia told him that usually this should be done until the mana runs out, but since this does not happen to him, she recommended that he do this until the end of the lesson. Li Kun thought that this was abnormal and that this was some kind of physical punishment for him, but then he immediately remembered one very important point, because she is part of this crazy school, so she is the same as other professors who have gone crazy. Garcia herself thought that maintaining magic for a long time might seem cruel, like walking on a tightrope. But she didn't just tell him to do all this. At least she believed that Lee Kun should be trained in a certain way. After all, the fact that he was able to create a huge water ball in 3 attempts already means that his talent cannot be described in ordinary words. Moreover, she could not help but think that he was the magician with the largest reserve of mana in history, and this was another reason why she would need to polish and purify this gem, which is called Lihan. The guy himself only became even more convinced that all professors are crazy people, and the guy's misunderstanding of their actions only grew more, but so far he can't do anything about it. At the next lesson, Likan tried to prove to the professor that all this was too much and asked him to finally listen. But the alchemy professor didn't seem to listen to him at all and didn't fully understand why the guy was even telling him about all this. Although Lihan still continued to say that the princess had succeeded in manifesting fire, his friend Yena was happy when she realized that she had a connection with the wind. Only Gainando almost burned his wand, but on the other hand, he also has some connection with fire. But what's most important is that he just spent the whole lesson staring at his water and did nothing else. The alchemist suggested that perhaps Professor Garcia simply liked the guy, and so she decided to help the guy with his training. Lacan decided to point out that this was probably the same reason why he was spending his precious Friday in this city. The professor didn't understand why he was so unhappy, because as far as he remembers, the guy himself offered to help him. And if you remember, this was the case earlier, because Likan actually came to the professor himself and said that he had come to help him with work near the house. And in return, he wanted to ask Mr. to eat some food, and the man was not against this exchange option. Moreover, he wanted to take it with him, but the professor forbade him to do so. While Likan was working, the professor drank tea and thought that Likan was a rather unusual guy because he simply didn't understand how someone like him could come from the Vardanaz family. In any case, he decided to talk a little with the guy and therefore asked him if he had any conflicts, for example, with the guys from the White Tiger. Likan couldn't even imagine how this old beetle could have found out, but still he tried to smooth out all the corners and said that everything was fine in principle, but with the White Tiger, not everything was as smooth as he wanted. And apparently the professor asked this for a reason, because according to him, there have always been such problems with the White Tiger. Every year they arrange something with other towers. Likan told him that he immediately understood that there was a strained relationship between the towers, but he still wanted to know if it was okay to have fights at school when they already had a lot to do at the academy. The professor could only laugh, because it was actually obvious to him that this was not normal, and he immediately advised him to simply ignore them if they tried to start a fight again. It was better, in his opinion, to spend his time practicing magic. Likan didn't want to upset him, but he had already fought with them, which literally shocked the man. This was strange for the man, because it seemed to him that fights usually do not start from the first week, so he was interested to know how this happened. According to Likan, they started this because he attends fencing classes, and it seemed to him that it was too cruel. The professor even choked at these words, and Likan even had to come up to find out if everything was really okay. The thing was that the man didn't understand why he went to fencing in the first place. It's the same thing as invading their territory, so it's not strange that they decided to attack him. Likan still thought that this was complete nonsense, because everyone can choose any additional subjects they want, and if he wanted fencing, then he would go to fencing. The man wasn't really going to argue with him and said that what happened happened. The most important thing is that everything is fine with the guy. But he also did not forget to say that he was not sure about magic, but these guys were definitely good in battle. Likan couldn't help but agree with him, although he still thought that attacking with 3 of them was quite unfair, because it was a little difficult for him to deal with them. The alchemist could not believe his ears that he was even hearing something like that, because he did not understand how Likan managed to remain unharmed. This story made him get up from his seat and tell the guy that there was enough work for today, and now he would go cook Lihana. The professor made this decision because he realized that he needed to be extremely careful with this guy, because if he didn't like something, he would come with a sword and kill him. After Likan had a hearty snack, he decided to ask the professor one question, in which he was interested to know whether he himself cares about this place. Did no one else help him? The man answered him that they were all slackers without motivation, so they ran away, but it seemed to him that these were basic skills for an alchemist. In his head, Likan didn't understand what he meant by the word basic. Is it really for him to sweep away all the dust in the hut, clean the cauldron, and check the ingredients? All these are basic alchemy skills, but he couldn't disagree with the professor, so he just smiled and told him that he completely agrees with him. Likan decided to change the topic and saw a small area where nothing was growing, and so he wanted to ask the professor to plant something here. The alchemist was not at all opposed to the guy planting whatever he wanted. According to Lee Khan, he would like to plant cabbage or onions, which he likes so much. The professor agreed, but he asked Lee Khan to say that he did not plan to sell them later. Unfortunately, the guy couldn't say this, because that's exactly what he wanted to do. But he didn't understand how the man even knew about it. Do senior students really do the same? The man immediately answered him that he was the first businessman here. There were no others, but in any case he didn't care. And he told the guy that he could do as he wanted, but the professor himself did not approve of this. But Lee Khan had only one thought in his head at that moment. Would it be possible to cook something with cabbage and onions? Because just gnawing on vegetables alone would be uninteresting. Therefore, he decided to ask the professor directly whether it was even possible to cook something from cabbage and onions. The professor suggested that he prepare a stew with these ingredients, because on the territory of a vast empire, food cultures vary depending on the land. The basis of the cuisine of the Western region, where the Vardanaz family lives, is bread and cheese. Oriental cuisine is close to Korean in taste habits. Lee Khan already knew this. He was more interested in asking the man whether he liked the stew, to which the professor replied that he liked it very much, but he tried not to eat it. This was quite strange for the guy, so he decided to find out what the reason was. The professor told him that this is Oriental cuisine, and he does not like Oriental gnomes. The guy continued to ask him questions. He was interested to know what happened between him and these Eastern gnomes. The man explained to him that the fact is that his distant relatives live there, who always find fault with him when they meet, and often do this for no particular reason. And as an example, he decided to tell the story that recently, regeneration potions were expensive, and his relatives believed that it was best to sell them. But the professor did not do this, so they began to tell him that this is why he earned so little. Lee Khan realized that it was better to continue this topic, although in his mind he thought that the people of the East were quite strict people, but he did not expect that they were so strict. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a question from a man who wanted to ask the guy what his plans were for this weekend. The guy understood why the man was asking him this question, and most likely the professor wants the guy to come work on weekends as well. Before he could say a word, the man was ready to bet that Lee Khan would now say that he did not have time to come here. But before the guy gives his answer, the professor asked him to think about what will happen to the starving students in a couple of days. Although later he still added that there was really no point in worrying about this, because he believed that the student would always find a way to survive. For example, natives of the Black Turtle, in his opinion, will find fruit to snack on. Students from White Tiger Tower will hunt and feed themselves meat. But he wasn't sure about the Blue Tower. It seemed to him that they were thinking too long. But on the other hand, we shouldn't forget that very talented people usually live in this tower, so most likely in just a couple of days, they will find a good solution. Lee Khan noticed that the professor forgot to tell him about the Phoenix Tower. What will happen to them? The man believed that this did not apply to them, because they are the kind of people who are not so easily intimidated by hunger, and most likely they simply will not solve this problem. Because in the Phoenix Tower live followers of the order, who trained to live modestly in the temple, and when things got hard, they just prayed. Lee Khan knew only one thing. He would not want to live like this. This faith is too amazing for him. But for himself, Lee Khan decided that on the weekend he would go hunting and get into a fight again. Then he would try to make sure that there were more friends than opponents. After such an answer, the man believed that he simply did not have the option of not encountering them. But he assumed that perhaps he would not stumble upon them, and perhaps they would also choose a different path. But Lee Khan did not quite understand what he was talking about. What kind of path? The professor, after thinking for a while, finally said that they always have one backup option, which is to simply run away. The School of Magic is an impenetrable fortress, surrounded by walls and enchanted. But despite this, every year someone tries to get out. And so Lee Khan thought that if you think about what you can get outside the academy, it becomes clear why students have thoughts of escaping. New clothes and shoes, bread, butter, cheese and jam, and other essential items that provoke students to escape. Suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by the professor, who noticed that the guy had that strange expression on his face again, and it seemed to him that Lee Khan was again thinking about something suspicious. But he immediately asked him to wake up, because the reason why tigers always try to run first is that they are very frivolous. Lee Khan wanted to clarify from all this said, or did someone manage to escape? The professor thought about the fact that in fact, some managed to do this, but everything did not go as planned. However, he understood that Lee Khan was unlikely to listen to his advice. So he just turned around and told Lee Khan to forget about everything they had just discussed and asked his boyfriend to do whatever he wanted. Besides, he believed that it was much easier for young people to overcome difficulties. But Lee Khan understood why the professor reacted so sharply, so he decided to tell him that he actually did not plan to run away, but the man was not going to believe him, because he believed that it was written all over his face. Jeju, meanwhile, stood in a rather strange room and listened as these strange priests told him that he had better concentrate and cooperate with them. But the ogre cannot be deceived so easily, so he asked Lee Khan not to go that far. The guy immediately took off his hood, and he was actually not surprised that they failed to scare the ogre. Gainando couldn't believe that they knew each other, because he so wanted to scare Choi Duju, but they didn't succeed because of Lee Han. The ogre, in turn, answered them that it was a very bad attempt, if only because for him they were just small squirrels, whom he was never afraid of. This angered Gainando even more, because he was actually very upset to hear such things. Lee Khan, while opening the curtains, asked Gainando to calm down and not make a scene out of it. At that moment, Yena suddenly began to say that she had been curious for a long time why Lee Han suddenly decided to go so far. The guy explained to them that the point was that the other tigers would misunderstand Choi if he suddenly made friends with the students from the Blue Tower, and in general, it seemed to him that Duju was already in bad standing with them. Choi first of all wanted to say that he was so pleased that Lee Han had thought of so many things for him, after which he added that they really thought poorly of him in the White Tiger Tower. But Lee Khan asked him not to worry, because he was sure that everything would be fine, and so he thought, because the guy invited the ogre to become his spy in the White Tiger Tower. But the ogre did not like this decision too much because it seemed to him that this was some kind of dishonorable title. Lee Han responded by reminding him that he himself said that he would tell him if Murad was up to something suspicious. But Choi simply wanted a more noble title for his position. While Gainando was listening to all this, he couldn't understand why the ogre didn't like the word spy so much. What was so bad about it? But from just one look from Duju, the guy understood what the problem was and immediately agreed with him that if you think about it, it really does not sound correct. Therefore, Lee Khan had to say that since he was doing this for the sake of honor and justice, then from now on he would call him a secret informant. Moreover, Lee Khan believed that he alone carried this cross in the name of the fight against lawlessness. For the ogre, these words sounded like a challenge that he simply had to accept and do everything to really fight as a secret informant against the evil that had come to their house. In any case, it sounded incredibly worthy to him, and he agreed to be that informant for Lee Khan. Lee Khan himself was glad that they were able to come to an agreement with him, and therefore, he could only hope for fruitful cooperation. While Yena was listening to all this, she seriously thought about what Lee Khan was taught at home in the first place. But now it was not so important, and Lee Khan invited them to take comfortable seats, because he was going to get straight to the point, after which he told them that the reason why he had gathered them early on a weekend morning was to develop an escape plan from school. Yena and Gainando were incredibly happy to hear this, which could not be said about the ogre, who did not understand what they were talking about and why he was saying all this. Juju tried to ask him again whether he was serious or if this was just another joke. Lee Khan knew that the ogre would be against it, so he prepared 10 reasons in advance that would convince him. But as it turned out a few seconds later, Juju also really wanted to get out of this prison, and he was shocked that Lee Khan also wanted this. The guy understood perfectly well that even though they were knights, aristocratic habits could not be eradicated. The students from the Tiger Tower never knew what hunger was, so it was much more difficult for them to survive it. It was for this reason that they decided that this could not continue, and they needed to go hunting. Besides, the guys from the Blue Dragon succeeded, so they can too. In addition, they really wanted to wipe these bastards' noses. Otherwise, they were very proud of the fact that they were good at using magic. But this riot was interrupted at one point by Giselle, who for now quite politely asked them to calm down, after which he added that hunting is of course good, but he also asked them not to be so frivolous, because they forget that hunting in these places is quite difficult. He decided to remind them that Lee Khan destroyed the boar that the professor had released. And in order for them to destroy such a thing, they would need to go deep into the forest, and Giselle was not entirely sure that they were ready for this, because at least these lands were unknown to them. Therefore, one of them at one point decided to ask if he had any ideas then, because they simply had nothing to eat. Giselle answered him with a smile that he had one very interesting idea that they would most likely like, after which he invited them to leave school. But first of all, he wanted to make sure that they would stop even thinking about buying meat from those bastards from the Blue Tower. Still, they believed that this was not entirely possible, so they doubted his plan. But according to the guy, he planned everything a long time ago, so there's no need to worry. And now, first of all, he invites each of them to join him, because in no case is he going to monopolize this opportunity. However, he immediately warned them that they would have to obey his orders, because he did not want the plan to be ruined due to stupid disobedience. Murad listened very carefully to all the words of Murad, who was ready to fulfill his duty to Lee Kun. The guy couldn't believe the ogre's words and decided to ask him in response, what does he think? If he also follows all the orders, will he be taken to the team? Dyudgu expected a slightly different reaction and didn't quite know what to answer to this, because he didn't understand how a guy could ask something like that after everything Giselle had done to him. Lee Kun laughed because it turned out to be a joke, and he decided to poke fun at him again. In any case, it's time to move on to the plan, and initially Lee Kun planned to devote time to finding a way to escape. But judging by the kind of professors here, it will be quite difficult to do this. But Murad had already said that he had some kind of plan, and this prompted Lee Han to think that there was a loophole somewhere that he simply did not see. In addition, Murad is clearly not such a simple person as, for example, Gainando, and it will be much more difficult to deceive him. After all, he is smart and cold-blooded enough to take advantage of the students in his tower. And since the beginning of the semester, Lian was almost sure that he had some reason to be overconfident. Therefore, it seemed to Lee Han that they simply had no other choice but to simply follow him and find out what his plan was. Doge immediately thought this idea was incredibly stupid and incomprehensible, so he reacted that way. Lee Han didn't understand why he was so angry and immediately wanted to know if he had a better idea. The ogre thought that this was a little shameful, so he reacted. Lee Han immediately asked him to think again, but at the same time added to him that now he and Murad are on opposite sides of the barricades, but Dyudgu did not fully understand what he was trying to convey to him. After which Lee Han told him that there is an expression, know your enemy as you know yourself, and now it seems that the ogre began to understand what Lee Han was telling him. Lee Han, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that this is his strategy, and he believes that at the moment it is the only one. In the eyes of the ogre, Lee Han was like an angel, and he simply could not refuse him. It was too convincing for him. Therefore, he still answered Lee Han that it seemed to him that this could still work, and they should try to do it. Well, since the ogre agreed to such conditions, then Lee Han, without thinking for a long time, decided to send him to monitor Murad, and as soon as he finds out something about his escape plan, he will need to immediately report it. Lee Han also did not forget to add to Dogyu that he is not only a great warrior, but also an honorable informant, and made it clear to him that his mission begins right now. The ogre simply could not refuse the guy, so he told him that he could rely on him. As soon as the doors of the room closed, Lee Han immediately said that now they need to come up with another escape plan while Daju is busy spying. But first, Yena and Gainando would like to ask Lee Han if he was brainwashed before entering the academy. That same day in the evening, Lian gathered all his friends in one place and was grateful to each of them for coming to their first meeting regarding the escape. But that's not why Nilia came here, so it wasn't surprising that she was so surprised. Besides, she thought it was completely crazy. She completely thought that they would go hunting or something like that. Lee Han immediately began to calm her down and say that there was no need to worry, because he had a plan that would help them do this. Looking at him, she herself understood perfectly well that Lee Han from Vardanaz's house would hardly have gone for it without a plan, because she believed that he was really different from other students. Therefore, she wanted to quickly find out this plan of his, and for this she asked directly. Lee Han began to talk about how there is a student from Tiger Tower who knows how to escape, so they will follow him and steal his plan. Although Nilia put on a joyful face, she mentally couldn't believe what was happening here. Was this really Lee Han's plan? Yena noticed a drop of doubt in Nilia's face, so she decided to pointedly ask Lee Han if it was possible to carry out his plan without Nilia's participation. Lee Han immediately changed his face and began to say that without the girl's participation, everything would go wrong for them, so they need her more than ever. He also added that their strategy is based on the ability to track and the instincts of a hunter, and the only person who has this skill is Nilia. But Yena made it clear to her that they couldn't force her or anything like that, and she could decide for herself. But they would be so sorry if she didn't agree. This was the simplest manipulation technique that Yena managed to learn from Lee Han. And this simple technique worked perfectly. The girl agreed without any problems, because she considered herself very important in this regard. And since they cannot cope without her, then she simply has no other choice. Morad, meanwhile, in the dark forest, turned to his allies and friends who had gathered here and swore to carry out his orders, and was glad to announce that today they would leave this place. They were so happy to hear this, so they fully supported him and were ready to follow him. Well, since they were ready to do this, Morad saw no reason not to hit the road. And he was so confident in his success, only because he had this map with him, which would help him not to go astray at one fine moment. Giselle, a month before entering the academy, sitting in his palace, forced his courtiers to bring him something more useful, because there was simply no benefit from what they brought to him. His servants immediately turned around and went to carry out his order, simultaneously asking him for forgiveness for what they had done. While he was waiting for them, he decided to delve into the books that they had already brought him, and at some point found a piece of paper, on which it was written that this is a map that will help escape from Einregard Academy. And there was also a message from the first owner, who wrote that the one indicated on this map is the only way. This is the best road that he and his friends found and used to escape. Then Giselle thought that this was needed only for those who could not cope with the program at the academy, but now he was glad that he still took this card with him. Lee Kun finally informed his friends that they could move out, and it seemed that the cost would not be as simple as it seemed to Lee Kun, because they were clearly going to climb the mountain. Gainando still didn't understand why they were going to the mountain, because it was so dangerous there. And besides, there was a passage next to the castle gates. Lee Kun decided after these words that he decided to ask Daju to look after Gainando, because for some reason it seemed to him that the guy was afraid to go with them. The guy didn't understand at all why this was said, and what does it mean that he leaves him to Daju? Lee Kun decided to explain to him that, for example, Nelia is extremely good at climbing mountains. She and Daju are confident in their endurance, and Yenna is accustomed to mountain paths, as she often walks along them. But as for Gainando, Lee Kun believed that the guy was not at all suited to climbing mountains. After some time, Lee Kun still turned out to be right, and Gainando could hardly talk, and then constantly asking only for water, which is what Lee Kun said. But now he understood that this was not really that important, and the thought was constantly circulating in his head that walking along unfamiliar mountain paths was quite difficult and incredibly dangerous. The only fact that pleased him was that Nelia was with them, because without her, they would hardly have been able to track down the White Tiger guys. It even seemed to Lee Kun that he himself was of no use either. But he was not upset about this. But it was better to write down everything that was happening around him. He had acquired such a habit from his previous life. When suddenly Nelia screamed and ordered everyone to stand, it seemed she heard the danger. She explained to them that the tigers were behaving quite strangely, because at one point they simply stopped and apparently did not fully understand what to do next. Gainando suggested that perhaps they had already reached their destination, and he did not forget to notice the fact that it was much easier than he thought. Lee Kun understood that it couldn't be that simple, and most likely something just happened. Suddenly, goosebumps ran through his body and a very terrible wind enveloped his body. And this could only mean that danger was very close. The guy suggested that these could be monsters, but Nelia assured him that there were no monsters here. At least she checked everything in the area. Lee Kun seemed to have begun to guess what was going on here, and simply hoped to the end that his assumptions were wrong. But when he heard the director's voice, he realized that apparently to his great regret he was right, and according to the Lich, it was just a trap into which they all successfully fell. After which he immediately turned to Giselle and said that he had in his hands one of the fake cards that he had distributed throughout the academy. It was incredibly difficult for the guy to believe this because it seemed to him that he had received it before coming here. But apparently all this was just a trick for the students, which the director came up with. And today, for this mistake, they will all receive a life lesson that they will not forget for the rest of their lives. But first, the director decided to tell them that in the future, they should never trust cards of unknown origin, because you never know whether it is a treasure map or a trap set, for example, by an evil lich. Lee Kun, who carefully watched all this, understood perfectly well that in fact the director did not care at all about training. He was just a crazy person who enjoyed punishing people. But the director was not going to stop there and said that now it was time for them to return to the academy. Although they won't be able to do it just like that, and he guarantees it to them, after which he ordered them to avoid their pursuers, who will hinder them as much as possible from getting to the academy safe and sound. The director allowed them to use any methods that would help them defeat the ghosts, if of course they could do it. But he also immediately warned them that if they were caught, they would be found guilty and receive their well-deserved punishment. And if they don't catch them, the director promised to pretend that he didn't even see them here, so everything is in their hands. First of all, the guys chose the option of escaping because they believed that there was no point in fighting these monsters because they were too weak. Lee Kun's squad also decided that it would be best to run away too, although Lee Kun was a little confused about what was happening. But it seemed so only at first glance. He grabbed Nelia's hand and asked her to be quiet, because that way they could be heard. She didn't understand how he could be so calm, because it seemed to her that if they were caught, then it would be the end for them. Lee Khan believed that in fact, everything was fine, because it seemed to him that they didn't even notice them, and if they caught them, then in the worst case, they would just have to stay in the punishment room. This is a room with instruments of torture, from which it is impossible to choose. Well, at least that's how Nelia imagined this room. But Ina calmed her down, saying that she actually has a very wild imagination, and this room, according to her, is not as scary as its name. Lee Khan at that moment was standing behind a tree and looking at these demons. He tried to come up with an option that would help them get out of here, but so far nothing had come to his mind. Suddenly he heard a voice that suggested getting into formation, because this is the only way they can destroy them if they suddenly want to get closer. And this was the voice of the guys from the White Tiger, who realized that simply running away was not an option, and therefore decided that they should try to fight them. The viewing of this strange picture was suddenly interrupted by Daju, who approached Lee Khan with the words that he actually saw only one way how they could get out of here. And to do this, they will need to close their eyes to all differences and rally forces for their common goal. Lee Khan actually completely agreed with him and could not help but tell the ogre that this was a rather deep and correct thought. After which Lee Khan added that as long as they bought time for them, they would be able to fulfill their part with the escape. They were all in favor except for Daju, who did not mean this at all, but simply could not say anything against it. Lee Khan believed that first they needed to break through the weakest part of the encirclement, and fortunately, the tigers bought them time. But the problem was that the director did not stop and continued to summon monsters, and there were too many of them. The guy thought that this was some kind of test, since they wouldn't be blamed if they didn't get caught. But it seems that the director initially had no plans to let someone get away, and he would do everything to make sure they fell into the trap. Although Lee Khan still harbored hopes that the director simply thought that this level of difficulty was just right for them, so he continued to summon monsters. His thoughts were literally torn between trying to escape again or just going to surrender, because those who split up or tried to escape had already been caught a long time ago, and it was unlikely that they would be able to do anything about it either. After some time of observation, Lee Khan noticed one very important thing, namely, that the pursuers were not interested in this direction, but he did not understand why. And one of the reasons for this behavior may be that the director simply did not notice them, and then they have a greater chance of getting out of here unnoticed. There was complete chaos going on in Lee Khan's head until the thought came to his mind that the director was not actually here. Just like when he and Asen climbed into his nightstand and his clone or illusion appeared, and if Lee Khan is right, then they will only have to run in the opposite direction to the White Tigers to remain unpunished. In any case, he understood that in fact they had no other option, so the first thing he decided to do was tell his friends that he had figured out how they could get out of this trap, which at first made them very happy. But they had such a positive mood exactly until he said that they needed to climb further into the mountains. Half an hour later, they continued to walk high into the mountains, which seemed quite strange to them, but they had no other choice but to listen to Lee Khan. Nelia continued to do her work, and once again reported to Lee Khan that there should be no monsters ahead, so you can continue walking. They walked a little further, and Lee Khan decided to arrange a short halt so that everyone could rest and recuperate. Yenna was still a little nervous that skeletons might follow them, but Nelia calmed her down, saying that she had already checked several times and there should be no pursuit of them. Dyudgu intervened in this dialogue, and it seemed to him that the main problem was that it was unclear how long the director would call them, so it was not entirely clear how long they would have to sit here. And it even seemed to him that perhaps he should have broken through them in order to divert their attention in this way. Lee Khan, in response to this, immediately told him that even in this case they would hardly have managed it because there were too many of them. And now he suggested not to think about it, but rather to eat a little. And Ganando was the first to support him in this. Nelia, for example, wanted to drink more water, but to her great regret there was no more water. But Lee Khan didn't think so, who used magic to create a small tide that filled her water bag. Nelia couldn't quite believe that he used water magic. She had only heard about it, but in life it was even more beautiful than she could have imagined. Now the girl would also like to take possession of it, because this way it could be useful to her on the hunt. Suddenly her surprise was interrupted by Yenna, who asked someone to light a fire because she was incredibly cold. And Nelia, who had only recently mastered the magic of fire, coped with this task perfectly. But even in this case, the first time she managed to create a fire, next to which they can now warm up a little. After which she told Lee Khan that she was a little jealous of him, that he possessed water magic, and she would also like to learn more about this magic than fire magic. Lee Khan didn't expect to hear something like this, so he even cried a little about it. He did not explain the reason why he was crying, Li-Han simply told the girl to be grateful for the magic that she possesses. Having warmed up a little near the fire, Li-Han and Nelia decided to go away to see if the director was still calling monsters, and what was Li-Han's surprise, that this psychopath was still calling them. But Nelia was only worried at that moment that the guy was calling the director names, and it seemed to her that you definitely shouldn't do that. Li-Han turned to her and said that she must understand one very important thing, namely that magic comes from a free mind, so he asked her to never restrain herself in expressing herself. These words made her stop being afraid of the director, so she, without much fear, shouted that the director was an evil person whom the world had not seen, and she also believed that this crazy skeleton would be eaten by wolves. But at some point, she was frightened by a voice, and she immediately fell into Li-Han's arms with the words that she was very sorry for saying that. She convinced everyone around that it was said solely on emotions. Li-Han couldn't believe his eyes at that moment, and neither could Giselle. They both didn't expect to see each other here. After a short conversation, Li-Han invited them to go to their small hut so that they could rest. Gainando was the only one who did not understand why these people were allowed to come to them, since they already had little food. Although Daju asked Gainando to be quieter with such expressions, he himself mentally thought that Li-Han had the right to ignore them because of what happened. But even in this case, he treated them well, for which the ogre had great respect for him, because he himself would hardly have been able to do this. Giselle decided to accept this help, but until the very end, he was haunted by the question of how could the dragons end up here. He assumed that they could have the same map as his, although he does not even consider the option that they could follow him. Murad did not fully understand what he could do with this and what to do next, because he was embarrassed by the fact that Li-Han helped them so much and did not leave them in trouble, although he had every reason to do just that. But even taking all this into account, he still remembered the words of his father, who told him that their family always remembers all the grievances. So it seemed to him that Li-Han simply had an ulterior motive to do this. Although on the other hand, his father also always told him that they pay for kindness only when they remember it. Based on this, Murad decided to establish a good relationship with the guy, after which he could take a little time to decide what to do next. But before he had time to ask what happened and how they ended up here, suddenly one of the White Tiger's guys fell unconscious. This scared everyone because it was very unexpected, and no one fully understood why this guy suddenly lost consciousness. But as soon as Murad looked at the other guys from the White Tiger, he began to guess what the reason was. Therefore, he immediately turned to Li-Han, and looking into his face, he could not believe that the guy was capable of such a thing. But Li-Han could only say that it was too late to change anything, and he really poisoned the water they drank. A few seconds later, Giselle fell unconscious on the floor without having time to say a word. Li-Han was so happy about this, because now they could get rid of another problem. He understood that it might seem like he had crossed a line, but the guy was convinced that if someone hated him for no reason, then he should create that reason. His friends immediately started shouting at him because they didn't understand why he did it, because they also drank this water. Would they also lose consciousness now? It was so funny for Ina and Nelia to watch their hysterics because in fact they just passed out and no one poisoned any water. Gainando couldn't believe that they both knew about this, but Li-Han didn't specifically warn the guys because he understood perfectly well that they would ruin everything with their inept attempts to repeat themselves. Moreover, he did this not out of personal motives or desires. He believed that it was literally necessary to do it, after which he asked Gainando and the ogre to calm down, because they did this only to place their bodies near their pursuers. Judgu still did not believe that they could go so far, but apparently it will be so. Li-Han, to be honest, didn't understand why the ogre was so surprised by this, because he, like no one else, knows what kind of person Murad really is. And on the one hand, the ogre agreed with him. In any case, he wanted to know where they got the sleeping pills. Yenna said that when they were on the road, she noticed a sleeping herb among the bushes, which, according to her, can be ground into powder and mixed with water, after which this drink will make you want to sleep. So Li-Han decided to take a little of it, because he was sure that they would need it in the future. But she didn't even expect that they would need to use her in such a situation. After some time, the bodies of the guys from the White Tiger were taken by the director's hunters, and now they will all definitely face punishment. Li-Han was glad that their tactics worked, and thus most likely these guys will leave soon and they can safely return back to their tower. But before that, he offered to complete the remaining task, and he wanted to check this territory, since they were already here. He believed that they should take the opportunity and do it. He was quite interested to know how far the wall of the academy stretches, for example, and is there really no way to get out of here? They walked for several hours without rest, and it seemed that with every effort their strength was becoming less and less. They never learned anything new. At some point on the road, Gainando began to scream very loudly, and it seemed that something incredibly terrible had happened. But as it turned out, he just hit a stone. But what's even worse is that he really wants to eat. Likan understood that they were not exaggerating and looked at the ogre, who was also tired. Nilya suggested that he turn on the light, because it seemed to her that hardly anyone would notice them here. And besides, it seemed to her that they were even more tired because they were walking in complete darkness. Likan decided to listen to her and turned on the light, which was like a fresh breath of air. Now it was so light around, and it even seemed like it was a normal sunny day outside. But at some point, Likan heard a voice inside his head, which asked him to turn off the light because it was preventing him from sleeping. Although, as it turned out a little later, this voice was heard not only by Likan, but also by his friends, who were no less scared for him. This terrible voice asked them to be quiet and not shout, besides only he asks all the questions here. After which he added that if they could answer correctly, he would accept them as his guests, and if incorrectly, he would consider them intruders. Without waiting for their answer, he began to tell his riddle. At night, the man lit 5 candles, although almost immediately 2 of them were blown by a strong wind. The distressed count closed all the windows in the room, and now the most important question is how many candles are left to burn? Likan listened carefully to every word of this riddle and understood perfectly well that it had a trick, and all that remained was to find this catch. If you don't really think about it, the answer will be 3, but the candles get smaller and go out over time. Therefore, it seemed to him that as soon as morning came, not a single candle would burn. But before he could say this, Gainando decided to give the answer to this riddle himself, and his answer was 3 candles. Likan immediately started shouting at him and asked him not to interfere, but suddenly, this strange voice answered Gainan that he was absolutely right, and the answer was really 3. This led Likan to a dead end, because this guy didn't even try to think, but simply said the most obvious answer. And so he decided to ask this mysterious character, won't the candles gradually go out on their own? But it seemed obvious to the voice that this count from this riddle used magic to prevent the candles from going out. Now Likan understands, because he did not take into account the fact that they are in the magical world. In any case, this was the correct answer, and in theory they should become guests for this voice, but apparently it won't be that simple, because he invited them to solve another riddle, and if they answered it correctly, he would reward the one who gave the correct answer, and Likan agreed to these conditions. Gainando and Yena also did not mind taking part in this, and the voice happily began to tell the next riddle. It was that there is a man in the world. In the morning he is big, in the evening he becomes small, and at sunset he grows again. But at night he disappears completely. Who is he? This riddle was several times more difficult than the previous one, and the answer had to wait longer. Likan, after thinking for a while, said that the correct answer could be a shadow. And this turned out to be a completely correct answer. The guys could not believe that Likan was able to guess so quickly. In fact, this riddle was not new to Likan, and in his past life he often heard it. Moreover, it was probably the most popular of all. When he was studying history, he read that the riddle of the Sphinx that King Oedipus answered was a little similar to this one, but the answer was not much different from a person. But now it doesn't really matter because the answer was absolutely correct, and the magic tree finally decided to welcome smart guys like them. And a few seconds later, magical butterflies flew around them, emitting such a pleasant light. And the tree also realized that they were most likely all out of the way and they were probably thirsty, so it invited them to drink a special cocktail, which did not look as attractive as they would like. Likan, of course, was grateful for such a drink, but for some reason he suddenly lost the desire to drink. Although he did it anyway, and the first sip radically changed his opinion about this drink. After all, his body was immediately visited by a feeling of such freedom. The pain in his muscles immediately began to recede, like a glass of clean cold water that you drink after a run on a hot summer day. The other guys didn't quite understand how Likan could easily drink it, because for them it was very disgusting. According to the magic tree, it was tree sap, which Likan liked very much. He even asked for another mug. But before that, the tree asked the guy to introduce himself because he still doesn't know his name. The guy was gladly ready to do this, and the first thing he said was his name. But this was not enough, and the tree asked him to say which guy is at home. But when he said that his home was Vardinas, the calm atmosphere immediately changed to alarming for reasons that were understandable to Likan. Although this was only for one moment, then the tree added to the guy that judging by the fact that he said his first name before his last name, it means that he will definitely become an excellent magician. Now the tree would like to know from them what brought them here in the middle of the night, to which Likan, without much regret, lied that they were just enjoying a night walk and Yana simply did not understand how he could lie so easily. But apparently it's not easy to deceive the tree, and it immediately decided to clarify why they decided to escape from the academy a week later. Likan realized that there was no point in continuing to lie, so he decided to say that something just happened, and then he decided to ask this tree for advice. The tree understood what Likan was asking him for and decided without thinking for a long time to answer him, that in fact there is one way to get out, but for beginners it is almost impossible, so his advice was not to try to do it. Then Likan became interested in finding out from him how far the walls of the academy extend, and if you believe the tree, then this is also not something they can find out. Moreover, the tree told them that the walls are enchanted, and they will immediately regret it as soon as they touch them. Now the guy understands perfectly well that escaping through the hole in the fence will be simply unrealistic. His thoughts were interrupted by a tree that asked the guys not to run away from the academy, especially not to do it thoughtlessly. And he thought so, because for now the forest is calm, but in a few weeks it will awaken and monsters will appear in it. This was the end of Likan's questions, and he immediately thanked the tree for the information. The tree, looking at the guy at that moment, thought that his eyes were not moving at all, and most likely he was eager to set off. And so the tree was confident that it would be quite fun for him to watch. But still, the tree was not going to let the guy go just like that, so it asked him to stay a little. And the reason was that the tree wanted to give the guy a gift that he deserved for solving the riddle, and it was a small artifact. And as it was known for magicians, artifacts are literally their arms and legs, and among them, the most valuable are magic wands and similar items. Now, new students are extremely dissatisfied with the chopsticks they were given at school, and at that very moment, Likan became the first of them who was able to receive a new item. As soon as Likan took this artifact in his hands, such a cozy and refreshing feeling immediately spread through his body. The tree at that moment was carefully watching Likan, thinking that he was truly an unusual boy. And it was not just like that because there are spirits in this staff and it would be difficult for a child of his age to sense it. The tree also did not forget to tell Likan that the more he uses it, the more he will be able to learn about the powers that it hides. Likan asked him to tell him what was hidden behind this staff, but the tree assured him that there was no need for this, because over time he would understand it himself. Mentally, the tree continued to think that this guy reminded him of the Vardinas madhouse, whom he met in the last century, although he really shouldn't have expected anything else from the blood of the Vardinas. There was nothing more to add on this tree, and it told the guys that it was time for them to return. But before sending the guys back to the forest, the tree asked Likan not to use magic here, because it could awaken other trees that would not be so friendly towards them. In this case, Likan did not understand how they could get out of here, to which the tree asked him to remember the riddle that they managed to solve. This would be the answer to his question. When they left the territory of the spirits, all the undead had already disappeared, and while the sun was shining, they descended from the mountain, after which they each went to their own room and laid their tired bodies on the bed. But before Likan had time to fall asleep, suddenly someone started breaking on his door and knocking very loudly. It was Arnaz, who asked to forgive him for his rudeness. The matter was not incredibly urgent. According to him, the psychopathic director decided to arrange something outside. Likan realized that apparently he would not be able to sleep today, and the director most likely wanted to identify those students who managed to escape from the undead. Then he decided that he needed to act even calmer, so he replied that he would wake up the guys and they would go downstairs. After they all got out of bed, they immediately went to the gathering place where, for unknown reasons, the director organized some kind of celebration. To Likan it looked like a festival, but he simply could not fully understand what was happening and what was this festival about. It didn't look like the director was simply trying to discover them, but then the open question remained, what was he up to? Suddenly Likan's thoughts, and in principle the attention of all people, were attracted by the director, who asked them for a little attention. He wanted to tell each of them that today priests from the empire came to their school, and first he would like to ask each of them to applaud them. Likan, of course, clapped these people without any problems, but he didn't understand why the director greeted these people so warmly. One of them thanked Director Osu for such a warm welcome, and she was also incredibly grateful to him that, despite being busy training these young talents, he was able to devote time to them. In response, he said that he was very pleased that they, as respected priests, understood his heavy burden. Therefore, he decided that they could convey messages for His Majesty, after which he began to say that they could use additional funding for coverage. But before he had time to finish speaking, a woman suddenly interrupted him and immediately told him that this was actually not within their authority, so she asked him not to even mention it. Now Likan began to understand what was going on. Apparently in any world there are people who are ready to do anything for money. After this woman refused the director, she began to tell the students that she was very glad to see each of them, after which she added that they were just simple ministers of different religious movements, and they were very glad to have the opportunity to introduce themselves. But Li Kan almost immediately realized that they were in fact not simple priests. And he thought so, if only because looking at them, it was noticeable that they had an incredibly huge reserve of mana. In addition, by its nature, she was different from others to him, but before he had time to think about what it could be, he was suddenly interrupted by the director, who wanted to ask the guy if he was interested in all this. Li Kan didn't even understand where he came from here, but the director did not pay attention to his fear and already began to tell him that the priest's mana is so unique that it deserves the title of holy power. Now it was clear to the guy where this feeling came from, as if mana was everywhere. The director was surprised that the guy felt it. And then Li Kan realized that he had actually said a lot of unnecessary things. But the director himself decided to ask the guy why he was always trying to hide his talents, because it seemed to him that in this academy, there were not even a few people with such sensitivity to mana as his Lihana. The guy himself believed that he still lacked a lot, but the director once again repeated to him that this was not so, and he wanted to convey to the guy that it was time for him to start showing his talents and skills to the fullest. Li Kan at that moment did not understand at all what this old lich was saying and what did he want to say by this. Therefore, the guy decided to change the topic a little, and for this, he said that he was seeing priests for the first time. This was not surprising for the director, because he is from the Varnadas clan, and therefore it was not surprising for him that he had no experience of communicating with them at all. And he explained all this by saying that they are too smart with him and therefore they have no faith in fate. In simple words, they are too smart to believe in the gods. Li Kan at that moment remembered that his father really compared the sacred power with the result of an empty fanatical faith, and taking into account all the rumors that were circulating about them, the guy was sure that they were also talking about how they put the priests outside the gates. Now he has even more. I didn't want to reveal my last name to these people. But the director thought that they were really pathetic when they thought that the students would buy into some kind of food. Although looking at all this goodness and the food that these priests brought, Li Kan decided to ask the director what religions he would recommend to him. Lich did not expect this from the guy. It seemed to him that Li Kan was listening to everything they were talking about here, but apparently this was not the case. But then the director noticed the fact that the guy said religion, and this gave him the understanding that the guy plans to join several religious organizations. And the guy's smile on his face after these words spoke for itself. Apparently, Li Kan again had a plan in his head that would bring him some benefit. The director had not been so impressed for a long time, because it seemed to him that the guy's intentions were quite obvious. He wanted to join several organizations and profit from each of them. It seemed to the Lich that this was ridiculous, but he still liked it all incredibly much. It was just wonderful. Therefore, the director decided to recommend Orion Preezing to him first. Lovers of self-sacrifice gathered in this group, so he should definitely be warmly received there. Then you can go to Orion Caliso. They, in turn, worship a god who loves chaos and change. They will not care whether Li Kan believes in other gods. He also did not forget to tell him to take a closer look at Orion Capolio. Their god is the patron of swordsmen. So it seemed to the director that they wouldn't drive an eccentric child like Li Kan out of there. While the guy was writing all this down, he couldn't believe that the director found out that he was taking a swordsman's course. Although, on the other hand, he is the director, and most likely he knows everything and about everything. In any case, Li Kan understood that in this case things would not go well for him, because in his experience, special attention from teachers had never ended well for him. At this point, his thoughts were interrupted when the director decided to leave and therefore said goodbye to Li Kan, and the guy in turn could thank him in return. The director also added that he needed to check on the students in the punishment room, and therefore he hoped that Li Kan would make the right choice. In response to this, the guy wished him a good journey. But only after the director disappeared did Li Han realize what the director said, and apparently he was talking about the guys from the White Tiger class, so he decided that he should be even more careful. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Yenna, who approached him and wanted to know where he was going to go. Li Kan confidently told her that he was thinking about visiting the Order of Pretzing. This surprised the girl quite a lot, because she didn't even know that he was so interested in church affairs. But he interrupted her surprise to add that then he would go to Cayaso and Capolio. Now she understood what he was talking about and what he was really interested in, but she never had time to tell him about it, because Li Kan decided to ask what was in her basket. Instead of answering, she decided to just show him, and so she took out a piece of cake, which she offered him to eat. Li-han was shocked when he saw this treasure and wanted to know where the girl got such a treasure. So she had to tell him that it was from the Flemish order, who worship god alchemy. Yenna also said that her family had been providing them with financial support for a long time, so they recognized her immediately. It was a little strange for Li-han, because this was the first time he had heard of such a relationship between families in the church. But on the other hand, he was offended that his family did not donate money to some order. At this point, Li-han decided to say goodbye to her and went to his destination, where he would like to receive the blessing of Lord Pressing. Those who met him were so shocked that he himself came to them, so they were incredibly happy about it. Other students were surprised when they saw Li-han join one of these orders, given the rumors about how his family treated priests, but the guy at that moment said that he had actually been interested in their teaching for a long time. They were very happy to hear this, so they did not detain him and immediately invited him to enter their hut. But what surprised the guy most of all was that one of the priests asked for help from a girl who looked like a half-breed demon. And this was the rarest race among half-bloods. If among a person's ancestors there was someone who entered into a contract with a demon, then there is a possibility that one of his descendants may be affected by a special effect. Usually people judge half-demons for their appearance, but they usually do not reciprocate and simply tolerate insults directed at them. The priest decided to introduce this girl to Li-han, and her name was Digiling, and she was a new student of the Burning Phoenix Tower. Also, the woman could not help but add that she did not suspect that there would be another believer besides Digiling. In response to this, Li-han stated that it is simply impossible not to believe in Lord Pressing if you know about his great will. Although the only thing in the guy's head was that there are two most important points when joining the order, and this is what he can get from it, and what will he need to do for this. At first glance, Li-han, this order may not look very good, but he was interested in the fact that they have a bunch of artifacts from which he feels mana, and they could be useful to him in the future. Therefore, a question arose in his head, in which he was interested to know whether the Order of Pressing was related to the creation of artifacts, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Madame Madrid, who was called to look at the new potential believer. But as soon as she left her room, Li-han began to feel dizzy from some kind of pressure that was incomprehensible to him. And this pressure existed until this woman came close to him and said that her name was Madrid, and she was very pleased to meet him. Li-han greeted her with a smile, although he mentally did not understand how she, so small, could radiate such oppressive energy. But what surprised him most was that she left incredibly huge traces behind her. Madrid noticed the guy's surprise at her trace, and she immediately decided to tell him that in fact there was nothing to be surprised about, because the fact was that it was because of the artifact that she was using. She also added that it is enchanted and is capable of increasing the weight of the wearer several times. Li-han decided to ask why she needed something like that, but the answer did not surprise him, because the woman convinced him that all this was for the sake of the will of Lord Pressing. He did not expect anything else, but still decided to clarify with her what she meant, to which she replied that in fact, Lord Pressing was the one who took the pain of the whole world, and therefore, according to her, they are obliged to share this pain with him, and this is possible through the use of cursed artifacts. Li-han for a moment felt like he was just going crazy while listening to all this. He couldn't believe that he actually listened to the director's words and came here. However, she could not help but add that this path was difficult, and she would understand him if he was not ready to do this. But on the other hand, according to her, she could not be sad, because she had actually already prepared a welcome gift for him. According to her, even though it is called an artifact, she doubted that anyone would want to wear something that absorbs mana. Li-han was about to leave, but suddenly stopped because he suddenly wanted to know what curse was on this artifact. And he became interested only because he remembered that his weakness was that he had too much mana, and this item could definitely help him. Therefore, he immediately ran up to the woman and wanted to find out from her what about the other abilities of this artifact, because he was sure that this was probably not all that he could do. According to the woman, its main effect is that the stronger the artifact, the heavier the curse on it. This item has the curse of weighing down the body, but also increases holy energy. She also thought it was worth mentioning the fact that it contains the magic of invisibility. But this, it seemed to her, was not the most important thing, because what was more important was that the curse made the bearer's mana weaker. As soon as Li-han heard this, he didn't even let her finish and said that he was aware of everything and was completely ready for this test. The woman could not believe that he agreed because she was practically sure that as soon as she told everything about this subject, he would definitely refuse. Now she was even a little ashamed, because how could she not recognize sincere faith in him? She almost cried and therefore asked him to accept this artifact, and she also added that they would always be glad to see such a wonderful brother in their church. And this artifact turned out to be a belt for those who honor Lord Pressing, and it is this belt that imposes the effect of invisibility. As soon as Lee Khan took this chest, two priests approached him, who mentally thought that new followers always suffer from the consequences of curses. And this time it seemed to them that it would be the same, so they understood that they needed to be more careful. But what was their surprise when Lee Khan put on this belt without much doubt and immediately wanted to know how to activate its ability? Two assistants immediately wanted to ask him how he felt. Lee Khan didn't really understand why they were so nervous, because everything was fine with him, and he was feeling well. Medrid could only smile back at him, because at that moment she was thinking that Lord Pressing had actually sent them an amazing student. So she explained to him that there were detailed instructions for beginners on exactly how to use this belt. Lee Khan immediately reached into this chest to get this small piece of paper, and as it turned out, all that had to be done was to ask him to hide it in the night. After which the guy literally disappeared, and now they all understand what this artifact is actually capable of. Lee Khan himself did not expect that this would actually work. But most of all, he was surprised that it was not partial invisibility, but complete. Although, on the other hand, this was to be expected from such a powerful artifact, given the curse in it. And all that needed to be said, that this cloak showed him again, was to say, "Open to the bright day." But the problem was that Lee Khan felt absolutely nothing. It seemed to him that there was simply no curse as such, so he decided to tell Medrid that he could take the big burden of their lord. She simply could not believe his words and could only say that it touched her so much, and Lee Han in her eyes was worthy only of praise. But still, she tried to explain to him that there was no point in overexerting himself yet. It was too early for him. But Lee Khan continued to insist on his own. So he continued to talk about how he should take away as much of his suffering as possible. As a result of these long disputes, Lee Khan was unable to achieve anything and was allowed to take only one belt. But on the other hand, he understood that even this artifact would be very useful during the escape. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a phrase from Medrid, who seemed to have finished telling how Lord Pressing's church was born. After which she added that this should be enough for today, and although Lee Khan did not listen to anything and did not understand anything, he still had to say that he really liked the lesson. Looking at this board, he thought that in the end everything was going as usual, and all he could do was simply wear the curse of this belt, and thereby help himself. But before leaving, Medrid decided to stop him and asked him to take a small gift from them, in honor of his courage. And this gift was a small basket, which contained quite a lot of different good products that the guy would definitely need. Now in his mind, Lee Khan believed that coming here was still a good decision. He also felt a warmth in his heart, which he had not had for a long time. But apparently, this was not all that they wanted to give him, because at some point, a half-breed demon patted him on the back and asked him to take this basket of food as a gift. Lee Khan didn't understand why she was giving it to him, because it seemed to him that it was digiling food. But according to her, she is only a servant of Lord Pressing and she does not need such wealth. After which she simply turned around and began to leave without adding another word. On the other hand, Lee Khan understood that nothing else should have been expected from the Phoenix Tower. After all, they are very different from the others. The other three towers were doing something, but nothing was heard about this tower at all. As soon as Lee Khan was about to leave, Medrid suddenly turned to him again and asked him for a small favor. This favor was that she would like to ask him to take care of Digiling, because it was immediately noticeable that this child was too cruel to herself. Lee Khan did not quite understand the meaning of this request, because he was at least from another tower. But after the woman gave him another basket of food, he immediately changed his mind and began to think that in fact there was no difference. After that, Lee Han went outside and caught up with Digiling, whom he wanted to talk to. And most of all, he was interested in the question of what it was like to study in the Phoenix Tower, because as everyone knows, they don't really communicate with the other guys, and they are very interested in what they do in their free time. But the answer was too boring, because the girl said that they pray in their rooms in the morning, evening, and even sometimes at night. According to her observations, some guys even go to the forest or mountains to pray for the whole night. As far as Lee Khan knew, there was a curfew on weekdays, and it was a little surprising to him that they were allowed such outings. Digiling told him that in fact their tower almost immediately received special permission for such events. This made the guy smile, because he realized that believers don't care about the curfew, and this could be played for his own personal gain. And Lee Khan understood this very well. He even thought that if he put on a robe, he would have several times more time for activity. Therefore, he decided not to wait long and immediately decided to ask the girl if he could get clothes for believers. She didn't quite understand why he needed it, because his curse was unlikely to be alleviated by wearing such clothes. Lee Kun immediately made it clear to her that he did not need her for this. As it turned out, he just wanted to better understand the teachings of their Lord. Digiling told him that since he was so inspired, she would have no problem preparing everything for their next meeting. The guy hugged her lightly and wanted to thank her in this way. Although the only thoughts in the guy's head were that his escape was getting closer and closer, and soon he would be able to be the first student who could do this. He also decided to ask the girl how they were doing with food lately. Without much doubt, she immediately answered him that she was completely satisfied with what she had now, and she would not want to change anything. But Lee Kun reminded her that Sister Medrid was worried about her, and that she needed to think about herself at least sometimes. The guy even decided to tell her that Medrid asked him to look after her. These words made the girl a little upset. In any case, Lee Kun had one very interesting proposal for her. He suggested that she eat together at least once, and it seemed to him that this would be quite enough to calm her sister down. Besides, he didn't understand how he could just let go of the person who brought him such a precious gift. So he decided that as soon as they shared the meal, Digiling would feel all the grandmother's care for her grandchildren on Thanksgiving Day. Meanwhile, in the professor's office, the alchemist drank tea and enjoyed the taste because today it was much tastier than usual. But still, he would like to know why the director gathered them today. Garcia immediately assumed that we would be talking about basic horse riding training. In addition, she herself was interested in the question, did the director find a teacher for this? The alchemist always thought that this basic training was conducted by Professor Bendasol. Garcia realized that apparently he was not aware, and immediately decided to tell him that Professor Benzol had disappeared while going in search of a unicorn. And judging by the fact that there is still no news from him, Garcia is starting to think about a rather bad outcome. But the director asked them not to worry because he actually found a teacher for this course. At such moments, each of the professors assured the man that he was indeed the director of the academy. But the alchemist was more interested in finding out who would teach this subject, because it seemed to him that it must be someone very capable, since he would be entrusted with one of the main courses. The director once again assured them that there was no reason to worry, because this person would be the thunderous step of Choi Dar. Garcia was glad to hear this, because she believed that she really could be trusted. She was a fairly experienced magician. They also knew that she was a fairly famous explorer, and if they were not mistaken, it was she who discovered many territories both inside and outside the empire. But not everyone was happy with this decision, so at one point the alchemist still couldn't stand it and started screaming, because he sincerely didn't understand why her, and the reason was that it was Professor Urgom's aunt, and he didn't love her too much, just like she didn't love him. And all because her whining is so disgusting that even the Eastern gnomes hate her. The director began to say that apart from this story, the only thing he did was hire an excellent professor, so he believed that they just had to take note of this, after which they could all be free. The next day, the students went outside to finally enjoy the new subjects at the academy. Each of them had been waiting for this for so long, because they had heard that basic training in horse riding was simply flawless. Lihan was also among these students, but he didn't understand why they were so lively. Well, he understood that of course there was a reason, because it seemed to him that there would be no problems in this subject, because this is what they were accustomed to since childhood, because horse riding is the basis of every nobleman, and most likely their classes will be even too easy. Suddenly their joy was interrupted by some incredibly vile sound, which at first was coming from nowhere. But as soon as they raised their heads, they saw a huge bird flying straight at them. Although it seems that she found a target for herself that she wants to take with her, and that target turned out to be Gainando, who was screaming and still trying to escape. But all this was useless because this bird was still able to grab him and take him with him. While everyone was panicking because of this, Li Khan asked them to calm down and bend down, because as far as he knew, they should not be seen by this bird, so it was better not to even move, which they did, although mentally Li Khan still couldn't believe that such things no longer surprised him. But even so, she would like to know where this bird even came from, when suddenly he heard one of the White Tiger students screaming about where the director was and why he wasn't protecting them. Weren't they in the academy, which was completely protected? They immediately tried to calm her down, but she clearly said that they had better let her go, because she was already tired of this school. But apparently her friend was absolutely right when he told her that it was better to calm down now, because the bird's next target was this girl. Today, this girl is very lucky that she has such a friend who stood up for her, and it was him who was taken away. Li Kun at that moment was thinking that this is why he asked them to be quieter, but as usual, they did not listen to him. But still, it was still strange to him that this bird still left the one who made the noise. Although then, it finally dawned on him what the matter was. Apparently, it was all about the hair. Therefore, Li Kan immediately asked them all to cover their hair with robes, because he was almost sure that the bird was taking away those with shiny hair. As soon as Li Kan said this, he immediately heard a voice behind him, which told him that the guy was truly amazing, and his prudence and quick decision-making were simply divine. And this was a student from the White Tiger Tower. But before he had time to finish speaking, the guys from the Blue Tower suddenly pounced on him and started telling him that these assholes from the Tiger Tower were attacking Li Kan again. Therefore, they decided that now was not the time to sit back and they should all get together, and before they could finish speaking, he interrupted them and said that he had nothing to do with Murata, so they shouldn't be so nervous. Moreover, the princess herself stood up for this guy, who said that she would personally be responsible for this guy. And only after that the guys realized that they really shouldn't shout at this guy anymore since the princess stood up for him. When everything was more or less over, Li Kan entered the dialogue and decided to ask the guys how long had they known each other. As it turned out, the guy was a knight of Her Highness, and therefore they had known each other for quite a long time. Li Kan was a little surprised by this, because he was sure that they were simply not allowed to take guards or assistants with them. So he didn't quite understand what this guy was doing here, but apparently every rule has exceptions. It is not allowed to come to the academy with assistants, but there is no ban on an assistant entering as a student, so all the rules can be circumvented if desired. Thinking about this, Li Han suddenly felt very sorry for Gainando because he and the princess are both members of the same family, but their attitudes towards them are completely different. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by that same knight, who, as it turned out, approached Li Kan for a reason, but did it purely for the purpose that he had a separate request for him. After which he added that since the bird had now become calmer, they were relatively safe. But he immediately said that they did not know when it would decide to attack again. And he said all this in order to finally ask Li Kan to lead the students in order to lower her to the ground. For Li Kan, this was a rather strange request, because he did not fully understand who he should lead and what this strange knight actually wanted from him. Apparently, he was the only one who didn't understand what they wanted from him, because at that moment, several more guys approached Li Kan and started telling him that they trusted him and were even waiting to look at their great leader. It finally dawned on Li Kan what they wanted from him, but he didn't quite know how to tell them that managing a group of kids at school never ended well for him. But they didn't care at all what he thought, because they started chanting his name and thus asked him to finally give the order. A few days ago, Her Highness's knight learned that Li Kan, and not Her Highness, was in charge in the Blue Dragon Tower, and this made him very angry at times. He literally did not understand how this happened, because Her Highness had always stood out for her leadership qualities, even in her distant childhood. Therefore, he decided that in this case there must definitely be some reason and he must figure it out himself. And now that he had gotten so close to Li Kan, the knight wanted most of all to find out his main secret. The knight did not even suspect that the student's trust was bought only by delicious food. In any case, Li Han decided that he simply had no other choice but to act, so he asked his assistants for something shiny. One of the students gave him a small mirror, which suited him perfectly. But no one even thought that Li Kan would decide to wave this mirror and shout to the bird to come here, because she likes these sparkles so much. The first stage of his plan worked flawlessly, and the huge bird actually flew straight towards him. And now, according to him, was the most important moment, so he asked each of them to prepare carefully. And to do this, he asked them to stand in a row, as if they were building a small wall. The huge bird continued to fly at full speed towards this crowd, and it seemed that now it would simply blow away all the students. But Li Kan was still waiting for that very ideal moment that he so needed. And at the very last moment, he jumped right in front of this bird and used light magic to blind it. This worked great and the bird began to scream, but now it was as if she was doing it in pain. After which, without thinking for a long time, she simply turned around and decided to fly away. Li Kan was very glad that he was right after all when he decided that this was a very large bird, which was actually quite easy to scare. After his plan worked successfully, some of the guys couldn't help but praise him. Yet they were a little doubtful at first, but now they understood that everything was fine. But Li Kan was not as happy as the others, because he did not understand what to do with Ganando and that other guy who were taken with him by the bird. But the decision came by itself when he suddenly heard the bird scream again, and then only how Gainando and the second guy fell from a great height right on them. After which this little chick flew to his true owner, who was so glad to see him, although he was scared. But now, according to the man, he is safe. And then they go to these scary students together. Then the most interesting thing begins, because the same new professor who was hired by the director appeared in front of them. Li-Han at this moment immediately thought that, as expected, this strange incident was caused by the new professor. But for some reason she looked so familiar to him, and it immediately seemed to him that she was somehow connected with Professor Urgom, or that these were just stereotypes, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the same woman who put her hand on his shoulder and declared that he was really good. At that moment, the guy felt déjà vu, because the alchemy professor behaved exactly the same way in the first lesson. All the guys around were quite surprised that this was their new professor. Li-Han immediately understood this, so he decided to ask a question in which he was quite interested in finding out whether Professor Urgom was her relative. This question made her laugh quite a lot because she didn't fully understand how he guessed, because in fact she was his aunt. This was quite unexpected for Li-Han, but then he decided to calm himself down and reassure himself that he simply couldn't attract the attention of professors anymore. But apparently other guys will do it instead of him, who at that moment approached him and began to tell the professor that he is the best student of Professor Urgom. The man simply adores him, even often invites him to his place. Li-Han immediately turned around and tried to say that this should not have been said, but apparently it was already too late. As expected, these words interested the professor quite a lot, so she immediately decided that she would need to turn her attention to this guy. After these words, Li-Han decided to turn around and look at the professor's reaction, and he immediately realized that apparently it was too late to change anything. Therefore, he decided that since the cards lay this way, it would be better for him to make a good impression on her. But before he could say a word, she suddenly began talking about how she was known as a thunderstep. Then she added that this course was supposed to be taught by Professor Benzadol, but he disappeared while going in search of the unicorn, which incredibly shocked the guys. But then they realized that she was the same thunderous step, the great explorer, the same woman who conquered the demon Begaman and opened the crater of spirits. Li-Han at this time did not understand why none of them was even embarrassed by the fact that someone had disappeared at all. They only noticed the fact that there was a thunderous step in front of them. She thought that all this was not important, because first she would like to know, or has anyone already guessed, why she came to them today with this baby. Li-Han, looking at this bird, guessed that the massive body and aggressive maneuverability are abnormal for ordinary birds. In addition, they are able to control thunder, lightning, and tornadoes. Thunderbirds are fearless monsters. But what's most important is that Li-Han simply didn't understand how she could bring such a monster. It seemed to him that the Empire should do an inspection at the Academy. Who in the crowd, in response to all these stories, decided to ask, or should they learn how to saddle Thunderbirds this semester? This question caused her to laugh incredibly, which did not stop for a long time, because she believed that even in 10 years, they would not be able to learn this. After she calmed down a little, she pointed her finger at Li-Han and asked him to try to guess why she took this bird with her. The guy thought a little, and came up with one answer that might seem correct to him. So he said that perhaps she took this bird here in order to see how they would react to such situations. Her Majesty's Knight, who was still standing next to Li-Han, thought that this was complete nonsense, because at least this was not a survival course. But as soon as he said this, the woman immediately confirmed that Li-Han was completely right, and she also did not forget to add that apparently her nephew noticed him for a reason, which greatly surprised the knight. The professor believed that you never know what you might encounter on a journey, which is why constant training is needed. But she didn't tell them all this so that they would worry, because in fact, most of them were concentrating on the riding course. These words calmed the guys a little, after which the woman turned to Li-Han again and told him that she would now go to the horse stall so that they could all join, and she asked the guy himself to take all the other guys there. She also hoped that Li-Han would continue to help her during the entire lectures. Li-Han didn't really understand why exactly he had to do this, but apparently he simply had no other choice. So he had to agree and take the guys away. On the way, the professor told them that the horse is the main animal when it comes to riding, and if a person cannot cope with it, then other creatures will definitely not be given to them. She also did not forget to add that if they want to handle more complex animals, then first they will have to master a horse. But for the guys, it was all very boring and so understandable. Li-Han, looking at them, was a little surprised that they were all so calm, although on the other hand, he understood that in fact, they probably rode horses every day before that day. Suddenly, Li-Han caught the glance of the professor, who was smiling at the guy, and for some reason he was immediately struck by the idea that this would be far from a simple horse riding lesson. With these thoughts, they finally reached the stall where all the horses of the academy were located. The guys immediately realized that there were actually only the best horses here, and they couldn't even believe that they would be allowed near such stallions. But before the lesson began, The professor told them that in order to choose a good horse, they must also have certain skills. After which she took out a small glass with chopsticks from her bag and began to say that now she would ask each of them to come up and determine the order. As a result, Gainando, who pulled out the longest stick, won this not entirely exciting game. The other guys simply didn't understand how he did it, because in their opinion, this guy couldn't even tell wheat from straw. But Gainando didn't give a damn about anyone's words, and all he heard were the words of envious people. In any case, he will have to choose the horse first, and therefore he decided that he would choose this big stallion. Likan and Yena did not quite understand this choice, because it was clear that the character of this horse was clearly not Sugar. According to Gainando, the horse should be big, such as this one, which in his opinion is already bowing to him. But unfortunately for the guy, it was just a mistaken opinion, because the horse bent down to strike him. That's why Likan and Yena didn't really understand his choice, why they chose such a big stallion. They immediately started laughing at him, because they believed that this is exactly what happens when you choose a horse that even looks aggressive. After which one of them added that in fact, good horses are not those that are the biggest. But this guy was also mistaken, because as soon as he got closer to one of the horses, she immediately tried to bite off his head. The guy from the White Tiger actually didn't expect anything different, because it seemed to him that the people from the Blue Tower were simply not capable of anything, not even able to handle a horse. But before he could finish speaking, suddenly his horse began to show his character. Now they both simply did not understand why these horses behaved this way. They were too aggressive for them. Although Likan stood silently, he still didn't want to approach these horses, because they were really too aggressive for reasons unknown to him. But suddenly he heard the professor laugh, who began to tell them that she had already told them that they would study on horses everywhere. And now each of them will receive their first task, the essence of which was that she wanted them to get closer to all these guys. The students immediately started telling her that this was dishonest and mean, because these horses were not normal, and it was simply impossible to establish contact with them. In response, the professor told them that perhaps they would open their hearts to them if they took good care of these horses. After which she officially pointed her finger at them and said that from now on, their main task was to get along with the horses in this stall. Likan was apparently the only one who understood that, in addition to aggression, there was something else wrong with these horses. He was almost sure that the professor was simply not telling them something, so he wanted to start by choosing the calmest-looking one. But before he had time to do this, the professor approached him again, who ordered him to follow her. Without much joy, Likan still followed her, expecting some kind of complication of this task. But she actually led him to a horse that looked amazing and didn't seem entirely evil. After which the professor added that she simply could not give her nephew's favorite student a simple horse. So she decided to entrust Likan with this particular horse. But still, she decided to help him a little, telling him that this is actually the wildest and most temperamental horse here, not taking into account the fact that he is the most beautiful. The professor generally believed that it would actually be easier to tame some kind of monster than this horse, and Likan did not understand why he needed such happiness. She, of course, understood that the task was quite difficult for a beginner, but Likan did not let her finish finishing it because he was interested in finding out whether he would have some kind of bonus for completing this task. The professor could only laugh at this, because she believed that this task should not be difficult for him, since he was already able to cope even with the Thunderbird. Professor Erlagam tried to pretend that he was incredibly happy to see his aunt, so when opening the doors he tried to communicate with her politely and with a smile. But she immediately noticed the fact that he forgot to say hello and of course did not forget to remind him about it. Before the man had time to answer anything, she decided that she could enter his house without special permission and see how her nephew had arranged everything. While the woman was examining everything there, the alchemy professor had questions for Likan. He wanted to find out from the guy what he was doing here. And as it turned out, it was Likan who brought his aunt here at her request. Urgam couldn't do anything about it, so he just listened to his aunt talk about how he had dust everywhere. And given all this, she was interested to know when was the last time he cleaned here. After which she immediately moved on to her favorite topic, that it was time for him to find himself a good sweet girl, because she did not understand how he was going to live further. The professor decided to interrupt this scene by saying that it seemed like it was time to finally eat and asked Likan to play along with him, which the guy successfully did, although he was actually hungry. At least the woman completely agreed with him on this because Likan is a growing organism, which under no circumstances should skip meals. But she also had good news for Urgam. According to her, they both can relax because today Aunt will feed everyone with Oriental cuisine. Although this was not entirely good news for the man because he does not like Oriental food, But when his aunt took out a knife, he realized that in fact he had no choice as such. His terrible dreams literally became reality today. How he wanted to wake up now, but apparently this is really reality. In any case, nothing can be done. So the man decided to at least talk to Likan and ask how he was doing. But he didn't have time to do this because he noticed something special on his chest that literally shocked him. His left shoulder literally sparkled and it looked like a small tree branch. As it turned out, this was the result of the fact that on this side, he kept his artifact, which he received in the forest. Urgom was slightly surprised that the guy had already managed to upgrade his equipment, and even he felt the energy of the forest looking at this artifact. That's why he was most eager to hear the guy's story. Where did he get this magic wand? Likan understood that he could not tell how it really was, so he decided to say that he ended up in the forest completely by accident. Also accidentally met the spirit of a tree, and just as accidentally received a staff from him, which Urgom did not quite believe. But the guy couldn't come up with anything better, so he tried to the end to prove that life is just a series of coincidences. But both professors who listened to this story immediately realized that the guy was just trying to escape. But apparently, this attempt failed. Moreover, Urgom decided to ask the guy if that tree had given the guy any riddles. Lihan was slightly shocked that the man knew about all this, but according to him, this spirit is actually quite popular. He also added that the spirit of this tree is very smart and far-sighted, but its complex nature is quite difficult to ignore. Therefore, Likan decided that this staff had special capabilities and wanted to ask the man if this was true. Although the guy himself knew that judging by what the spirit was telling him, there was clearly something hidden in the staff, and therefore he was interested to know what ability was hidden in it. It seemed to him that this should be something like becoming invisible while holding a staff or spirit magic. The aunt put her soup on the table and decided to answer the guy's question, saying that this staff really has a special power. Lihan was so happy to hear this, and therefore he quickly wanted to know what kind of power he had. The woman was not going to keep him waiting and immediately said that he would be very useful in farming. This was not the answer Likan expected, and it was not strange to see that he was upset. Urgom completely agreed with his aunt, because in fact this is exactly what one should expect from the gifts of tree spirits. They are good at work related to growing things. Only the man didn't understand why Likan was so upset, because it was so great that he would be able to grow something. Likan thought differently, but could not help but agree with the professor. But in fact, Lihan really wanted to try to grow some edible crops, and after hearing this, Auntie decided to tell him that she would help him with this. After they had eaten and refreshed themselves with new strength, she immediately went out into the backyard so that the woman would give the guy instructions. First of all, she suggested that he plant sweet potatoes and potatoes, although he would have to wait a little for the harvest. But she assured him that when his time came, he would be incredibly grateful, and Likan did not argue with her. And mentally, he tried to do everything so that his positivity would not disappear, because he wanted to do a little different things. But since his staff was designed specifically for this, he didn't mind growing different crops. The students of the Blue Tower were dying of hunger again, because the last time they ate was a few days ago, when suddenly their whining was interrupted by some unexpected ray of light, which in their heads was God, who descended to them in order to save them. But it was just Lihan, who went away for a few hours, but now he is back with them, and how glad they were that he came to them again, because they immediately saw a basket of food in his hands. Likan received this food a few hours earlier. It was the professor's gratitude for his help. They were all so happy to see him, and in fact they did not expect anything less from him. And they also did not forget to say that his family was the greatest that had ever existed in the empire. Likan, listening to all this, believed that they had changed a lot over the past couple of weeks. They became just like little chicks waiting to be fed. Having placed this basket on the floor, Likan asked them to wait a little while he cooked soup for them, and then they could eat normally. Yenna watched Lihan so closely while he was preparing this soup. It seemed to her that he looked like an experienced alchemist in action, although in fact he was just making soup. After some time, the soup was ready, and the guy asked the guys to carry their plates, because now they would start eating this delicious soup. A couple of minutes later, they were all eating soup and enjoying life, and Yenna, as the executive secretary, was writing everything down. But Likan decided not to stop there and went to another person in the room. It was Her Majesty, to whom Likan decided to personally take a bowl of soup so that she could taste what he had prepared. Lihan also did not forget to add that everyone had already received their portion, so she could eat without worry. The girl was not entirely sure that she needed to eat this at all, but she still decided and did it, after which she is unlikely to regret it, because this soup was the best work of art she had eaten in a long time. Likan was glad that she liked it so much, so he decided not to disturb her and thought about letting her stay in the room and finish her meal here. The girl politely thanked the guy for such a gift and added that she would definitely repay him in kind. As it turned out, it was not exactly Likan's idea, but the princess's friends, who asked him to do so, and they were very happy when they heard from the guy something that she really liked. After hearing this, the princess's friend also decided to ask Likan to do this more often, and for this, he promised to pay him double in silver. Likan did not see the point in this until he heard the word doubly, and as soon as the guy said this, Likan immediately agreed and said that it was an honor for him to serve the imperial family. Although he still didn't fully understand why they cared so much about her, perhaps because the princess was such an important person, although probably everyone in the imperial family was important except Gainando. After lunch and rest, Likan went to evening magic classes, and this time he was completely alone in the class. At that moment, the teacher, looking at Likan, thought that in fact it was not his responsibility to supervise the students. But when he saw the amount of mana that came from Likan, he simply could not be distracted. The man believed that he would definitely regret it in the future if he now lost touch with such a talent. Therefore, he decided to talk a little with Likan, and at that moment, the guy thought that the teacher realized that he was messing around. And so that it wouldn't seem that way, Likan decided to ask the teacher why this training was even needed. The man did not expect such a question from the guy, because it seemed to him that everything was written in the lecture notes, except that Likan simply did not read it. Likan immediately blushed because in fact he didn't even hold the notes in his hands. Then he decided to change the subject and asked the man to tell him how this training would help in battle. In response to this question, the professor simply remained silent, and this heated up the situation between him and Likan gradually began to get nervous. After a short time of such silence, the man finally told the guy that he needed to think about the answer, since the question was too banal. A minute later, the answer came to the man on its own. He stood up from his seat and decided to give the guy an example that now he can destroy Likan using just one feather. This was a rather frightening example for the guy, but it is worth noting that thanks to him, Likan began to understand what the teacher was trying to convey to him. But the professor didn't finish there and added that high-level magic is not needed in battle. What can be used to destroy an opponent will be enough. According to him, when a person rotates a spiritual stone, then by these actions he automatically trains to strengthen the power of projection magic. Even if it is the same single magical projectile, the power will vary dramatically depending on the one used. A magician whose base is weak will hardly be able to use this ability in a real battle. The heat and noise of the battlefield, coupled with the atmosphere of bloodlust, will weigh heavily on him. However, a well-trained magician with a polished base, even in an experimental situation, will be able to use his power for its intended purpose. All this was so beautiful and at the same time frightening for Likan. But what was most interesting for him was that the professor didn't even break a sweat to show something like that. Is he really that strong? Now Likan thought that if he did not take classes into account, now he perceived Professor Velati completely differently. The guy always thought that his course was simply made for the sake of simply existing, but it turns out there was such a meaning behind it all. And this meant for the guy that he could get not only good grades from the man, so he decided to ask the professor one question. After approval from the professor, Lihan began to talk about how he had recently managed to activate a low-level manipulation, but he could not control it. The professor immediately assumed that the guy simply had a huge reserve of mana, which Likan himself confirmed. It was so surprising for the guy that the man immediately understood what was going on, so he was sure that the man had some thoughts about this. It even seemed to him that the professor would now give a complete solution to his problem. He was so interested in finding out what method he would teach him. To Likan's surprise, the professor at one point simply took his hand and cast a spell with which he began to absorb the guy's mana. The guy was very frightened by this because he knew very well that absorbing mana is a strong and vile spell of the highest circle, which allows you to absorb the enemy's mana. But what surprised him most was that the professor, without a shadow of a doubt, began to use it on the student, so Lihan began to ask the man to stop and not do it. The professor did not stop and simply asked the guy to stand still and not move. Suddenly, a huge ocean appeared in front of his face, which literally filled his head and thoughts. Apparently, that's why the man fainted from this sight, which frightened Likan even more, who now didn't understand what was happening at all. As it turned out, the professor wanted to reduce his mana volume to make it easier for him to control, but he didn't succeed because Likan has much more mana than he could imagine. Usually those who have more mana than they can withstand cannot change the power of the spell and simply lose consciousness. which is exactly what happened to the professor. But it cannot be that the Einregard professor does not know his mana limit that he is allowed to use. Then Likan thought that he had enough mana to knock out the professor, and this scared him a little, because now he didn't even know how much mana he had. After which the guy began to say that if such an experimental method did not work, then most likely there was simply no way out. But the professor suddenly interrupted him and said that in fact there is one way. But first the man would like to know from Likan whether the object he was trying to control was flying towards him. The guy immediately thought about this because he wasn't completely sure, but still he was more inclined to believe that the object was not flying in his direction. In response to this, the professor told him that instinct is the most important thing. It may seem to him that this is impossible, but if the will of the wizard and the object are connected, then he is controlled by simple instinct. According to the man, instinct is a great power, and if you can use it, then Likan will be able to train the manipulation of objects. This gave answers to many questions that interested Likan and others from an expert he did not expect. It was not in vain that he asked the professor about this. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a professor who wanted to find out if the guy was ready. Likan didn't quite understand what he needed to prepare for, but still answered that it seemed like yes. As it turned out, he needed to be prepared for the fact that the professor would now aim at his chin, and he would need to try to use low-level manipulation to protect himself. Now Likan was completely unprepared for this and tried to stop the professor. But it was already too late because the professor had already begun to attack him. After some time, Likan finally managed to do what the professor asked him to do, although he was all beaten up, but he was still grateful to the professor for it. Mentally, he blamed himself for the fact that he decided to trust the professor of this crazy academy. The man answered him that in fact the guy didn't need to thank him because it was still the fruit of his efforts. Likan still tried to smile through the pain and told the professor that he thought too highly of him. After such a grueling training, Likan went to meet Digiling. The girl politely greeted the guy and immediately decided to ask him what was wrong with him, because he didn't look quite normal. Likan actually barely spoke to the professor after class, but still assured the girl that everything was fine. The girl did not dwell on this and told the guy that she had brought him a priest's robe, for which the guy was very grateful to her. And as a token of gratitude, he prepared a small pie for her. But the girl immediately began to refuse this and assured him that she did not need it, because she was still sure that Mr. Pressing was suffering, and it seemed to her that it would be dishonest for her to enjoy such excellent food. Now Likan was beginning to gradually regret that he had agreed to help his sister married with this girl, because it was not so easy to convince her. No matter how Likan tried to persuade her, she still continued to repeat that she did not need it, and continued to invite him to give it to someone who needed it more. She thought that tea would be more than enough for her. Then Likan decided to invite her to prepare this tea. She was a little unsure about this, but the guy assured her that everything would be fine because he was really into teas. Likan knew that most priests preferred bitter drinks such as green tea or coffee, so he was sure that she thought he would prepare something like that. But the guy had something more insidious in mind and was going to cook something that would awaken her taste buds. She noticed something was wrong and reminded him that he told her that he would make tea, but he turned to her with a serious face and wanted to know what was the matter. Because as it turned out, this is how they prepare tea in his family. The girl realized that apparently she had said too much, so Digilin immediately asked him to continue. She just wanted to say that he puts too much sugar, to which Likan answered her that she really wanted to say that his family's way of preparing tea was so bad, it hurt him to the very heart. But the girl tried to immediately convince him that that's not what she really meant. And to prove this to him, she still decided to drink this tea, which was just what Likan was waiting for. After a short amount of time, Likan put the tea on her table and only added that it was a special milk tea, which he advised her to try. Until the last moment she doubted drinking this, but still she had to take at least one sip. And in fact, after the first sip of this tea, she realized that it was not so bad, and it was actually really tasty. At the top of the faint sweetness spreading across the tongue, the girl quite clearly felt the sharp, refreshing notes. It reminded her of some kind of tsunami of new wonderful tastes. This is what Likan actually wanted to achieve. But he was not going to stop there, and therefore was going to prepare the next tea that would finish off this quiet one. He decided to add sugar, nuts, and cocoa to boiling water, then milk, after which, according to the recipe, you need to mix it well. This tea Lihanu always resembled corn and called this tea special at their house. It seemed to the girl a little that it was more reminiscent of some kind of soup rather than tea. Likan, in response to this, began to cry again and pretend to be a sissy who did not understand how the girl could call his family traditional drink an ordinary soup. She realized that apparently she would have to try it after all, but not to say that she was too against it because the taste was actually very good. Lee Kun guessed that the girl would like this taste. It seemed to him that now she would open up a new world of tastes. And in this rather cunning way, Lee Kun was going to feed the girl little by little, and thereby fulfill the request of Sister Merid. After a short amount of time, the tea was finished, and the girl was incredibly pleased. And she also did not forget to thank the guy for this treat. After which, Lee Kun came closer to her and began to say that now that she knows that it's delicious, next time she won't even think of refusing, because now he would like her to come to this place again and again. There's not much of her. It was annoying that he spoke like a villain, but still she agreed with him. That same day, late in the evening, Lee Kun stood behind a tree in one of the dormitories and watched as all the students returned to their rooms after classes. At that moment, he had thoughts in his head that he, like the most ordinary pious young priest, would be the one who went to pray in the middle of the night, especially since he already had the clothes that Digilin gave him. But still he was careful to the end, because he understood perfectly well that in fact it was unknown what traps he would encounter on the way. Fortunately, he passed the first floor without any problems, and this was actually expected for him, by the way. This is the first time he has been walking through these huge halls since his arrival. Therefore, he decided that first, it would be a good idea for him to explore these places. But at some point, he noticed a student who was standing not far from him, although he was not sure that it was a student. But after a few minutes of observing this character, Lee Kun realized that this was really a student. But what was most interesting was that he was from the Black Turtle Tower. Lee Kun watched him carefully for some time, and what was most surprising was that this guy walked simply silently, as if he had been training this gait all his life. For some reason, Lee Kun remembered that mouse beastmen were not particularly welcome in the Empire, and all this was due to the stereotype that they were either thieves or vagabonds. Lee Kun, of course, did not want to be biased, but his intentions were immediately visible to the guy. And since their intentions are similar, Lee Kun decided to talk a little with this swindler, so the first one came up, but immediately warned the Black Turtle guy that if he made even one sound, his body would be found dead tomorrow. The beastman was frightened by such an unexpected appearance of Lee Kun, because he thought that it could be a professor, but now he can exhale, because in front of him is the same student. Lee Kun asked him for forgiveness for this and offered to meet him, so he asked him what his name was. This guy's name was Ratford. He was a professional thief who belongs to the Black Sheep group. The student does not openly ignore him, but he still feels outside the group. Therefore, he decided to prove himself to his peers in the tower, and for this, he began to look for a place where essential things were stored, after conducting a thorough search. As a result, he was able to find a door that possibly leads to the vault. He was able to make the key to this door without any difficulty thanks to his talent. Lehane was impressed by his abilities, and according to Ratford, he spent all his free time making this key. While the guy was looking at this key, Ratford asked who he was and decided to assume that, judging by his physique and actions, he was from the Tiger Tower. This assumption made the guy laugh a little, so he decided to introduce himself as Lee Kun Vardanaz from the Dragon Tower. This surname obviously frightened Ratford very much because he, like no one else, knew how dangerous this family was. Lee Kun noticed his reaction and asked his interlocutor not to be so surprised because he believed that in fact there was nothing like that here. Moreover, Lehane suggested that Ratford act together because he believed that this was in any case better than alone. Ratford couldn't believe his ears because the guy standing opposite him was too high status, so he wasn't sure that they could cooperate at all. In response to this, Lee Kun decided to point out that in fact it was he who suggested this to him. So yes, of course it's possible. Ratford still decided to ask Lehane if he was sure, to which the guy answered him that it was better to move and not waste precious time. The first thing he wanted to do was ask Ratford if he could open this door, but according to the Beastman, this door was under the influence of magic, so he was unlikely to be able to do this. Lichna was slightly embarrassed by this. He did not think that this door could not be opened in some ordinary way. Therefore, he decided to examine this door a little and did it for good reason, because he noticed a sign that was quite familiar to him, after which he thought a little and asked Ratford to leave, because he had one plan. He took out the key, which had been in his pocket for quite some time after he stole it from the director. And what was Ratford's surprise when he saw that the guy still managed to open this door? Therefore, he immediately wanted to find out from Lee Kun where he even got this key, to which the guy answered him with a smile that he stole it from the director. In fact, that day, Lee Han did not tell Asen that he found this key while they were both listening to the messages from the director. Although this key came to the guy by accident, he never imagined that he would ever need it. In any case, he understood that behind this door, There was a trap waiting for them, so they definitely had to be extremely careful. And as soon as they opened the door, the first thing they saw was a staircase that led down. Lee Khan did not have time to invite his new friend to go down these stairs when Ratford simply fell to the floor and seemed to begin to listen to external noises. His ears played a big role in his life because he heard much better than everyone else. And today, with the help of this hearing, he heard someone talking below. This made Lee Khan so happy because he was actually always very interested in knowing whether external supplies were coming into their academy, and if they did, they must surely use some kind of underground route. If it happened after curfew, the students would have no way of knowing about it, so he was pretty sure the provisions were downstairs, although Ratford didn't quite like the idea of going down there. But still, they began to descend, and the first thing worth noticing was that they had not descended very far, and there was absolutely no light here. Therefore, Ratford suggested that Lee Han use the magic of light to somehow illuminate his path. But before the Beastman could reach for his wand, Lee Khan stopped his hand, who explained to him that he shouldn't do such stupid things, because the director was definitely hiding this place, so he would hardly have made it easy to navigate. Ratford agreed with him. Lee Han was indeed right, and he just didn't think about it. Although mentally at that moment, he still didn't understand who Lee Khan was, because the further they moved, the more it seemed to him that he was used to such situations and felt like a fish in water in them. He even had thoughts that perhaps he shouldn't even say his name, because as far as the rumors are true, even the prince and princess cannot breathe calmly in his presence. And in general, according to his information, Lee Khan was able to subdue even a thunderbird with just one spell. Ratford couldn't even mentally believe that this could be true, but apparently it is. Suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by Lee Khan, who did not understand what Ratford was doing at all, because they seemed to have arrived. Lee Khan and Ratford hid carefully near the wall, and after looking around, they realized that most likely this was the very vault. The guys decided that they could carefully enter there, but as soon as they stepped one step further than allowed, a fire broke out in front of them. But Lee Khan didn't understand what suddenly happened, because in fact they didn't even try to walk, they just took one step, after which all the lamps miraculously lit up. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some stomping. Apparently someone was walking along the corridor, and the guy was absolutely right, because it was the warehouse keeper, or so it seemed to him. They became quiet and decided to listen to what he was saying, and this keeper began to count the food: 8 circles of cheese, 5 bottles of maple syrup. Lee Khan understood that this was apparently a daily inventory count, but he didn't even think that there were so many products in this warehouse. But what surprised him most was the fact how responsibly they took the storage of all these products. In any case, Lee Khan decided that there was nothing more for them to do here, and it was time to leave. But before he had time to say a word to Ratford, a voice sounded behind him, who would very much like to know who they even are and what they are doing here. Lee Khan asked himself to mentally do everything not to start panicking, and this calmness led him to the idea that he could use light magic to blind him. But this idea quickly disappeared from him, because Lee Khan drew attention to his face, on which there were only bandages and no eyes were visible. They say that when a person loses one of the senses, the others begin to improve to compensate for the loss. But Lee Khan was still sure that even if this was true, this creature still would not have been able to find them so easily, because they did not make a sound, and their smell was interrupted by tons of others. Although all this was good, the question of how he was able to find them remains open. Meanwhile, the Guardian, looking at Lee Khan, noticed a huge energy inside the guy inside his body, which later created just a huge ocean in his head. And this could only mean one thing, that in front of him was a very powerful magician. Therefore, this creature decided to show respect and bow to Lee Khan, which was quite unexpected for the guy. After which it added that judging by the huge amount of mana, he must be the director, and this provoked him to ask for forgiveness for his discourtesy, but he promised that he would immediately return to work. Lee Khan couldn't believe his eyes. Would this guard really just leave right now, and that would be the end of it all? Although the fact that he confused them with the director meant something to the guy, although he did not fully understand how this was even possible. In any case, what was much more important was the phrase that he had a huge amount of mana, and it turns out that they were spotted precisely because of it. The guy, of course, guessed that it wouldn't be entirely easy, but he didn't even suspect that it would be so easy. Although in any case, he tried to calm Ratford as much as possible and told him that everything had been resolved and they could calmly continue on their way. And Lee Khan also believed that they would have to leave all the food in place, since there are those who count it. He suggested that it would be better to look for the passage through which it is delivered here. Suddenly, Lehane's speech was interrupted by Ratford, who began to run away, because he heard too many steps in that direction, and they were approaching very quickly. They made an immediate decision to run away, and Leekon could not help but notice that Ratford knew his way around here perfectly, although this was his first time here. Now Lehane didn't understand at all why Ratford was so nervous before this, if he knew his way around the area perfectly. But after a few minutes, Leekon will apparently have to take back his words, because they reached a dead end and there was no further passage. Ratford simply did not understand how this was possible, because they had come not just to a dead end, but to the very place from which they had started to flee. Lehan, after standing and thinking for a while, realized one thing that was causing them such a problem. There were thoughts in his head that, unlike Raftord, who was a thief in a small village, Leekon grew up on many stories. And thanks to this, his imagination works better in such situations, which is why he was able to find the secret button that was among the wall. As soon as he pressed it, the dead end suddenly turned into a new passage, which Ratford felt, but still did not understand where it was. The only thing in the beastman's head was that, judging by the fact that there was so much space and light here, this must be that same passage. But most of all, he wanted to know how Leekon knew about this passage. Was it really just that he was from the Vardanaz family? Leekon at that moment simply didn't think about anything, because in his head, there was the thought that he would finally be able to escape from this hell. How much suffering he had to endure during this time, but now it all paid off. There are several rules for Einregard workers. They should not talk about what they see, initiate conversations, ask questions, and the like. That is why if priests or students from the other end of the road appear in front of them, they most likely will not say anything to them. Leekon was simply amazed by their interest. To Ratford, it seemed that these people simply did not see them. And this made it clear that since everything is so simple, then they don't even need to try to seem suspicious, because this employee doesn't care at all. Therefore, the first thing Leekon decided to do was approach one of the workers and ask him to give them a ride, to which the man gave him a positive answer, especially since they had already finished work and were ready to go. The guy and his new friend sat down in the back seats of this carriage without any problems, and now it seemed to Leekon that he could calmly exhale, because all the problems were long behind him. Except that Ratford's gaze makes him feel incredibly awkward. All the people in this karate are silent. This world was too complicated for him. Einregard is a symbol of the Empire and magicians, so he had so many enemies, and living like this seemed incredibly difficult for the guy. And all this was only confirmed when they were driving, and Leekon noticed that they were transporting not only food, but also politically important things. In any case, he still just couldn't believe that they were luring students in and not letting them just leave. When suddenly Lehan's thoughts were interrupted after they had stopped quite suddenly. As soon as he decided to look out the window to see what happened, to his great regret, he saw Professor Garcia there, who for unknown reasons was also here. Judging by the atmosphere, Leekon understood that they were unlikely to be caught. But then what was she doing here? Ratford's face became even paler when he saw Professor Garcia. Now he simply has no idea what they should do next, but Lehan immediately tried to calm him down, because it seemed to him that the woman had no idea that they were here. Therefore, for now it seemed to him that the best thing would be to just observe and only then make some decisions, which Ratford eventually agreed with. And after he managed to calm his friend down, he decided to think about what brought Garcia here. Garcia at this moment was thinking about the words of the director, who told her that people from the families of the Imperial Inner Circle would be waiting outside the school, and therefore he would like her to deliver this small package to them, and it was quite inconvenient for her to deliver artifacts every month. In addition, her traveling companions were usually workers who were frightened even by Garcia's smile. Suddenly, one of them even pulled out a sword, and Garcia was quite surprised that they were ready to go so far, just because she smiled. But as it turned out, the matter was not about her at all. One of the workers told her that the head was sounding the alarm, which meant that some kind of incident had occurred. As it turned out, it was a matter of some two unfamiliar guys who were caught on the road and asked to immediately identify themselves. They immediately replied that there was no need to react so seriously, because they were just merchants who were passing by. This answer caused them incredible laughter, because everyone noticed that they had weapons behind their backs. These guys realized that there was no point in hiding. Apparently, even the porters at this school were unusual. One of the main workers immediately ordered everyone to line up, because he immediately realized that these were either mercenaries or ordinary soldiers. They decided that there was no point in playing children's games, so they immediately prepared their crossbows and fired. In response, the mercenaries immediately told them that this was all just nonsense and not an attack, because they came here for a reason, but prepared before it. The workers realized that these were far from ordinary guys, and they immediately wanted to know who they were. But instead of answering this question, one of the mercenaries could only say that they had come to fight the magicians who were eating up the empire. Although they were still not so sharp in their movements and asked the workers to drop their weapons and surrender, this was the only way they would not get hurt. One of the employees realized that these were most likely ordinary anti-magicians who came here to destroy them. These unknown guys realized that no one here was listening to them. So after the last warning, they went into battle with the words that they would destroy them for the glory of the Twilight Team. But before they got too close, someone suddenly used magic, specifically the Order Curtain spell. And the one who joined this battle in time enough was Garcia, who was able to repel their blows with a barrier in time. Although in any case, she perfectly understood that in fact the situation was still not the best, because her enemies are people from the Twilight Team who destroyed countless magicians. And as a not-quite combat magician, it will be quite difficult for her to resist them. Therefore, she decided that all she could do now was to send a request to the school for help and hold out until help from the principal arrived. But these guys weren't going to just stand there and wait for someone to come to this woman's aid, so they prepared a very strange weapon in the form of a huge ball, which literally sucked up all the energy. Garcia began to realize that her mana was simply dissipating, and without mana, she definitely wouldn't last long. One of the workers immediately ran up to her and wanted to know what was happening, to which she said in a rather sad voice that magicians are not omnipotent. Then she added that there are many ways to neutralize the spell, for example objects like this, which disperse mana over a large area. And most likely it was just an ancient relic that occasionally appears in ruins and dungeons, but the most amazing thing is that no one even approximately understood how these guys even managed to get it. Now this was actually not the main question, because she perfectly understood that since her mana was absorbed every time she tried to use it, then in this way, she simply would not be able to hold the spell. And frankly, she simply did not understand what to do next. Before she had time to think anything, an anti-mage suddenly appeared behind her, who was going to do everything to make her finally feel retribution. But at some point, this warrior simply fell unconscious on the floor, and it was so surprising for Garcia, because what could have happened? Because she was absolutely sure that there was no one here. 10 minutes ago, Lehane and Ratford were carefully watching what was happening, and for some reason the guy was sure that this was just one of the director's traps. But still, he decided to do something and asked his friend to hide here and not stick his head out anywhere. Likan himself had heard a lot about the Twilight Team, and if the guy was not mistaken, then it was a group of anti-magicians, and most likely the situation would worsen if he did not stand in their way. But he also cannot reveal himself, so he decided to use his spell, which was called Hiding in the Night, which helped him become invisible. Although after that blow, from which one of the anti-mages fell unconscious, Likan still decided to open himself and tell Professor Garcia that it was him. But at that moment he never lifted his spell, which helped him remain invisible. And the woman at that moment simply did not understand where he was, and most importantly, what had he forgotten in this forest? Likan answered her that this was the magic of invisibility, and also advised her to first give orders to the others, and only then continue the dialogue with him. She agreed with him because in fact they really didn't have much time, so she asked everyone who could fight to take a weapon and hold out for a while, because she had already sent a request for help to the school, and people should arrive here soon. Until then, she asked Likan to remain invisible so that he would not get hurt. Although watching who they had to fight, Likan realized that they were all experts in martial arts, and most likely they would not be able to defeat them without his help. But first he would like to know from Garcia why she doesn't use magic, to which she told him that they use an ancient relic that absorbs all the magic. And at that moment she suddenly realized that Likan still remained invisible, although this artifact should also affect him. Although then she remembered that this guy simply has an unlimited amount of mana, and apparently even such ancient artifacts are not a hindrance for him. But the most important thing is that now Garcia can borrow some mana from Likan, because he still has too much of it. He was not against such an exchange, so without thinking for a long time, he extended his hand to her. And after a few seconds, Garcia was able to completely restore all her energy and mana, which gave her the opportunity to continue fighting. This time, she decided not only to defend herself, but also to go into battle, and for this she decided to use an indestructible spear. Likan liked this much more, because this is such an amazing opportunity for him in fact. The anti-magicians couldn't believe their eyes, because they had just taken all the mana from her. How was she even able to use magic? Garcia decided that she should make her strike first on that old artifact that continues to weaken her, and only then deal with the criminals. Apparently her blow worked because this magical artifact exploded, which caused just a huge explosion, after which Garcia felt that her mana had finally returned and she couldn't help but be happy about it. And since she can fight again, She saw no reason to finally end these guys once and for all. And for this, she has one very good spell. The anti-mages realized that they most likely lost this battle, so they decided that the best option in this case would be to simply run away. Although this was good news, Lee Kun still couldn't rejoice because he felt that the professor's mana was still going somewhere, even though it was not much. After a short inspection of the area, he noticed that that ball was still intact, and apparently it continued to suck out mana. Without thinking for long, he informed the professor that the relic was still functioning and needed to be destroyed as soon as possible. But she didn't have any time for this, because at that moment, 4 anti-mages decided to start attacking her at once. Therefore, Lee Kun had to join the battle, and in time he was able to repel one of the attacks of the anti-magicians. These guys simply did not understand what was happening here, why their second partner also fell unconscious, because they were sure that there was no one here. One of them was apparently the smartest, because he began to calm them down and talk about what was actually obvious to him. There is clearly another magician here who uses invisibility. Leon couldn't believe that they were able to react to an invisible person so quickly. But what interested him most was the aura of the person who was fighting against them, because it was definitely different from the others. Although Lee Kun understood for sure that he simply could not let this person near the professor. Therefore, he uttered the cherished words that revealed his identity, and now he was visible to everyone. That same guy immediately stated that he did not expect that the boy would deceive them, but now he was going to do everything to make the guy pay for everything he did. Lee Kun was not going to bend under the words of this villain, so he asked him just not to think that he was a fool, because this was far from the case. After all, he at least did not understand why he should fight with them at all, if he could destroy the relic, and that would be the end of the battle. So he ran straight to her. But he was well aware that it would actually be quite dangerous to face them directly, so he used his invisibility again. The head of the anti-magicians ordered his guys to stop, after which he added that he would deal with this guy himself and let them deal with the woman. In this case, Lee Kun prepared another plan that was supposed to help him, and its essence was to use the very balls that helped him train magic. This rather unexpected decision surprised the anti-magicians, so these balls flew straight to the target. After several accurate blows, they all decided that the boy was not simple and most likely he knew how to fight, so they should be more careful. At that moment, Lee Kun noticed to himself that the sensations he was feeling right now were very different from what he had in class. It was as if his brain was on fire. But in any case, he decided that he needed to concentrate now, because if he exposed himself even a little, he could die quite easily. No matter how hard he tried, his strength was too little to concentrate only on attacks. From such an overstrain in his head, he even began to bleed. Lee Kun simply couldn't believe that he had run out of mana, and that's why he started bleeding. But looking at his belt, which was still working, he realized that he still had a lot of mana, but then what was wrong with it? There were few options. For some reason, it seemed to him that perhaps he had concentrated too much, and that's why he started bleeding. In any case, he understood that there was no way to delay this battle. In addition, the relic, which he never destroyed, was activated again and will now be even heavier. But Lee Kun understood that in any case, he first needed to leave his pursuers and only then deal with the artifact. Apparently, everything won't be as simple as he would like, because the main anti-mage was literally able to cut one of the guy's balls with just one blow. Lee Kun still had a little time left to finally get to his treasured relic, but apparently he won't be able to do it because these guys can smell the blood that comes from Lee Kun very well. Therefore, he decided that since this was the case, he should strike first so that they would begin to fear him. Immediately after he struck one of them, the head realized that these wounds were from a sword, and as a result, he decided that the guy had changed his weapon. But it also gave him a clue that the guy was apparently somewhere nearby, so he ordered his men to throw some dust of light towards the relic, which one of them did without any problems and practically hit Lee Kun. But the dust, unfortunately, got into the drops of blood that flowed from Lee Kun. At this moment, Lee Kun decided that he would apparently have to abandon the idea of destroying the relic. After all, these mercenaries at one moment began to literally shout to their leader that they saw the blood of this boy. But this was still not enough for him, and he ordered them to immediately calm down and continue to follow his scent. Although after this phrase, he realized that in fact he no longer distinguishes smells because they are all mixed up. This was too bad news for them. But in any case, no one was going to give up. So the leader ordered each of them to be on alert and not let this vile magician attack them from behind the scenes. Before he had time to finish this, suddenly 2 of his people literally fell unconscious at the same time. At that moment, the man finally understood everything, and even he decided to admit that this was quite an excellent decision, but he still believed that the guy could not defeat him. As soon as they surrounded him, Lee Kun decided that the best option would be to hide among the wounded. And as you can see, this decision has brought good results so far. This made the man admit that the guy was a very strong opponent, and so he took off his mask and introduced himself as Garax. And from that moment, he assured Lee Kun that he would fight with his full strength. After which he attacked the guy with the words that if he hid his smell, this does not mean that he hid perfectly, thanks to his poetic spell. Although Lee Kun was able to block his blow, the guy did not fully understand how the man managed to do it. Garax at this time began to say that the guy was actually very easy to catch, because he could very clearly hear his trembling breathing. According to this madman, he can identify Lee Kun not only by smell, and he was also very grateful to him for interrupting a couple of people, and now he can hear him even better, so it's time to finish with him. Lee Kun did not expect such a fast attack, so it was quite difficult to dodge his attacks. Although Lee Kun managed to dodge, he understood perfectly well that if he made even one mistake, he would most likely have serious problems. Garax's skill with the sword was simply excellent, clearly better than Lee Kun, who only completed fencing courses with his teacher in childhood. Lee Kun couldn't believe that all he could do was block the blows of a man who couldn't even see him. At one point, the man knocked him down, but the guy still had a smile on his face, and in his mind he thought that apparently he had finally found himself in real danger. Garax slowly but confidently approached the guy, as if he saw him and knew exactly where he needed to go, simultaneously saying that the guy's breathing betrayed his fear. But most of all, he wanted to see what the guy's face looked like, distorted with fear. Lee Kun understood that he had few options, and perhaps none at all, but he was sure of one thing. He definitely couldn't die like that. At that moment, for some reason, he remembered the words of his master, who told him that experienced swordsmen can fill their sword with mana and make it several times more powerful. And if this is so, then he will finally be able to justify all the training he has had. And this seemingly not the best idea actually worked, and the guy was finally able to figure out where he could spend all his mana. He simply put a huge amount of mana into his sword, and with this he was able to land a good blow on the man, who was already practically celebrating his victory. Garax lay on the floor and understood perfectly well that a simple sword swing could not be so powerful, so he wanted to at least find out what this brat just did. But Lee Kun was not doing as well as he thought, and as soon as he tried to get up, he realized that he actually couldn't do it. The guy looked carefully at his hands and realized that apparently this was just an effect from the fact that he used too much mana. But at the moment, this was not his main problem, because not only was Garax able to stand up, he was also able to find the strength to strike. Lee Kun at that moment could not do anything, and it seemed to him that this was how his life would end. But at the last moment, something clearly went wrong for Garax, because he simply fell instead of delivering the final blow. It was not completely clear what happened to this guy, but Lee Kun suggested that perhaps he was simply vomiting blood, and that's why he passed out, which means that his attack using mana worked perfectly. After that, he was finally able to lie down and breathe out a sigh of relief, because he understood perfectly well that he had managed to survive. But he couldn't lie in peace for a long time, because at one moment Garcia ran out of nowhere, incredibly worried about the guy. Lee Kun looked straight into her face and could not fully understand how she managed to cope, because her enemies surrounded her. But then he saw several bodies behind her, and this made him understand that he really shouldn't worry about her. And now it even seemed to the guy that he might not help her, because she could handle everything perfectly well on her own. Garcia interrupted his thoughts with the words that now he could finally rest, because their strongest reinforcements were already on the way. Lee Kun could not even think that one day he would be incredibly happy to see the skeleton. While the guy was resting, the director decided to apologize to Garcia for putting her in such danger, because in fact he could have foreseen that this was possible. Garcia answered him with a smile that no one could have known that the same infamous Twilight team would come here. Suddenly another professor intervened in their conversation, who appeared out of nowhere, and the first thing he said was that the director actually could have taken something into account before sending Garcia on such a task. This obviously angered the director, and Garcia did not understand how he could say such a thing to him. But the professor decided not to stop, and continued to say that they were attacked by quite serious guys, whose leader was called Garax. And according to the man, he is quite influential even in the Twilight team, and is so good in battle that he was given the nickname Magic Destroyer. The director understood the seriousness of this matter, so he decided that while this man was still breathing, he would take it upon himself. However, he was worried about another equally important point, because judging by the traces of the battle, the mercenaries were clearly not fighting like that. And the most important question that haunts him is what Lee Kun was doing here in the first place. At this moment, Garcia intervened, who immediately began to say that if it weren't for Lee Kun, she would really be in danger. So she decided on her own behalf to ask him to forgive this time and not punish him. But as it turned out, this was not all that the director wanted to say. He was interested in the fact that the new student was able to use magic in such a difficult battle. This makes Li-han an incredibly talented student. And the director also learned that from the words of the mercenaries, Li-han managed to use not only magic in battle with them, and all these facts literally captivated the director, and now he was sure that this guy would definitely be useful to him in the future. The director decided to use his soul succession on him. This was a special method of succession in which everything is transferred to only one person. The Lich wanted to raise him based on this traditional method, and as soon as Garcia heard this, she almost immediately noticed the fact that if he did this, then His Majesty would immediately come for him. And in fact, the professor was absolutely right. And if you remember, he himself created the rule according to which all students should study on equal terms. Considering all this, the director decided to hold off on his plan for now. Besides, he will still have plenty of opportunities to train him. After some time, Li-kan began to come to his senses, and the first thing he felt was that he felt incredibly good and soft. Apparently, they just took good care of him. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that this was his biggest mistake in recent times because he saw the director there. It was quite expected that he would be scared, but no one expected it to be so strong. Li-kan immediately began to look around because he didn't understand where he was. Until Garcia came out to him, who asked him to calm down and reminded him of that terrible attack, which he actually coped with well. Now Li-kan began to remember that the professor had approached him before he lost consciousness, and now he listened to the director praise him. But most of all, he hoped that he would get away with all this. After all, he helped the professor. But before he had time to think about it, the director suddenly announced that he had not forgotten that the guy wanted to leave school. The director immediately wanted to know how he managed to get through the vault. Before the guy had time to answer him, the director said that he had probably picked up one of the keys that he had left for him. At that moment, Li-kan only confirmed his theory that it was a trap after all. The director was also sure that it would probably be difficult for the guy to throw the vault guard off his tail. But Li-kan to the end pretended that he simply did not understand what the director was telling him. But this only caused negativity from the director, and he asked him not to pretend to be stupid because it was a shame. In addition, the director assured him that the guy would not be able to use this route again, and this was already serious for Li-kan. But as it turned out, all this was just a lead-up to saying words of gratitude to Li-kan for his courage in protecting the professor and workers. And as a thank you, the director decided to give the guy a gift, which was the famous Morning Star sword. But Li-kan immediately noticed that this was a sword quite familiar to him, and it took him a few minutes to guess that this sword was owned by the Twilight team. And this confused him most of all. Is it possible to give such a sword to a student? Instead of answering this question, the director suggested that he take another small gift as a thank you. At first, Li-kan didn't understand what it was, but when he read what was written on this thing, he realized that it was permission to leave the academy. This forced the guy to literally bow his head in front of the director whom he promised to serve. Now, the guy's well-being is simply excellent because he can leave this prison at any second, and this is exactly what he has wanted for so long. Only his joy was short-lived, and the director decided to interrupt it, who at that moment offered to discuss Li-kan's punishment. The director asked him not to look at him with those puppy dog eyes because he was feeling embarrassed. But as it turns out, the director wants to punish the guy not for trying to escape, but for getting caught trying to escape. This made Li-kan smile, although mentally, in fact, he immediately realized that he just had to keep his head down, and then he would not have received any punishment. And Li-kan will begin to carry out his punishment at dawn. From that moment, the director ordered the guy to think about a new way to escape, and he will do it in one of the separate rooms of the academy, if it could be called a room. After the director left, the guy immediately decided to check whether the director really closed him, and as it turned out, he really did it, which seemed a little strange for the guy. But in fact, it seemed to him that this room was completely no different from the dorm, so this punishment was not that serious. He even felt comfortable after he carefully lay down on the bed. It seemed to him that this room was much more comfortable than he had been after graduation in his previous life. Suddenly his calm was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the one who did it wanted to immediately see Li-kan from the Vardanaz family. The guy was a little scared, but after a few minutes he realized that everything was fine, and it was just one of the director's skeletons who brought him food. Although it was still worth being surprised, because in this basket there were so many different types of food that Li-kan loved so much. He couldn't even believe that food for the punished was so good. But he was immediately upset because in fact it was not food for prisoners. Li-han was simply lucky that Professor Garcia decided to thank him in this way, for which the guy was actually very grateful to her. There were many more different products in this basket than might seem at first glance, but this only made Lee Kun happy. Lee Kun began his meal, and in his head there were thoughts that it was a fierce battle, and now he remembers and realizes that he barely managed to actually survive. He understood that if he had not gone to combat classes, then perhaps he would no longer be on this planet. But all this is in the past, and now Lee Kun has finally learned to describe a perfect circle with the help of a metal ball. There is definitely progress. Lee Kun realized that then the professor did not lie to him that staying in extreme situations is the shortest path to progress. Although there was still one drawback. If Lee Kun decided to pump up his abilities like this again, then most likely he would simply die. Therefore, he decided that he would never put mana into objects again, because this time he survived purely by luck. At the very least, he wouldn't want to end up on the pages of an imperial newspaper by doing something hasty. At this point, he decided to complete his introspection and do the only thing that was possible in this place. Before entering the testing room, the director handed the guy this book so that Lee Kun could do at least something while he was sitting there. But Lee Kun delayed until the end so as not to read this book, because in his head, there was the thought that perhaps this was just another trap that the director was using. Lee Kun's inner demon told him that this was probably not a trap, but rather a reward, because the director was also once a man, and he clearly felt sorry for the guy. But on the other hand, his guardian angel did not stop talking, who until the last believed that this was a trap, because the director would never have felt sorry for him. And in general, it seemed to him that he should not forget that he was a flying skull, and not a man. This provoked Lee Kun to decide not to open this book and not to read it under any circumstances. But he managed to do nothing when suddenly this book opened by itself. No matter how strange it was for Lee Kun, the words literally tied him up and began to climb right into the guy's head. Apparently he was right after all. This is indeed a trap into which he safely fell. The knowledge from this book literally filled all the free space in his head, and he did not fully understand what was happening and how to get out. Lee Kun understood that this book was not here by chance, and now he would like to know what the director wants to teach him. Suddenly, he heard the director's voice, who asked him a question, in which he wanted to know the name of the spell that was spinning in Lee Kun's head. Lee Kun apparently had no idea what kind of spell he was talking about because he had never actually studied or heard of it. But still, even he had some thoughts in his head, and without thinking for a long time, he decided to say them out loud, and he spoke about the deceptive act of gun adults. At first, this made the director laugh, and then he disappeared from sight altogether. The book closed automatically in the same way, and Lee Kun fell to the floor in order to at least recover a little from the horror that he had just experienced. The guy simply didn't understand what had just happened. It seemed to him that perhaps the director had cast a spell on this book. In any case, there were thoughts in his head that he could not foresee anything more, but the spell called the deceptive step of gun adults was clearly imprinted in his head. It was obvious to him that he was unlikely to be able to use it, but he was surprised that it was possible to learn the spell this way. Although, on the other hand, in fact, nothing else should have been expected from the insane skeleton who put the guy in this room. He mentally was even ready to argue that he did not have any special reasons for this. Lee Kun did not yet know that the director desperately wanted to teach someone one-on-one, but he restrained himself because other professors, to his great regret, were against such training. The guy's thoughts were interrupted at one point when he heard some sound, so he stood up. At first, it seemed to him that perhaps he had heard something, and in fact, he had not heard anything. But then he realized that he could clearly hear someone knocking behind the wall. Was there really someone else who was punished by the director? Lee Kun came closer and heard a question addressed to him, in which his interlocutor would like to know what course the guy is in. For the guy, it was really so straightforward, but he didn't mind talking, so he answered that he was a first year. The man behind him answered that it is always difficult for first-year students to get into this place, and this is not his first time here because he is a gold head. Lee Kun was aware that gold is essentially a title given to senior students. Now the guy was much more interested in talking because he was a senior student who should know a lot of interesting things about this academy. But suddenly one question appeared in his head, in which he became interested in knowing why the senior student was in the punishment room, because only first-year students were forbidden to leave the campus. Although on the other hand, Lee Kun understood that it was not for him to condemn him, because he himself was caught for escaping and then for fighting with a group of bandits. At this moment, the interlocutor decided to find out why Lee Kun was punished, to which he answered without any problems and decided in response to find out why the senior student was punished. First of all, the man behind him asked Lee Kun to address him on a personal level, because in any case, they would all become the same magicians after graduation. He said all this because mentally he was surprised that the first year was conducting a dialogue with him without any hesitation, so he became interested in finding out what kind of person the guy was. Therefore, he also decided to talk about how he was punished for failing his experiment, which actually surprised Li Han. The guy simply didn't understand why he was sent here because it was such a trifle. But for a senior student, it wasn't surprising at all, because according to him, this often happens. After which he said that they needed some materials for the experiment, but he could not get them in time. Therefore, he decided to go to the director's secret vault to steal everything he needed. But unfortunately, he fell into a trap. Now Li Han now understood why he was put here. It was just ordinary theft. Therefore, he decided that he would not ask further questions, because it seemed to him that everyone in this place had already forgotten about sanity. What was more important for Li Han was that he would never want to find himself here again. But he decided not to miss the opportunity, and therefore asked his neighbor if he knew of other escape routes if the underground tunnel could no longer be used. Although apparently his interlocutor was not in the best mood today, because he answered him quite sharply, saying that the guy wanted too much from him. Li Han actually expected such an answer, so he reacted to it quite calmly, after which he confidently called the guards and asked them to come to him. The senior student was a little scared because he didn't understand what this iron head was up to. Suddenly they started knocking on his door, and the senior student was incredibly scared, because most of all he did not want his time here to increase. But as soon as he approached the door, the guards began to hand him food, which according to them was given to him by a prisoner from the next cell. The senior student didn't quite expect this and therefore didn't fully understand what all this could mean. But most of all, he wanted to know where the Ironhead got so many products in the punishment room, to which Li Han replied that he was just given a gift, that's all. For a very long time, it was surprising for the senior student that he managed to get such food in the punishment room. But most of all, he now wanted to know who he actually was, since he could afford so much. All these thoughts literally made him agree to tell Li Han what he really wanted to hear, and the guy was so happy to hear it, although he was once again convinced of the power of gifts. But first, the freshman asked the guy to clarify one thing, after which he began to say that he had heard about this method from his senior students, but had never used it himself. All these words once again told Li Han that all this information was not verified. However, he perfectly understood that he was now in no position to choose. So he answered his interlocutor that he would make a decision himself when he heard its contents. The next day, Li Han had already left his cell and was already walking in an unknown direction with Yenna, who only approximately knew about what had happened. The girl at that moment was only thinking that she simply couldn't believe that Li Han would do chores right after what happened to him, and she also caught herself thinking that he sometimes frightens her incredibly. And as a result, they came to the stable to fulfill the first part of Li Han's obligations. And it was not by chance that they came here, because the senior student whom Li Han met told him rumors about the tallest spire of the main building. Some guys in their senior years believed that there was a stable on the roof of this building that no one knew about, and therefore they assumed that it was for winged animals that professors ride on. Li Han also learned that this is a resting place for the Imperial Eagle Carrier. These animals were known to receive a special blessing, which allows them to calmly overcome the school barrier. But even if all this is true, the guy understood perfectly well that in any case, he would not be able to ride them, because this is a special place. Although opening the doors of this stable, he still believed that they had a small chance of success, and while he had it, Li Han decided that he definitely needed to try. As soon as the guy entered this stable, he was immediately greeted by the frightened faces of other students who could not believe that they were seeing Li Han himself, who came from the Vardanaz family. In response to this, Li Han could only tell them that it was time to stop judging others only by what family they were from. But apparently only Yenna understood that they were behaving this way because of rumors about Li Han himself, and not about to his family. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by Ratford, who greeted Li Han and did it in a rather unusual way. Li Han immediately approached him to tell Ratford that there was no need to speak to him so formally, and asked him to address him as before. Ratford himself believed that he could not do this because it would be too impolite towards him. According to him, this was solely his desire. Li Han understood that despite all this, the other guys would most likely misunderstand him, and this would only raise misunderstandings, which did not exactly play into Li Han's hands. Still, he decided to ask Ratford what he wanted to tell him. Ratford began to say that, as Li Han asked him to do, he hid and watched the battle. Soon after the battle ended, the beastmen watched as the director and another professor arrived at the scene, who apparently were going to settle all the consequences. Ratford himself at that moment decided to take advantage of the situation to rummage through the chests. And this decision was crowned with success because Ratford came to Lahan today far from empty-handed. Lekan did not expect to see anything like this, and Ratford himself assured him that he was only able to bring small ones because he had to hide it all in his pockets. The guy, looking at this, even from his appearance, understood that these potions were quite expensive. Leon simply could not believe that in that situation, Ratford managed to take out such precious items. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Lekan came closer to him and told Ratford that he was simply amazing, which was what should actually be expected from the best thief in the academy, and perhaps beyond. The beastman did not like this compliment too much, but still he thanked Lehan for these words. Although Lekan understood that these were quite expensive items, he did not know how to use them. Ina tried to help him, but all she could find out was that one of the bottles contained alcohol, most likely ordinary wine. In any case, Lehane was incredibly grateful to Ratford for such a wonderful gift, and it was a great honor for the creature himself to give such a gift to his master. While they were discussing all this, Nilia returned to them quite unexpectedly, but no one paid attention to her, and Lekan continued to talk with Ratford, whom he offered to take care of the horse together, which he agreed to without any problems. And from Nilia's point of view, it looked as if Lehan and Yenna liked their new friend from the Turtle Tower much more than she did. Moreover, it seemed to the girl that she was no longer their friend and did not need her at all. All these thoughts brought her into deep shock and disappointment because she always tried to be useful. Finally, Lekan noticed that Nilia had arrived, but he didn't understand why she didn't come closer to them and why she was sitting on the floor in the first place. Before Lekan had time to get closer to her, she suddenly shouted that since they had a new friend, she was not going to stay here for a second longer. After a short amount of time, when the guys finally explained everything to her, she had to admit the fact that apparently she simply misunderstood them. Yenna asked not to worry about her, and Ratford wanted to calm her down and therefore decided to say that he was a servant for Mr. Lihan, but the guy himself closed his mouth in time so that the beastman would not say too much. After Nilia calmed down a little, Lekan suggested that they all take care of the horses together, and first of all, Lekan approached the very horse that the professor had entrusted to him. Looking at this horse, it seemed to Lekan that she was quite calm, and he did not quite understand why the professor was so wary of this horse. Although Lekan did not leave open the option that this horse could simply be pretending, given the behavior of other horses. But Lekan had the idea that everything would not be so simple for a long time, so he decided that he needed to prepare for this meeting and took with him a small comb for horses, after which, without thinking for a long time, he began to scratch the horse, thinking that he most likely liked it. But given the expression on this horse's face, every second it seemed more and more like he was literally about to explode from overexertion. And apparently this was exactly the case, because at some point this horse simply took off, and it was obvious that now a war would begin between Lekan and this horse. After quite a long time, Lekan was already in the same enclosure with this horse. The guy understood perfectly well that this horse was incredibly exhausted, although he himself couldn't believe that he had to go through so much just to comb it out. The other guys were no less tired for him, but fortunately, each of them had results, and their horses also began to listen to them. But unfortunately, Lekan's horse still could not open up to the guy. For Nilia, this was quite strange, because she was sure that usually by this time the horses were already beginning to open up, and Ratford absolutely agreed with her, and this was his first time seeing such an unapproachable horse. The guy even began to have thoughts that perhaps this horse was simply intimidated. Considering the disgusting nature of the professors and the fact that they founded a reign of terror under the guise of the school, Lekan was not going to discard this option just yet. And also the option that this horse might be in blood with some monster was also in the guy's head, but still he wanted to believe that this simply could not happen, and they had not gone that far. Meanwhile, Professor Ergalm and his aunt were drinking tea and discussing the fact that first years often visit the stables. The woman told him that she had chosen many horses with terrible characters, but if they tried sincerely, then even such stubborn animals would open up to them. And if they decide to whip them or something like that, they will greatly regret it. And this caused her to have an incredibly malicious laugh, which Ergalm simply did not want to hear. So he decided to change the subject and wanted to know what progress Lekan was making. The woman answered him that Lekan was a good child and everything would work out for him. She also believed that even though it would be difficult to cope with the griffin, but if he tried and was resourceful, then he would most likely have a little luck and they would be able to get closer. From such words, Ergalm accidentally spilled tea on his aunt's hands and she immediately started screaming at him. But then she realized that she had rather accidentally mentioned the word griffin, after which she tried to correct the situation and began to say that she simply could not say such a thing and he most likely heard it. But Urgam was not going to listen to her. He just wanted to hear the truth from her. So he had to yell at her a little so that she would finally tell him everything. Although he himself guessed that apparently the woman simply turned the griffin into a horse and slipped it to the student. A griffin is a monster with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. Due to their arrogance and selectivity, they do not accept everyone as their master. Depending on the region, their personalities and habits may vary slightly, but some things are true for everyone. And that something was that they were not suitable for taming by first years, which is why Urgam was so evil. Moreover, according to his information, Likan asked for a day off due to injuries, and therefore he simply did not understand why she was forcing him to do such madness. She was tired of enduring his screams and decided to remind her nephew that he needed to think about what he was saying to his aunt. But the man was not going to back down because he believed that there were boundaries that should not be crossed. And turning a griffin into a horse is one of those borders. Likan, meanwhile, still found a way with which he made the horse now happen to him, and finally they became a little friends with it. The guy was sure that his horse itself did not like these useless skirmishes. Likan thought that judging by the fact that the horse was fine after he put this collar on it, apparently he had a lot more mana than Likan himself suspected. So now the guy didn't even think about discarding the option of what's in the blood. There's a real monster living in this horse. Well, or simply the level of mana absorption for this beast is too low. Likan still did not fully understand what exactly the problem was. At some point, Likan suggested that the horse stand and rest for a while. And when he suggested this, he caught himself thinking that he would never have thought that they would one day come to conversations when it all began with attempts to tear his small pieces. Now it really seemed to Likan that they were getting closer. He even offered him sugar in honor of their reconciliation. The white horse itself hated to admit that it was becoming more and more subservient to this guy. Although the griffin himself in this body was not against eating sugar, which he had never tasted in the wild. But at one moment he changed his mind again and decided that he should not be given any slack because the ancient wild blood in him does not allow him to forget about pride. At that moment, Likan was thinking that although they had become closer, he was still thinking about how to increase the rate of mana absorption by objects. The next day, the guys had a morning lesson on basic alchemy, which apparently today will not take place on the street as usual. But what confused them most was that today this lesson would be held in the Whitehorn building, which is located away from the entire academy. They no longer felt comfortable because this building was somehow cozy and warm. They believed that they couldn't let themselves be deceived because the professor could easily hide a couple of monsters in the classroom. Therefore, some of them decided to stand close in order to repel the attack of the monsters if anything happened. It was really funny for Likan to actually watch this. Everyone was so alarmist. Suddenly, Professor Urgam appeared in the class, who did not understand what they were doing here and immediately asked them to take their seats. After these words, one of the students immediately ran up to him, who wanted to know why their class was not on the street today. After all, it seemed to him that last time he told them that they should look for the ingredients themselves, the professor looked at him and at one point asked the guy if he could create medicine on the street. After which, he added that he knew perfectly well what they were thinking, but immediately decided to tell them that there was no need to worry, because unlike studying on the street, he assured them that it would be safe and easy here. The students immediately thought that he was simply lying, because in this academy nothing happens that easily. No matter how they thought, Urgam decided that it was time for them to start. And to begin with, he asked each of them to pour water into their cauldron, and added to this that alchemy is a complex art, and there are no unnecessary stages. He immediately warned them that if they missed anything, they would never become excellent alchemists, and now they would prepare a low-level regeneration potion with them. Lihan opened the book on alchemy and immediately realized that it would be quite difficult for them to prepare this today, even considering the fact that it was just a low-level potion. At first glance, alchemy seems simpler than other magic, and many people think that it is enough to simply follow a written recipe. But in reality, this is far from the case. Alchemy in real life is similar to cooking haute cuisine. In addition, before cooking, you need to collect fresh ingredients from different places, and remembering how to cook them and in what order will allow you to keep up with time. But even in this case, we must not forget about clear hand movements. Well, if you miss something, you will end up with something strange that will obviously not be suitable as a potion. Urgam watched every year how first-year students made the same mistakes, and this moment was so long awaited for him because he could laugh and relax a little. But at some point, the professor turned his attention to Likan, and looking at him, the man began to understand that, in fact, not all first-year students are doomed to failure. Watching Lihan prepare this potion almost perfectly, The professor simply couldn't help but ask himself the question, why is this guy so good? It seemed to Urgom that the guy looked like an alchemist who had been in business for 10 years and was making this potion not for the first time in his life. Although, on the other hand, he was glad that his students were so talented, and Likhan would most likely become a genius of alchemy when he grew up. At least that's what the professor thought. This is exactly how Urgama Likhan imagined the thoughts in his head. It seemed to the guy that this was exactly what his teacher was thinking about now. But in his head, the guy believed that the man was wrong, if only because in a past life he had already done similar things. So now for him, this is not such a difficult task as it seems. The professor was finally able to taste what Likhan had prepared, and as soon as he took the first sip of this low-level potion, he immediately felt his entire body fill with mana. This greatly refreshed his body. He was pleased to realize that the guy had prepared a simply wonderful potion. The man also added that at first he did not believe that Likhan really understood how to brew this potion correctly. But now he is happy to report that he was mistaken, and one of them managed to brew the perfect potion. Most of the guys weren't really surprised by this, although it was still unexpected that Likhan would perform well here too. His friend was not surprised that Likhan would do the best job, even after Siana from the Phoenix Tower also made an excellent potion. But it still did not compare with Likhan's potion in the end. As soon as the guy looked at this girl, he immediately realized that she was from the Snake People, and apparently a member of the Freemeng Church. Aina once told him that in their religion they worship alchemy, which is why this church is called Manga. And all the members of this church are, unsurprisingly, experienced alchemists, so Siana is also good at this. The girl noticed how Likhan was looking at her and decided to come up first to greet him and introduce herself as Siana. The guy immediately answered her that he was also incredibly pleased and introduced himself as Likhan, who can be called without mentioning his last name to his family. But when they shook hands, Likhan immediately noticed that her hands were cold, and probably because she was from the people of snakes. The girl interrupted his thoughts because she wanted to say that she would never have thought that she would meet such an experienced believer here, and therefore she immediately wanted to know if the guy was trained at home. But before he could answer, suddenly Professor Urgom started yelling at them for talking and politely asked them to take their seats for now. So Likhan had to say that it would be better for them to talk later. After which the professor turned to all the students and said that they all tried to make the same potion, but the results were different and this was absolutely normal. So he thought there was no need to worry. Moreover, according to him, this is just the beginning, and there are much more complex and strange things that they will have to do in the world of alchemy. Likhan smiled while listening to him, but mentally the guy rewarded the professor for being the best among those who are able to discourage the desire to study. While the guy was thinking about this, the professor continued to say that he wanted them to bring a low-level spiritual friendship potion next week. This would be their homework, which he would try himself, so he asked them to approach this matter especially carefully. But he decided not to leave them without instructions, so he asked them to write it down and also recommended taking the main ingredients from the boxes. For Nilya, it was so strange because she thought that he would force them to figure out how to do it themselves. Yena, in turn, did not see anything strange in this, because she believed that they were still learning, and the professor himself knew how to do it better. But as soon as she looked into the box, she realized that there were not enough ingredients to prepare this potion, and Nilya had only one twig. Therefore, Yena decided to ask the professor where they could find spiritual flowering grass. Urgom didn't quite understand what she was talking about, and immediately made it clear that if they were missing something, they would have to find it on their own. After which she turned around and repeated once again that they had the main ingredients in the boxes, and the grass was over there. The only thing he could do for them was to wish them good luck. He could only hope that they remembered his words well from the first lecture, but from the expressions on the girls' faces, it was clearly clear that they were not entirely delighted. A few hours later that day, Lihan and Digeling gathered again to drink some tea, and this time the girl again enjoyed the taste of this wonderful drink from Likhan. The guy saw perfectly well that the girl really liked this tea, although in fact it was half soup, but still he tried not to show it. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a voice that addressed Likhan. It was Siana, according to whom she had been trying to find a guy for a long time, but did not expect to see him here. Likhan was ready to talk to her without any problems, and as it turned out, she wanted to ask him one question, which concerns homework on alchemy. After which she reminded him that they had to make a low-level potion of spiritual friendship, and the essence of her question was that she invited the guy to go together to get the ingredients. But from the point of view of the students of the Phoenix Tower, Likhan did not look the best, and specifically, they were simply scared to be around him, because they knew very well what rumors were circulating. Li Kan himself was very glad that the students from the other tower were finally the first to turn to him. Moreover, there was a whole group of them. Therefore, he did not mind agreeing to such a proposal, after which Siana asked him to invite several students from the Blue Dragon Tower with him, because she thought that it would be great if students from both towers worked together. Li Han replied that he would try to do this, and after they left, Digiling decided to immediately ask Li Han if he was friends with Siana, to which Li Han confidently answered her that they were going to alchemy classes with her, and in response he decided to inquire, "Why is she asking?" But the girl did not give him an answer to this question, but simply said that it was nothing. Li Kan immediately realized that she was simply hiding something, so he even had to stand up a little and ask the girl to finish since she had already started it, but she believed that it was rude to discuss a person behind his back. After all, she thought that if she started talking about Xian, Li Han might think that she was speaking badly about her, but after hearing this, the guy became even more interested in hearing what Digiling was hiding. But looking at her, he understood perfectly well that she was not one of those who would spill the beans so easily. Therefore, he decided to be proactive, and at some point he simply stood up and began to pray. It was so unexpected and surprising for Digiling, but still she decided to ask the guy what he was doing, to which Li Kan replied that he believes that talking about someone behind his back is bad, but there is nothing wrong with talking to yourself during prayer. She came closer to him and started talking about how he was just trying to force her to close her eyes and tell her everything. But Li Kan didn't let her finish and simply interrupted, saying that he couldn't hear anything during prayer. The girl immediately stopped talking, and in fact, Li Han expected a slightly different reaction from the girl. Apparently, this was simply not enough. Then he decided to say that he almost died during the attack of students from the White Tiger Tower, but still he miraculously managed to survive. But he didn't stop there either and began to pray that if Siana's sister was so cunning as to do this when they went to the mountains, then he asked God for help. Instead of telling the guy something, Digiling sat down next to him and also began to pray. Although at one point in her prayer, she began to say that she was not telling this to speak ill of someone or blame him. After which she told the guy that in the Phoenix Tower everyone is a believer and good, but not everyone has given up their worldly feelings, despite the fact that envy and enmity have no place in faith. And all this was in order to begin to tell the story of how last week in the Phoenix Tower dormitory, one first year created a potion that restored energy, and he did it for everyone. This was a great solution for studying because not only was it perfectly prepared, but it was actually so refreshing. Therefore, some of the guys began to say that he did even better than his sister Siana. The girl herself absolutely agreed with this. She even added that compared to this guy, she did not have enough experience. Nothing else happened that day, which couldn't be said about the next, when the girl came with the news that she had prepared an energy restoration potion and asked everyone to try it. They were also grateful to her for what she did, and for the second day in a row, they felt such lightness. No one paid much attention to it then, but the next day and after that, Sister Siana continued to prepare these potions one after another. Each time she wanted to hear confirmation that everyone liked her potion. That's when everyone realized how screwed they really were when they said that she was worse at preparing these potions than that guy. So they decided to correct themselves and told her that she was the best in this matter. Only after that, she calmed down a little and stopped preparing this low-level potion. Listening to this story carefully, Li Han concluded that Siana has an incredibly strong competitive spirit. But Digiling asked him not to interrupt, because this story did not end there. After all, after a while, when she passed by her brother, who had prepared those potions, she simply ignored him. Although at that moment he was trying to praise her for preparing an excellent potion. Li Han began to understand that the girl apparently harbored an incredibly huge amount of resentment. But what interested him more was that she reacted this way to a simple trifle. And he remembered how Li Han was showered with compliments in an alchemy class. And then he began to understand why she so abruptly decided to make friends with him. Li Han asked Digiling to tell him everything she knew, but the girl pretended that she did not understand what he was telling her because they had just prayed. Now Li Han began to understand perfectly well that since she is such a person, then he should be as careful as possible in alchemy classes. However, the next day, Li Han faced a new test, which happened to him during a lesson on studying the basics of magical symbols together with the director of the academy, who in this lesson tried to convey to them that they would definitely love each other and work together in harmony. He absolutely did not care about their personal feelings, and on this wonderful note for him, he decided to give them a task. The task was that each tower would have to go to another assigned tower to get a flag that was in the first-year common room. This flag would be recognizable due to the drawing on it, and they would have to bring it to the next lesson, after which he just kicked everyone out from the office. The students simply did not understand how this was supposed to help them in learning symbols at all, because it seemed to them that the director was simply trying to set them against each other. But what was most offensive for the Blue Dragon was that they got the White Tiger Tower, and now they believed that they would definitely not be able to come to an agreement with them, which means that they would not be able to take this flag. Although the biggest problem was that the Blue Dragon's flag had already gone to the White Tigers, and they, in turn, were unlikely to give up theirs, because these barbarians were not familiar with the concept of honor. At least that's what the Blue Dragon students thought. Even Lee Kun in this case understood that in reality everything was bad for them. Although he didn't want to give up so easily, and refusing to complete the assignment was tantamount to giving up grades. He understood that they did not know what homework awaited them next in this crazy school, so he believed that they simply had to complete such a simple task. Lee Kun simply did not want to let his grades drop for the sake of such a trifle, and in order to correct this, he decided to first turn to the guys, to whom he actually didn't say much, or rather he simply asked them not to give up so early. They were immediately glad that it was Lee Kun who told them this, because they knew that this guy always had a backup plan that could help them out. Lee Kun has never seen people change clothes so quickly. They just died, and now they are standing happy and ready to do whatever he tells them. Just as Lee Kun was about to announce his plan to them, Asen stopped him, who started talking about how he seemed to know what Lee Kun was going to say. He was 95% sure that the guy would invite them to sneak into the White Tiger Tower secretly. Lee Kun did not understand why Asan organized such a concert in order to say this, because it seems to be so obvious. The guy didn't even continue to speak when all the students began to tell him at once that they had expected exactly such insolence from him, so they began to ask him to allow them to participate in this plan. They believed that he was the only one who could see them through to the end, because he was the one who came up with this plan. Lee Kun did not refuse anyone because he perfectly understood that no one wanted to think for themselves, and apparently he would have to do it all for them again. The next day, Lee Kun went to another lesson in combat magic, and looking at the sun rising, he thought that he was actually quite pressed for deadlines, because he needed to steal the flag from the White Tiger Tower and, on top of all this, complete the professor's task, Urglama. But the problem was that both of these tasks were incredibly difficult for him at this stage. As soon as he entered the combat magic class, the professor immediately decided to notify him that the guy was 15 seconds late. Lee Kun immediately asked him to forgive him for this, but he thought the reason was quite valid because he stayed late in the dormitory, although the professor immediately told him that there was nothing to apologize for, and all because the professor believed that only he was worse off from being late. Lee Kun couldn't even imagine where the man learned to answer like that, but all he could do was smile and nod. In any case, it was time to end the talking time, and the teacher asked the guy to draw a circle with a metal ball. Lee Kun was 100% ready for this task, so without thinking for a long time, he took out this ball and showed the professor everything he had learned. Looking at this, the man thought that it seemed that the last battle had awakened something in him, because his control had become much better. But the professor still did not show it, and simply said that Lee Kun was doing well now, but still asked him to sit on own place. It was quite unexpected for Lee Kun to hear this, because it was not bad to hear from such a professor. It was actually worth a lot. This is a rather rare compliment. After the guy took his seat, the professor began to talk about how he heard that Lee Kun had learned how to create water, so he asked him to do it. Lee Kun did not quite understand why the professor needed this, but still created a water balloon without any problems. After which the professor asked him to reduce this water ball to the size of this magic ball with which they are training. This task was no longer as easy as the first one and caused the guy some difficulties in completing it. While Lee Kun was trying to make the same ball out of water, the guy noticed how the teacher at one moment approached the balls and took it in his hands. The guy, without realizing it, began to worry because strange thoughts were creeping into his head. And unfortunately, these thoughts came true, and the professor began to attack Lee Kun with the help of these balls. The guy was too focused on creating a water ball that he simply didn't know how to parry this blow. At the last moment, he was able to direct this water ball against the ball that the professor launched at him. And it actually worked, and Lee Kun was still able to repel this blow, although not without problems. But apparently this was only the beginning, because the professor immediately began to reach for the second ball, no matter how Lee Kun asked him to stop. The guy simply didn't understand why he was doing this, and besides, he believed that all this was too dangerous for him. But the professor believed that in this case the main advantage is that it is quite effective, but whether it is dangerous or not is a completely different question. After which he decided to add that he was almost sure that the guy experienced something similar in the battle with anti-magicians. He believed that in moments of danger, his concentration and instincts sharpened while increasing his control over mana. Therefore, he simply did not understand why Lekan was even trying to take the long route when the answer was right in front of his nose. Lekan did not want to believe that the professor was telling him all this in all seriousness because he almost died then. In any case, the professor believed that the guy understood his intentions, so he invited him to continue the lesson. Lehan realized that in this lesson, arguing was just a waste of energy, so he simply began to create a water ball. And at this moment, Lehan thought that unlike the Star Spirit Stone and the metal ball, his water ball simply does not have a fixed shape, which is why he has to concentrate more, and also needs to pay attention to maintaining its size. On top of everything else, the professor attacks him with the help of his balls. This time he also did it quite unexpectedly for Lekan, but the guy was completely prepared for this, so he was able to repel his attack. At least that's what it seemed to Lekan himself, who couldn't even think that this ball would work like a boomerang, which, without much difficulty, will hit the guy right in the back and deal him a pretty strong blow. After such a rather vile blow, Lekan had to stand for a while to recover. And while he was doing this, the professor once again asked him to do everything so that he could concentrate to the maximum. Lehan couldn't breathe normally, and now he learned one very interesting thing, that in classes where they assign a lot of homework, it is much better than this. The next day, during a lesson on basic magic, one of the students started talking about how she had heard that her friend would have to go to the mountains again to get herbs for his alchemy homework. The answer surprised her a little because the guy told her that this time Professor Ingerdell agreed to go with students from another tower. And this meant only one thing for them, that he would go there with Vardanaz. Lekan simply looked at them with a tired look and thought that they wanted to make friends with him as soon as possible, since they were not looking at him so intently. Professor Garcia entered the class and was glad to see all her students, so she happily greeted them. Then she added that today they would study something else, and not elementary magic, and as they might have guessed, it would not be her who would teach. But for this, she brought a professor who is an expert in this field. Some students immediately began discussing what they wanted to see now. Some wanted to study the magic of spirits now, and some were not against learning the magic of healing. But as soon as that same professor entered the class, everyone suddenly lost their mood, and each of them felt some strange trembling throughout their body. The man who gave them this strange feeling called himself Mortem, and as they might have already guessed, he was a teacher of dark magic. Necromancy, curses, elements of darkness and poisons, negative energy, and much more. All this is what people study in a dark magic lesson, but many people are disturbed by dark magic, so they try not to get close to it. In his head, Lekan imagined dark magic with one very interesting example, when a couple walks through the forest, who, unfortunately for them, got lost. And at some point they stumble upon some person, whom they, of course, were incredibly scared of. But then they see that he uses light magic, and this gives them the understanding that he is a magician, so they decide to ask him if he knows how to get out of the forest, to which the wizard tells them that he is a little busy to accompany them personally. Therefore, he asked them to follow his friend, after which a skeleton appeared behind this magician's back. What scares the guys even more, and they literally faint from fear. Something like this is how Lekan imagined dark magic. And in fact, all the first years had similar ideas about dark magic, like Lekan, so they didn't quite understand why they even entered such a prestigious school to study dark magic, because they didn't understand why they needed it at all. But at that moment Garcia spoke, who said that she really understood their reaction very well, but she immediately wanted to point out that dark magic is a vast field with secrets and truth. According to the woman, she is like a polished diamond that before they choose their path, they must see and experience everything in this world, and dark magic is also included in this list. She wanted them to show her today the spirit of magicians who try their best to find the truth. After such a deep speech, Garcia decided to ask if anyone wants to be an assistant in this lesson, but in response, she heard only silence. Although Lekan again decided to stand out and had already begun to raise his hand to propose his candidacy. Gainanato came to the rescue in time and literally nailed Lekan's head to the desk so that he wouldn't even think about going there as an assistant, because the prince believed that if he hung out with the dark magician, then one fine day he would become one of his minions. Lekan was only thinking in his head at that moment that he had always felt that dark magicians were akin to a hidden diamond, and it was easier to get good grades when the competition was much lower. So he answered Gainando that he was overreacting to all this. After which he began to get up and at the same time said that in fact, being a dark magician is not so bad because unpopular directions like this make a student's life easier in the future. Therefore, he was confidently ready to become an assistant in this lesson. Garcia did not doubt for a second her beloved student that it was he who volunteered to help when everyone was hiding. Lehan actually understood professors very well, after all. He only needed to remember how his teacher from his previous life also worried when students did not give feedback after he barely managed to attract them to the lecture. While Lee Kun was descending, he also had a feeling of incredible cold, and therefore he wanted to know the reason for this. Although he guessed what was going on when he simply looked at the teacher of dark magic, who was emitting an incredibly huge amount of negative mana. Lee Han knew that initially mana does not have an attribute, but this changes depending on the element chosen by the magician, and cold mana is the hallmark of a dark magician. And as was known, this is one of the main reasons for the unpopularity of this direction. Mortem himself, looking at Lee Kun, noticed that the guy simply had a huge amount of mana, something he had not seen for a long time. And to begin with, Mortem decided to show Lee Kun how it's done, after which he cast a spell and literally summoned several servants who rose from the ground. This quite obviously scared all the kids who were in the lecture hall. They literally immediately started screaming and asking the professor to do something to them. But the professor's speech was not over because at one moment these servants began to walk in a circle. And at this stage, Mortem wanted to know Lee Kun's opinion because he prepared this speech especially for students. How can he have such control? Lee Han actually liked this performance. He found it entertaining. Garcia at that time was so grateful to the guy for agreeing to help. But according to Mortem, this was just the beginning and now it's time to move on from cute tricks to more serious things. After which all these servants simply disappeared as if they were not there. Lee Kun at that moment understood perfectly well that the professor apparently did everything so carefully so that the guy could also repeat something similar. But as soon as Lee Han thought about it, the professor seemed to read his thoughts and said that he really shouldn't worry about it, because he wouldn't perform this spell because it was too difficult for a beginner. First, the professor asked him to perform an easier task, namely to endow mana with negative energy. Mages have to go through a lot of trials and errors to visualize their yin element, since it is a rather vague and large-scale concept. When thinking about cold, it becomes the element of ice. When thinking about darkness, it becomes the element of darkness. And it is indeed very difficult to comprehend the principle of the element. And while Lee Han tried to do this, Garcia decided to check how the other students would behave. But before she had time to do anything, she suddenly noticed that Lee Kun managed to do it literally on the first try, which really amazed her. After all, it seemed to her that it was simply impossible to do it in just one attempt. Even the most talented magicians spent much more time on it. Lee Kun himself understood perfectly well that all this was only due to the fact that he was living his second life, because it was enough for him to think about strange mathematical constructions to evoke this kind of energy. Mortem himself did not expect that someone would do it so well, but still he asked Lee Kun to repeat it again, which the guy dealt with very easily and was again able to create dark energy without any problems. Even Garcia, who knew Lee Kun's capabilities very well, was surprised by his abilities, and this actually began to worry her a little, because it seemed to her that he was simply too good. And this feeling quickly grew into her fear that the guy might switch to black magic because of this, and she under no circumstances could allow this, because the primary fear of every professor is losing a talented student, even though Garcia was thinking at that moment and not really about that. But when she saw that Lee Kun began to progress in dark magic literally before everyone's eyes, she realized that things were already much worse for her. The guy at that moment tried to clarify with the professor how long he needed to continue doing this. Mortem did not answer him for some time, and then with a crazy look, he told Lee Kun to do this as much as he could. Lee Kun immediately noticed that the professor's gaze had become so crazy, and it was starting to scare him a little. Garcia also carefully watched Professor Mortem, who was too happy, and she did not expect to see this because it seemed to her that he would simply show the basic techniques of dark magic, and that would be the end of it. But apparently, everything had gone too far. Therefore, she began to think about stopping him, because colossal waves of negative energy were beginning to affect the students, and this was not at all good. But first, she would like to know from Professor Mortem what the next task will be. Mortem told her that he was actually much more interested in seeing what this guy's limit was, but Garcia immediately suggested that he find out another time. The man wanted to turn around and say that it would be better to do it now, but Garcia came closer to him and politely hinted that it would be better to do it next time, after which he had no more questions. At this time, Lee Kun again turned to the professor with a question in which he would like to find out what he should do with this mana. The professor immediately gave him an answer, in which he asked Li Khan to wave his wand and say the word paralysis. Mordom wanted Li Han to use a low-level paralysis curse, which is a basic dark magic ability that creates a numb sensation in an arm or leg, causing it to become slightly numb. Li Khan knew all this very well, and therefore asked a rather logical question about who he should use this spell on because, unlike other spells, a specific target is required. The professor was surprised that Li Han did not immediately understand that he needed to use this spell on him. The guy was surprised that the professor was ready to experience something like that on himself. But on the other hand, he immediately noticed how all the other guys breathed a sigh of relief. Li Khan actually always wanted to use magic on the professor, but not such a serious curse. Although the professor insisted on this and asked Li Han not to hesitate and do it immediately. Mordom at that moment was sure that the paralysis that a first year could cause would not do anything to him, but when Li Khan saw how easily he could block it, he would understand how strong the dark magic was. Li Khan was incredibly happy about this and immediately promised that he would try his best to live up to expectations. Mordom could only offer him to learn this if he wanted. That's exactly what was in the professor's head, and it seemed to him that this is how Li Khan would react after that, how the spell won't work. The guy himself at that moment tried to concentrate all the mana in his hands and do everything so that he would succeed in this spell. Garcia immediately noticed that Li Han was collecting too much mana around herself, so it was obvious that she began to worry about it. But it was already too late to stop this madness, because Li Khan uttered the words of the spell and directed them at the professor, which at one moment felt a rather unpleasant feeling of cold throughout his body, which was not at all the result he expected. After which the man simply fell to the floor, due to the fact that the spell was much stronger than he imagined in his head. Li Khan immediately ran up to the professor and wanted to help him, because he realized what he had done. But at first the man did not even react to his words, and it was clear from his face why. The guy immediately had thoughts in his head that he would be accused of destroying the professor, and for this, he would be put in a punishment room for life. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when the professor began to get up on his own. And then he stood up as if nothing had happened and addressed the whole class with the words that this is exactly what low-rank paralysis looks like. He also simply could not help but praise Li Han because the guy really did a very good job, in fact. Li Han breathed a sigh of relief because it was clear that the man was just pretending to defuse the situation, which means that prison was not waiting for him. But Garcia didn't think so, because she believed that Professor Mordom was hit by a very large amount of mana, but even his defense could not resist, and this was quite strange for her. To do this, she decided to come closer to him, and as soon as she did this, she immediately noticed how he was hiding his hand behind his back, which was literally trembling from the spell. Now she was sure that the professor was not actually pretending at all, and that the spell really had an effect on him. And this means that such an experienced professor still fell from the first-year spell. Of course, she couldn't tell this in front of the students, so she just listened to the professor praising Li Khan for his talent for black magic. The guy thanked him, but the professor decided to repeat it again, only this time he said it with a different expression on his face, which made Li Han think that the professor was saying all this with sarcasm. Li Khan even thought for a moment that he was too bad, but the professor couldn't tell him that in front of all the students. His thoughts did not end there and continued to think that if he were really good, he would hardly have been accepted into the first year, so most likely the professor is right, and he is just a non-entity. Garcia at that moment turned to other students with the words that dark magic is actually much more diverse than what they saw, because in her opinion, low-level curses are not difficult to learn, but they themselves are quite effective. Therefore, if they can learn them, then they will certainly need them in the future. But first of all, she asked them to think that they will need them not for intimidation, but for protection. She also did not forget to add that the best way to understand how to counter any kind of magic is to study it yourself. So she tried to convey to them that they should study different types of magic, which they completely agreed with her. Well, now that they understood everything, Garcia decided to perform a mass teleportation spell. The guys didn't even have time to blink an eye when they found themselves in a completely different place, where it seemed they had already been before. As it turned out, it was a training ground where Garcia successfully transported them, after which she teleported herself. And as soon as she did this, she immediately began to talk about how they would now train with each other, so she decided to move them to where there was more space to make it more convenient for them to train. This was actually good news for the guys, and they were ready to begin this test. Li Khan also noticed that the atmosphere became livelier and the students more proactive than at the beginning of the lesson. And of course, Professor Garcia was to blame for all this. For a guy at that moment, she was simply amazing. Sometime later, Li Han told his partner that he hoped that their training would be productive. And his opponent today was Gainando, who was also ready for anything. The rules of this battle are quite simple. For starters, they will attack in turns. But the point is not this. But the point is to get hit by the curse and feel it on yourself. So Gainando decided to convert the mana into a negative element. Lee Khan was surprised that Gainando coped with this task so quickly, because one could remember what problems he had with other elements. It was strange to think about it, but it seemed to Lee Khan that Gainando had a talent for dark magic. Well, or there was actually a second option that this magic was too simple, but Lee Khan doubted this more. Professor Moram paid most attention to the couple Lee Khan and Gainando. And what was his surprise when he saw that Gainando also has talent in dark magic? Are two students really that capable in this class? Finally, Gainando gathered all the mana into his hands and cast the cherished spell, which he directed directly at Lee Khan. The guy felt the same chill throughout his body as the professor. And now Lee Khan roughly understands what this feeling is like. Gainando was incredibly happy that he was able to do it, and on the first try. But then he noticed that Lee Khan looked as usual, and so he would like to know from him where he felt the numbness. Lee Khan wasn't sure, but it didn't seem like he was paralyzed anywhere. Gainando was upset because of this. It seemed to him that the problem was in his magic. Apparently, he still failed to do it, but Lee Khan believed that the problem was more likely in the spell itself and not in the magic. Then he added that in his opinion, Gainando was holding back too much when using it, so he suggested that Gainando put in more effort. They were about to try again when Garcia suddenly stopped them, after which she came closer to them and assured Gainando that he had actually succeeded. It's just that Lee Khan has too much mana, so the effect is cancelled. And Gainando himself, in her opinion, did an excellent job. And yet the guy thought that this had no effect on Lee Khan at all. And this made him think that perhaps he did not have a predisposition to dark magic after all. Although on the other hand, it still wasn't important to him, because he wasn't going to do this dark magic anyway. And now it was his turn to get hit. Lee Khan began to focus on control because he knew that in the case of Gainando, he could not use too much mana. He roughly believed that it was necessary to use as little as possible so as not to harm the guy. Professor Mortis did not even expect that Lee Khan would be so talented and it would be so easy for him to use this spell. After all, the man understood that in fact the whole point of this spell is that the longer it is, the easier it is to use, and it is very difficult to make a spell so short. And even if we are talking about low-level curses, the professor still could not believe that Lee Khan learned this with first time. And as soon as Lee Khan used this spell on Gainando, the guy not only felt cold, but his body literally froze in place. At the last moment, Gainando simply fell to the floor, and it turned out that he dodged the main spell. Lee Khan didn't understand why this guy did this, because he obviously shouldn't have shied away. Gainando immediately started getting angry and yelling at him because he actually did it on instinct. These words made the professor think, and this word instinctively literally repeated itself several times in his head. And the whole point was that he noticed how Gainando not only uses the spell incredibly quickly, but can also clearly detect the mana of the negative element. Therefore, now he wanted to immediately find out the name of this guy, because he believed that Gainando had a talent for dark magic. Moreover, Mortem believed that the guy was like a genius who appears only once every 10 years, or even less often. As a result, this lesson ended without any incidents. Each one sent curses at the other and received them in return. The guys actually had a great time. Garcia was also very happy that they all enjoyed it so much, and so she suggested that Professor Mortem should be applauded for his contribution to their class. After which she asked hopefully if they were all interested in dark magic. But from their faces it was obvious that as entertainment this was not bad, but as a main activity it was not a little close to them. Garcia realized this and asked Professor Mortem to tell them something before he left. The man actually wanted to say that he believed that today they had mastered the spells of dark magic, and it seemed that some students had already shown interest in it, or so it seemed to him. The guys didn't quite understand what he was talking about because dark magic had never interested them. Gainando absolutely agreed with these guys. He thought that this professor was so funny, because who would like dark magic? And especially the professor would like to draw attention to this student, whose name seems to be Gainando. He would like to ask him to visit his workshop. Gainando clearly did not expect such a turn of events and therefore did not know how to respond to something like that. But still, he found the courage and asked the professor what did he do wrong? The professor did not answer this question, but simply pointed his finger at Lee Khan and asked the guy to also come to his workshop. Lee Khan himself was not entirely against this, because he understood that it was important for him to get grades now, and dark magic was good for this, so he happily agreed to it. The magician's workshop is similar to a research laboratory, where students conduct research on topics in which the professors are interested without any rest. At home, Lee Kun heard many similar stories, and it seemed to him that such hell did not exist on Earth, and that these were all just fairy tales. But today he realized that in fact he was mistaken, and apparently he would have to visit such a place, although he still hoped that this was just time for a consultation. And with such hopes, they came to Professor Mortem's workshop, which was located in a black stone tower. The guys only needed one glance to understand that they were studying here at all, because there were skeletons and graves everywhere. Gainando was still worried that he had done something wrong, since the professor called him to his place, but Lee Kun tried to calm him down and tell him that perhaps it was not that he had done something wrong. But this only angered Gainando even more, because it seemed to him that he had probably angered him with something, because in his head, it was like all dark magicians quickly get irritated. Lee Kun most of all did not want to listen to his whining, so he asked him to finish and just follow him, after which he carefully opened the doors to this dark laboratory. They entered the building after the doors literally opened on their own, and this already scared Gainando incredibly. Lee Kun was absolutely calm. All that bothered him was that he simply couldn't see anything because of the smoke, and therefore for quite a long time, they could not find the professor himself to talk to him. The man, meanwhile, was sitting in his office, and immediately heard that the guys had finally arrived. Therefore, he decided to send Dayret for them and bring them here. But the assistant was against this idea, because he knew very well that the director forbade the man to get close to new students. Mortem completely forgot about it, but today he didn't care too much about it, and so he decided that it would be best to keep it all a secret. But this only displeased his assistant even more, who decided to remind the man that he had just left from a prison cell. The professor reminded him that this was not a prison cell at all, but a punishment room. In any case, he understood Dareth and ordered him to return, and he could handle the guys himself. After one wave of the magic wand, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of the guys, which the professor created to make it much easier for them to get to him. A few seconds later, all this fog and darkness suddenly disappeared, and Lee Kun noticed that now this place looks much better. But still, he was embarrassed by one fact, that all the furniture that was there was made of bones, which was still a little scary. For dark magicians who can control summoned skeletons, furniture made from bones is the most desirable thing after objects. In any case, all these thoughts had to be interrupted after the professor greeted them. They did the same in response, and immediately after that he invited them to sit down at the table. Gainando exhaled a little when the light appeared in this room, but according to Li Han, he reacts so well only because he does not understand that everything around here is made of bones. In any case, it's time to get down to business, and the professor decided to ask them what they think. Why did he call them here in the first place? Gainando decided that he knew the answer to this question, so he decided to say himself that the professor called them here because the guy did something wrong in class. But this answer was completely wrong, because in fact the man called them because they both have a talent for dark magic, which made Gainando very happy. Although now the professor would like to ask again that Gainando just told him something, what he did there in class, but the guy asked him to forgive him. It came out by accident. Now Gainando had strange thoughts in his head because he had never in his life heard that he had talent for something. He decided to ask Lee Kun, or did he also hear the professor tell him that the guy had exceptional talent? But Lee Kun immediately told him that the professor didn't say anything about exceptional talent. In any case, Gainando now doesn't know what to do next because dark magic doesn't interest him at all, but he's very talented at it. To soften the tense situation a little, the man offered them some sweets. And then he added again that they both have talent in dark magic. So he invited them to talk about it, because black magic is much more interesting than it might seem to them at first glance. And of this he was 100% sure. For Lee Kun, such phrases were quite typical, and they were used wherever people wanted to attract at least some attention to themselves and their business. The guy knew very well that there are professors in popular fields, and they are so proud of it that they don't even want to teach students until they reach a certain level of knowledge. But then it's worth thinking about how to be unpopular with professors who would like at least someone to come to their classes. And at the moment, Li Han actually felt this way because he could feel the professor's despair that the subject was not popular. But Gainando didn't even think about this, who still couldn't believe that he was a sought-after genius who didn't even know what to do next. Lee Kun at that moment was thinking about what they should do with those bones that the professor gave them, because he not only didn't tell them what to do with them, he also asked them to keep this strange gift until they came to their rooms. No matter how Lee Kun tried to ask the professor what it was, no one gave him an answer. The guy thought that these bones that they were holding in their hands could be similar to the book that the director slipped him. Although he did not rule out the possibility that the man wanted to get closer to them and therefore gave them an unknown artifact, this is something like surprises in a relationship. This analogy, which Lee Khan came up with himself, immediately became incredibly terrible to him, but he simply did not see any other option. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Gainando, who asked Lee Khan not to say anything to Yena. Lee Khan understood that Gainando was probably worried that people might start teasing him for his words about how only servants do such things. Therefore, he promised Gainando that he would remain silent because they were still friends after all. Although in his mind, he thought that first of all, he would tell Yena everything, because they were also good friends with him. During a fencing lesson, the professor forced all the kids to run until they fell from fatigue. He believed that only in this way could one train sufficiently good endurance, and he also asked them not to forget to inhale mana. The man made it clear to them that their main goal was to increase their physical abilities to the maximum, while continuously circulating mana. There are countless ways to use mana. One of them is to circulate it throughout the body to make it stronger and more resilient. However, this is too advanced a technique for guys who have not previously prepared their body for such loads. While they were running, Lee Khan decided to ask one question to the professor, who was ready to listen to him. Lee Khan told him that he had something important to do in the mountains, and he would like to ask the man to give him some advice. Should he go there, and how dangerous is it? The man, without thinking for a long time, immediately began to tell him that there were not only many dangerous monsters there, but also other unknown dangers that even the professors did not know about. Therefore, he believes that it would be quite unwise to go into the mountains. Only a fool, knowing this, would go there. Lee Khan, in response to this, said that he would not go there of his own free will. He needed to go there for homework to collect a couple of ingredients there. This made the professor smile, because if he does this for homework, then the situation is completely different. Lee Khan wanted to know the reason why then everything would be different, but in response he only heard that the man noticed that the guy didn't look tired at all. Apparently he managed to circulate mana. The guy responded to this by saying that this wasn't really the point. He believed that most likely he was just actively spending it, and since he had a lot of it, he simply couldn't get tired for a long time. To remove mana from the center of the body and circulate it throughout all its corners, you need to learn how to control it. But Lee Khan uses a completely different method. He essentially pushes the mana that overwhelms him in all directions, which is not circulation, but rather boring. The professor thought about what he had heard about the guy doing something similar in the battle with the Twilight team. Normally, a person would pass out due to complete depletion of mana, as it is similar to losing all energy. However, if a guy has an unlimited amount of energy, then this method will only work for him alone. At least that's what the professor thought. And so he told Lee Khan directly that he would not ask him to use this method. However, in this lesson, he would like Lee Khan to at least try to focus on the circulation of mana. The guy understood him perfectly, and it seemed to him that he was doing something dangerous since the man was telling him about this. And at that moment, the professor decided to add that since he had so much mana, he would have to make more efforts to complete the circulation circle. Lee Khan didn't quite understand what the man was getting at and what he would have to do now, but his worst thoughts nevertheless came true. And the professor told him that right now he would increase the volume of his training so that it would not seem so easy to him. And to begin with, the professor asked him to run at least 10 more laps, and then they would talk to him. Leon was obviously not happy to hear something like that in his direction, and he didn't understand why all the professors behaved like this. Finally, after Lee Khan finished running in useless circles, the professor came up to him and said that when he finally decides to go to the mountains to do his homework, he will go with the guy. This surprised Lee Khan quite a lot, because according to him, it's safe there if it's homework. The man did not deny what was said, but still assured him that he just liked to walk there. That's why he wanted to walk with Lee Khan. Although in his mind, he thought that something unexpected could happen there, so he should still go together with the guy. Yena carefully read the letter from Professor Urgulm, in which the man wrote that he needed to go away on business, so while he was away, he allowed him to take everything he needed. Now the girl understood why Lee Khan asked her to come here, because there are a lot of chemical things here. Lee Khan completely agreed with her, but most of all he wanted to check the benefits of the potions that he had. And since Ina understands much more about alchemy, he decided to ask her to help with this matter, and the girl actually didn't mind helping, because she was also interested in seeing what would come of it, when suddenly she noticed a small farm in the backyard and immediately decided to ask Lee Khan if he raised her. The guy answered quite confidently that these were his plants, but also immediately noticed that this was just the beginning, because he thought it would take another couple of months for everything to sprout. But Yena assured him that it seemed to her that everything had already grown. Li Kan didn't quite understand what she was talking about, so he went to the window to look and saw that everything had really already grown there, and it was literally a ready-made harvest. He immediately began to have doubts about the fact that this was exactly the plant that he had planted, because he simply didn't understand how it managed to grow so quickly. Li Kan decided to tell Yenna that most likely the professor added a growth accelerator to the watering can, because he is such an impatient man. Although in fact he had a good idea that the reason was completely different, but Li Kan still didn't know about it for sure. In any case, the guys decided that since it had grown, they could collect it, and Yenna asked to leave this task to her. After the two took the food and alchemical equipment they needed, they set off on the road, leaving a note in which they thanked Professor Erglum, who in turn would only find out over time how much the guys actually took with them. The next day in the morning, they realized that they were so carried away that they didn't even understand how they had been sitting at this activity all night. And the result of this sleepless night was that the grape wine of the Western Empire is delicious. And after drinking the potion from Calacanthus, a person will be able to sing as beautifully as a mermaid. That's all. They were able to deal with only these two items in the whole night. Yenna was upset that they were only able to identify two of them, but Li Han still thought that this was a good result. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Asen, who appeared out of nowhere and wished them good morning. He was in a great mood because today they could finally go get the ingredients. Looking at Li Kan, it was impossible to say that they were ready, but still he replied that they could move forward. The thing was that they agreed on this weekend, that they would finish it on Saturday and return with the rest of the students. And on Sunday he uses this card to finally get out. But for now he could not rejoice as he wanted, because inside he was still worried about the traps that were already waiting for him. Suddenly Asen approached him, who suggested that Li Kan look at the black market before going into the forest. And in fact the guy was interested in this offer. A few minutes later they were already on the territory of this market. And for Li Kan it was surprising that it really existed, because in what school could one find a black market? Although it is still similar in size to the one that opens during the 5-day festival in the village. Suddenly, among all these people who were in this market, Li Kan saw a rather familiar face. It was Ratford, who invited everyone to play a game in which they had to find the Emperor among 3 cards, and if they could do this, he would double their bet. But as soon as he saw Li Kan, he immediately jumped up from his seat to approach him. Other students who heard that Li Kan Vardanaz was here immediately ran away in which direction, although the guy himself mentally asked them not to be afraid of him, because he was not going to do anything bad to them. In any case, he decided to talk to Ratford and ask him what he was doing. In response, he said that he was collecting bread. Li Kan didn't quite understand what he meant, so he asked him to explain what it meant. Bread in this place is the currency. 5 loaves is 1 goose feather, 10 is a sugar cube the size of a matchbox. Thanks to Li Kan, the Blue Dragon students get enough food, but in other towers things are completely different. They are fighting for survival. While Yenna began to look around little by little, Li Kan thought about what was possible, and it wouldn't hurt him to do so. After all, there are actually quite a lot of useful things here, which was actually quite unexpected for him. The only negative is that there was not enough food. There were also a lot of items for daily use, but what is most surprising is that it is full of artifacts that Li Kan needs so much. An item that an ordinary person will never see in his life is an artifact, however. They are located in Einregard, and there are a lot of those who have various talents and create artifacts that are usable, although they are a little low grade. While walking through this market, Li Kan noticed one very interesting fact for himself. If he were part of a black turtle, then it would actually be easier for him to talk to them. But today Ratford was with him, who spoke instead of Lahan with all the sellers, which made them very angry. At some point, Li Kan noticed some kind of cloak and wanted to know about its abilities. Ratford told him that this cloak has the effect of protecting the wearer from sharp objects, but the success rate is only 50%. Even under such conditions, Lian felt that this cloak would be very useful for them. In response to Ratford, I can only praise him for the fact that Lahan is truly incredible, just a living example of an aristocrat who looks at everything from the positive side. Lihan asked him to stop with these words, although he was pleased to hear them. But what upset him most was that, as Ratford said, there are few useful things here. He simply cannot know what effect most of them have, and judging by the way some are losing their mana, their service life is coming to an end. Therefore, out of everything that was here, this raincoat was a pretty good option to buy. But Li Kan wanted to buy it for a reason, but asked the seller to sell him this cloak on credit, to which the seller asked him without these tricks. In this case, Li Han said that he brought various products because he heard that it is possible to change in this market. He was quite curious to find out whether such products were suitable for exchange, or should he still grab canned food. But as soon as he showed this food, Everyone immediately ran up to him and began offering various exchanges for his food. At first, Li Kan decided that he would take his cloak in exchange for 2 potatoes, after which they began to offer him some spears and similar weapons in exchange for his products. As soon as Li Kan gave this guy the potatoes, other students also immediately started running after him, offering him to exchange a piece of potatoes for bread, but he immediately told them that they were not for sale. He immediately abandoned his shop with goods and went to fry it over the fire, and he did it quite quickly. Li Kan, looking at all this, didn't understand them a little. Were they all really that hungry? Although seeing how this guy eats these potatoes, he understood that apparently this is so. Now Li Kan understood how much these guys were suffering without food, and his basket of food was simply something incredible. Therefore, he decided to ask Ina to help him a little here, after which he turned to the rest of the guys and asked them to free up some space for him so that he could prepare food for them, and today it would be free for them. This was something out of fantasy for them, so they simply behaved like animals, but he tried to the end to calm them down. In fact, Li Han had the idea in his head that since these guys had been starving for a long time, they could become for him and Yenna a pretty good base of new customers who would buy food from them in the future. So he decided to use his culinary skills again to feed all these guys. And given what he had in his basket, he prepared tomato stew for them, which the guys literally drank like water, and they absolutely didn't care that it was so hot. Yenna noticed that they were eating well, but for Li Kan this was not at all surprising because they were very hungry. And mentally he tried to convince himself that even though these products were valuable, such an action seemed right to him because it would most likely play into his hands in the future, especially considering the idea that he would soon have to collect the ingredients with them. So Li Han believed that he needed to improve relations with the Black Turtle students who were afraid of him. He could benefit more if he could change their opinion of him, or so it seemed to Li Kan himself. After such a dinner, Li Kan received what seemed to him to be a lot of different items. It seemed that they treated him too kindly, because all these artifacts from the turtles he received many times more than he had expected before. Low-level stealth boots reduced the volume of footsteps, and in addition to this, he received smokescreen chalks, which can be broken to create a smoke screen. It was also worth noting that Li Han had a detection bracelet in his pocket, which detects when he is being watched. The stone on the bracelet will glow red if this happens. But still, Li Kan, looking at all these things, knew that the senior students did this, and therefore he only had one question: why did the senior students do this? All the effects, oddly enough, are aimed at hiding, but they are not forbidden to go out, and the fact that they create such things at all really bothered Li Kan. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after Yenna told him that there was something moving in the bag and asked Li Kan to check what he had there. The guy turned his head and saw a skeleton's hand there, which scared him a little. Ratford immediately began screaming and begging not to tell him that those bastards decided to repay them for their kindness. Li Kan was about to throw this bag off of him, but suddenly he noticed the very bone that Professor Mortem had given him coming out of his pocket. Therefore, he asked the guys to stop where they were and not to approach him, after which he watched the picture as that same bone connected with the one that came out of his bag, and in fact they complemented each other perfectly. Yenna didn't even understand why Li Kan carries an extra bone with her, but Li Kan immediately told her that Professor Mortem had given him this bone, saying that it would definitely be useful to them. Before the guy could finish speaking, this bone flew closer to him and literally pierced his skin to get to his blood. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but even considering that he was in incredible pain, he still didn't run away and behaved quite calmly. At that moment, Li Kan had a rather strange feeling as if this hand should obey him. And as soon as he decided to test this theory, he immediately realized that he was right, because these bones did absolutely everything that he told them. Yenna and Ratford, who were standing behind, simply did not understand what was happening. Was Li Han really using dark magic right now, which was helping him collect these bones? The guy told them that when they went to his laboratory, the professor gave them a rather strange thing that, for some unknown reason, stuck to him. Ina nevertheless decided to come closer and suggested that the guy throw away this thing. This bone seemed to look at Ina, after which it hid in Li Han's jacket, so the girl realized that it would be better to take back her words. After which Ratford approached him, who told Lion that in the world of magicians, they say that you should not mess with dark magicians. And besides, this bone seemed too gloomy to him. Li Kan listened to them carefully and finally replied that after their comments, he began to think sensibly. In his opinion, she really looked very strange, but he had a feeling that everything was not as bad as it seemed at first glance. Yenna had a question why the professor gave them something like that, but Li Kan didn't know the answer to this question. Moreover, he was worried about another one. Why only a part? Ratford suggested that perhaps the professor wanted Lehan to look for other parts and collect them, but for Yena this was too funny a joke. But looking at Lekan's face, who thought that this actually sounded quite convincing, she began to think that this was not so stupid after all. The professor thinks differently than other people when they think that no one will like the collection of bones. The man has a completely different opinion, who thinks that they wouldn't actually mind looking for bones. Such thoughts even gave Lekan goosebumps when he thought about what motivated the professor. In any case, the guy decided that he would keep these bones for himself for now, because it did not seem to him that they could harm him. The next day, all 4 towers gathered and planned to go to the mountains to get herbs for their alchemy homework. And before setting off, the fencing professor gave instructions in which he said that the first and second priority is safety, because in these mountains, there are dangers unknown to them. He would like students from the same towers to get together and then remember each other's faces and the number of people present. All this was necessary, according to him, in order to regularly check their presence in the group. This caused the guys a little panic, because now it seemed to them that it was really so dangerous there. Therefore, they decided that it would be better if they did not move away from each other at all, because it would be much safer. When everyone was warned, the professor decided that it was time to actually set off, so he asked them to follow him and try to keep up. After some time, they arrived at a place that, as it seemed to the professor, would be ideal for them to collect the herbs they needed, which they began to do. At that moment, he himself thought that everything seemed to be going well, so he decided that they would continue in the same spirit until they got out of here. Suddenly he heard a strange sound, and when he turned around he saw the huge hands of the Lich, which closed the professor inside before he had time to say even one word, after which he magically simply disappeared from this field. One of the students decided to ask the professor a question, and when she turned around to do so, she noticed that he had disappeared somewhere. Moreover, there were absolutely no traces left of him, which instantly caused the girl to panic. After which, she immediately began shouting to the other guys that the professor had simply disappeared and was no longer there. They all got together and tried to figure out what happened and where did he go. Lekan at that moment was thinking about how this could happen and how afraid he was of it. After all, looking at the other guys, they immediately began to panic, because they simply did not know what to do in this situation. He had to immediately ask them to calm down first and not fuss too much, because it might be that the professor just walked away. Although he himself understood perfectly well that this was definitely not the case, and the professor most likely really disappeared, but he somehow needed to console them. Besides, on the other side, they weren't lost and there were no monsters visible, so he didn't see any particular reason to panic. They just needed to go back. But as soon as he suggested this to them, at that very second it began to rain, which turned into a heavy downpour. And how good it was for Lekan to think that he had taken various things for unforeseen situations, although even he could not think that Professor Ingerdell could disappear, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the same Knight of Her Highness, who approached Lekan to thank his help. And he was also quite interested to know if the story that Lekan cooked the legendary stew in the Turtle Tower was true. Lekan pretended that he didn't understand what he was talking about, although in his mind he couldn't believe that the guys from the Turtle Tower had made his stew into a legendary dish in their gossip. The guy did not ask Lehan any more about this, but simply went back to the princess to inform her that all this was just baseless gossip. But their conversation did not end there, because Her Highness's knight again ran up to Lekan with the words that Her Highness wanted to help him. But the guy did not understand why she herself could not tell him this, but still did not refuse her help. First of all, Lehan needed someone to light a fire, and so he asked this messenger to convey this to Her Highness. At that very second, he approached the princess and told her about it. She agreed to help without any problems, so in a matter of minutes she prepared to make a fire, and after a few seconds, it was already burning. Lehan didn't expect that the princess had advanced so much in magic. Could she really be using spirits in her magic? And the guy was not the only one who was so surprised. The other guys were also surprised because they had not yet learned to summon spirits. Had she really learned this herself? At that moment, Lekan thought that if he had called on his bones, they would have reacted differently. In any case, the main thing was that the princess was able to light a fire, and now they are much warmer and more comfortable here. But before they had time to warm up properly, they all suddenly heard a very strange sound. Lekan immediately realized that this was clearly some kind of danger that was approaching right towards them. So he jumped up from his seat. And as soon as he turned around, he saw just a huge monster peeking out at them from behind the trees. Before Lekan had time to say anything, suddenly a Knight of Her Highness shouted among them all, who immediately said that they could not move, because golems follow the rules, and if they do not attack first, he will not touch them. Golems are creatures artificially created by magicians, which are not similar to natural monsters. They are creatures molded from certain materials in which a magical core is built in. Problems begin when the core is damaged or destroyed, and then combined with other items, because it can become a golem that does not obey orders. But fortunately, even the damaged golem follows the rules, although Li Han still did everything to prepare for battle. After all, the rule may turn out to be something like, destroy all the students who are currently in the forest. Suddenly this golem stopped in place and decided to draw a line. The guys did not understand what he was doing at the moment, but they guessed that perhaps he was telling them not to cross it. Everyone stood straight and tried not to move, but Li Kun decided that he needed to check what would happen if he crossed this line. So Asen immediately tried to stop him, who literally begged him not to do this. But the guy asked his friend to calm down, because he didn't say that he was going to do it on his own, after which he carefully took out the bones that he managed to collect from his inner pocket. Asan immediately wanted to know what kind of horror this was, to which Li Kun confidently replied that it was a summoned monster that accidentally fell into his hands. Li Kun put the bones on the floor and immediately ordered them to cross the line that the golem had drawn. As soon as the bones carried out Li Kun's order, the golem immediately struck a blow that literally crushed them. But now, Li Kun and the others know perfectly well what will happen if you cross this line. The golem will simply attack. The guy felt a little sorry for his bones, but they turned out to be capable of fairly rapid regeneration, and after a few minutes they were absolutely like new. Then Li Kun called them back to him, and did not forget to praise them for a job well done. The princess's knight still couldn't understand what had just happened. Could the summoned monster be able to recover so quickly? But what surprised him most was that resummoning a monster required a colossal amount of mana and time. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by someone's scream, and when he turned around, he saw how the other guys were literally getting ready to fight. So the guy immediately ran to dismantle them. But as soon as he came closer, he received a blow right in the face, and they also did not forget to tell him that he was not from their tower, and it was better for him not to interfere in their conversation at all now. Nilya decided not to interfere and immediately approached Li Kun, who said that it seemed to her that he should stop the fight between these guys. But he ignored her until she grabbed him by his robe and started shaking him so that he would finally come to his senses, because she didn't understand what he was thinking so hard about. Li Han asked her forgiveness, after which he added that he actually had one idea that might help them get out of this situation. As soon as the guys heard this, they were immediately happy and stopped fighting, although on the other hand, according to them, they had no doubt that he would save them. After all these useless praises, Li Kun told them that it seemed to him that all this was just a trap of the professor, who was in cahoots with the director. They definitely didn't expect this, and it was quite clearly visible on their faces. Professor Ingerdell, as soon as the director teleported him, immediately began to tell him that kidnapping his own friend, and also a professor of the academy, was too low and demanded that they immediately release him. The director, in response, only asked him to calm down and listen to their arguments on this matter, because he was confident that he would definitely understand them and everything would be fine, to which Ingerdell successfully agreed. After which the Lich began to say that if such a strong and reliable swordsman like him is next to the students, then the students will lose the opportunity to grow on their own. Ingerdell, listening to the director, simply could not believe that he was telling him such nonsense in such a serious tone. But the director did not listen to him and simply continued to talk further until he got to the point where he asked the professor to believe him, because one day it seemed to him that he would understand why he did this. Ingerdell, in fact, already understood everything perfectly well, but he would even more like to know from the director what he would do if something unexpected happened. This question made Professor Erglum and the director go into a stupor, and they simply did not know how to answer this question. Therefore, they decided to say that they are confident in the students and believe that the guys will definitely be able to cope. This put Ingerdell even more in a state of shock, because how can they even be sure of this? However, in the end, Ingerdell could not stand it and said that if something really bad happened, he would immediately intervene and prevent the accident. The director was not against it and told the professor that then he could do whatever he wanted, and after they finally agreed, the director let the man go. The director also considered it appropriate to add that soon the professor would understand what happiness it is to watch someone else's growth. But Ingerdell didn't even want to listen to all this, so he finally asked the director to be silent, after which he turned directly to Ergliam and would like to find out from him what they placed in the forest. To this question, the professor laughed and said that in fact there was nothing like that. They only placed a bull there, which was strengthened with elixirs. He is a little wilder than a normal bull, but this is not a big problem, and they were sure of that. After Lacan's assumption, the guys began to think that perhaps Professor Ingardella was probably in cahoots with them. It was all too cruel for them, and it seemed to them that the professors were already going too far with this. Nelia did not want to get involved in these conversations. She would rather find out what they would do. But Lacan believed that even in this case, the plans had not changed. He believed that first of all, they needed to find a way to get rid of this huge golem, and then they would have a chance to get out of this forest unharmed. But looking at their facial expressions, he realized that he was apparently asking too much of them. So he asked them to cheer up because he was pretty sure that this trap was planned and most likely there was a way around it. After these words, the guys agreed with him because if this was really a trap of the director and professors, then they would hardly have abandoned them like that. They had not planned anything before. And in fact, Lacan already had one idea that he would like to test, and perhaps this would be the solution to this problem. Some time passed, and the guys spent quite a long time discussing possible options that would help them get out of this situation. Nelia decided to ask Lacan what he came up with and how he would solve this problem, but as soon as she turned in his direction, she realized that the guy had simply disappeared. And now even Nelia began to panic, so she decided to call the guys and tell them about it. They immediately decided that it had also been stolen, and some of them immediately decided that they needed to go through the golem and find it. Yenna asked them to calm down and look carefully towards the golem, where Lacan stood, who was gradually approaching the golem. Asen immediately started shouting at Lacan to get out of there quickly because if he stood there for too long, something bad might happen. But then they noticed that the golem didn't care at all about the guy and didn't react to him at all, as if Lacan didn't exist at all. Asen and Yenna tried to ask him what happened and, most importantly, how did he end up there? Lacan explained to them that he did it quite easily. He simply used the magic of invisibility. While the other students were confused, he decided to do a simple experiment. He wanted to see how the golem would react when it was invisible. And fortunately, the golem did not detect him, and Lacan was able to pass this line quite easily and also learn something else. That when the guy crossed the line in invisibility and then came out of it, the golem no longer paid any attention to him. The guys hearing this could not believe that he was already using the magic of invisibility. But Lacan assured them that this was just the ability of an artifact. But this gave them even more of a pleasant shock that he had already learned how to create artifacts. But Lacan immediately said that this artifact was given to him in the order of pressing, which upset them a little, because they did not understand what he did in this order and why was he involved in it in general. Yenna interrupted this stupid conversation and said that the main problem was that it would be difficult for them to use the order's artifact. And Nelia has already finished that in this case they will have to come up with another way to get out of here. Asan immediately asked Lacan to go ask the professor for help, but the guy himself believed that this would not work because one of them set this trap. After which he told them that there was actually no point in doing this because they would solve this problem in a slightly different way. Lacan believed that if this was really the test that the professors handed them, then it should be of such difficulty that even first-year students could overcome it. Therefore, he suggested that they all attack the golem's core together, with the help of which it moves. He also noted that if they can do this, they will finally put an end to this. After these words, he delivered a pretty good blow right to the head of this golem. The other students were so happy to have Lacan with them, and they kept telling him how wonderful he was. But Yenna suddenly noticed that Lacan stopped and was drowned in his thoughts. At that moment, the guy was thinking that this was simply impossible, because at the moment when the iron ball hit the golem, his connection with him was severed. And the biggest problem is that the guy can't use the ball anymore. Lacan remembered that golems were monsters that moved through the mana emanating from their core, so it was natural that measures were taken to protect it. But Lacan was not going to give up on this, and decided that since his ball did not work, he decided that he would try something else. Ingardell, meanwhile, was sitting in the director's office and thinking only about what he would do if his student suddenly got hurt. The director noticed that the man was not himself, so he decided to tell him that in fact there was no need to worry so much, because they have everything under control. And if this calms him down, the director assured the man that in his days it was much worse. Professor Ergom decided to joke that the days of the director were literally ancient times. In any case, the director believed that this time there were a lot of interesting students, and he was confident that they would be able to overcome most of the obstacles that would confront them. But the most important thing is that Lacan was with them, who, according to the director, will do everything to ensure that nothing serious happens to the guys. Therefore, he once again asked Ingardell to stop worrying, and the best thing he can do now is enjoy the tea that Professor Ergom prepared. The director especially believed that they should not worry because Li-hun had already learned magic from his grimoire, which shocked the professors. Ingerdell couldn't just believe it, so he asked the director to repeat it again. The Lich didn't quite understand why they were so surprised by this, because in fact, he studied not only his grimoire, but Professor Vagrek also gives him personal lessons in combat magic. So everything will definitely be fine with this guy, and with him with everyone else. But Urgalm immediately noticed that he and Professor Vagrek did not go beyond the scope of the first-year program. The director immediately told him that this was not true, because Professor Vagrek had crossed this level long ago. And if the Lich has up-to-date information, then he and Li-kan have long since switched to the magic of the third circle. The number of circles depends on the complexity of the magic. The number of processes necessary to use magic is fixed. For example, on the first circle, there will be the magic of the elements. On the second, the preservation of form. And on the third, there will be control of this magic. On the real third circle, a person will be able to do all these things at once. But if someone does them separately, then he is still far from reaching the third circle. Li-hun had thoughts in his head that a water ball was weaker compared to a metal ball, although its shape was also difficult to maintain. Now he realized that he needed to think carefully about what to do next, because now the lives of many children depend on him. But he was pleased with the thought that he was practically sure that even these guys were not devoid of intelligence. Therefore, he was confident that there was definitely a way to solve this problem. Suddenly, Yenna burst into his thoughts and decided to find out why Li-han was spinning this ball of water. Li-kan understood that this actually happened unconsciously because he had done this so many times. Suddenly, this thought turned into a plan in which he wanted to try to rotate the water ball quickly enough so that it would gain greater piercing power than after a simple throw. Thus, Li-kan will become a cowboy, and his water ball will look like a bullet that will fly out of a revolver. After many attempts, Leon finally succeeded and was able to create a suitable water ball. His joy was interrupted by Yenna, who immediately said that she, of course, did not know what kind of magic this was. But still she decided to assume that this water ball was too big. And in fact, she was completely right, because Li-kan created a water ball that matched the golem. The guys had already begun to discuss Li-kan's action. They simply did not understand what and where he studied. They even said that it might be much easier to leave the guy alone so that he could figure it out on his own. Asen burst into these sneaky dialogues and began to tell each of them that there was no reason to doubt that Li-kan would not be able to cope with one spell. Nilya also joined in and added that Li-kan is really capable of doing this, because at least he is not a weakling. While the guy himself was listening to this, he caught himself thinking that they were putting too much pressure on him when they were all saying this so confidently. Since ancient times, young magicians have said that magic is the perfect formula for the world, and if someone does whatever they want with it, they risk incurring wrath. The magic that Li-kan invented belongs to the high level that students master in later years. Courses they don't teach this to beginners. But Li-han has so much mana that he can ignore the usual formulas. When he used mana to maintain the rotation, the water ball could not withstand the amount of it and splashed out. Therefore, Li-kan began to make the ball larger. As the size increased, the rotational force decreased, so he used more mana, repeating the process over and over again until he reached this state. And now that he has gone through all these processes, he can say with confidence that he can control this water ball and even more. But the main problem, which he did not tell the guys, was that he could only do this for very long because it put a lot of pressure on his mind. Although even this problem only gave him more motivation to end this as soon as possible. Therefore, concentrating, he ordered this water ball to fly straight towards the golem. As soon as she launched this ball, she realized that she slightly missed where she wanted it, because this ball was definitely flying straight into the golem's shoulder, and if it didn't hit, the guy was unlikely to be able to create another one like it. The blow actually hit the shoulder, and from such a strong water stone, the golem crumbled into small pieces. The guy decided for a second that this would be the end of their fight. After all, looking at all this, it seemed that only small cobblestones remained from the golem. Moreover, the other guys immediately started shouting that Li-kan was the best magician on earth, who was able to smash a golem even with the help of ordinary water. Nilya did not forget to note the most important thing is that she told them all about this. Li-kan wasn't as happy as the guys because he actually didn't fully understand whether the blow was so powerful or whether the golem itself was simply too weak. But in any case, he decided that be that as it may, Professor Varnadis's lessons were clearly beneficial for him. Although the consequences did not make the guy wait long, and after a few seconds his head began to spin, which meant that he had lost a lot of his strength, so the guys offered him help. The guy was all in his thoughts that since Professor Ingerdell did not return at that moment, then it was definitely a trap. The guy's bones suddenly came out of his robe and began to tremble as if they were afraid of something. And Lee Kun didn't understand why they suddenly decided to behave this way. But when he turned back because he heard someone's screams, he understood why the bones were behaving this way, because a new golem was running towards the guys. This was already so funny for Lee Kun, because they are of no use at all. They just run and scream. Nilya thought that now was not the best time to sigh, and suggested that they split up, so they could distract him and buy some time. They didn't mind and thought it was a really good idea, so they decided to quickly run away. But Lee Kun didn't have time to run far, because he was caught by Her Majesty's knight, who asked him to use the magic that he had just used. He even called this blow Eumedigis's water bullet. Lee Kun did not understand who he was talking about, and according to the knight, that was the name of the imperial magician, famous for the fact that he controlled water all his life. But Lee Kun still did not understand why the guy named his magic in honor of this emperor. In any case, Lee Kun immediately made him understand that this water ball would take too long to create. So he asked the knight to quickly run away from here. And Lee Kun himself was going to disappear into the night and destroy another golem, after which he took out from his hiding place the very chalk that is capable of creating a smokescreen and how he didn't want to use it right now. But the guy understood perfectly well that in fact he simply had no choice. So he did it without much thought. After the golem lost sight of him, Lee Kun took out his sword, with which he was ready to deliver the final blow. Lee Kun immediately decided that after he had blinded him, the best option would be to aim for his legs. After all, it was obvious, at least for Lee Kun, that the golem would not be able to maintain balance with such a huge weight. Suddenly, after such another blow, Lee Kun noticed a body jumping out from the area of the golem's head, and literally a second later, a man landed next to him, who also turned out to be a student at the academy, and it was obvious from his face that he was very scared. Not even a few seconds had passed before this frightened guy jumped into Lee Kun's arms, although he didn't see Lee Kun himself, so he became even more scared, because he didn't understand where this voice was coming from. Lee Kun decided to let this guy go, and he rather unexpectedly asked into the void, or whether Vardanaz had just held him, which surprised Lee Kun, because he didn't even know how this guy guessed about it. But this student replied that it was actually quite obvious, because the only one who can fight the golem is Vardanaz. In any case, he was quite grateful to Lee Kun for his help. Before he could finish these words of gratitude, the golem woke up again and tried to strike, but Lee Kun reacted quite in time. There wasn't much time, so Lee Kun immediately began asking the guy about how he ended up here in the first place, because the golem was too dense to break through. The student told him that he used a potion that dissolves clay, according to Siana's recipe. Lee Kun was quite interested in listening to all this, because he actually didn't even know that such a thing existed. But in any case, he firmly decided that he could defeat this monster if everything went well. But first, he needed to take some of this potion, which this student used, but according to the guy, unfortunately, he ran out of it. Lee Kun was not surprised that this guy would be of no use either, but most of all, he was surprised that no one was attacking them anymore, as if the golem was simply not interested. Moreover, this monster simply goes in the opposite direction from them, showing with all its appearance that it no longer needs them. And this question worried the guy most of all, until at one moment he heard cries for help. Apparently, it was now clear that the golem abandoned them in order to attack the already wounded student. Lee Kun didn't understand at all what he should do in this situation, because he actually understood perfectly well that he wouldn't have enough time to help him so quickly. So he decided that the best solution in this case would be to immediately stop the golem. True, the guy didn't know how to do this, but at one point he remembered the words of Garcia, who during one lesson reminded him that he had too much mana and he shouldn't use it like that. But this was not even the most important thing, but the fact that the element of fire has a huge potential for destruction, which now, in Lee Kun's opinion, would be very useful. Therefore, collecting mana in his hands, he created fire with which he was going to destroy this golem. As Garcia said, he had too much mana, so the fire was incredibly huge. The guy himself did not expect that the blow would be so strong. But in any case, now this is only beneficial, because he was finally able to destroy this monster, which in no way succumbed to ordinary magic. Lee Kun also did not forget that clay hardens when it encounters fire, but not in the case of the golem, because it was not tightly packed together, which is why it crumbled so quickly. The student from the Tiger Tower now understood why the entire first year was so afraid of Vardanaz, because his strength was incredibly enormous. Although Lee Kun was able to destroy the monster, he was not so happy, because it took a lot of energy from him. But now he finally began to understand what Garcia meant. Before he had time to say a word, The guys immediately ran up to him and began to carry him in their arms because she had saved their lives again. But then these guys realized who they were praising. The white tiger hated the blue dragon, and especially Vardanaz, whom they had just carried in their arms. So they immediately lowered him to the ground and immediately wanted to find out what he was doing here. They also started talking about how he always minds his own business, and the fact that he destroyed the golem doesn't mean anything. Such words made the same student whom Lycan saved speak up and ask the guys not to talk nonsense, because Lycan literally saved their lives, and they say that. These words were successfully ignored because one of them saw that Patrick was limping. Lycan, for some unknown reason, was surprised that the guy's name was Patrick, but in any case, he decided to ask him for help to clean up here. After some time, Lycan returned to his guys and said that there were several wounded from the Tiger Tower, to which Yenna told him that this was not critical because the guys from the Phoenix Tower provide good, and most importantly, fast help. She especially liked the way Siana worked, who, according to Yenna, was excellent at preparing potions for blunt injuries and painkillers. Listening to all this, Lycan thought about what this girl would tell him if they faced each other again, in some kind of competition in which she would lose. In any case, now he would have to talk to her, and he was not entirely delighted with this, because he had dealt with one problem and now he had a second one. Just at that moment, Siana approached him, and the first thing she said was that she heard that he defeated a clay golem, so she would like to offer him healing potions. The guy understood perfectly well why she was doing this and was hardly a sincere awakened one, because she most of all wants to prove that she is better than everyone else. But at some point, these thoughts were interrupted by the opinion that this could actually be used as an opportunity, after which he immediately snatched the bottle from her hands and without thinking for a long time tried to drink it to the bottom. And he did it quite easily, after which there was the most important moment for which he did it. He told Siana that this was the best potion he had ever tried in his life. But Lycan didn't stop there and decided to back it all up with the fact that he simply couldn't believe that she had prepared it herself, although he was mentally thinking that he had learned to suck up just perfectly in his past life. So now it wasn't a special problem for him. As expected for a guy, Siana believed it, so she immediately broke into a smile. After which she added that he was actually too kind to her, and she actually had room to grow, and she also decided to invite him to take all the bottles for himself. Lycan was expecting exactly this kind of reaction, so it seemed to him that this should be enough for this girl to no longer pester him with this rather useless competition of which of the two is better. As soon as Siana left Lycan, she immediately began to tell her friends that he was so polite and had a keen eye. It was clear that he was from a famous family, and not just from a village. Lycan was actually very tired of all this, but he was very pleased with the fact that this trick still worked. Moreover, it already seemed to him that he was able to earn the sympathy of not only Siana, but also all of the Phoenix Towers. But this was not understood at all by Yenna, who decided to ask Lycan why he was behaving this way. Did he really owe her something if he behaved this way? To which he immediately told her that this was complete nonsense, and instead of this dialogue, he offered her set out on the road. After some time on the way, the guys met two professors on their way, who were apparently going to meet them. Suddenly, Ingerdell jumped up and started running towards the students, because he really wanted to find out from them if everything was fine with them. But Urglam apparently wasn't quite. But apparently the students were not too happy to see them, and this was immediately clear from their reaction. Moreover, some of them immediately began to say that when they become great magicians, the first thing they will do is trample them first. Ingerdell, until the end, pretended that he did not understand why they had such evil intentions. Professor Urgelma, on the contrary, was very happy about this, because he believed that their views showed that they had definitely learned something. He believed that this was exactly how their school worked. But at that moment, it seemed that every word he said was clearly unnecessary. But apparently he didn't care, because he continued to talk about how from now on they must always remain on guard because danger could sneak up on them at any moment. Although the students listened to him attentively, they still continued to think that it might be good to take revenge on him right now. Suddenly, Ingerdell began to say that from the very beginning he intended to stay with them, but the director literally forced him to abandon this idea. But it was quite obvious to see how the guys simply didn't believe him and said that they were all the same. The professor still tried to prove to them that he was right, but all he heard in response was that they simply would no longer trust either him or Urgam. This upset the man very much. He was literally ready to cry because he had lost touch with his students, who were connected to him spiritually through fencing. While Lycan was watching everything that was happening, he caught himself thinking that he really liked watching such things, because the guys finally stopped trusting the teachers, which makes them a little more mature. Although judging by the reaction of Professor Ingerdell, He is speaking the absolute truth, but even in this case, no one wants to hear him. On the other hand, he also understood the students, because for them, the story that the man was kidnapped by the director seems too fantastic, because from the very beginning, they simply did not see any sense in it. But how wrong they were in Lahan's opinion, because he knew very well that this skull was really capable of this, and most likely that's exactly what happened. And besides, for one moment he noticed that Professor Ergelma was worried about Professor Ingerdell. Therefore, all these thoughts led Lahan to Professor Ingerdell and literally forced him to say that he believed the professor. These words finished off the man and he still began to cry, which was so unusual for some reason. After which he decided to hug the guy, and Professor Ergelma, who was carefully watching all this, thought that Lahan was still a smart bastard and knew how to find an approach. In any case, now he was more interested in how they were able to deal with the problem, or rather with the test. Asen immediately assured him that in fact everything went more than successfully, after which he said that Lahan used an emerald water bomb to destroy a clay golem and completely burned the second one with just one blow. This is not what the professor really wanted to hear, so he asked them to immediately stop with all this. And for starters, he wanted to know what a clay golem meant, because he sent a bull to them, so he was wondering where it went. Moreover, he assured them that besides this bull, he had not prepared anything else for them. And from their facial expressions, he immediately understood that they had not even seen him. But all these words again made them think that he was trying to justify himself to them, but this only buried him even more, so they asked him to stop as soon as possible. Now Professor Ergelma, like Ingerdell, tried to prove to them that he was talking to them seriously, but they did not believe him that it was a simple accident, and the golem was not there on purpose. Listening to all this, Ergelma saw in front of him a wall of mistrust that had appeared so unexpectedly for him. But now he most of all wanted to find out from Lahan whether what the guys were telling him was true. Was there really a clay golem instead of a bull? Lahan didn't understand why he was making such a surprised face and simply answered him that it was so. At that moment, Ingerdell approached them, who immediately wanted to ask Ergelma how to understand this. Where is the bull then? The professor immediately began to make excuses and say that it was just some kind of misunderstanding, because in fact he had really prepared both the bull and the golems, but the bull seemed to have simply run away somewhere. But no one believed him, so Ingerd decided to personally ask Lahan about what he had prepared for the golems, which Ergelma really didn't like. Lahan apparently did not intend to answer these questions, so while the professors were figuring out who was right and who was wrong, Lahan simply disappeared. And this did not stop Ingerdell from continuing the interrogation of Ergelma, who hoped that the man would leave him alone. In the evening of the same day, the guys gathered in the library to somehow do their homework, and each of them was very angry, because they, as aristocrats, simply did not understand why they needed to know so much useless information. They didn't even want to find out how much it cost to create a magic seal, because in their opinion they could buy it all with their parents' money. At the same moment, each of them bought various kinds of products at a fairly high price, and none of them even thought that it might be too expensive. But Lahan, who created his first automatic store, only made money from this. Moreover, Lahan was too lazy to do this, but it worked much better than he expected. Suddenly, one guy started laughing from each of them, who told them that it was funny for him to watch them whine about how this homework was too difficult for them, because it seemed to him that alchemy assignments were much more difficult, and this already like dessert. But the most interesting thing is that this guy decided to make fun of them that they saw a huge golem in the forest. He just thought it was nonsense. Lahan, who was going to collect profits from his store, thought that they would not have to go through such things, but how very wrong they were. When suddenly Ina interrupted his thoughts and asked him to stop looking around and finally focus on important things, so the guy had to ask her for forgiveness and do as she said. And they were doing the very task of alchemy for which they went to the mountains. And for this, they even brought cauldrons to their main room, in which they began to brew the potion. But unfortunately, most of the guys did too poorly, because the smell, and the potion itself, was, to put it mildly, bad. Lahan also cooked with them, and it was quite strange for him to watch how many failed with this elementary potion. Without a doubt, Lahan was confident that alchemy was very precise, so the slightest inconsistency would lead to an error. However, the fact was that absolutely all the students failed, and this prompted Lahan to think that the recipe might simply be incorrect from the very beginning, and the problem had nothing to do with the students. Yenna noticed that something was wrong with Lahan, so she decided to ask him what happened, after which the guy began to say that it seemed to him that Professor Ergelma had simply given them the wrong recipe from the very beginning, suggesting that they themselves would have to figure it out. Some guys laughed and immediately said that it was simply impossible. But still, deep down in their hearts, they thought about it. But those who had failed to cook it several times already began to say that everything was so, although they rather said so out of anger because they can't do it. Lee Khan himself understood that now was definitely not the time for anger, because first they needed to finish the task, despite the desire to beat the professor. To begin with, he asked Yena for advice, to which the girl told him that it seemed to her that one of the ingredients was incorrect, and Lee Khan suspected that this could be a trap. But the main problem they have, as it seemed to Yena, is that they have too few ingredients to try everything, although she still believed that she could look for a solution in textbooks, but it would most likely take some time. Lee Khan understood that this option was not suitable for him because he did not have time for this. He needed to use his pass to get out of school tomorrow. This forced the guy to climb out onto the table and start shouting to the guys to immediately stop what they were doing and come to him. And when they did this, he immediately began to say that the professor had deceived them again, and apparently this was just another lesson from him. But now it seemed to the guy that they needed to solve this problem together. So it seemed to him that combining the ingredients and figuring out the right recipe would be quite smart. Lee Khan also told them that he was going to other towers so that they could all act together as much as possible. Asen supported Lai Han's idea, saying that they actually had different amounts of ingredients left, and it would be great to share with each other. And Ina liked the idea most of all. With help from other students, then they can really create something new, and thus share knowledge. Lee Khan didn't wait a minute longer. He immediately went to other towers because, in fact, he needed to deal with this as quickly as possible. And all this was just a pleasure for his precious weekend, which he would spend in complete freedom and alone. Thus, things went much faster. The guys began to communicate and pass pieces of the recipe to each other. After some calculations and mental work, they were able to combine the correct ingredients to make a truly correct potion. And after some time, they finally managed to find the correct recipe for this potion. And Lee Hin was most glad that they were able to finish it all early, so he would have more time to plan his weekend. Some students didn't even believe that Professor Urgom's next trick would unite them so much. But they also did not forget that they had found the right recipe thanks to Lee Han, who brought them all together. At that moment, a student from the Blue Tower passed by and decided to intervene in this dialogue with the words that Lee Khan was in a hurry because he had plans for tomorrow. And if you believe this guy's words, Lee Khan will get out of here tomorrow with the help of his pass. The reaction of the other students was actually obvious because you could immediately read complete shock and surprise on their faces. Some were not surprised that it was he who received this pass. Some immediately ran up to him to ask how he managed to get this pass. Lee Khan didn't want other students to know about this because he perfectly understood that turmoil would begin around him, and that's how it happened. After they learned this news, most of them immediately began to say that it would be nice if he brought food and more food from there. But the most unexpected request was Asana, who asked Lee Khan to bring him books, and the guys did not understand why he needed books at the academy. They shouldn't be eaten. He assured them that of course he would like food, but he believed that in this case they needed books more. And all because he visited the library with the thought that usually libraries are full of books that are systematically arranged, and they are great for reading. But this only happened in normal libraries, and in their library there was real chaos, in which books were in different places and they were simply impossible to read. Therefore, he believed that they would most likely lose consciousness while they were looking for the necessary literature, even before starting their homework, so it seemed to him that he needed to stock up on the necessary books in advance. Gainando sincerely did not understand why everyone around him suddenly began to think about it so much. They wanted some magazines and novels. It seemed to him that they only needed to take cards and chessboards. Only then perhaps they could overcome boredom. His words caused anger and irritation because none of the guys considered his hobbies important and useful. It was just entertainment. In any case, their conversations are too useless because Lee Han had already left long ago while they were arguing. That evening, Lee Khan lay in his room and thought that tomorrow was a very important day for him, when he would finally be able to leave here. He believed that he would need to do more things, so he should get some rest and stay in shape. However, the whole problem was that he was too nervous that he simply could not sleep. And all because he was sure that traps would await him on his outing from the academy, something like a limit on the items he could bring, or a limit on their weight or size. From time to time, he was tormented by the thought that he would have to move quite far from the academy. For example, a village to which he would have to go for more than one day. It seemed to him that anything was possible when the director intervened, so he wanted to learn a spell that would help him move much faster. As soon as he thought about this, some book from his shelf simply fell onto the floor. It was a book that the director gave to Li Han, so he suddenly became interested in knowing why it suddenly fell, but before he had time to think about it, it suddenly opened and seemed to know which page it needed to open on. The guy understood perfectly well what this meant, so he immediately began asking not to do it again. But it was already too late, because his body had already moved to another location. Lacan touched this ground with his hand, and almost immediately realized that this was an illusion created by the book, just like last time. But what was most interesting for the guy was that this illusion was called the deceptive step of Gonadalts. He had seen this spell before, but only in theory. Apparently today he would have to master it. And this was actually good news for Lacan, because he realized that apparently the director recommended this book to him, because he understood what the guy was thinking about. And this time it was a good book. At least it seemed so to him from the very beginning. The only negative that the guy saw in the situation was that he didn't have time now because tomorrow it was time to leave, so he had to ask to be sent back. But apparently this book completely copied the director's character, and no one would just let him go from here. So he took back his words that this was a pretty good book. In any case, he began to understand very well that he really had no choice, so he decided that it would be quicker to learn this spell as soon as possible, and then get out of here. After some time, Lacan was already standing next to the director in order to go beyond the boundaries of the academy, and still could not believe that he was able to learn the spell in just one night. Apparently in this world, all methods work. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the director, who wanted first of all to congratulate Lacan on his first foray outside the academy. The Lich also did not forget to add that this was first of all a reward for his achievements, for which Lacan was very grateful to him. It was time to tell the guy about the rules, so the director reminded him that he must return to the main gate tomorrow before the sun reaches its peak. But if Lacan couldn't do this, the director warned the guy that a pursuit squad would immediately go after him, which Lacan expected from the director. But it still seemed to him that the director would not go that far. The director continued to tell him that he was only allowed to bring with him what he could carry. He could not take things like a carriage, a horse, or anything that he could ride on, and this was actually quite expected for Li Han. The director finished with this and asked the guy to make every effort to rest as much as possible. But this was already strange for Lacan, because it seemed to him that the rules would be much stricter. At least he expected that there would be restrictions on the bringing in of items. Although this was not entirely important now, what was much more interesting was that he was finally able to choose from the academy. Lacan went to the nearest village, which is located not far from the academy, in which he wanted to find out where all the nobles were, and as a local resident told him, they moved their estates at the request of the academy, and the nearest estate is a few days' ride away on horseback. Now Lacan began to understand perfectly why the rules are so simple, because as it turned out, the director blocked all ways to get money from the very beginning. The powerful nobles of the empire do not need to lend money, because they have plenty of merchants who are willing to give up their wealth in order to build good relations with them. Anyone who grew up in such an environment is not even familiar with the concept of borrowing. That's why this nobleman was so surprised when Lacan Vardanaz asked to borrow money from him, because he knew that the guy's family was incredibly rich, and he was just the head of a branch of the Claco merchants. Phelan was a village that was actually quite small in size, but it was still incredibly rich. And all this is thanks only to the magic school, because not only is there a huge amount of natural mana in itself, but the school also needs various ingredients for experiments. It offers attractive rewards to hired adventurers to find the ingredients that joyful magicians use to create whatever they want, and then the cycle simply repeats. The financial officer would go crazy if he saw the bills, except for a few. Everyone is in the circle of happiness that is formed here. But this does not mean that luck is on Lacan's side, because he can get everything he wants if he gets money, which is why he wanted to borrow money from the nobleman, who at that time himself understood perfectly well that he would actually benefit if he agreed to this proposal. He simply did not expect that he would have the opportunity to build relationships with the great Vardanaz family. But he is still worried that he might ask for a huge amount that his merchants simply cannot allocate right now, so his tongue barely turned to ask the guy how much he needs. Lacan did not immediately answer this question, because in fact he himself did not understand exactly how much money he needed. But the nobleman had already become worried about this, because he immediately began to think that this meant that it was so large that it was difficult to even name it. Although on the other hand, his eyes lit up with this deal, and he firmly decided that even if he had to empty his personal savings, he would use this chance anyway. Suddenly, Li Han interrupted him and said that he only needed 20 silver coins. This was even more unexpected than the guy asking for a huge amount, so the nobleman had to ask again how much he needed. In response to this, Lee Kun said that if they couldn't give him 20, then 15 would also do. And then the nobleman realized that apparently the guy just needed money for groceries. Lee Kun didn't understand why the man opposite him was silent, so he started talking about how he could give him 12. If that's so much for them, the nobleman at one point interrupted him and asked him to stop reducing the amount because they could give him in 20. After which he also added that if the guy wants to buy a couple of things, he would be happy to show Lee Kun the village where all this could be done. In response to this, the guy said that he would be very grateful to him. Lee Kun got up from the table and began to leave. And the nobleman noticed that Lee Kun simply ate all the treats that were on the table, which also seemed strange to him. In any case, Aryan thought of a plan for interacting with the young nobleman, even if he is a student at the School of Magic, but still a first year, and now that he has a chance to shop, he will probably spend a lot of money on all kinds of goods. And when he wants to buy something, Aryan will take the initiative with a cool look. The man with horns thought that this was just a great plan to impress the nobleman. However, Lee Kun chose a slightly different strategy and asked the seller to give them something that would be easy to store, such as canned food and something small. In his opinion, he also simply did not need clothes. He preferred to look for durable and thick fabric. In the next shop, he actually asked the seller to fold him some cheap paper that would be difficult to tear. And he also wanted to know if they had books on illusion magic that could deceive the eyes of professors. After all these purchases, Aryan knew perfectly well that his plan had completely failed, and at this rate, he would only become an amazing porter. But in any case, he admired Lee Han, because despite the fact that he comes from a family of aristocrats, he has extraordinary bargaining abilities. At this point, his thoughts were interrupted by Lee Kun, who said that it seemed he had already bought everything he needed, and now he would like to know where the stable is. This question put Aryan in difficulty, because as far as he knows, you simply can't drive near the school, but Lee Kun asked him not to worry about this. After all, according to him, that's not what the guy needs the stable for. The nobleman, without any problems, led Lee Kun to Amur's stable, which was next to the village. Lee Kun was pleased because he understood perfectly well that this was in fact the largest stable in the village, which suited him completely. The first thing the guy did when he entered the stable was to say hello to the owner, who immediately realized that the guy was from a magic school and therefore was glad to see him. Lee Kun immediately noticed that there were a couple of horses here, which was to be expected from the largest stable. Therefore, the guy finally decided to ask if they have clients here who go to the Magic Academy from here. The owner's face immediately changed when he heard this question, because he didn't understand at all how the guy knew this. After which he still said that they had merchants and adventurers who had entered into a contract with the school, and His Majesty's envoy was also using this place. But now the owner of the stable was wondering why the guy was even asking him about this. Instead of answering this question, Lee Han decided to directly say that he would pay him if he adjusted the schedule to a certain date to help him escape. As it turned out, the only reason Lee Han came here was to prepare for the next method of escape. In response to this, the owner of the stable told him that he looked like a first-year student, but he was making quite serious plans. Even in the tribes living in the most difficult places of the empire, there were few such brave men as the guy, such was the man's opinion. And that's the only reason he wanted to help Lee Han. The guy was glad that he agreed to his proposal, but the man immediately asked him not to rejoice ahead of time, because he believed that doing such things would be incredibly difficult. The fact was that the man somehow helped several guests get into the school and saw how strictly they were checking there. And the only thing he realized there was that it seemed like the process itself was even stricter for him, since he was a stranger. Lee Han understood him perfectly, and in fact, he guessed that it would be difficult. However, suddenly the man told the guy that in fact there is still one way. After which he added that the situation would actually change dramatically if he had a flying beast on which he could fly over the school. Lee Han still didn't quite understand where he would get the flying beast, but still he asked the man to tell him more about it. The owner of the stable immediately said that he actually found out about this method by accident. According to him, the school takes a serious approach to checking the identity of strangers leaving the school, but these measures are not applied to its own. It seemed to him that perhaps the matter would be that his identities had already been confirmed, and these were his conjectures. Lee Han immediately had a picture in his head of how he tried to escape last time, and the criminals only realized after some time that there was a professor inside this carriage. Of course, the man immediately warned the guy that he would be caught if he tried to leave alone. But if they are together, then the guy can dress up as a professor or be an errand boy who leaves school with him. Lee Han actually liked this idea, But there was still one problem with this plan. And this problem was that he did not fully know whether he could find a flying beast that did not have an owner in order to steal this beast. While Lee Kun was thinking about this, the man decided to tell him that if he had a crazy idea to steal an animal, then he shouldn't do it. The guy immediately assured the man that he had not even thought about it. The man was happy about this, so he decided to give him some corn tea to help him relax a little. In any case, the guy thought that there were a lot of facts that he would have to settle, but he simply had no other choice and he was ready to go through all of this. Therefore, he agreed to this adventure without any problems and told the man that he was counting on him. Then the man told him that he would be at school in 2 weeks, at midnight on Saturday. Until this time, he asked Lee Kun to bring his beast to the roof of the stable. And as soon as Lee Kun is ready, then they can finally fly away from the academy. As soon as the guy heard this plan, he immediately took off and ran to do everything to carry it out. No matter how Aryan asked him to stop, he still couldn't do anything, although he understood that he would like to bring as many items as possible. But he needed to warn Lee Kun that there were no shops in that direction that he could will come in handy. Lee Han finally answered him and said that he just needed to visit one place, but he wanted to do it immediately. And therefore, if it was hard for them to carry all this, he invited his assistants to wait for him at the entrance to the city, after which he literally disappeared. A few minutes later, Lee Kun reached the very place where Valdorn's workshop was. In the center of this store, there was a girl who told him that it was so, and immediately invited Lee Kun to sit down. And as soon as he did this, she wanted to ask him what brought him here. Just before he gives her an answer, she would like to tell him that it is very important at this moment to be extremely frank and not even think about lying. And mentally, she decided that things were very bad for her because she sincerely did not understand what a student from the School of Magic had forgotten here. Since she only has the third circle, which corresponds to a second or third year student, she could not understand why he needed her if the school had more outstanding magicians. At that moment, Lee Kun finally found the words to tell her that in fact, the tower he wants to get into has magic that prohibits intruders from entering. And since the magic of illusion is related to security, he thought that maybe she could help him. This actually scared her even more, because if she understands correctly, then he is talking about the tower at the school. He also looked like a first-year student to her, but then she didn't understand how he managed to sneak out of school, and did he really want to find a way to bypass the alarms? But what could she say for sure? That he would become an extraordinary magician who would be known by everyone in the area. She told him that there were so many types of magic that prohibited intruders from entering, that it was impossible to count. She was almost sure that even the most experienced experts probably didn't know this. But extraordinary mages are like experienced tomb robbers and can determine the structure of detection magic. And even more experienced mages can reverse engineer and disable the system. Although she immediately warned him that this requires a lot of experience and knowledge, and even if she teaches him the method, it will be difficult to use it correctly. Lee Kun was absolutely ready to hear such an answer, and therefore understood perfectly well that it was unlikely to be easy. And so he wanted to quickly find out if there was a shorter way, something like completely destroying detection magic. These words, quite unexpectedly for Lee Kun, made the girl laugh. She thought that he was just joking, but when she looked at him again, she realized that he was absolutely serious. So she had to explain to him that this was actually impossible. And the whole point was that it is difficult to remove the magic of protection, even if you know its structure, and he completely wants to destroy it. And for this to become possible, he would need a huge force that could strike and turn off an entire single structure that supports magic from the inside. And therefore it seemed to her that it was simply impossible to pull off something like that in their world. But apparently Lee Kun didn't care at all about these words, and so he got up from his chair and once again asked the girl to tell him how to do it. She didn't think for a long time and told him that she simply couldn't do it because she understood that if something went wrong, he risked being in danger. Lee Kun assured her that he would not act thoughtlessly, which is why he asked her to teach him, for which he is even willing to pay the cost of the consultation. And as soon as he offered her money, she agreed to this adventure, not with too much desire. At the same moment, she began to say that firstly, he would need a colossal amount of mana, and for this she believed that it would be good to use a magic circle or mana stones. And for this, she would like to find out from him whether he knows how to draw magic circles. And as it turned out, Lee Kun had just learned how to do this at the academy. This couldn't help but make her happy, so she told him that next time he would need to stand in the place where Mara was distributed in the circle and collect his mana there. She understood that it was very difficult to control such an amount of mana. But she immediately assured him that this was not even the main problem, but that then it would have to be directed in the desired direction. And according to her, it is not enough just to send your mana, like the flow of a river. The pressure must be powerful, as if it were a wave that broke the dam. All these words were too incomprehensible for him, but he still continued to listen to her as carefully as possible. And only after her question, Lee Khan told her that in fact it seemed to him that everything would be much simpler than she said. This was quite expected for her. Even after her warning, he did not change his mind. But on the other hand, she understood that if he was accepted into the academy, then he was outstanding in his family. However, the world doesn't care that you're so talented. Arrogance is dangerous for a young and talented person, or so it seemed to the girl. In any case, the guy did not give up his idea, and she began to perform the spell. As soon as she began to say the spell, it immediately began to work, and Lee Han's spirit seemed to leave his body. The guy just didn't understand what was happening and why suddenly the distance between the two of them suddenly became so huge. Although he understood that they were in the same places, it still seemed to him that she was far from him. Could it really be magic? In addition, he felt something strange in front of him. It seemed to him that if he slipped and fell here, he would be in big trouble. The girl at that moment was thinking that even if she had prepared this magic against an ambush, it would probably serve as a good warning. So she asked Lee Khan not to move, and she also warned him that she could show that nothing had changed. In response to this, he immediately wanted to know if he would end up in the maze if he lost his balance. This question made the girl think that the guy had a pretty good instinct for a first year, but she still believed that there must be a reason why he was so confident in this. Therefore, she once again decided to check with him whether he still wants to continue, because even though this is low-level magic, it is still very dangerous and quite frightening. Lee Khan at that moment thought that she was teaching him in a kind manner and was not even in a hurry, and in this aspect he liked her more than many professors at the academy. But now he most of all wanted to finally experience what he had just been taught, so without thinking for a long time he stood up from his seat and was ready to start practicing. While he was trying to use this magic, he tried to concentrate on the fact that it should be like a stream of water that provokes a dam to break. The girl was shocked by how easily Lee Khan managed this spell, so she could only watch him. After such magic, the girl could only sit in shock, which is basically what she did. She looked at Lee Khan, and in her head, the thoughts that this was simply impossible were nothing. Now she understood that in fact, geniuses apparently really do exist. Garcia, meanwhile, near the main gate, told the director that she could handle it just fine on her own. After all, she was the one in charge today, but he immediately told her that he couldn't just leave. After all, he believed that something really interesting was planned today, and he under no circumstances wanted to miss it. Garcia understood that the director was simply waiting for Lee Khan to be late. Therefore, she decided to tell him that he should abandon all his hopes for this, because she believed that Lee Khan was different from ordinary students, and not to say that he argued with her. However, the director believed that this had nothing to do with his talent, rather due to a lack of money and time. He was literally limited in what he could bring back, and it seemed to the director that the smarter Lee Khan considers himself, the more things will pull him to bottom. And time was gradually coming to an end, and the director really wanted to send a detachment after him. Garcia even had to ask the Lich to keep his thoughts to himself. Suddenly she was distracted because she saw something incredibly huge in the distance that looked like a troll worker, or some kind of giant. But to her surprise, it was Lee Khan, who was dragging a huge load behind him. Moreover, various kinds of boxes were flying behind him, which he also planned to take with him to school. This picture shocked the professor and the director, and it was not surprising, really. Garcia couldn't believe that he was using basic control magic to hold the boxes in the air while he was carrying a mountain of things on his back, and it must have seemed very difficult to her. The director was even a little upset. He was sad to realize that Lee Khan had learned too much during this time. Garcia understood everything, but she would still like to know who taught him the magic of physical strength, because as far as was known, it had serious side effects, which is why it is not taught to first years. In any case, she believed that she should warn him before he did, but before she could even finish speaking, the director stopped her, who believed that it is difficult to become a good magician in two strict conditions. But all that arose in Garcia's head at that moment was that this skull was simply a criminal. It seemed to Lee Khan that magic should be named after something corresponding to the effect, but the fact that names and effects are not honored confuses the guy. Therefore, he had already failed several times, and it seemed to him that if this continued, he would simply be wasting his time. He decided that in this case, they needed to approach the issue from a different angle. Lee Khan himself did not know that his flexibility and open mind were a strength that was rarer than such a reserve of mana. The guy, even in his sleep, could not understand why the director created this magic in the first place and what he was thinking about, so he tried to do rather non-standard things. It seemed to him that the Lich did this in his youth. Even then, madness was raging in his eyes. Probably his character was simply terrible then, and his face was not friendly and bitter. It was with these thoughts that Lee Kun tried to mold a statue out of sand that would look like the director in his youth. But the most interesting thing for Lee Kun was whether this earthly man would be able to stand up at all. The realization that this was a dream. It seemed to him that everything should work out. The guy blew lightly on the sculpture, and although he wanted it, he still didn't expect it to actually come to life. His works of art looked quite beautiful. Somehow I couldn't even believe it. But the most important thing is that this guy will not act without his command. But now Lee Kun understood this magic when he felt himself in the role of the creator. 3219. After such an experience, Lee Han felt his physical condition literally rise to the next level, which couldn't help but make him happy. Even this book congratulated the guy on this, for which he was grateful to it. And with this, apparently, his studies were over, because the book asked him to go back. At least that's what it seemed to Lee Kun himself. Before leaving, the guy would like to know if this magic has any side effects. But apparently Lee Kun will not receive an answer to this question, because as soon as he asked it, the book simply closed, and that was the end of their conversation. After which he woke up in his room and was essentially ready to go to the nearest village. Now that Lee Han had finally returned to the academy, he thought that he had no choice but to use magic, despite his worries about it, because he had a lot of different baggage that he had carried quite a long distance. The director perfectly noticed that the guy was using his magic and circulating mana throughout his body, although then he noticed that Lee Han was still just releasing it, which meant that he was still using basic control. This would be a big problem for an ordinary person who would obviously pass out from mana depletion, but since Lee Han has a huge reserve of mana, he can do such things. Finally, Lee Kun came closer to the professor and said that he had returned at the indicated time and was not late. The director greeted the guy and said that he was glad to see him again, although Lee Han still thought that the Lich looked rather disappointed. Garcia intervened in their conversation and asked Lee Han to go drink a potion, relieve fatigue, and rest a little. The guy at that moment thought that he had prepared for this, but he still gets very scared when she says that, so he had to agree with her. When the guy had already left, the director suddenly wanted to know where Lee Kun got the money from. That same day, after Lee Kun had gotten some sleep, he went down to the rest of the guys, who immediately ran up to him to ask him if he was hurt and how did it all go. Lee Han didn't really want to talk to them, so he simply said that everything went well, and everything was fine with him too. They don't have to worry about him. At that moment, he was haunted by the thought that he thought that the pain would not leave him for several days. But everything went away after he got some sleep. He even felt somehow uneasy because he felt good. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Yenna, who approached Lee Kun and offered to drink cocoa, immediately warning him that it was free for him. She sat down next to him and told him that she had been spying on his horse while he was away, for which he was very grateful to her. Although Lee Kun still decided to ask if everything was okay, because his horse is quite angry towards people. But according to Yenna, she was peaceful and stood still while she looked after her. This was even more unexpected for him, and now he understood that this horse behaved this way only with him. Then they started talking about the fact that next week has come, and Yenna wanted to ask Lee Han what homework they still needed to do. The guy answered her that after Professor Urgum's task, all they had left was to steal the flag from the White Tiger Tower. The Skull Director's homework on the subject of basic magical personality development was quite strange, because Lee Han didn't understand how it would help improve their personalities, but they definitely needed to steal the tower's flag. And first, Lee Kun would like to ask them if anyone has tried this, but according to the guys, they didn't succeed. They even tried to win them over with sweets, but even in that case, nothing worked out for them. They weren't able to penetrate or bribe, and they didn't have any other ideas yet. Of course, this was sad news for Lee Kun, but he was pleased with the fact that, fortunately, at least they were not inactive. While Gainando was listening to all this, he decided to clarify why they couldn't just cooperate with them and exchange flags. The guys didn't understand why he was even saying something like that, because did he really forget how the White Tiger offended Vardanaz? Lee Kun asked them to calm down, after which he added that the only way was to set up an ambush, and he already had something in mind. Gainando, even after this, believed that exchanging flags was still better. He thought that the guys from the Tiger Tower looked trustworthy. It was surprising for Lee Han to watch Gainando express his opinion, so he wanted to clarify in more detail why the guy was so confident in his proposal. According to Gainando, they chatted quite nicely with him and gave him bread and milk. Lee Kun immediately realized that if they gave him food in such a place, then it was clearly a trap. But the guy didn't fully understand why they were doing this. Was it really how they tried to bribe him? Well, if so, then they chose the right goal. Although at some point, Lee Kun began to think, and it seemed to him that his idea might work. So he came closer to Gainando and said in his ear what he was thinking. In response to this, the guy was incredibly happy, and did not forget to say that he knew that Lee Kun would understand him. After which he said that he would be back soon and ran away. Tiger Tower, meanwhile, painted another flag that was very similar to their original one. Giselle, looking at him, thought that this flag looked pretty good and was almost no different from the real one. So it seemed to him that it was not in vain that they gave the guys from the Turtle Tower rabbit meat, when suddenly he was distracted by the same guy who gave Gainando bread and milk, and he ran to say that the blonde fell for their trap. Moreover, they agreed to meet him tomorrow at midnight opposite the school. Murad was not entirely sure of this, although it seemed like the news was good. And the thing was that it seemed to him that the blonde couldn't just be trusted. He agreed to such things too abruptly. But the strangest thing is that they agreed to the deal after a conversation with Lee Kun. He couldn't believe that Vardanaz just agreed. The guys still continued to prove him wrong and tried to convince him that Anrago had done it this time, and that he just needed to deceive the blonde. Despite how they tried to persuade him, he still thought that they were too stupid to talk to them about such things. Although on the other hand, he understood that for now it was even to his advantage. As they say, sometimes it is useful to feed hamsters with carrots so that they obey better. So she told them that they were great fellows and did a really good job. He agreed so quickly only because he understood that even if they made a mistake, they would most likely only lose the false flag, and there was nothing to worry about. Closer to night, Lee Kun and his friends approached the White Tiger Tower for a small task. Ratford told Lihan that it was a great honor for him to be here with him, and Lihan himself was very glad that Ratford was with them, because they really needed the look of a professional thief. Yenna suddenly sighed and said that they needed to call Nelia, because she might be offended again. In her head, Lee Kun had already imagined this picture of Nelia telling them that they went together on this mission, and at the same time they did not invite her with them. It seemed to the guy that her reaction would be obvious, and the girl would simply run away in tears because they didn't want to communicate with her. Lihan knew that they would most likely have problems with this, so he decided that they would need to explain everything to her later. In the meantime, he decided that they needed to concentrate on this task, so he reminded the guys that Gainando had lulled their vigilance when he agreed to this exchange, and then they would proceed according to plan. In general, this was not much of a plan, but still the first point would be for Lee Kun and Ratford to penetrate the White Tiger Tower. The second point is that the rest of the guys will follow them at Lee Kun's signal. The guy perfectly understood the fact that they were nobles and most likely had never staged such ambushes before, so he asked Ratford to give them a little advice on how to behave. After which he and Lee Kun were completely ready to hit the road. Before entering, Lee Kun decided that it would be a good idea for him to first read what magic was used here. And as soon as the guy put his hand on it, he realized that there were a bunch of different seals that were used for this. This sight even pushed his body a little away from the main gate, which made Ratford nervous. But he still decided that they needed to continue, because in any case, the only thing they need to overcome is the magic that blocks the entrance. At that moment, Ratford felt a huge amount of mana condensing, although he did not even try to detect it. Although then he remembered who was standing in front of him and realized that in fact this was how it should be. The director felt a rather strange feeling in his office, and almost immediately he realized that the protective magic of the White Tiger Tower was not working. He immediately thought that the anti-magicians had returned, but his skeleton assistant immediately tried to calm him down, because in fact, this was not the case. After which he added that the actions of the tower's protective magic were interrupted by the first years. The director realized that apparently the whole point was in his homework, which he gave them. And the one who can stop the effect of protective magic, even for a short while, is most likely Lee Kun, or so it seemed to the director. But he was now more interested in another question. The director knew that there were other protective spells at the entrance, so he wanted to know what happened to them. The assistant told him that the work of most of the defense spells had been interrupted. The director simply couldn't believe that there were so many of them, but Lee Kun was still able to deal with them. It seemed to him that the guy hit them incredibly hard. As soon as Lee Kun was able to stop the protective magic, he immediately ordered the guys to go inside. But the main problem was that he noticed how the spell was slowly recovering. He had an understanding that this spell was quite strong, so he understood that if it did recover, then they would be in huge trouble. But apparently it was too late to think about it, because as soon as Lee Kun thought about it, at that moment Gainando was grabbed by a huge white tiger, which literally took him far into the darkness, leaving the other guys untouched. Apparently Gainando stumbled upon a trap, so the tiger grabbed him and threw him out of the tower, or so it seemed to the guys. Therefore, Li-han had to tell his comrades that they needed to hurry because all the traps were restored too quickly, and it would be much more difficult for them when this happened. Ratford ran into the White Tiger's lounge with great joy and believed that they were finally able to cope. The guys were in this hall for the first time, so they were quite surprised by what they saw, because their hall is not like that at all. Li-han reminded them that they were not here to admire their recreation hall, so he asked them to immediately take the flag and run away from here. And he considered separation to be the best way to find the flag, so he asked them to scatter to different places and search. Fortunately, Li-han exhaled after realizing that there was no one in this room. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a stalemate, or so he thought until he heard a voice behind him. Was it Durgu who didn't even understand what they were doing here? He came because he heard a noise here, and now he was most interested in how they were able to get here in the first place. Li-han did not give him any answer to his questions. Instead, he shouted and asked the guy to stand still and turn around. And as soon as Durgu did this, a ball flew into his face. Such a blow quite obviously knocked out the guy, so he fell to the floor unconscious. Ina wasn't entirely sure that they were doing the right thing. Li-han believed that it would be better for Durgu, because he could have problems if others found out that he was involved in this. And when they see him unconscious, there will be no misunderstanding. Li-han did not want Durgu to become a loner like Nelia. Yenna didn't even think about it, but now she completely agreed with Li-han and fully supported him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by someone's voice, who shouted that he had finally found this flag, and Ratford, who found the flag, shouted, but the problem was that there were too many of these flags. Li-han understood that these were all fakes, but that wasn't even the problem. It was that it was too dark in this room to identify the real one. Therefore, the decision came on its own, and Li-han invited them to take all these flags with them, which they agreed with. And as soon as they agreed on what they would do next, the light suddenly turned on, and Li-han's first thought was that this could be an ordinary trap. But it turned out that the protective spell had already worked, and the tiger began to little by little throw the students of the Blue Tower out of its territory. Ratford was not distracted at this time and took absolutely all the flags and was ready to leave this place. Li-han, in turn, saw no reason to stay here, so he shouted to everyone else to run away immediately. From such screams and such movement, other guys from the Tiger Tower also woke up, who believed that the sounds were unlikely to come from their tower, because it was literally impossible. Her Majesty's Knight generally believed that nothing could happen in this tower, because strangers simply would not be able to enter here. But apparently he will have to take back his words, because immediately after this phrase, he saw the guys from the Blue Dragon running in front of them. You could certainly tell from their faces that they were surprised. Li-han, looking at these frightened White Tiger students, understood that they had been noticed and now they needed to speed up even more. Her Majesty's Knight did not expect to see his princess there, who, just like the other guys, ran past him. At the last moment, Li-han and his friends were able to run out of this tower. At least that's what it seemed to the guy, although he still ran the risk of falling into a trap, because the tiger was still chasing him. A little more, and Li-han would have stayed in this tower overnight, but this time he was lucky. Now he can finally exhale a little because things really aren't that bad for them. They were able to cope, at least for now, and now they can rest a little. But apparently they don't have much time to rest, because Li-han heard the guys from the Tiger Tower start shouting that they needed to catch up with the Blue Dragon reptiles and take the flag back. Therefore, Li-han had to immediately shout to the guys that they should all immediately get together, because the tigers were already on their way. First of all, he asked the guys to raise those who had fallen to the ground and could not move further on their own. Li-han himself took charge of Gainando, who still had not come to his senses, and he tried with all his might to wake him up. But at that moment, Gainando had a dream in which he was riding in a karate and asked the driver not to drive so fast because he was getting seasick. Li-han was very angry about this, and he asked Gainando to finally come to his senses, because he is not a driver at all. At that very moment, the White Tiger guys ran out of the tower and tried to catch up with the thieves. Li-han didn't expect them to come out so quickly, but this is just another reason why they should speed up. But in any case, he understood perfectly well that at this pace, they would still be caught up. So he began to talk about how they needed bait that would slow down their pursuers a little. Anrago fled first of all, with the words that Li-han was simply an inhuman, because Durju at least trusted him, and he betrayed him like that. Li-han understood that this was an excellent opportunity to completely protect Durju. Therefore, he directly told them that Durju was actually just a pawn and a fool for him, who believed him. This made Anrago even more angry, so he continued to run towards Li-han to stab him. But this was just what he was waiting for, so he immediately took out his magic wand and cast a tide spell. This magic was not dangerous and was unlikely to harm anyone, but it could easily stop the pursuer. Anrago simply could not raise his hands. The water was incredibly heavy, and all he could do was call Likan names. But he didn't have to suffer for long, because his friends came to his aid, who were surprised that he was such a fearless person. Although Likan did not intend to end there, he first turned to the white tigers. Lihan strongly advised them not to follow them, because he could use this spell an infinite number of times, and in such darkness they would not be able to dodge. Although mentally he understood that they needed to leave right now, before the other guys came, because his threats could most likely work only now. But when help arrives, they are unlikely to give anything. After these words, Anrago began to shout that there was no point in worrying about him. He only asked to make Durju's enemy regret his actions. These words seemed to ignite a spark in them, and now Likan realized that it was still necessary to knock out this guy, so as not to say too much. A few seconds later, they had already surrounded him and were trying to drive Likan into a blind corner. Likan didn't have a solution to this problem, so he decided that first he needed to think it over. It seemed to him that the best solution would be if he launched a water ball to the left side and repelled blows from the right with his sword. But after all this, he was going to run away when he blocked their field of view. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the cry of Gainando, whom he asked not to twitch, but he still continued to scream. The guys from Tiger Tower also thought that they were not stupid enough to believe such a stupid trick. But this laughter continued until one of the guys was simply grabbed by a huge tree wind. After some time, a hologram appeared in the sky, with which the director came out and began to say that the summoned monster had escaped from the greenhouse, after which he added that he didn't know anything, but he should be immediately put in the punishment room. But it felt like the Lich was not talking to the students. Likan understood that things were not going well for him, but he also clearly understood that now was not the time for emotions, but he could not fight while Gainando was lying on him. The branches of this tree were already aimed at Likan, and the guy tried his best to repel this attack, but it didn't work out too well until a few more blows from the side came to his aid. And it was Garcia who arrived on time to help her beloved student, so she immediately asked him to stand behind her. She couldn't believe that another monster had escaped, and she also perfectly understood that this week would be difficult for the new students. But Lihan was confused by the word "one more." But then I caught myself thinking that now was not the time to think about it at all, and so I told the professor that this great monster had taken his friend. Garcia heard him and realized that things were bad here, so she began preparing for a special spell. After some time, all the guys were already lying on the ground and in relative safety. And only after this did Likan decide to ask Garcia what had happened. The woman began to tell him that although this school was almost perfectly protected from external invaders, then with what was happening inside, things were different, since there was little they could do about the incidents that occurred during the training of magic. This summoned monster is one of those cases, and it looks like the students failed one of their experiments. But this made her laugh, because as it turned out, such things happen here periodically, so she was no longer surprised by this. It seemed to Likan that this was far from a reason to laugh, because the academy students were attacked, but he decided to just thank her for telling him all this. Then he added that he had heard that there were other escaped monsters, and he wanted to believe that the problem would be solved soon. She responded with a smile and assured him that they would all be caught within a month. It was too long for Lihan, but what was most surprising to him was that Garcia simply told them that they should be careful. A few days later, on every corner, a hologram of the director said that since summoned monsters were freely moving around the academy, students should be especially careful. Some guys even began to suspect that they had released these monsters on purpose, because they simply did not understand why the director and professors could not immediately grab them. Likan, listening to all this, thought that the professors were actually just too lazy to do anything. After all, it was obvious that there were many strong magicians in this academy, and the guy was sure that if they involved all the professors, they would most likely be able to defeat even a dragon. They're the kind of people who force their students to correct mistakes, and what they do when students make these mistakes is, right, force them to correct them. Therefore, it seemed to Likan that it would be better if everyone forgot about this. So he suggested that the guys finish these conversations, and it would be better to start breakfast, which he will now prepare. Lihan was sure that they were probably tired after what happened last night, so he thought it would be a good idea to have something to eat. It was pretty obvious that the guys would react quite positively to this proposal. After a while, they were already eating the food that Likan had prepared and listening to Gainando talk about how there are positive aspects in today. He said that he felt so good when he saw the panic of these tiger students, and Yena completely agreed with him. It seemed to her that it was quite cool when they all worked together. But most of all, according to her, she likes to have lunch together, and therefore she hopes that their life will continue in the same way. When suddenly she stopped and decided to ask Li Han if he thought the morning classes would go well. At first, the guy didn't quite understand what she was telling him, but then he remembered that he had a fencing class, which would probably have a huge number of White Tiger students, but he still thought that the class would go well. Although when he finally came to class, the energy there was not entirely favorable, so now he was not entirely sure that the class would be successful. But before he could enter, Dugdu called him to him, who wanted to talk to Li Kan. First of all, Dugdu began to tell Li Kan that if he was trying to take care of him, then there was no need for it. Last night, when the guys tried to steal the flag of the White Tigers, Dugdu lay unconscious almost the entire time, and when he woke up, he was surrounded by several guys, to whom he asked what happened, to which he was told that blue dragons broke into them at night to steal their flag. They also did not forget to add that Vardanaz had been using Dugdu all this time, and he even admitted it himself. But the troll was not as stupid as they were and understood perfectly well that in fact Li Kan pretended to be a villain for his sake. And now Dugdu tells him that if he can't approach him because he's afraid of what others will think of him, then they can't be friends. But on the other hand, he didn't care about that at all. Li Kan thought that in fact there was nothing noble in stealing the flags and knocking him out, but in such situations it was better to remain silent, which is what Li Kan did. But their conversation did not remain private for long, because other guys from the White Tiger saw this and immediately began shouting that they were trying to deceive Dugdu again. The guy stood in front of him and assured the troll that he should not communicate with this guy. Li Kan could, of course, have done something, but he decided to leave this situation alone. It seemed to him that it would be much better for Dugdu. In addition, Professor Ingerdell had already come to class and was very happy to see everyone. The first thing he said was that when he woke up, he saw that there were monsters roaming around the academy, and it seemed to him that it was so ridiculous. But since students must continue their studies, the man thought about it for a long time and tried to find a way to benefit from it. Li Kan, listening to him, understood that all this was leading to something bad, and he didn't quite like what Ingerdell was leading to. And at that moment, Ingerdell said that as a result of careful thought, he managed to catch the summoned monster, and now, according to him, they will fight with it for training. Li Kan almost immediately thought that the professor was doing too wrong, because on the contrary, he needed to make sure that there were no monsters nearby. Although other students apparently shared his opinion because they immediately began to say that the man was completely right. They believed that they could not defeat them if they simply retreated out of fear. They were confident that a truly strong knight would meet him face to face. Ingerdell honestly admitted to them that at times he was even going to change his mind if someone objected to him. But now he sees that, as expected, talented fencers think completely differently. The professor was also interested to know what Li Kan thought about this, to which he confidently answered Ingerdell that this was just a brilliant idea. The guy himself didn't understand how he said something like that. It literally came out of his mouth. But you can't change anything since you already said it, then let it be so, especially since the professor was so happy. After they decided to do just that, Ingerdell told them that now they would be divided into teams of 3 people, and as a result of the draw, people with the same numbers would end up on the same team. According to the results of this draw, Li Kan, Dugdu, and Giselle ended up on the same team. Li Kan simply didn't believe his eyes, and also didn't understand how he could be so lucky to pull out these 2 of all people. Morad, as soon as he learned this, immediately turned to Li Han with the words that he had a great time thanks to him. Li Kan understood perfectly well what this guy was talking about. Then the guys from the White Tiger were severely punished when they were caught for trying to escape. In any case, Li Kan suggested that he forget about everything that happened and not continue to behave childishly, at least while they were on the same team. It is quite obvious that this proposal caused laughter from Murad, who apparently will not be able to forget anything like this until he takes proper revenge. Even Dugdu couldn't believe that Li Kan was saying this seriously, and apparently it was so. The guy said the most ridiculous thing. The troll even decided to explain to his friend that Morad is from the north and people there will never calm down until they forget their grievances. Therefore, Dugdu was sure that Li Kan needed to be more careful, and the troll himself was ready to help him if necessary. But now Li Kan didn't really care about this, because apparently in his team, it would be difficult to complete the professor's task. Once the teams were all formed, the professor invited each of them to finally move on to the next step. Ingerdell announced that each team would need a leader, and he prepared something for his selection. After which he took out a small piece of paper and said that the leader would be a man with a red dot in the corner of his lot. According to him, the leader would issue orders, and the rest would have to follow them and fight the monster. Li Kan immediately looked at his piece of paper and realized that unfortunately, he would not be the leader of his beautiful trinity. There was another hope. If Jugdu had become the leader, it would have been much better, but apparently he lost this chance too. And the worst option for the two guys unfortunately came true because Morad became the leader of their group. Li Kan was as dissatisfied as possible with this. Although he tried not to show it, he could only advise Morad to clearly formulate his orders, unless of course he wanted to get stabbed in the back. Morad, in turn, tried not to sink lower, and also answered with a smile that he was already looking forward to working with subordinate number 1. Between these two fires, Jugdu felt not at his best. He even remembered that there was a saying that knights who witnessed an ice storm in the northern mountains would no longer be afraid of anything, and the troll was just such a knight who witnessed the storm at a fairly young age. But even this did not give him self-confidence, and looking at these two, he was incredibly scared. This awkward moment was interrupted by one of the students, who suddenly became quite interested in finding out what kind of animal they were going to fight with. Ingerdell, after thinking a little, nevertheless told them that in fact he simply could not tell them about it. After all, in his opinion, in order to learn how to fight unknown summoned monsters in the future, you need to learn how to fight without special training. Li Kan believed that all these words were just another nonsense that professors usually talk about, so he simply said that in this case they need something to destroy him. But it seems no one heard Vardanaz, because the students simply continued to shout that the professor was simply an incredible and cool person for them. They assured him that they would do everything to defeat any enemy he put in front of them and show him true knightly honor. Li Kan believed that this was just an academy of magic and not a knightly tournament, and no matter how Morad wanted it, he agreed with Li Kan. Although Morad still did not intend to talk to his ward and asked Lian not to look at him like that. Li Kan told him that he actually didn't think that he would meet someone here who would think exactly like him. Morad asked him not to be stupid, because the only thing they need to do is follow his orders. Lihan himself was not going to start a fight without a reason, so he promised that he would follow his orders as long as they did not cause problems. Listening to all this, Morad suddenly wanted to know why he put them to sleep and handed them over to the director. Li Kan thought that this was an easy question, because back then they were on different teams, that's all, but apparently this was not the answer they expected to hear from him. Jugdu tried to tell Li Kan that it was better not to say this now, but Li Kan didn't understand why, because now he was trying to eliminate this misunderstanding. The troll was trying to tell him that there are misunderstandings that cannot be resolved. Ingerdell continued to tell them that each group must enter the building in turn, and the monster will wait inside, and each group must get out of here independently. As soon as Li Kan's group entered this building, the guy immediately thought that it was so light outside, but on the contrary inside, it seemed to him that the professor must have arranged everything so that they would fight the monster in the dark. But he didn't like this development of events, so he decided to use light magic to illuminate the room. Morad, looking at all this, still admitted in his head that Li Kan was really a capable guy, and this irritated him even more. But apparently they will have little time to think about such trifles, because as soon as the light appeared in this room, they saw a huge bull with ice spikes all over its body. Moreover, this one was clearly not the friendliest animal the guys could meet. Suddenly, Li Kan noticed one important detail, namely that the energy of a magical strengthening potion was hovering around the bull. This means that perhaps this is the same bull that Urgolma was so worried about when he heard that in the forest they fought only with a golem. Li Kan tried not to believe it until the end, but apparently it is so. In any case, now the main thing is to pull yourself together and understand what to do next. And while Li Kan was thinking about this, he noticed two types of energy around this bull, and it was the energy of the strengthening potion and the energy of the spirit. Then Jugdu did not fully understand what they needed to do, although Morad believed that everything they were saying now was complete nonsense, and there was no point in talking so much about this nonsense. Li Kan believed that it would be quite difficult to deal with such a bull with simple attacks, so he decided to find out, or does anyone know how to fill a weapon with mana? And according to his partners, they are both capable of doing this, although from Murad's face, he didn't really believe it. The thing was that mentally Murad could not understand how Li Kan knew about this technique if he was not from a knightly family. Li Kan, meanwhile, suggested splitting up and attacking the bull, but Murad immediately interrupted him and began to say that facing the bull head-on means being in the most convenient place for him. So Giselle asked Jugdu to pass the question to Li Kan, in which I wanted to know who was standing in the center. The troll didn't quite understand why he should convey this or that phrase when they were standing next to each other. But Li Kan was not going to talk to Morad then, since he didn't want it so much. So he also asked Dyugdu to convey that the captain always stands in the center. Dyugdu, listening to all this, couldn't even think that these two guys were still such children, so he jokingly told them to decide on rock, paper, scissors. As a result, it turned from a joke into a serious idea, and after a while they decided that Lee Kun would stand in the center. The guys' strategy was quite simple. They wanted to split up in order to approach from three sides until the bull reacted. After his reaction, the student he runs towards will focus on running away while the other two attack. The only problem that Lee Kun had was that he simply did not know how to avoid the bull's attacks. And besides, in his opinion, the most tired person in this hunt would be the bait, and it would be much easier for those who attacked. Either way, the plan seemed pretty good to them until that bull started screaming. From such a roar, the guy's ears were blocked, and now it was clear what the bull was up to. Lee Kun understood that the bull would not just calm down, and most likely he would attack him. In that case, instead of approaching him, Lee Han decided to use water magic. Dyugdu never tired of saying that Lee Kun's magic is simply amazing, and he definitely has a talent for it. But after a few minutes, they realized that the water balloons weren't really that much of a help, because this bull was just dodging all those blows. Although it seemed that this bull was not so agile, and these water blows were applied in order to change the trajectory of this bull, which was now running to attack not Lee Kun, but Murad. And the guy understood this perfectly, although he could not do anything about it yet. Some time ago, Giselle thought while distributing responsibilities, and he thought that it would be quite nice to drive the bull to Vardnez. But people with a similar type of thinking will always exist, and apparently Lee Kun thought the same thing. Therefore, Murad still decided that he would do everything not to lose to Lee Kun in such a battle. But he did not calculate that Lee Kun was an excellent magician, and at some point he simply used his artifact, which helped him become invisible. And now the bull is aimed only at Murad, who, by the way, is already standing almost next to him. Giselle realized that in this case he had few options, or rather the only one, which was to go into battle, which he did. The guy was sure that he was able to get this bull, but as it turned out, the sword was not covered in blood at all. Did he really miss? Although, on the other hand, he immediately realized that in fact, there is not much difference in this, because all the wounds that they can inflict on this bull will heal immediately. He realized that in this case he could not do anything about it, so he decided that he needed to use his mana and make his weapon much stronger. Now he was completely ready for battle and asked the bull to attack. The bull did not have to be asked for long, and he immediately accelerated to strike. But before he had time to do this, he received a blow in response. The attack was so strong that he was literally thrown several meters away, and only a wall could stop this free flight. It seemed that only Morad could attack like that, but from his face it quickly became clear that he had no idea what had happened. Finally, Lee Kun was able to emerge from invisibility, but still he had losses. His sword literally crumbled into small pieces after a collision with this monster. On the other hand, the guy understood that since it was just a wooden sword, which he simply filled with mana, it would have broken anyway, so there was nothing to worry about, especially since Dyugdu was quite interested to know how Lee Kun managed to kill this bull with just one blow. Lee Kun would have gladly told him about this, but he saw how this bull was starting to rise, and so he decided that it would be better to leave now. After which he began to literally run and advised Durju to also use this chance to get out of here. The troll completely agreed with him, but he was quite scared to look back. Because there was Morad, who fled with the thoughts that he was used by Lee Hun again, now he wanted revenge even more. In any case, the troll thought that after finishing this lesson, they would never be in the same group again. Finally, the time came when the last group left this dark room, and apparently the lesson should be over. At least that's what it seemed to Lee Kun, until Professor Ingerdell called them over. At that moment, Lee Kun thought that in their group, there were those who could fill the sword with mana in order to complete the task faster, but he was interested in finding out how the other guys were able to defeat the bull. Ingerdell interrupted his thoughts when he began to tell the guys that they did a great job because they managed to get out, but one group decided not to stop there and pacify the bull. Lee Kun was a little upset when he heard that they just needed to get out of there, although then he really thought about the fact that the professor didn't tell them anything about why they had to fight. Before saying what kind of group was able to defeat the bull, the professor first decided to ask how they felt after colliding with the monster, to which the students answered him that he was stronger and faster than they could think, and this made them surprised. The professor was not surprised by this answer because he perfectly understood that for most of them this was quite expected. But the most important thing he thought was that they realized something when they got out of there, namely that there was nothing to be afraid of. He also added that to get rid of fear, you need to look it in the face. This also applies to fencing. And if they don't understand how to win, then in his opinion they shouldn't despair, They just need to figure out how they can escape, and he's very glad that today they learned this from their own experience. And the most important news in this lesson was that the professor decided to keep them in the same groups for classes this semester. It seemed to him that mutual understanding within the groups was better than he thought. This, according to the guys, was the worst decision that could have been made. Meanwhile, in the Tower of the Horned Beast in the alchemy teaching classroom, Yenna and Nelia finally finished preparing for their next lesson. Suddenly, her joy was interrupted by Likan, who finally came to class. But for some reason, Yenna was not too happy to see him. The whole point was that it seemed to her that he was being treated like a prisoner. But according to Li Han, she misunderstood him because they agreed to protect him after the end of the lesson. The two guys immediately started talking about how they both could think that any place outside of their tower was a battlefield, and so they decided to do everything to protect Li Han from any danger. Moreover, there are monsters and these tiger students roaming outside the tower who only want to harm Li Han, and only they can protect him. Yenna believed that even if they all attacked him together, Li Han would still win. Suddenly, she was interrupted by Siana, who immediately said that she supports the guys who are protecting Li Han, because now it seems to her that they are really in a very dangerous situation. Li Han remembered that he needed to praise Siana as much as possible, so he decided to call her an unsurpassed genius of whom the Order of Flimong is proud, and also added that he was incredibly happy to see her. She could only smile at these words, after which she came closer to Li Han and handed him a potion that was made to repel monsters, to which the guy answered her that he was actually touched that she was giving him such an incredible gift. Before they had time to finish speaking, Professor Urgelma suddenly entered the class, who did not understand why they were standing in the aisle, so he asked them to quickly sit down in their seats. And while he was walking to his place, he wanted to ask the guys how they spent their weekend. But before they had time to answer, he immediately wanted to know if they had made the same potion that he asked them. They answered with a smile that they had made the potions, although they did not mentally forget that it was thanks to him that their weekend went incredibly badly, and each of them was already secretly planning how to take revenge on the man someday. Li Han looked at them, and it seemed to him that at moments he even knew how to read their thoughts, although apparently they just had it written on their faces. In any case, the professor was a little shocked that they were all able to make the potion. Is that even possible? But if this was the case, then he could only tell them that they all did an excellent job, and he was even proud of them. After which he looked at all these potions and said that since they had prepared a potion of friendship with lower-level spirits, this could only mean that they had already taken the first step on the path of a novice alchemist. Of course, he understood that their final product might not be perfect, but still they had to start somewhere. And for the sake of experiment, he decided to demonstrate that because the potion was too weak, it created a small flame. He didn't stop there and decided to try the next potion, which also seemed very weak to him. But as soon as he dropped the potion on this tree, he immediately realized that he was mistaken, because the flame was very strong, and the potion itself was very strong. He decided to look at the label and find out who made this potion after all. And as it turned out, it was Likan, although he saw the guy's name. The man realized that in fact there was nothing to be surprised at, although later he still said that even though there were several well-made potions here, he still thought it was too early to rejoice. After all, now he was going to touch on a truly serious topic, which they should learn better than these potions. And today, as it turned out, he would like them to practice real spirit. Because the man believed that to become a true alchemist, they needed to focus on increasing the effectiveness of the potion, and the easiest way to achieve this was perfume. Li Han was a little upset because he didn't think that perfume looked like that. Although on the other hand, there was also a spirit sitting in his robe. At least it seemed so to him until that moment. But all this only made him think that now he seemed to understand why dark magic was unpopular now. The professor continued to talk about how Mr. Rabbit is an ice spirit that he often uses, and the man also decided to immediately warn the guys that they should not underestimate him because of his cuteness, because he is strong enough to crush all of them alone. In his opinion, now it will be too difficult for them to establish contact, so he advised them to start slowly approaching the spirits of the lower level. Making friends with higher spirits will be difficult at the beginning, and trust must be gained gradually. The professor wanted them to understand one very important thing, that the stronger the energy of the spirits, the easier it is to get into their world, and what he is doing now is strengthening this very energy. After which he suggested that they try it themselves. And for this, they must first focus on getting closer to the spirits, and the only way to do this is to show them your sincerity. Urgelma once again noted that the spirits would understand if they approached them with evil intentions. Li Kan listened to him very carefully at that moment, because it seemed to him that this was actually the most useful lesson during his entire training. And now, after all these words, the professor asked them to take and drink this potion. And as soon as they did this, the professor began to smile incredibly hard, and then generally wished them a good journey. A few seconds after Li Kan drank this potion, his body seemed to be transported to another dimension, where he stood between a volcano and icy mountains. This feeling at that moment reminded him of the director's black book, and it seemed to him that this was how it really should be. He thought that he seemed to have entered the territory of the spirits of fire and ice, and both were not so bad for him. Therefore, he was only for starting what he came here for. Aina literally squealed with happiness because it was simply amazing. She couldn't believe that in reality only a few seconds had passed, and she had been in the spirit world for so long. Asen responded by telling her that he had spoken with the spirit of the carp, and thought that his feelings had passed through him. This dialogue was immediately interrupted by Professor Urglma, who asked them to stop and said that if they wanted to discuss this, then they had better return to their towers. But first, he wanted to say that he hoped that they all finally understood how difficult it is to establish a connection with spirits, and from now on, he wants them to get closer to them whenever possible. And with that, he announced that the lesson was over and they could return to their towers. But this did not apply to everyone, and the professor did not forget to ask Li Kan to stay for a few words. And as soon as all the other guys left, the man decided to check with Li Kan how it all went, and mentally asked him not to say that the guy was already able to make friends with the spirit. But the answer was unexpected for the professor because Li Kan, with complete disappointment on his face, said that it was simply terrible. This caused laughter and joy in the professor, although Li Kan did not fully understand what was so funny about it. The whole point was that the professor was thinking at that moment that this is exactly what a novice alchemist should be like, and therefore he wanted to find out from Li Kan what had happened. Had the spirit really not listened to him? The guy answered him that in fact when he got into the world of spirits, they all ran away when they saw him. According to Li Han, he met quite a lot of spirits, but they all simply ran away from him. No matter who he tried to talk to, everyone had the same reaction. The professor was a little stupefied by such a story. He did not expect that all the spirits would run away from Li Kan. And if you think about it, then at that moment he had only one story in his head. This is the story of someone who first entered the spirit world after becoming an archmage. It was easy for him to get there thanks to his strength, but all the spirits simply turned away from him. And it was all because of the powerful aura that they felt from his soul. It simply frightened them. Listening to this story, Li Kan still didn't fully understand what was wrong with him then. It seemed to the professor that this might actually be related to his amount of mana, but he immediately decided to calm the guy down, saying that fortunately there was a solution for this. Because this story ended well, because the archmage still managed to make friends with the spirits, and this made Li Kan smile, because he wanted to quickly find out what this magician did. According to the professor, he forcibly captured the spirits with the help of magic, and then they had to make friends with him. This is not exactly the decision that Li Kan wanted to hear. It seemed to Li Kan that the spirit was much stronger than the magicians in his world, but according to the professor, they had a small problem. In any case, the professor believed that the guy needed to try because the process could actually be exciting. Li Kan no longer quite believed his words, but still nodded and agreed to everything this crazy professor said. Siana generally believed that this was a big problem and did not hesitate to say this to Li Han directly to his face. She believed that often spirits simply do not understand people, and this is very sad, after which she decided to tell the story of how something similar happened in her church. But Li Kan was more interested in whether this could be avoided. According to her, the church used potions that were similar to the ones they used in class today. But the most important thing is that with the help of these potions, you can communicate with spirits, and this has already interested the guys much more. Therefore, she continued to talk about how the Freising Church, which specializes in perfumes, uses a secret recipe for the potion, and she even helped them create it. She believed that if she could get the ingredients, she would prepare it for Li Han and the others. However, this will require a lot of ingredients, and the list there was really not small. Li Kan understood that there were more than 100 ingredients, and this was actually too much. But still, out of curiosity, he decided to ask her where they could get all this. Siana responded to this question with a smile, because as it turned out, she still had one option. And this option was Professor Urglum's laboratory, which is located somewhere on the upper floors of this building, and all the ingredients should be there. Therefore, if they have enough determination, then she is ready to accompany them to secretly kidnap them. It was quite duplicitous for Li Kan to pray at this moment, but apparently the girl is serious about it. But the other guys apparently didn't understand this and simply shouted that she was amazing, and it was no wonder that everyone praised her so much at this school. Although they were stopped at one point by Lee Kun, who asked them all to wait, because first he wanted to know if it was too dangerous. Sienna suddenly became angry when she heard such a question from her, because she always believed that the academy actually encourages such methods, and it is just a lesson that the professors are trying to teach them. At least that is what Sienna thought. Lee Kun didn't know how she came to this conclusion, but to be honest, he completely agreed with her. And to be honest, the offer itself was quite tempting for him, and it seemed to him that if they received the ingredients, they would be able to use them for other purposes in the future. He could also do a lot of things if they had a really large batch of such ingredients. But before he could finish his thought, suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Nelia, whose boyfriend immediately asked what she wanted from him. As it turned out, the girl was tired of being alone, and she asked Lee Kun to take her on this task. Lee Kun could only smile and think that Nelia was unlikely to be like this from the very beginning. But still, no matter how much everything around changes, there is something that remains unchanged, and these are Lee Kun's lessons with the professor of combat magic, who did not stop and continued to mock the guy as best he could. Professor Velati did not stop, even when Lee Kun missed too many blows. But even at such moments, he still believed that the guy was to blame, because he simply could not concentrate. Lee Han could only respond by asking for forgiveness for this, although he was mentally thinking about how he could even react when this man was constantly accelerating and throwing even more stones. And where did the lessons on rotating the spiritual starstone go? Not only did Lee Han feel confused, the professor was also actually very puzzled, because the man simply didn't understand why Lee Han suddenly felt so bad. It was obvious that a professor could break through a student's defense, but Professor Velati didn't even think about it. Instead, he thought for a long time and came to a different conclusion. After which, he told Lee Kun that he understood everything, and at that moment, the guy could only hope that they were finally going on a break. The professor added that he understood why it was difficult for him to concentrate, because he was trying to spin the ball as if defeating a golem. Lee Kun didn't understand at all what kind of nonsense this professor was talking about, because in this situation, everything is simple. The professor still thought that he just wanted to do too much stuff, so he advised Lee Han to calm down a little and do everything more slowly. For the first time, Professor Velati put himself in the student's shoes, and thus he was able to easily find a way to solve this problem. Even if he had been told not to do this, he would have done it anyway, because he believed that those who are not able to take a step when the path lies right in front of them cannot become magicians. Lee Kun decided to ask the professor why he suddenly started answering this way, to which the man answered him that Lee Kun's impatience is good, after which he asked the guy a question in which he wanted to know what the teacher should do to stop the student walking along the treacherous path. And the answer, according to the man, was quite obvious. You just need to force the student to concentrate. Now every time Lee Kun takes a step, a ball will fly at him, but at maximum speed. Lee Kun still managed to turn away from the first such ball, but he felt all the force that the man put into this blow. Before he had time to move away from the previous blow, another ball was already flying towards Lee Kun, which only luck would help him dodge. The only thing Lee Kun could come up with at that moment was a water wall, which was still able to block this attack. Although he had to get completely wet, what irritated him most was that apparently the man was going to continue to attack like that. Is Professor Velati really trying to destroy his student? Although on the other hand, Lee Kun understood that this was actually a meaningless question, because since this is Professor Velati, then apparently it is so. And since it came to this, Lee Kun decided that he would do everything possible not to die. Moreover, he would try to destroy the professor in response. And while he was thinking, Professor Velati began to strike him with his balls, which became more and more difficult to dodge. Therefore, Lee Kun immediately realized that it was simply impossible to fight in this way, so the best option for him was to first find a way to stop him. In this case, he decided to use water again and his usual spell, which he called Splash. Professor Velati almost immediately realized that Lee Kun was currently simply trying to increase the number of balls. Although it seemed reasonable to him, he was still sure that it would be more difficult for him to control them. But apparently Lee Kun didn't care at all. He just continued to cast his spell and tried to create a huge shield around himself. Water Shield is a second ring spell that Lion only recently learned, but it has already been incredibly useful and frequently used for him. In itself, it is not particularly complex, but to be honest, it made a strong impression on Velati. However, in any case, the professor believed that this shield would be quite easy to break through. At least that's what it seemed at first glance, because as soon as he struck, Lee Kun managed to block it in good time. And now everything became clear to the man. Since he did not need to move his shield, he could focus solely on strengthening it, which is why he managed to repel this blow. Li-Han interrupted his thoughts because now it was his turn to attack. The professor was a little disappointed with this attack because it went too easily for him. He was able to dodge without even taking a step. Li-Kun understood that such elementary attacks were unlikely to work. So he had already prepared another trump card, which would be the very bone that he immediately sent to attack. But this was not enough in Li-Kun's opinion, so he decided to push the table after the bones, which flew straight at the professor. Volati, without thinking for a long time, used his ball, which remained on his table. And literally with just one movement, he was able to repel all the attacks that Li-Kun tried to inflict on him. Moreover, he launched an attack that was able to penetrate the guy's shield and cause him damage. After which Li-Kun realized that all his attacks were just useless attempts to inflict at least some damage on the professor, and it was unlikely that anything would come of it. The guy still can't wrap his head around the fact that he was able to cope with everything in a split second. Volati actually knew that the guy was trying to do everything to destroy him, but quite expectedly it didn't work out, although according to the teacher today he was more than pleased with Li-Kun's work, so he told the guy that he was a great fellow. After a while of countless questions, Li-Kun finally understood Professor Volati's intentions. But what surprised him most was the fact that the man liked the way the guy fought. It seemed to Li-Kun that this was because he had tried everything possible. Well, almost everything. The next time it seemed to Li-Kun that it would be nice to use fire, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Volati, who told him that in fact this is normal, that he likes to twist the sphere, and over time the professor promised him that he would learn this, so no need to worry. But he asked him to understand one important thing, that sometimes retreat is still the best way out of the situation. So in the end, he asked Li-Han not to be upset, because the next lesson would be about what he demonstrated today, which was new for Li-Han. So he asked again, what will they do in the next lesson? The guy didn't understand at all what the professor was telling him, but looking at how Volati continued to remain silent, Li-Kun realized that apparently there would be no explanation today either. Instead of answering, Volati made Li-Kun, sitting on a flat chair, simply fall to the floor, after which a bunch of chairs and tables flew up right in front of him, looking quite terrifying. Volati told him that from now on they will work on concentration in unpredictable situations. And from that moment on, the professor allowed the guy to use everything he does today, and he, in turn, will increase the complexity as needed. For Li-Han, this was actually not the best news he could hear, so he was not happy. Professor Ergelma's aunt decided to go visit her nephew one late evening, when she suddenly came across someone behind his house, which was quite unexpected for her. It was Li-Kun, who, to put it mildly, did not look very good, but even in this form he did not forget to greet the professor. The woman immediately decided to ask him why he looked so bad. What happened to him? To which I received the answer that today he had a very productive lesson with Professor Volati. After which Li-Kun decided to ask the woman if it was possible to get a flying beast in this academy. But before answering, the woman decided to ask him for what purpose he was interested. Li-Kun told her that he was doing this out of pure interest. So the professor mentally understood that apparently the guy did not know that the horse he was caring for was actually a griffin. So she confidently told him that there was everything on the school grounds, starting from mountains and lakes, ending with dungeons. Therefore, she was sure that if he only tried, he would be able to find a flying beast. But she immediately warned him that it would be very difficult to tame this kind of beast. Even professional tamers are not easy to tame a wild beast. Then Li-Kun decided to ask the woman to teach him this in his free time, because he believed that with her guidance, he would definitely succeed, although in his mind he perfectly understood that he only needed it to escape. The woman thought that Li-Kun was simply very interested in taming animals. Therefore, she simply could not refuse him and agreed to this proposal, but immediately warned him that these classes would be difficult. But according to Li-Kun, he was completely ready for this. The next day, the guys came again for another lesson in learning basic magic. Yenna immediately noticed that Li-Han didn't look very good, but the guy assured her that he just had a nightmare, so he couldn't sleep for a long time. But in fact, although the guy slept little, he really had a terrible dream in which Professor Volati was. From the expression on Li-Kun's face, it became clear that it was better not to ask him about this. At that moment, Garcia entered the audience and wished everyone a good day. As soon as she entered, Li-Kun suddenly thought that in fact Garcia did not terrify him at all, which cannot be said about Volati. Garcia first decided to remind the guys about how Professor Mortem came last week to teach them dark magic. The guys were immediately scared that he might come again and asked for all their strength to prevent this from happening. But today they're lucky, because this week another professor will teach them summoning magic and Professor Millet will do it. This couldn't help but please the guys, because the professor of dark magic scares them too much, and they immediately like this woman. She also noticed that they were all so joyful, so she couldn't help but thank them for their hospitality. Garcia at that moment added that, like dark magic, summoning is studied in the second year, but she decided to invite Professor Millet because she believes that this knowledge can be useful to them at such a time. Millet suggested that they not delay and start the lesson, but before that she was interested in who was interested in summoning magic in general, and at this stage almost all the students raised their hands. Leon was not surprised that everyone raised their hands, because this magic is really very useful and apparently will also be popular in the future. Summoning magic has many types. It is so versatile that no one has mastered it completely. It is so ancient that it is found even in fairy tales. And all this meant that you could hit a big jackpot if you were lucky, or so Leon thought. Suddenly his thoughts and the joy of all the students were interrupted by Professor Millie, who began shouting that among them only some students were worthy of studying her. According to her, summoning magic is complex, and if in the second year they decide to study it out of simple curiosity, they will have a hard time and will clearly regret their decision. But all these words made Leon think, on the contrary, that this is exactly what professors should be, and her words were incredibly valuable to him. And apparently he compared the woman with Professor Velati, who, when something didn't work out for a guy, did everything so that the guy was on the verge of life and his end. Such professors were most likely not professors, but bandits. Millie continued to say at this moment that summoning magic is associated with various disciplines, and in order to summon whoever they want, they need to have versatile knowledge, because even an inanimate summoning thing, which is relatively easier to summon, is actually a tough nut to crack. This made the guys really think, what if they really have a different talent, and calling is just a hobby that interests them? Garcia decided to answer instead of her students, and said that they were all talented students, and therefore asked to give them all a try. Millie didn't mind, so she used magic to give each student a scroll. Yenna immediately noticed that this was not a disposable scroll that needed to be torn, and Lekan had already added that this was the most ordinary one with a drawn magic circle. Millie began her explanation by saying that she was sure that they were taking classes in basic imperial geometry and arithmetic. Lehan immediately noticed that the mood in the class darkened after just one sentence. And this is not so strange, because in fact, not many people like to deal with numbers. But in any case, Lekan studied all this in his past life, and everything was much more complicated there. But even in this case, it was very difficult for the guys to understand the geometry. Someone from the lecture hall said that geometry was too complicated for them, and in response, Millie immediately noticed that then they had no chance to use summoning magic. She asked them to pay attention to the fact that during the call, it is necessary to draw magic circles and make calculations. So she asked them to start by drawing in their heads the magic circle depicted on the scroll. Magic circles are a kind of patterns. Just like electric current follows a pattern, mana moves along a magic circle, and the higher the level of magic, the more complex and intricate it will be. The magic circle is what helps with this, strengthening, weakening, avoiding, covering, and so on. They have different shapes through which mana circulates and relieves the load on the magician. While Lekan was thinking about this, he suddenly remembered the goose feather. He himself did not understand why the thought of this particular feather suddenly appeared in his head. But looking at Professor Millie, he began to understand, because she was holding this feather in her hands and talking about how the magic circle calls for a quill. After all these theoretical references, Millie finally decided to start practicing and asked the students to start, but it didn't work out very well for them, to put it mildly. They noticed that even such scrolls can be destroyed if they are tinkered with for too long. But what was simply wonderful was that another one immediately appeared, and the first who was able to summon something similar to a feather was Her Majesty. Garcia understood that something similar would clearly not be enough, and this is not what Professor Millie expected to see. The reason why summoning magic is so difficult is actually in the details, because summoning something similar is no different from failure. If it is not perfect, then it has no meaning. In addition, summoned creatures have a chance to attack the magician who summoned them. Onrago at that moment was sitting and carefully watching Lekan, who had not yet managed to cope, and he did it with a smile because he understood perfectly well that he had actually already done it, and moreover, he had done it perfectly. Not to mention the fact that it's unlikely that anyone has created a better pen than him. Therefore, he decided that he should use this opportunity to show off to these arrogant blue dragons. He stood up and walked closer to Lekan to mock him for not having summoned the feather yet. Lehan simply continued to concentrate within himself and think about how to summon the feather. This angered Anrago even more, who didn't understand why Li Kan was ignoring him like that. But he still continued to say that he just wanted to look at the face of Li Kan, who would see what Anrago was able to summon. In fact, the guy didn't hear a word at all that Anrago was trying to tell him, because in his head, there was only the process of summoning the feather. And as soon as he began to cast the spell, traces of mana began to appear around him. A few seconds later, he woke up on the floor and realized that apparently nothing had worked out for him. He only heard Yenna, who was screaming because she didn't understand what had just happened, because it sounded like something exploded. Li Kan already had thoughts that he simply didn't succeed, but when he raised his head up, he realized that in fact, everything worked out for him, even a little too much. Goose feathers began to fall all over the class, and they were all the perfect size. It seemed to Li Kan that their form was really good, but he still understood that he shouldn't have done that, because it was still difficult for him to limit the amount of mana. It also seemed to him that because of such a call, his scroll would be damaged. But looking at it, the guy was surprised, because everything was in order with the scroll. Garcia took one of the large number of feathers and noted for herself that it had a good shape, and it also seemed to her that summoning one feather was difficult, and such a number was even more difficult, so it seemed to her that Professor Millie should have appreciated this. But when she looked at Millie again, she realized that apparently everything was not as smooth as she would like. Garcia decided to explain to the woman that Li Kan simply has too much mana, so such mistakes are possible with him, but she didn't even let her finish and interrupted. Then she added that it was not a mistake. This student, according to her, has talent. But the only thing she doesn't like about him is that the guy is too arrogant. She only thought so because he summoned so many feathers to show off, and this can only be called arrogance. Although Garcia tried to say that Li Han was actually far from like that. But it was difficult for Garcia to convey something to Millie, and all because there is also a hierarchy among professors, especially when one professor was a student of another. Millie could only say that it was good to have faith in her students and show affection for them, but she also believed that they needed to learn to be aware of their actions. However, she believed that there was nothing to worry about in this case anyway, because there were many ways to deal with arrogance. Li Kan, meanwhile, decided to teach Anrago a little lesson for his words, and it was quite funny. Thus, the lesson came to an end, and Millie, as usual, decided to sum up the results, in which she believed that they were able to learn that everything is not as simple as it seems to them. And all this taking into account the fact that today's lesson was devoted to the very basics, and most often they will have to create objects without scrolls, however. If they still want to learn, then she invited them to come to her classes. She also did not forget to add that many people believe that the most important thing when learning magic is talent, but in the woman's opinion, this is far from true. At that moment, it seemed to Li Kan that the woman was looking directly at him. The next day, Li Kan and Gainando came to the Black Rock Tower for another lesson in black magic. Every time Li Kan passed through this tower, he thought that it was incredibly creepy here and that someone would clearly need to clean it up. But on the other hand, he understood that you only need to get out if your subject is popular, but since they are the only ones who come here, then in theory there is no need to do this. But apparently he got excited about the fact that they were the only ones there. After all, as soon as they approached the main entrance to this tower, the guys noticed two more people. And these were two more students who did not look at Li Han too friendly. Gainando didn't understand at all why they suddenly decided to study dark magic, but Li Kan didn't quite understand why the guy was so worried about this. In response, he received that Gainando considered himself the only one whom the professor considered talented in dark magic. But it seemed to Li Han that Gainando did not like dark magic at all. At some point, their dialogue was interrupted by one of the two students who also came to the dark magic class. He decided to tell the guys that they were blue nobodies who made too much noise. After which he turned to Li Kan and said that he knew him. He was the same Vardanaz who was so disliked in the White Tiger Tower. Li Kan noticed that the guy who was speaking to him had a rather unfamiliar energy, and also those golden eyes caught his attention. But it didn't take long for the guy to realize that this guy was half an angel, who confirmed this information and added that he had inherited the noble blood of his ancestor. Li Han immediately noticed that this guy was too proud of the fact that he had the blood of an angel in him, compared even to Digilin, and given his hostility towards Li Kan, he still didn't think he was the type to follow Morad. Therefore, Li Han decided to shake him up and ask the guy why such a noble man would serve Maradi. And this question caused instant aggression, and in response, Li Kan received words in which this guy, whose name was Rafadel, asked him not to make mistakes, because he does not obey the orders of people like Maradi. Then Li Han became interested to know why Rafadel was so hostile towards him, if he did not obey Maradi. This rather casual question again caused aggression in this guy because he did not understand why Lihan was even asking him about this. And as it turned out, Rafadel holds a grudge against Likan only because Durju is his venerable friend, whom Vardanaz dared to ridicule in front of everyone. Now everything became clear to Likan, but he couldn't do anything about it, because trying to convince this evil angel that he and Durju are comrades makes no sense. How suddenly Gainando intervened in their dialogue and decided to ask Rafadel if he was by chance not from the Grawl family. The guy was referring to the Grawl family, which is a southern knightly family. They pride themselves on the fact that they have the blood of angels and are one of the families that are adamant in matters of justice. Rafadel confirmed this assumption, and then Gainando asked a rather logical question, in which he was interested to know why the Grawl family should learn dark magic, since holy knights come from their family. The angel is tired of explaining everything to these narrow-minded people from the Blue Tower that he needs this, so that they can easily defeat the dark magicians. This caused Likan to smile slightly, because he understood what the reaction would be if the professor heard this. How suddenly another participant intervened in their conversation, who also wanted to know why they should study dark magic. But Gainando did not yet dare to answer this question, because he was simply scared to look at this giant. Likan was also a little surprised that there are such huge girls. Apparently these are the same giant half-breeds. When this girl turned her face, it became clear that she was not so scary, and especially after she introduced herself that her name was Emerg. According to her, she came here because she's interested in dark magic and would like to get along with everyone. Likan didn't mind and immediately extended his hand with the words that they would become friends, and in his mind he thought that she was quite good, despite her impressive size. But when they shook hands, Likan realized that in fact everything was not so simple because he felt incredible pain in his hand. His hand was literally smoking from such a handshake, and he understood perfectly well that if it weren't for his mana, his bones would simply shatter. What incredible strength she has. But before he had time to move away, Gainando also decided to reach out and greet her, in the hope that they would also kiss. Likan did not have time to warn him. After which they entered the office of the professor, who could not believe his eyes that he saw in front of him so many students who were interested in dark magic. He especially liked Rafadel, who in his opinion looked full of enthusiasm. The guy in turn was very happy to hear such things. The only one who could not smile was Gainando, because now his hands were wrapped in bandages, and he would have to walk like this for a long time. The professor asked them to take their seats so that he could show them what he had prepared for them that day. But before that, the professor decided to ask Likan whether he had not found other summoned bones, to which the guy answered him that so far, he had not been able to do this. The man decided to give him advice, in which he said that it was best to try to look in darker and darker places. After which the professor reminded them of what they studied in the last lesson, and added that in today's lesson they would learn more about curses. Gainando immediately decided to point out the fact that curses are much more fun than summoning magic. This surprised the professor. He did not expect to hear from them that they were studying summoning magic. The professor immediately became interested to know what other students said about summoning magic. Gainando, without much doubt, told the professor that they all liked it, and except for the two of them, everyone went to the summoning magic workshop. Likan at that moment wanted to fall into the ground from the shame that he experienced because of Gainando. After all, it was obvious that the man simply wouldn't like it. It was at least offensive. And apparently this story influenced him much more, because at some point he decided to tell the guys that instead of a curse, he would teach them the magic of summoning the undead. This caused only positive emotions in everyone, although Likan was not entirely sure that the professor was even allowed to do this, and he also could not shake the feeling that they had missed too much. The professor began with the theory that summoning the undead is the basis of summoning magic. But before he had time to tell in more detail, he was suddenly interrupted by Rafadel, who at that moment had a question. The essence of which was that the guy thought that bones were needed to summon the undead, to which the professor answered him that they used to dig up graves for this. But now everything is simpler, because they signed a contract and they are simply supplied with corpses. Rafadel continued this topic because he was interested to know whether some dark magicians still use graves for this purpose, and according to the professor, there are such people. After these questions, the professor could finally continue, and he decided to start with the most important thing, namely, that for now, he would not ask them to summon full-fledged undead, because if they lose control in this process, they could die. Likan did not understand at all why they were doing this, since they would not call anyone, but still he did not dare to tell the professor this. The man continued to say that they would start with the basics, namely from bone hands, and for this purpose he created seals near each student's table, from which at one moment a hand came out with which they will practice. For Lee Khan, this was already a fairly familiar evil spirit with which he managed to work. But the other guys had no experience yet, so it was a little scary. The professor told them that everyone learns to summon the undead because they consider it graceful, but everything is not that simple. Even if they talk about ordinary monsters, then to summon a monster that has its own mind, you need to take into account many points. And when it comes to the undead, there are much more uncontrollable factors. Therefore, in order to get closer to the dead, very specific methods are needed. But at the moment, they cannot try these methods now. So he suggested that they try to make friends with the hand in any other way. Gainando was the first to dare to try, and to begin with, he decided that it would be best to stroke this hand. Lee Khan, at that moment, decided to ask the professor if there were monsters among the undead that were easy to scare. But the man didn't think so, since they were undead, and most of them were fearless. But looking at the hand that was in front of Lee Khan, his opinion suddenly changed, because this hand seemed to obey the guy and did not dare to do anything without his order. The professor did not understand what was happening at all. It seemed to him that there might be a problem with the chemical reagent he was using, but he quickly ruled out this option, because he saw how other hands behaved absolutely adequately. And this meant for the man that he could try to ask Lee Khan to summon this hand himself. Lee Khan was a little surprised by this proposal, so he had to ask again, could he really do it? The professor allowed him to do this without any problems. Moreover, he added that the advantage of dark magic is that training can be individual. The guy himself very much doubted that this was individualization. Rather, it seemed to him like improvisation, but still he himself was not against doing it. The man drew a hologram for the guy and then asked him to cast a spell. Lee Khan realized that apparently he simply had no other choice, so he confidently cast a spell, as a result of which he wanted a bone to appear. And literally a few seconds later, an unexpected picture opened up in front of the guy. He actually managed to summon his hand. It seemed to the guy that he had succeeded, but he didn't understand why the professor was silent. The man at that moment was thinking that the embodiment of summoning magic is like the chains that control the summoned monster, and a novice magician will not be able to control them so well. Therefore, he was prepared for the hand to try to attack Lee Khan, and then he would have to destroy it. Before Lee Khan could say a word, this hand suddenly began to react, so the professor immediately ran up to Lee Khan to tell him not to move, then he could destroy it. But apparently there would be no need for this because the hand was not going to attack. It was trying to bow to Lee Khan. After the lesson, the man thought about it carefully and came to the conclusion that this was only possible because the guy simply had too much mana. Lee Khan himself knew very well about this, so she wanted to ask the professor if he could how to reduce it. The man did not quite understand why he should do this at all, because this is his talent. He decided to simply tell him that there was no need to get close to inanimate monsters, because he could actually conquer them simply by force. Lee Khan at that moment, although he was grateful to the professor, but in his mind he only thought about what the man really there is no benefit. Gainando, meanwhile, did everything he could to beat his hand in a one-on-one fight and made too much noise along the way. Lee Khan decided to take advantage of this and asked the professor if Gainando had no talent in dark magic, to which the man gave a rather simple answer that talent does not mean that a person can get close to them so easily. After a few more minutes, this lesson came to an end, and the guys began to slowly leave the tower. Gainando was not too happy with today's lesson, because his undead at least did not know what it actually looked like to know. Therefore, he decided to invite Lee Khan to go and study summoning magic better. According to him, now he will be satisfied with anything that is not related to the undead. Lee Khan felt that the guy was not serious about what he was saying now, because besides the spirits, most of the summoned monsters are very fierce. After all, they are either demons or monsters. But their fascinating dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Raphael, who not very politely asked them both to stop. And the thing was that he wanted to find out from Lee Khan how he even dared to hit him. Lee Khan calmly answered him that in fact it was an accident, but this did not calm Raphael at all, who upon hearing this began to get even more angry. Some time ago, having improved his summoning skills, Lee Khan experimented with what orders he could give and eventually managed to make it self-destruct. All this made Raphael very angry, who called Lee Khan behind his back and apparently provoked the brush, which jumped out of Lee Khan's hands and attacked Raphael, and the blow was not an easy one in fact. Lee Khan didn't know this, so he told Raphael that the summoned bone moved on its own and it really was an accident. Gainando interrupted him to say that this guy had already left a long time ago, and Lee Khan was just talking to himself. Next, the guys decided to go to the tower for summoning spirits, where Professor Millet's workshop was located. This tower was completely different from the Black Rock Tower. They liked it much better here, but there was some strange excitement inside the guys. But in any case, they confidently entered the office, and the first thing Lee Kun decided to do was apologize for being late, because the fact was that they had an appointment. The woman was sitting in the classroom alone. Apparently not a single student came to her, so she told them that there was no need for an apology. Lee Han noticed that the woman was surprised when she saw Lee Han here. It even seemed to the guy that Professor Morton approached her and talked to them about how Lee Kun would study only from him. Gainando was worried that there were not a single student here, so he decided to ask the woman where all the other students were. She told him that they left after listening to her lesson and getting homework. This made Gainando angry, because he believed that it was simply impossible to give homework and additional lessons, because they already have a lot of it. She did not answer him about such things, but simply used her magic to give them books with which they would study, after which she asked them to sit down and told them to read this book. Then they would have to make notes and also solve problems. Lee Kun began to slowly reread this book, and the realization gradually began to come to him that the questions related to the basics of magic and its use. And this all meant that this was just an amazing textbook, because it was very easy to read. Because most of the books he had read before were aimed at wasting the guy's time. But this book is completely different. Just read it carefully, and then you can definitely understand the basics easily. Now it seemed to Lee Kun that the woman was really a good professor. At that moment, it was quite unexpected for the woman to watch how Leon was studying, because usually when she asked students to read a book in her classes, they do it with great reluctance, like Gainando, for example. But for her, he was a student whom she considered too arrogant, although now he calmly follows her instructions. Therefore, the words of Garcia, who convinced the professor that Lee Kun was not really the person she thought, surfaced in her head, and she decided that she would have to watch him a little more. After the lesson ended, she gave them some materials that they should familiarize themselves with by the end of next week. Gainando answered her with a smile that he would do everything. She would be happy with his result. But both Lee Kun and the professor understood that Gainando would no longer come to this lesson. They said goodbye and left the tower when suddenly a woman stopped them. The point was that she wanted to tell Lee Han that she was wrong to underestimate him, and therefore would wait for him in class next week. The guy didn't understand at all what happened and when she underestimated him in the first place. The next day, they had a lesson with the principal, who began his lesson by saying that it was time for life lessons. The thing was that he hoped that they had all forgotten about their homework, so he rather wanted to check it. His homework was for them to steal the flags of other towers, and so Leon didn't understand how they could even forget something like that. First, the director decided to look at black turtles and everlasting phoenixes. The towers of the Black Turtle and the Everlasting Phoenix did their homework because they decided to peacefully exchange their flags. The director was incredibly bored listening to this, even though he told them that they had done their job perfectly. Next was the Blue Dragon Tower, and according to Li Han, they also received the flag peacefully and thus completed their homework. The director understood how peacefully they did it, but in any case, he was glad that they did it, so he did not forget to praise them. Well, the last was the White Tiger Tower, which, as the director understood, could not bring a flag with it. Lee Kun at that moment understood that most likely these guys would blame him for not being able to get the flag, but this was only to his advantage. Murad was the only one who could stand up and say that the White Tiger Tower failed its homework because it could not get the Blue Dragon's flag. And this literally made Murad shake, because he actually understood perfectly well that this would most likely greatly affect his grades. The director understood perfectly well that the relationship between these two towers was not the best, but he still continued to add fuel to the fire, because he said that they could not even agree on such basic things. Lee Kun mentally asked him to close his mouth and not say such things. As the director has already said, the purpose of this subject is to get to know each other and begin to study together in harmony, but it seems that not everyone understood this. Therefore, this time he decided to make homework simple and understandable for everyone. After which he began to say that if they go west from their academy, they will be able to see the lake, and those who have seen it know that it is huge, like the sea, and in the middle of this lake there is an island. There he hid the pass so they could leave the academy. And as soon as Lich told the guys about this, he immediately noticed that their views immediately changed, and he immediately saw fire in their eyes. But the most important condition that he would like them to adhere to is that they will have to work together to find the pass. Gainando immediately began to shout at one of the White Tiger students because he did not understand at all how they should work with them. In response, he received a similar answer. As it turned out, some time ago, the director had already decided that phoenixes and turtles would be on one team, and dragons and tigers on the other. After such a distribution, Lee Khan immediately noticed that the atmosphere in their team was not the best, and he understood perfectly well that if everything went at such a pace, then most likely everything would go very badly. Therefore, he decided to approach the students from the White Tiger Tower and tell them that they could forget about the misunderstandings between them and finally start working together. In response, he immediately received the words that they would never do this. They believed that the academy would rather collapse than they would unite with the Blue Dragon. And according to them, it was because of Lee Khan that their grades dropped. That's why they are so angry. It was a discovery for the guy that these guys actually care about grades. Lee Khan tried to calm them down and ask them to think about it again. Then he added that the school director took over teaching in order to be able to teach them, which meant that he was unlikely to give a bad mark just because of one mistake. And if they gave up so easily, then it seemed to Lee Khan that then they would definitely be hers. They won't receive it. But Lee Khan was not allowed to finish by Murad, who intervened in the conversation and said that they should not believe this snake tongue. Murad at that moment remembered everything, how they were punished because of Lee Khan, how they were ambushed and how he stole the flag from them. And finally, Murad decided to ask them who they thought deceived Durga and Anurago. From the looks of the White Tiger guy, it became clear that for now, they were clearly not in the mood to lead a peaceful life. Yena approached Lee Khan to support him, but she understood perfectly well that nothing would come of this. They were too offended. But the guy had another option, which he didn't want to use, but still asked Durga to come closer to him. And as soon as the troll approached him, Lee Khan captured him and began to shout to them that if they do not cooperate together, then another tragedy will happen, and this time he will throw Durga into the lake. The troll himself understood perfectly well that this was just a trap, but he was surprised by the fact that Lee Khan was ready to do so many things. Only their towers worked together, so he decided to play along with Lee Khan a little. And it worked, because some of the guys from the White Tiger immediately ran up and started talking about how they would work with him, only asking him to let their friend go. They were even ready to swear on their honor that he would just let them go, and Lee Khan kept his word and let the troll go. But still, he did not forget to add that in future he hopes that they will watch how they behave. Murad simply couldn't believe his eyes that this bastard had managed to deceive everyone again. After this speech, Siana approached Lee Han, who would like to ask Lee Han when he plans to start completing the task, but the guy did not yet know the answer to this question. And she talked about a raid on Professor Urgum's laboratory, in which they wanted to take the ingredients they needed. But Lee Khan understood perfectly well that in this case, time plays an important role. After all, if they go there at the wrong time, they might bump into the professor and something will happen that will give them nightmares for a whole month. So he would first like to know his schedule, without his knowledge. The next day they had a horse riding lesson, which went by quite quickly, although this was more likely due to the fact that everyone tried hard, and therefore everyone liked this lesson. After this lesson, the professor called Lee Khan to her to say that they would not be at home today. According to her, she and her nephew are going to go to the market and most likely they will return only tomorrow. At that moment, Lee Khan had a plan drawn up in his head in literally 1 second, and from that moment on, he practically did not hear what the professor told him next. All he could answer was to wish the professor a successful trip to the market, for which she was very grateful to him. They would be leaving tonight so suddenly, but it was the perfect opportunity for Lee Han to visit Professor Urglam's laboratory. Therefore, as soon as he returned to his friends, he immediately told them that the day of the operation had been determined and they would do it today. For the guys, it was quite unexpected, but on the other hand, it was still good news. This weekend, they thought that they would finally be able to have a good rest, especially since they had been waiting for it for so long. And they did all this just to enjoy a quiet semester without homework. There are 2 types of students. The first are those who have already gone out at night and those who are doing it for the first time. But in any case, Lee Khan started this operation and he began to do it after all his friends who would participate in the operation had already gathered. Before he left, Siana decided to check with him whether he knew how to open the door of the Horned Beast Tower. Looking at Ratford, Lee Khan already knew how he would do it, so he wasn't particularly worried about it. Lee Khan asked them to approach quietly so that they could all look at what they had prepared, but no one expected that they would make a huge hole in the wall. The guys started saying that they didn't think that he would do something like that because it was so cool. But Lycan stopped their praise in his direction because according to him, it wasn't him who did it. He pointed his finger at Ratford, who Lehane thought handled it just fine. After which he also added that initially their plan was for Ratford to open ordinary locks, and he would open magic ones. But Lee Khan was confused by one fact that the debris was in the tower, which means that someone got inside, and he hinted at that very something that should have been outside. It penetrated into the tower of the horned beast. Some guys, for obvious reasons, began to panic and even began to say that perhaps it would be better for them to return back. But as soon as Lee Khan heard this, he immediately assured the guys that they wouldn't do that, after which he asked them to listen to him carefully. According to him, they do not enter the tower of the horned beast secretly. From now on, he asked them to think that they were here to stop the monster that had invaded the horned beast tower and to protect the professor's precious things. The guys like this version much more, because if you look from this side, they are more heroes than thieves. Therefore, with such motivation, they were the first to want to enter this tower and do everything to protect the professor's things. Lee Khan liked this attitude because he understood perfectly well that in this way the search would go much faster. But as soon as they entered a little further than the entrance, with each step they became more and more afraid, because of this darkness, everything here seemed so creepy. Lee Khan decided to help them a little with this, and for this he only used light magic, after which he did not forget to add that they really shouldn't linger, because the problem is far from being in the dark. The problem was that they only checked the first floor and still don't know what's happening on the second. As they walked, Lee Khan saw how all the guys were taking this seriously and how nervous they were, so he just couldn't blame them. However, now they cannot turn back because they are almost on the second floor. Lee Khan understood that everything might look normal on the outside, but they must not let their guard down. Therefore, with the utmost caution, he began to cross the portal, which was immediately at the entrance to the second floor. But still, at one moment, he had to stop, and according to him, he did this because he felt a strong mana, and he had a feeling that all the space outside this portal was filled with this mana. But still, it seemed to him that they had no other option, so he went through this portal and thus ended up in some kind of fairy tale forest. Lee Khan immediately felt a completely different world here, and apparently someone used the magic of expanding space. Siana, in turn, noted that the plants here are simply beautiful and decided to remind that an outstanding alchemist must be, first of all, an outstanding gardener. Nelia agreed with her because she actually sees so many plants here that she had never seen before in her life. Lee Khan didn't understand why they were so happy about this, because there are actually a lot of dangerous species here, and fortunately this is a workshop and not a dormitory, and this meant that he no longer had to worry about traps and could move around calmly. Therefore, he decided to tell his friends that first they need to find the path along which the professor walked. But Lee Khan was suddenly interrupted by his bones, which were inside the robe, and they were trying to show the guy something. As soon as Lee Khan approached the ground, he saw the tracks of the monster, which were quite impressive in size, which means that the monster itself was quite huge. The guy started to panic again and said that it was probably better for them to go back. But Nelia suddenly started talking about the fact that she had one idea. She suggested that Lee Khan follow in the footsteps of the monster, since he had a good sense of smell with which he could find a safe place. Lee Khan liked this idea very much, so he decided that they would do it. Everyone immediately set off without any problems, and along the way, as expected, none of the students were attacked while they were walking this way. However, along the way they still had to run into someone, and that someone turned out to be a huge bull, which looked like the one Lycan and his team fought with at the fencing lesson. Therefore he, like no one else, understood that this bull was far from ordinary and most likely quite dangerous. The guy understood that this bull was blocking the way up, so it seemed to him that something needed to be done if they wanted to move forward. Lee Khan saw absolutely no point in fighting him, but looking at this bull, it seemed to Lee Khan that he was very hungry, so he assumed that he could be fed so that he would just leave. At that moment, Ina came closer to the guy and assured him that this was unlikely to work. Suddenly, this bull went berserk and began to trample all the plants that were there. Lee Khan understood that at this rate, they would all have problems and troubles if they did not calm this big guy down. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Lee Khan decided to stop him, and for this, oddly enough, he will use magic. And not ordinary magic, but dark magic, because Lee Khan believed that in this case it would be best suited. The guy used a paralysis technique that the bull successfully dodged, and this was very bad news for Lee Khan. The guys decided to help Lee Khan and use fire, but he intervened in time and told them that they should not use fire near the plants. He immediately warned them that they could only use magic that would not harm the plants. In this case, they all began to use dark magic together, namely the technique of paralysis, which they thought should stop this monster. But this bull didn't even pay attention to them, much less stop, so the guys began to wonder what the professor was feeding this big guy. Siana decided to enter this battle and shouted that they could throw these potions in order to weaken him. They all started throwing these bottles of potion at the bull, but it didn't seem to help at all. Although on the other hand, this did change something, Now, instead of attacking Likan, the bull decided to concentrate on the guys. Yenna immediately asked them to calm down because she believed that the magic resistance was reduced. The spell should work against him, so they should get together and use curses. They decided to use the paralysis technique again, only now they did it at the same time. And in fact, at one point it did work and the bull finally slowed down. But this was not for long, because he suddenly broke down again and began to run. This monster had no control over himself and could hurt anyone. Lacan understood that most likely one of them would definitely suffer in this way, and therefore he must become stronger than ever. At this moment, the critical situation became the driving force that actually helped the guy become much stronger. The magic was activated even before he cast the spell. This small but mysterious change will one day become a moment that will be like a miracle in the future, stunning everyone else. With new strength, Likan managed to quickly calm down this big guy, who after just one paralysis spell fell to the ground, although it is worth noting that Likan actually became much stronger. Now the guys could finally come out of their bushes little by little and at the same time thank Likan for saving them again, but he immediately assured them that it was still very early to rejoice. He felt something different than usual. It felt as if the activation had happened much earlier. In any case, he understood that they should not forget that the bull was only paralyzed, so it could get up again. In addition, Likan did not exclude the possibility that there might be other monsters nearby. Before he could even mention it, he suddenly heard an incredibly loud sound coming from behind. The guys immediately started screaming, and it was obvious that there was nothing good about it. And they shouted apparently not in vain, because a huge tree turned towards them, which immediately wanted to know who they all were. Likan asked them to calm down first, because he believed that this was not such a terrible monster as they thought. At this moment, judging by the energy that came from the tree, Likan understood that this was not an ordinary living tree, and based on his reaction earlier, the guy thought that he was at least the manager of this place, which means it would be best to say directly that they are students of Professor Urgalam, who came here to protect the plants. Yenna supported the guy and added that this was exactly what happened. That's exactly what they were doing. The tree reacted positively to all this. Although the professor is not around, they still protect his plants. This is commendable, of course. After which this tree introduced itself as a professor of botany, and they can call him Professor Willow. The tree told the children that this bull was raised by Professor Urgelma, and to be honest, Iva did not like such pets too much. Lihan was interested to know whether Professor Iwa was taking care of the plants in this place, and in response, Lihan heard that she was actually asked to keep an eye on everything here. Although this was troublesome for her, she had no choice because Professor Urgelma needed to meet with the Emperor's officials. But Likan was not expecting such a turn of events, to put it mildly. After all, they told him that he went to the market with Professor Wanje Gom. The willow was a little angry. This could be seen from its branches, but still it was grateful to Lihan for telling her this useful information. But the gratitude did not end there, and the professor said that he should reward them for defeating the bull and for protecting the plants, and first decided to find out if perhaps they needed something from her. They understood that there was a place here where they could collect ingredients or reagents for alchemy. But on the other hand, it was also full of dangerous things that they simply couldn't touch. And the most important thing was that this willow wouldn't tell them anything just like that. So Likan decided to try a completely another method. He immediately asked for forgiveness for asking for such difficult things. But after everything he had seen in this wonderful place, he suddenly became greedy and thought that he could pick up some ingredients here. And the very essence of the question was that he was interested to know if there was something in Professor Urgalam's research laboratory. The tree liked Likan, and so the willow invited him to go with her to the third floor, where he could take all these ingredients, and she would then say that a bull ate them. And then they will be able to take everything I can take with them. Likan could be proud of himself, because he was still able to deceive this tree. They followed him to the third floor, and there they discovered a completely different world, which changed from a forest to some kind of complete darkness. It was incredibly dark there that it was impossible to even see anything around them at all. Likan understood what she was hinting at, so he immediately said that his light spell would definitely not work here. The tree immediately warned them that it was best to move together because it would be too easy to get lost here. They walked for some time until they saw doors that burned with a bright fire and stood out so that it was difficult not to notice them. Suddenly this door approached the guys and the number 6 was written on it. And as soon as the tree opened these doors for the guys, they saw some very old audience there, which was in the terrible cold. After what she saw, Iva decided to close these doors and say that she thought it would be better if they sealed this research laboratory forever. After this, Similar situations occurred several times. Professor Iwa called in several more research laboratories, but what was inside was completely different from reality. From that moment, Lee-kun decided to write down everything he saw around him, and the first notes were that there were few traps on the first and second floors, and there were mechanics that were similar to him on the third floor. He also wrote down how to summon research laboratories and thought that this would be enough for now. And in the end, they still received their rewards when they found Professor Erglam's research laboratory, for which Lee-han was very grateful to Professor Eva. So far, everything had been going well, and since things were going smoothly, Lee-han was just thinking about how to get supplies today without any hitches, but life in a magic school is not easy. A little earlier in Erglam's laboratory, the tree suggested that the guys take all these items and go back, and he would clean up the place himself. Lee-kun was grateful to the willow for such generosity and therefore decided to offer her help in cleaning, although in his mind, he thought that nothing bad would come from earning extra points from the professor. His thoughts were interrupted when Ina suddenly intervened in their dialogue, who also added that she wanted to help. She also added that she knows how to water plants correctly, so in her opinion, it will definitely be useful to them. The botany professor almost cried because he never thought that he would meet such good students, after which he immediately went to his small closet with the words that he had a small reward for them. The guys had quite high expectations from what the tree offered them, but they made the mistake of forgetting that it was after all a professor. He took them to another small forest, where instead of a reward, he asked them to water everything they saw here. Lee-kun realized that it seemed that greed had betrayed him this time, and he also had to drag Yena along with him, for which he asked her forgiveness. But looking at the girl, he understood that she was not offended by him, and that everything was fine with her. The guy decided to ask her again if she thought that they were given too much work, but Yena confidently answered him that she really likes looking after the plants, so for her it's not such a big deal. In addition, she believed that there were a lot of different rare species that she always wanted to see. Lee-kun, of course, didn't like this activity so much, but he realized that apparently the girl had a passion for this business. Several hours later, they managed to complete their task, although now their backs are falling apart. This turned out to be more difficult than Lee-kun thought. He feels even more guilty before Yena. But the girl was glad that they worked so well together, and he began to understand that apparently there was no need to feel guilty. In any case, they decided that it was time for them to go back, because they had already dealt with everything. Suddenly, at some point, they heard someone's voice, which told them that he was watching them. Lee-kun immediately took out his magic wand, and fully prepared for battle asked who was talking to them. But he did not expect to see a water spirit who flew closer to them and introduced himself as Farakis, and he is the spirit of this pond. He also almost immediately guessed that they were most likely the same students of that gnome. Ina noticed that this spirit seemed harmless to her, and she could talk to him. Therefore, Lee-kun confirmed this information and decided to ask in response who he was, to which Farakis answered him that he had entered into a contract to look after this garden. He also said that it is very rare to see young people who care so much about plants, so he is very grateful to them. Now Lee-kun understood why Professor Iwa asked them to water the plants here, apparently so that they could get acquainted with this spirit. Farakis thought that it would be nice to help the guys a little, and for this he asked them directly, or did they need anything? He also added that he could give them advice regarding their problems, and this was just so important for Lee-kun. He began to tell the spirit of water that he was in a difficult situation since the spirits were running away from him in horror, and he would like to find out from Farakis how to deal with this. The spirit noticed that in fact he could understand them, and first he would like to know where the guy got the spirit of the tree with him. Lee-kun answered him that this was a gift from the oak tree. After such an answer, Farakis asked Lee-kun not to be too upset, but the spirit of the tree and his staff is also afraid, although he says that the guy is a good person. Yena intervened in this dialogue with a question in which she was interested to know if there was a way that would help Lee-han enter into a contract with the spirits. Farakis believed that low-level spirits would probably run away at the mere sight of him. Instead, the spirit of water suggested that the guy look for high-level ones, because he believed that it would be better if they turned out to be fierce or evil. Lee-kun was very grateful to him for his advice. The spirit also couldn't help but add that there is no guarantee that such spirits will not run away from him. He only wants to say that the chance that they will stay is higher. Lee-han mentally told himself that the more he listens to this spirit, the less he wants to believe in his words. Yena decided to ask her question again, in which she now clarified whether Farakis could conclude a contract with him. Lee-kun decided to calm her down a little and told her that in fact everything was fine and there was no need for him to enter into a contract with him. but the girl still believed that such an opportunity did not just happen. The guy blushed all over from this behavior of the girl. He was incredibly embarrassed. He felt as if the teacher was standing up for him so that other children could become friends with him. Farakis intervened in their dialogue and asked for forgiveness, but unfortunately this is impossible because he had already entered into a contract with the dwarf. Now the spirit of water was embarrassed to let the guy go like that, so he introduced him to his familiar spirit. But Farakis immediately warned that he had a rather unusual character. According to the spirit, if Likan tells him that he has a recommendation from him, then he will at least listen to him. After which he took Likan to a place where there was a small passage, entering which he could talk with that same spirit. But before leaving, the spirit of water asked them to give him their hands, which was quite unexpected for the guys. After the spirit touched them, a seal appeared on their hands, which meant that Farakis placed some of his power on them because he believed that one day it would help them. Lihan and Yena were incredibly grateful to him for this. After which he asked them not to forget about the love they have for plants, and after this phrase, he sent them on their way. Likan thought that Farakis was a spirit, but much more benevolent than most of their professors. Aina suddenly noticed that Farakis lived in the pond, and she said this because she was interested in knowing where the one they were looking for lived. She personally would like it to be the spirit of the river, because they say most of them are wise. Likan agreed with her because if this was really the case, then he would finally be able to leave this prison. That is, he wanted to say that he could gain wisdom at school. But as soon as they got up, Yena literally screamed in shock. And it was quite justified because they ended up in the punishment room. One thing was clear to Likan at that moment, that it would definitely not be the spirit of the river. Yena decided to find out if they were in the same room in which Likan was locked earlier. The guy answered her that this was not so, and in general, when he left this room, he realized that this place was hardly used at all now. She felt uncomfortable in this place, so she asked the guy to get out of here as soon as possible. Likan, of course, did not want to upset her, but still he had to say that all the exits were blocked, and they simply had nowhere to go. The girl felt very scared there, because it seemed to her that they would never be able to get out of this place. Lihan reassured her that everything was actually fine, because he had some ideas about how the place actually worked. And all this was thanks to the fact that he had previously experienced something similar when he fell into a trap with Ratford. Therefore, even now, he was almost sure that there was a magical passage through which they would get out. Although Likan mentally understood that, unlike last time, there were no devices here that would catch the eye. In this case, he decided that it would be best to break through using force, so he asked Yena to stand behind him so that she would not be hit. Likan decided that he would now need to repeat how he broke the defense of the entrance to the dormitory last time. It seemed to him that it was enough to use a certain amount of mana in order to open this passage. But before he had time to strike, a golden light appeared in front of him, which asked the fool to stop and not do this. This creature immediately told Likan that it did not tell its name to just anyone, and immediately wanted to know what they were doing here. Likan answered him that Farakis sent them here. He said that there was a spirit here with whom he could enter into a contract. In response, this spirit said that he immediately realized that they were young magicians for whom Farakis had a weakness. Listening to all this, it seemed to her that they would come to an agreement right now. But this joy was quickly interrupted. This spirit immediately said that he was not going to enter into a contract with them and therefore asked them to leave. The girl was sad that they never managed to do it. Likan decided that it seemed that this spirit was the same as the others. He got scared and ran away, but apparently he was in vain to say this, because this spirit in response created a huge amount of light, after which he turned to Likan and said that he was not afraid and heard everything. Yena decided to notice that he was avoiding Likan, and that's why it seemed to them that he was also afraid of him. She also added that Farakis said that the spirits were afraid to remain in the presence of Lihan, but the guy intervened and said that in fact, the water spirit did not say that. But still mentally, he was very curious to know why this spirit rejected him. That's why they wanted to know, if not because of fear, then why the spirit avoids it. The spirit answered them that in fact everything is simple, he just doesn't like meaningless fights. The guys thought that the answer was not entirely complete, but still agreed with it, although the spirit immediately realized that they simply did not believe him. The reason why the spirit did not want to enter into a contract is really simple. He recently had a contract with the director Backfire. He is very proud, so at first he refused to enter into a contract with the Lich. But after a battle that lasted a whole week, he had to agree, because he only had to do easy work, although this was only in the words of the director. This job was to look after the students who were sent to the punishment room, making sure that they did not escape. But the school students are not such weaklings, so they ran away so many times that the spirit in his free time went to rest in an abandoned punishment room. He suffered an injury due to which he refused to sign the contract, not expecting such a humiliating reason to be attributed to him. Therefore, the proud spirit could no longer tolerate it because it was actually very offensive to him. But since they both doubted his strength, he decided that now he would show them part of it. First, he turned to Lihan and asked him to gather as much magical power as he could, after which he needed to transform it into an element. The spirit also asked the guy to use the most destructive element, and Lihan, at this request, decided to choose fire. But mentally, he still thought that he needed to do everything to prevent a repeat of the previous experience and would squeeze her as tightly as he could, after which he carefully cast a spell. And after a few seconds, he realized that in fact he was worrying in vain because his magic seemed to be stable. But apparently this was until a certain time, until the spirit sent lightning to the guy's magic wand. Aina couldn't believe that the spirit could create lightning in such a place. Now she was incredibly interested in finding out what would happen next. But to their great disappointment, nothing happened, and the fire that Likan created continued to burn. The spirit itself did not understand what was the matter. Could it really not be possible for it to transform the element? How is this even possible? Elemental transformation is a type of talent that demonstrates a power stat that transforms one element into another. And now it allows you to interfere with magic or elements in order to prove its power. But this time the spirit was unable to do this. He just didn't understand what happened because before he could even deal with the element of a veteran mage, but he made a mistake with the transformation of the young mage's fire. Is she really something unusual? Therefore, he decided to take a closer look at Likan's flame, which looks ordinary on the outside, but inside contains an extraordinary amount of magical power, and all this reminded him of dragon fire. But what surprised him most of all was the fact that this fire was created by this guy, and Likan himself understood absolutely nothing. Did the spirit really decide to show them just lightning? The spirit understood that if his assumptions were correct, then he was in great danger, because young magicians are usually poor at controlling mana, because they are like children holding a time bomb in their hands. But the most important question was that the spirit simply did not understand where he got so much mana from. And if suddenly this guy loses control, then most likely this is a punishment room, and these two will actually be in incredible danger. Therefore, the spirit decided that now was not the time for pride, and decided that he needed to cancel his magic now before he began to panic. And while the spirit was thinking about this, Likan decided to tell the spirit that his lightning is really cool, if he wants it, of course, here. After which the guy decided to ask the spirit if he could open a passage for them. But in response, he received only a scream. The spirit asked him not to move this staff under any circumstances. Likan didn't quite understand why he couldn't move the staff, but instead of answering this question, the spirit simply asked him not to do it again. The spirit understood that if he told Likan what the matter was and how dangerous it was, he might be surprised and the flame would explode because of this. So he decided to simply say that he didn't like it when someone waved a staff in front of him. Yenna showed by example what she thought about this spirit, although Likan himself understood that this spirit was slightly crazy. But the spirit didn't care what they thought about him. At that moment, he was only thinking about how to cancel the guy's magic. Since he has weak magic control, he won't be able to cancel such a strong spell. And in his imagination, it seemed that if Likan panicked, then obviously there would be a huge explosion. After a while, he realized that apparently he simply had no other choice but to agree to Likan's proposal. So he told the guy that he had changed his mind. Lihan did not quite understand this, after which the spirit once again repeated to him that he agreed to conclude a contract with him. The guy didn't understand at all what the problem was and why the spirit at one moment simply radically changed its opinion. So he still wanted to clarify what made him do this. The spirit, of course, was not going to tell him the truth, so he simply said that he saw endless potential in the guy, and his mana was so great that it would be difficult for any magician to compare with him. The flame gradually began to flare up, and the spirit literally began to scream for Likan to immediately enter into a contract with him, because it was not clear to him when this flame would rage. Yenna asked the guy not to delay this and wanted to know what he would do in this situation. Likan was thinking at this moment that this spirit was definitely an extraordinary spirit since Farakis recommended it. However, his state of mind is in question because just now he did not want to enter into a contract, but now he is literally begging Lihan to do it. But on the other hand, Likan understood perfectly well that he was not really in a position to fuss about how to enter into a contract, so it was obvious to him that he needed to do it immediately. The spirit once again added that this was an absolutely correct decision, so he asked Likan to open his soul to him, so that he could finally become a part of it. From this moment on, Likan gains the right to summon a spirit, but before that he must remember a few rules. The spirit is not his servant and Likan is not his master. After which Likan finally officially made a contract with the spirit, and the proof of this was the lightning that was imprinted on his head. The lightning spirit for Kuntra is now officially a friend to Likan. Now Likan began to understand why this spirit has such an unstable mental state. Apparently the culprit is lightning. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the spirit told him that now that they had concluded a contract, he could sense his doubts. So he advised Likan not to go too far. Yena immediately ran closer to Likan in order to congratulate the guy on the fact that they were still able to come to an agreement and conclude this contract. For Kuntra believed that this was not what was important. Now that the contract was concluded, he would show him his true strength. What a surprise Likan was when he realized that this spirit was able to get into his hand. And he did this only to help Likan cope with his control of power. And to practice a little, the spirit suggested that the guy release this fire. But as soon as Likan waved his hand, the fire simply disappeared, and this was quite unexpected for Fairkunter. Although even in this case, he yelled at Likan and told him that the guy apparently didn't even understand how dangerous all this was. He tried to convey to Likan that he had compressed his mana too much, and because of this, the punishment room almost blew up. The guy still didn't understand what had happened, but considering how angry the spirit was, apparently it really was very dangerous. This also led Likan to the idea that apparently it was too early for him to use fire magic. And Fairkuntra agreed with this, who added that although the guy is strong, he is still young. After which he suddenly decided to ask why the guys were still here, because the sun had begun to rise and didn't they have classes at this time. This made the guys panic, because Yena remembered that they had classes in basic imperial geometry and arithmetic in the morning, and they hadn't even done their homework yet. Likan still has the thought in his head of how the teacher in this subject gave them his blueprint for creating a magic circle, which he made in his youth and said that he wanted them to look at it and calculate the total cost of creation. Therefore Likan, without thinking for a long time, decided to ask Fairkunter to show them the way out of here. The spirit would very much like to help them, but unfortunately he said that he could not do this. And the only thing was that according to the contract, he still had to defend this place. Likan was upset because he understood that even if this spirit helped them, he still very much doubted that they would be able to get to class on time. So the guy decided to go the other way and started yelling at the spirit, because he didn't understand why the spirit wasn't helping him at all, and why did he even sign a contract with him. This was a typical example of an anxious graduate who has homework that needs to be turned in. The spirit almost cried because this room was special for him. If Likan had called him outside, he would have been able to show what he was capable of. But here his powers, unfortunately, are limited. But he will still be able to help them. And for this, he will open the blocked passage for now. He himself, of course, cannot get out. So he asked them to go quickly and leave him here. But before that, he asked them to tell someone that he was stuck here. Likan did not wait a second after these words and asked Yena to quickly follow him. It seemed to Fairkuntra that Likan did not hear him, and therefore once again decided to remind him that the guy should call him when he gets out, because what they saw was not all his strength. They took out a map and tried to figure out where they should go now, but the map was made in a hurry, so it's difficult to use it to figure out how to get out. When suddenly his bone assistant ran up to Likan, who apparently found another passage. But the bone had bad news for the guy. He found not a passage, but another bone. Likan continued to study the map, and at some point he realized that this place looked very much like an ant's nest. Its structure was such that one couldn't even dream of getting out. Likan suggested that Yena go to the left side of the passage, but at some point Likan was interrupted by someone's voice, which assured him that this was a waste of time. This voice came from one prison cell. Likan immediately came closer to find out who was imprisoned there. The prisoner was the same girl with whom Likan had once been next door in this prison, and this high school student immediately recognized Likan's voice. And so I immediately decided to ask him if he was the same newcomer from last time, the one who was caught after escaping through the underground passage. Likan came even closer and realized that she was the same senior student who was caught trying to steal from the dean's secret vault. Yena immediately wanted to know who it was, to which Likan told her the story that this was the senior student who was sitting in the next room when he was put into custody the last time. While the senior student was telling Likan that the path from here was quite difficult, her bones tried to talk to the guy, but he asked them to wait. Therefore, his bone assistant decided to go and walk a little himself, as a result of which he found a large number of bones. The high school student again started talking about how she obviously wouldn't tell this just like that, and at that time Likan understood perfectly well that he simply didn't have food with him with which he could bribe her. He decided to turn around to look around and suddenly saw his bones, which had become a larger creature. Yenna didn't understand who it was and started screaming. It seemed to her that it was a monster, but Likan immediately tried to calm her down because he realized that apparently it was his very summoned monster. And when the guy came closer, he realized that apparently the bones were part of the leopard's skeleton, and now he himself found his body and collected it. And now it seemed to him that his summoned monster was asking Likan to find the bones that were hidden in the punishment room, when suddenly he was interrupted by a senior student who began to ask Likan to stop. After which, she decided to clarify whether by chance Likan is not talking about a bone monster that can be summoned, because as far as she knows, this is the ability of dark magic, which Professor Morton is studying. Likan didn't understand at all what the girl was getting at until she handed him a small paper under the door and asked him to read it. After which she added that since he wanted to get advice on how to choose from here, he just needed to read what was written in this piece of paper. As it turned out, it was a card, but for some reason Likan didn't feel happy at all at that moment, but still thanked the girl for it. After which they all headed towards the exit together, because with this map it was much easier to do this. The high school student was now serving her time in prison with a smile, because she was glad that there was another student who was studying dark magic. No matter how much Yenna and Likan were in a hurry, they were still, unfortunately, late, and the students were already leaving the classroom. The girl was most worried about her homework, because they had completed it, but apparently I would never be able to check it. Likan understood that they actually had one chance, and it was that this professor was not one of those who checked attendance, and just handing in work, saying that they were not in class makes no sense. Well, the guy had no other choice, so he took out his magic wand, and, in Yenna's opinion, was going to attack the professor, so she did everything possible to just stop him. But he looked at her and said that he wasn't really trying to do that. According to him, he was aiming at where all the works were collected. Likan decided that the best option would be if he gave them their work, and then no one would even understand that they were not actually in class. Yenna doubted that he would be able to do this, but Likan asked her not to worry about it and just give him her homework. At that moment, he thought that all the suffering that he endured under the supervision of Professor Velati was necessary for the sake of this moment, so he sent their homework through magic without any doubt. Yenna looked at all this and still simply could not believe that Likan was just using low-level control like that. Now she was sure that Likan was radically different from others. Indeed, in this case, it will not be enough to simply push them through. It is also important to remain unnoticed. At that moment, Likan tried to remember how Professor Velati tried to hammer into his head that concentration is the most important thing. At some point, he even thought that he was concentrating too much, because it seemed to him that he heard the voice of Professor Velati, but apparently he didn't hear it, because the professor stood behind and even told Likan that inserting papers into a pile was too easy. The guy turned around with great surprise and did not expect that it didn't seem to him, and he actually heard the professor. Velati immediately told him not to look at him like that, because that way he would only lose concentration, and that would do no good. Now Lihan was doubly uncomfortable, because not only was he unlucky enough to run into the professor at such a time, but he had also never met the professor standing next to him. Who exactly was he? This unknown professor at some point spoke up and said that Likan was unlikely to succeed. And the whole point was that the arithmetic professor had installed a barrier that, according to him, would make a sound if something touched it. And besides, it was actually a rather sophisticated and fragile barrier. After these words, Lian focused and really noticed the barrier that was around all these books. Professor Velati and his colleagues decided that the student was unlikely to be able to pass such a barrier. But Likan was not going to give up and decided to try to do it anyway. And apparently the guy still managed to do it, although it was very close to failure. The unknown professor immediately ran up to Likan with the words that it was really a difficult barrier, and if he had made a little mistake, the alarm would have gone off. So he quickly wanted to know from the guy how he managed to cope. Likan didn't have time to say a word when Professor Velati intervened in this dialogue, who immediately said that it was he who taught Likan to do this, and the guy could only confirm this information, which, in fact, he did. Professor Velati's friend jokingly said that he did not deserve such a student, after which he suggested that the same Vardanaz was standing in front of him, after which he decided to introduce himself, saying that his name is Professor Kerman Ku, and he teaches illusion magic to students at the academy, and he is also an expert in barriers. Likan thought about the need to make a good impression on this man, since he teaches illusion magic. Also, this professor at that moment added that they would soon meet at Professor Garcia's class, and there the man promised to show the guy how interesting and fun the magic of illusion is. But Volati didn't think so, who interrupted his comrade and stated that illusion magic is actually useless, and it is not capable of deceiving a high-level magician. For Likan, it was so surprising that the professor allowed himself to criticize the specialization directly to his face. And now he was interested to know how Professor Kerman would react to this. But Kerman simply ignored these words and decided to ask Likan why he tried to go through the barrier and put notebooks in there. Likan was a little ashamed to talk about this, but still he did it and said that they were late and did not turn in the work. Professor Kerman, in response to this, immediately said that if he were the guy, he would not do Professor Alpenighten's homework at all. Likan didn't quite understand this decision, so he decided to clarify why he thinks so. To which he was again answered by Professor Volati, who believed that a magician and a high-ranking employee of the Empire's administration are different things, and that the person who teaches arithmetic classes with them understands more in politics than in magic. In addition, Professor Kerman did not like him because he took half of his research budget, and Volati could also complain about this. Likan, listening to all this, decided that since that professor was a high-ranking employee of the administration, then from now on he should try to be in his good standing. Kerman at this moment once again asked Likan to be careful and not let that professor drag him into working in the administration. Volati asked Kerman not to joke like that, because it seemed to him that it was already clear that Likan would never choose such a path in life. The guy was silent while listening to all this, although he mentally understood that they both knew little about him. For example, that his main dream was to become an employee of the Empire's administration, but he would not mention this even under pressure. After all these adventures, the guys finally returned to the Blue Tower and thought that they could finally rest. Likan planned to gather everyone and divide the items between them and then go to bed, but it was to his advantage that the guys had already all gathered. As soon as Hassan saw Likan, he immediately ran up to him and started shouting that they had big problems and they urgently needed his help. The point was that Gainando and Durju were kidnapped and they don't know what to do with it. They immediately put aside all their affairs and set out to search for the guys. On the way, Asen brought Likan up to date, and according to him, it happened when they were returning after class. A summoned monster appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. Most managed to escape, but not the guys. Gainando tripped over his own foot, and this did not surprise Lihan at all. And Durju tried to help Gainando, and therefore he was also captured. And here the guy already understood that the troll was simply unlucky to be next to Gainando. They ran up to the academic building, and Asen suggested asking the professors for help. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw the guys from the White Tiger, and one of them had already gone to the professor, and he told them to deal with this problem on their own, which is why his face was so frightened. Now most of the students began to panic, because they actually relied incredibly heavily on the help of the professors, while Li Han at that moment was thinking that he expected that this could happen. Therefore, to begin with, he decided to look around and did it not in vain, because after a few minutes he noticed traces of the summoned monster. After which he turned to his friends with the words that since it had come to this, they could only solve this problem themselves. And first of all, he suggested that each of them follow in the footsteps of the summoned monster. He also did not forget to shout to the tigers that if they want to save Durga, then it would be better for them to go with them. Although they didn't want to do what Likan said, unfortunately they had no other option to save Durga. Likan understood that perhaps they themselves would not be able to solve this problem, but on the other hand, no one forbids them to use other methods of influence. And when he thought about other methods, he thought about his new friend, the Spirit of Lightning. While Her Majesty was looking at this, she thought that the spell used to summon the spirit shows its greatness and power. This spell itself is so long and difficult that even it commands respect. Likan continued to do everything to summon the Lightning Doom, with whom he had only recently concluded a contract for the first time in his life. But when the spirit finally appeared, Likan even regretted a little that he had summoned it, because its size left much to be desired. This gave the guys from the Tiger Tower a reason to laugh at Likan, because he did this here for the sake of such an insignificant spirit. Likan at that moment was trying to talk to this spirit and find out why only a small part of him appeared, and the spirit had to once again remind the guy that he was currently locked in prison. But even so, the guy didn't understand him, because it seemed to him that the spirit always had a reason not to help Likan when it was needed. Then he simply didn't understand why he needed a contract with the spirit at all. The Spirit of Lightning at that moment was already thinking that he was starting to miss the old magicians, ignorant and illogical, because he could just hit and burn them to the ground. But he couldn't do that with this guy. Suddenly, he sensed the enemy and asked Li Kan to immediately apply invisibility, and it was quite in time, because the guy did not even notice that the monster was right under him. It was strange for Li Kan to observe that this monster has the ability to merge with the earth, and he probably can do this because the magicians of this place did something unnecessary, like giving him abilities. The spirit immediately warned him that Li Kan needed to be extremely careful, because if this monster caught him, he would suck all the mana out of the guy, just like he did with the other guys. Li Kan closed his eyes and decided that now he would do everything to get rid of this monster in an instant. But the spirit forbade him to use fire if that's what Li Kan had in mind, of course. He was so against it, because if the guy decided to do this, then they could burn all the students around. Then Li Kan did not understand what to do. The spirit calmed him down and said that there was actually a way out, and it was that he would teach him magic, and he would just need to use it. It seemed to Li Kan that it was not the best idea to use the magic that he had just learned. But the spirit asked him not to chat, but just listen to him carefully. The point was that the spirit would like Li Han to represent lightning the way he did with other elements. But there's still a difference. The spirit asked him to imagine that this lightning was striking from the sky. To use magic, mana must be controlled after being collected in one place. But lightning acts differently, since it does not remain in one place but is divided, scattering to different places. If lightning strikes and splits in different directions, a very rare and unfortunate situation can occur. Therefore, the main difficulty is to imagine lightning that does not divide, but the spirit calmed Li Kan and said that he would help him with this. But the lightning appeared without the help of the spirit, which again shocked him, because he simply did not understand how this was even possible. In fact, it was not difficult for Li Han, he just needed to imagine the batteries. Moreover, the spirit really liked the way Li Kan controlled lightning. It even seemed to him that the guy had talent. But this is not the time for talking, and the spirit asked Li Kan to focus and repeat the spell that he would tell him. Even though the magic of spirits is cruel and always changing, but even a new magician can use it with the help of Verkunter. Verkunter's low-level lightning is the magic of the second circle that he taught to Li Kan.